and everybody act out. I don't lie to these women, if I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women, I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better, you only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD. JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already, you know that you know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night.
I do to make it through the times we had. I see it now, I see it now. Real love, now I break through to show to you that I'm more good than I am bad. I work it out, I work it out. And I'll be somewhere that you need me, and I'll be holding my breath, waiting for you to show.
It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad?
Good afternoon, friends. Welcome to the Conference 1 Valorant Quarterfinals. It's going to be a great day of collegiate action. And starting it off here, it's going to be me, Jag, and the wonderfully amazing Steitel on play-by-play. $7,000 on the line in scholarships. And there are a lot of teams coming in today that we've already seen have success in prior tournaments.
There are a couple of storylines that we were talking about prior to going live here, but the biggest one that I want to start out with is we've got the Ryerson University Shorty Kings facing off against the University of California, Irvine. And Irvine has actually had this progressive growth throughout these tournaments. They started off, they got knocked off in the quarterfinals, they came back, they got knocked off in the semifinals, they came back, and they were able to win it in the finals last go around. So they're looking to repeat that success. But Shorty Kings have made it to the semifinals every single tournament.
Yeah, haven't been able to get over that hump just yet. But, good news for them is that once you get into that semifinal bracket, you do win some of that prize money, $500 for the third and fourth place teams. They're not the only ones we've seen before. You mentioned UC Irvine. They had that amazing story. Finally were able to climb to the top of the mountain. And, well, it was an amazing game. You should go check out the VOD if you haven't. There are some pretty great casters that casted that game. No spoilers about that. It might have been us. But the other team that has... Maybe. The other team that we've seen repeatedly is Rutgers. They've come in. They actually won the first tournament that happened back in October. Since then, they have been able to make the playoffs a few times over and over, but they haven't had the same success since the first one that they won.
It's not always about the top of the mountain. Sometimes, you fall off the mountain, and that seems to be the story right now for Rutgers. But they're still sitting at a spot where they have the chance to kind of work their way back up the ladder. They're coming into these quarterfinals at our 8th seed, and they're going to have a pretty big hurdle in front of them because Western University is currently just been blown through the competition, sitting in our top spot at the number 1 seed.
Yeah, and these teams, they qualified through a group stage, so there were 4 teams per a group. These are the top 8 teams that have made it here today, and these seedings, they could be very impactful. You usually think number 1 team versus the number 8 team. The number 1 team has it in the bag, but that's not always the case. Seeding, it doesn't always mean everything. Sometimes you just need to pick up that momentum, and once you're out of that group stage, you can really pick it up during the playoffs. This is also a best of 3 series, so even if you lose that first map, you're not out of it until it's over.
Yeah, you're going to have a little bit of a chance to get a read for how your opponent wants to play. And for a team like UT Dallas, that's going to be a big factor coming into their matchup against Penn State University. And Penn State University, last time they met with University of Texas in Dallas, UT Dallas, they knocked them out of the competition completely. I mean, UT Dallas didn't get any further than the first seed or the first matchup here. So they're definitely looking to take Penn State for a little bit of a ride and knock them out of the competition early.
Another thing we were looking at is the Battle of Texas that's going to happen between University of Houston and the UT Longhorns. So that's going to be a very interesting matchup. We already know that the Longhorns, they weren't originally going to be in this bracket. They actually did not finish high enough in their group to qualify, but the team that did wasn't able to play today. So they might have a chance really to show the doubters, hey, we might have not been meant to be here, but now we are, and we're going to take that opportunity and run with it. And I'm sure that on the other side, Houston, they want to say, no, this is our time to shine. We're going to be the other Texas team going on. And maybe we'll see that later on. We could see UT Dallas versus Houston or the Longhorns. That would be another great matchup, maybe in the semifinals.
Fantastic matchup. That would be an absolutely fantastic matchup. I would love to see Dallas take on University of Houston or Longhorn, get both of the UT teams duking it out maybe. But that might just be a bit of a personal influence as a Houstonian, as a born and bred Texan. Those teams are obviously going to be high in my sights.
Well, the first game we're going to be looking at today is going to be UT Dallas versus Penn State, the matchup you were hyping up just moments ago. For those of you just joining us for the first time, we're actually going to be bouncing around between all of the quarterfinal games that are going to be played out now. So it's going to be a very fun time. The red zone, if you will, very similar to what you might see in an NFL broadcast. You're going to get a little bit of action from all of them, but we're going to start off our day here. And as you see the agent select coming out, there are a few similarities, but also a few differences here.
Yeah, mainly the difference going to be whether or not you want to bring that Sova to the field if you want that extra bit of information. So Adolfo will be bringing the Sova, but you're going to see Danny Steele opt for a little bit more aggression as we move into Haven. Aggression and mobility, things that are going to be pretty well needed here on Haven.
Absolutely. We're going to see how they play this Haven out. We look at how this was decided early on. UT Dallas, they did not win the coin flip. It was Penn State. They banned Ascent. UT Dallas got to pick Haven. PSU, they have to pick the defense here, and you gotta think Haven, even though it has those 3 points, which could be a bit of a defensive positional disadvantage because you gotta spread out your team a little bit more. They still want to play defense, and usually you think for Valorant those are defensive sided maps. This one maybe not so.
Not as strong on defense. I definitely think this map leans a little bit more towards the attackers. Your ability to kind of bait out utility before interacting with anybody is pretty strong. Unless the defense is going to play super aggressive. You see Arrow with that early kill onto Paint. Just going to stick their jet there on the corner. Danny Steele being very careful. Can't really move from here as long as that Cypher's got sights. At Omen, I'm sorry.
Yeah, right now we're seeing the attackers, they're trying to figure out what to do. They're already down 1 early, so it's going to be very hard for them to do much in this pistol round. It's so important to win this pistol round because it really sets your economy. Yeah, look at this. They're just holding the corner. They're not going to find it. They're going to be taken out.
So they're going to be able to capitalize twice on that. Beautiful job. Thought that Danny Steele was maybe going to take advantage of that peak, but he was in a little bit too much heat. Couldn't give away any notification of where he was, or he was going to get taken down, as we saw. So they're going to be moving on to the point now. Arrow going to take that first shot onto Yakuza. Gets the headshot, but gets flashed out. And Lamb going to be playing in big. 3 people alive now for Penn State as they get the plant.
You're seeing right now, they have that advantage on the point. It's a 3v2. They're taking different angles. You see the Sova so weak right now. The Phoenix not great in that health department. Not sure if they already used the Molly. Don't have that self-heal available, but that angle is going to be enough for both kills to come in for the attackers. They're going to take round 1, and that's so important, setting them up right now. Right now, the overlays are not correct. It is UT Dallas on the attack, so just keeping that up at home. Penn State on the defense, as we previously talked about. It's so important for UT Dallas. That's a great way to start this. It's almost given they're going to win this second round, and they're going to do a bit of a heavy buy here. You're seeing they're already going with a bunch of more expensive guns and full armor. You see 2 Bulldogs and 3 Spectres. That could be a bit of an overcommitment here, but they really want to win the second round.
I told you, they're going to want to knock Penn State out as quickly and as dominantly as possible. They're the ones that are responsible for ending their run early last go-round. It looked like Dallas is going to start things off extremely strong. I mean, assault rifles versus pistols, what do you really expect? Lamb going to clean up one there, and Arrow just kind of sneaking around, looking for an errant kill. If he can get at least 1 frag, maybe get a little bit of economy going. Doesn't look like it's going to happen.
I like the idea of it, though. You get 1 exit kill, it can really help your team out. Now things do flip around, because if you are the attackers, if you're UT Dallas, you're kind of stuck with the guns you bought in the second round. You can't overbuy here. You can't go for the better guns like a Vandal, like a Phantom. They still do have the Spectres and the Bulldogs, but it's not nearly as good in a long-range matchup, especially if all the Vandals coming out from the defenders from Penn State. So now momentum, even though they lost those first 2 rounds, it is going to switch a little bit in their favor, and they really need to win a round here. If they go down 0-3 early on, it's going to be really hard to recover.
Looks like a little bit of smoke going over to C from our attackers. UT Dallas lining up a couple on long, but are going to go ahead and abandon that. They've gotten some ammo out. They'll take that as they have it.
Right now, you see they're trying to move through C Garage. They are getting a little bit of spam onto Fozzie, who's holding that window. They're just waiting patiently in the smoke. They're not going to run through it just yet. Now they're going to commit the drone to try to find out if there is anyone there. So they have that information. They know that Omen is going to be there on that high ground. You see that Omen's actually going to have to back up a little bit and use another one of their smokes. So getting utility out on both sides. No one falling just yet.
Luckily, though, Fozzie will have that smoke back in about 4 seconds from the first one that he threw out. Good job at spacing those out. The attention needs to be over on A as you see the bomb beginning to move down long. Lamb checking his corners, making sure that nobody's going to get caught out. And it's up to Arrow to make sure they can get this first kill. Oh, they saw it.
Yeah, they're looking for that flash, but instead the rotation's going to come out. They were going to look at long for a second there for UT Dallas. Now it looks like they're going short. Now it looks like they might be backing out completely. They've used so much of their time bank and have not been able to get one single kill on the attack. All they have right now is the run it back from their Phoenix. It's going to be very difficult for them to win this round, and they're going to commit it early on, so that run it back has been used.
And how clever it can be. They go all the way from A to C. It looked like Penn State just didn't think that they'd commit for that full rotation, and UT Dallas able to get the plant down now. Yakuza getting control over Garage with that smoke. Able to find himself into an advantageous position. Fozzie knows there's somebody just in his corner, just doesn't know exactly where they are. Has the information hopping up and down, and he doesn't work quick. It's going to be a 2v1. Yakuza gets the shot, and Arrow able to find a bit of a response onto Lamb, but it's just Arrow and Arrow alone. 1v4, and they clutch it up. Guys go out, but it's not going to find any victims, so there's no real blind. Isn't going to be able to land those shots, so UT Dallas going to continue their controlling hold here as they push this to a 3-0 on rounds.
It was a great rotation. It was great patience by UT Dallas. They absolutely fooled Penn State there. Penn State was committed to that A site. Then they do the full rotation. There's only a little bit of time left. They use the run it back very advantageously. Not really for getting kills, but for scouting. In the end, you still saw that Phoenix Lamb able to find one. So that's just great value on top of it. And now, even though they were down in the gun advantage, they're all the way back up. We're able to get some of those guns from PSU as they drop them on the ground after dying. And you're seeing they're going to have to go for another light buy, but it is going to be Titans opening it up with the Sheriff. It might just be a pistol, but it's still one shot to the head.
One shot to the head, and now it's a 4v5. That makes it much more challenging for the attackers. Oh, that's rude, Cola. Cola gonna go ahead and dump that extra Vandal off the side of the map just to make sure that PSU can't recover it in case that UT Dallas loses the round. Good to cover your feet, but so rude.
We seen this. We saw this in the match recovery last time in the grand finals. UC Irvine, I believe, was the team that did that, and it's something that I'd never seen before. But it's very tactical to make sure that even if you win this round, or even if you lose this round, and the enemy gets out, with that gun, they can't because that gun isn't available. So it's a very tactical play for them. They're down one person already. They're trying again to make a rotation to A. Is this going to be another bait? You see, there are two members on the side of PSU standing there. Neither of them have a good gun, but a shorty and a pistol is going to be enough when you're being basically ran into by two people. And oh no, here it is.
Oh no, that was cruel. Danny Steele gonna paint the walls there with that headshot. Arrow gonna get taken down in response, but a good penetration shot gonna start things off. Steele gonna have to back out just in case there's a rotation around. But they've gotten the bomb into the back of the site, so they will go for that plant, just waiting for the rest of PSU to get to the point so that they can push together. You gotta push together or you can get picked apart.
Yep, and a great light buy round coming out from PSU. They're able to take the win. It really all started out with this Brimstone getting the first pick, and they had 5 health that entire round. Titans able to stay alive long enough, keep it going, and finally, Penn State, they're able to get some momentum turning. Really great to win on a thirsty round after losing 3 rounds in a row. Looks like we're going to be moving on to another game going on. It is going to be the Ryerson Shorty Kings versus UC Irvine. It is already 3-1. We're just looking at this replay right now as Jay and Pab on the side of Shorty Kings. They're going to finish off that round flawless. And going into this next game, it's going to be Bind instead. So wondering what we're going to be seeing out from these teams. Looking at the compositions, you see Irvine, they're running the Killjoy instead of the Cypher on the other side. And you and I were talking about this before we went live, and we both agreed that even with the nerfs to Omen, to Cypher, my bad, we still think that he's pretty powerful. You just can't rotate with him.
Yeah, Cypher is a character that when you bring him into the game, he's not really able to solo hold points as strongly as he once was, but still an extremely effective operator as far as that goes, being able to shut off avenues of attack and rotation. But I'm interested to see how Irvine comes into this, because I feel like this might be the most balanced of all the maps when it comes to attacking and defending. A lot of it comes down to who controls that portal. that teleporter.
Well, trade's going to come out already, but they are going to end up in the Shorty King's favor as they get one more. We talked about this. They are the defending champions so far. They're only down by a round. They were able to get the last one, but now they've had to give up this point completely as that Raze ultimate comes out. It's not going to find anyone, but now it is a 4v3 with Shorty Kings in control of the point with the spike planted.
Oh, and Danichi had that one, but wasn't able to pepper in those shots, so Alden taking them out of the fight pretty early as Ferg trying to initiate onto the point. 2v4 right now, and Shorty Kings have themselves a long hold on the point. Not go out of the fight as well, and that's going to be pretty much all she wrote. Ferg really just looking for a bit of an extra frag, and if he can get that, then maybe he can move forward. But that plant is going to be a very, very difficult opportunity for him.
Yeah, at least they're able to find one at the end. Is going to find two, actually, so that's good for the economy. You see the rest of the Shorty Kings, they're just able to use the teleport or to get out of there, not going to die to the spike. So a round's loss for UC Irvine, but they were able to get a little bit of value out of it. It's very important to get those people offline, so they have to spend more of their economy. And you look, Jay actually isn't even able to do a full buy,
Exactly.
so that's huge. They'll probably have someone buy for them because there's a lot of people on the team that still have money, but it just hurts the overall economy for the Shorty Kings, even if they're up by 2 rounds.
Yeah, and one thing that I'd really like to see is UC Irvine's similarity in economy. The majority of their players only within, $800, $900 of each other. So you really want to buy and save together as a team as much as possible.
Absolutely. You want to do light buys together, you want to do a heavy buy together. Just make sure you're all on the same page so no one's being caught out or using too much money when they shouldn't. You see right now a very aggressive push from the Shorty Kings. They commit the run it back, aren't going to find anything with it, but they are going to get a lot of value in terms of where people were on the point. They knew no one was there, and they're already up by one person now after the trades come in.
And what a great technique. Use the run it back to get the information and then throw that Sova ultimate into the mix, because now you know where they are and you're able to get that information without expending your recon arrow and without really giving up anything from yourself. Ooh,
Yeah, now the Shorty Kings again have great positioning on the point. So for everyone, you just peek a little bit out too much, and you're gonna see
arrows
there
to make sure nobody's there.
just to make sure that that body is in fact on the ground. It's gonna be Alden taking out their counterpart on the Sova, and now you've lost a few rounds in a row, 2 to be exact, and you see that it's really affecting UC Irvine's economy. If we're gonna have to go with the Judge, that shotgun, it can be good, but you got to be playing at close quarters, so once it gets into a ranged battle, you're going to be at a huge disadvantage. The good thing is you are on the defense, you can just try to hold a corner, hope that someone's going to walk by, but it's either just 2 judges, a sheriff, and a frenzy. So right now you see Irvine, they're going to have a lot of luck go their way to get kills.
Oh, and they're not going to waste any time. Jay going to start things off with the kill on a Nibbler, and that's going to be big for Shorty Kings as Irvine are going to be put into a bit of a tricky spot. They're going to put their judges up close and personal, but still they're losing people left and right. Pal's going to find out. Oh, there's Ferg. And it doesn't look like we even got to see one of these judges fired. There's one. Danichi's going to be able to find himself a bit of a consolation there at the very end, but Shorty Kings have a very comfortable position on the map. They seem to be in their groove right now, and their economy is about to be bolstered. Pretty insane round. Economy pretty insane right now for Shorty Kings.
Yeah, that's now 3 rounds in a row, and it was really close. I mean, it was 3-2 at one point, but they have just kept that momentum turning since then. Now they're going to keep going with that Phantom lineup. You do see on the other side, though, after that light buy, Nibbler is able to get the Operator, and we've seen them do very well on this one shot, one kill. You can actually do more than that. I can get very good collaterals if the enemy teams line up, but you get the idea. It's very valuable unless you shoot it at their legs and feet. You're seeing already Pav has that run it back again after using it only a few rounds ago. He's going to try to clear out this B site and going to be caught out, but it's going to be, that's not a good play there from Jay, just jumping right in to that Killjoy nade. You don't want to be jumping into that amount of damage.
Yeah, saw the turret, popped the turret, and wanted to get onto the point as quickly as possible while somebody was still trying to figure out where exactly he was. Great trade there. June gonna get taken out, but Danichi and Nacho gonna hold things up for Irvine. But yeah, the second he dropped after that turret, he didn't check for the nano swarm.
That's just a bit of a miscommunication there, right? I mean, you had to run it back, so you had that free life to just run in and say, all right, nope, just back out. But instead, you saw Jay playing very aggressive, just didn't wait long enough, jumped right into the nano swarm, as well as the waiting arms of 2 players from UC Irvine to get that kill. And now they're going to bring one back, stop the bleeding just a little bit. The economy is still very good for Shorty King, so despite losing that round, they will be able to do the full buy. And I'm wondering, the Vandal versus the Phantom. You're seeing that now they're going to buy one more Vandal. Last time they only had one online. I'm wondering if that's going to be the difference maker, because it's better at long range, and you see Nibbler does have that op, so can contest it a little bit more.
Went for that early shot in the baths, but just barely shot over the shoulder. But it's going to be okay, because our Shorty Kings are going to start on to a 4v5. This is kind of a big moment for Irvine, though. If they're able to turn this round around, put it to a 4v6, their economy is going to be in a pretty good spot. If they can keep that operator in their pockets while they do it, it'll be super important. Jay can be quick on the satchel charges with that ultimate. He's able to find one, but Ferg with 2 headshots onto Pab and Xylaz. That's going to start things off big. Shorty King's now down to 2 with 3 left for Irvine. 2 ults on the point. Operator still on the board. Looks like Jay going to be rotating over to B. We had the teleport from Kylus, and oh no, that nano swarm was perfectly placed, but just not going to be able to eat enough health away.
You see Ferg on the flank here. You see the angles right now that Shorty Kings are trying to cover. They're trying to cover Hookah as well as in elbow. They know that there's going to be one in elbow.
Oh no, don't do it.
Kylus trying to just go in so aggressively. He's going to run right into 2. He's going to find one. He's going to find 2. What a huge play by Kylus.
No! Operator down. I said this is going to be a big round for Irvine, but in all eventuality, big round for Shorty Kings. No one's going to get the op.
I guess they just decided, hey, they don't want it.
Yeah,
it's not as good on the attack.
Yeah,
it's not as good on the attack. You gotta take those very aggressive angles. But we're gonna be moving on to another one of our quarterfinals games. It is the Scarlet Knights from Rutgers against Western U. Right now, it is, I think Western is in the lead, so the overlays may be once again incorrect. But as you see right now,
Western is in blue.
They are right now on Haven, and Beth's going to take the fight right to the Scarlet Knights, and there it is once again. They are up already by 4 rounds, and that's going to be another round going their way. All right, it is actually Rutgers in the lead. So Rutgers...
Yeah. It is correct. Rutgers have picked up the pace. They may be the 8th seed, but they are not here to sit down. I mean, Western U coming in at 1st seed, already down 5 rounds. Your economy right now is a little bit tarnished. I mean, Quixotic only has 1,300 in their economy right now, and you're on the 7th round. Scarlet's looking pretty.
Oh, can of chicken soup on the Odin. It hurts my soul. We talked about this a lot last time we casted. It's a great gun. It is a great gun, but it is so cheesy in my opinion, because you can just spam out opponents. It doesn't really have to matter about accuracy. It just has such a high rate of fire, and it does so much damage. You can try to go for so many good wall bangs with it. See right now, the Scarlet Knights, they are on the defense, but their Jet does not care at all. They're just going to play super aggro, taking that angle. Bess almost found out is going to do a little bit of damage, and you see the rotation now coming out from Western U.
One could say it's a Gouda strategy. Saving that in my pocket. But Bess, how is Bess getting out of here alive? The entirety of Western U is trying to hunt down this Jet and unable to do so. Good job by Scarlet to kind of recover and catch that Jet coming up long, just so that they can protect their teammate.
You got to imagine right now, Rutgers, they're feeling themselves, because they're already up by 6 rounds on defense. And we talked about this before. Haven, not really the best defender map, because there are 3 points versus 2 on most other maps, and yet still, they have such a great lead early on. This is a team that won that first tournament. Since then, haven't found as much success, but I'm sure they want to live those glory days once again. And so far, they're putting themselves on a path to reaching at least the semifinals.
At least the semifinals, and coming into it, they're not going to have to fight the higher seeds, you know, they're either fighting the 4th or 5th seed in their next match. It's either going to be UT Dallas or PSU. And neither UT Dallas or PSU have a notorious record for getting too far in this tournament. Whereas in the bottom bracket, it's going to be Shorty Kings and Premier University of Houston that are going to be those top seeds, the 2nd and 3rd seeds.
Meanwhile, you're seeing really trying to go for that op shot. Western U, they are down 1 right now, but they're able to pick out 1 on the side of Scarlet. Justin tried to take that very aggressive angle on boxes with the Omen teleport. Ended up giving their life for the cause, but still in Scarlet's Knight's favor right now. And things are just chilling out a little bit. It looks like Western U, they aren't exactly sure what they want to do. They are trying to get onto this A site. They haven't fully committed now. They are finally going to try to go down in that long point of A, and you see Can of Chicken Soup has that Odin just locked and loaded on that sight line.
He just asking for somebody to peek them. Just come on, just around the corner. It's okay. Oh no, the shock dart's gonna come out. That's gonna get the recon dart. I'm sorry, gonna kind of ruin their plans. But you know what? I've got an Odin. It's gonna go ahead and dump into that lane, but not going to find anything out, and it's going to be Soon who's finding that first kill onto the Relaxed Potato and still waiting out this Omen smoke. Cannon Chicken Soup gonna have to have a really big play with this Odin, but the operator from Willie, he's going to take him out of the fight. Lamp trying to fight it back, 1v2, but DeSilva, half health, checks the corner, gets the kill. That's going to be a big one, looking for the third, looking for the final shot, but doesn't able to land it. Soon gonna keep things alive for Western U.
7 health and a dream. Western U able to take the point. Great smokes coming out from them to cut off those sight lines from the Scarlet Knights, and just like that, they are able to get 1 back. So at least they've got 2-round wins on the attack, but still, they're gonna have to keep this up to really have any chance of winning this map. You see that even though they win that round, their economy is still not as good as it could be. They have to settle for a Bulldog for their Cypher player. On the other side, Scarlet Knights have won so many in a row, 1 loss. It is just a scratch. They're still able to full buy, and once again, there's gonna be ops coming out from both sides. Or just one side, actually.
Yeah. Oh, gotta be careful with those aggressive pushes. The Relaxed Potato able to capitalize on what seemed to be confidence. Good little jump there from Relaxed Potato to keep himself out of harm's way, but bomb's still up. Operator is down.
It was both sides then. Yeah, I'm going to stick with what I said the original time. Yeah, they're not going to pick up the op again, it looks like. Instead, just trying to go with ARs. The Scarlet Knights, they do have that advantage once again of 1 person alive, 1 more person alive. But you saw from last time, Western U, even though they were down, they were able to take control of the point. They were able to cut off sightlines and win that round. They're going to have to do it once again here on round 10. And they really need to keep it going, like I said, because if they lose this one, it's going to be really difficult for them to get back onto Haven. It is a best of 3, so regardless, there is going to be at least 1 map. You see the Paranoia going to miss best just by a smidge, and now they have exactly figured out where that Cypher's going to be lining up.
30 seconds left.
Beautiful job by Best to get that operator shot. Has the second one, but doesn't land it. Shot the cement just in front of his toes. Cannon Chicken Soup has the Vandal, but not the kills. It's going to be Relaxed Potato coming in big, and Lamp gonna look around see if there's any weapons he wants to pick up, but ultimately just gonna grab that diffuse. Gonna give the other half, of course, over to Relaxed Potato so they can get that ultimate up and ready.
It was a similar play that we saw in the last round from Western U. They were just trying to take control of the point, cut off sightlines. That smoke, though, that came out from the Omen, it was just a little bit too far to the left. The Paranoia also a bit too far to the left, just missing those jets. That jet on the box, and even though Best was taken out, it was enough damage done for the rest of Wreckers to come back in, just clean up the point, and now an 8-2 lead. And once again, Western U, they're going to have to go for a light buy. Their best gun currently is a Spectre.
We'll see what they're able to do with this, but you're pushing into a pretty comfortable Scarlet. Rutgers is feeling pretty nice right here. I mean, early kill there on a Danny Phantom, able to get the overheal there for just a second.
It's a great name, Danny Phantom.
It is. It's also a great show.
Great show indeed. You can see right now again, Rutgers, they have that early advantage. They have at least one more man than Western U, and also the Jet on the side of Western U, Willie, has the knives out, but is pretty weak, so it's going to be very hard to be making any aggressive plays when you are basically one shot away from losing your life. They also, again, they weren't able to buy, so just Western U had a huge disadvantage. They might be going just for some exit frags here, not going to push too hard because it's very unlikely they can win this round.
Yeah, you're really trying to get your economy back up in some fashion. Even if it's only one or two of your players, you need to get something going money-wise. That's what those exit frags are for. Maybe you can get lucky and snag the players with the op, get that for the next round. Looks like we get a quick trade there. Both Cyphers able to find themselves a kill. One will fall, but that is going to do exactly what they wanted. Gives Quixotic the Vandal. So a little bit of Econ and a weapon to boot. Quixotic going to be rotating onto the point, but even with the ult, not going to happen. Can of chicken soup there with the ult, and Justin going to go ahead and pick up the same strategy. Now it's up to Zhao. Zhao not able to find the kills that they need. They will drop the ball and the bomb at the same time. Western U now down 9-2.
Yeah, it's the last round before the swap, so even though you were able to get some exit frags, how much does it really matter? You see the full buy still able to come out from Rutgers, but we're going to be moving on to the last game of the quarterfinals that we haven't covered yet. It is University of Houston versus the Longhorns, and UT, they just got their first round when it was 7-0 entering before this round, and even though Houston lost their first round, they're just going to keep it going. 8-1 right now for them, and from what we've been told, there is a player with only one death so far in the series.
20-1.
Yeah, that's crazy.
That's a 20 KD, by the way. 2-0, not 2.0. There's no decimal there.
Also 3 assists, so, you know, a bit of a team player as well. So even going to boost that KD up a little bit more. Yeah, Koi just going nuts right now on this raise, just doing so much. And you see the best on the side of the Longhorns at 8-8. So at least they have someone who's even. That might change after this round. The attackers so far, they have just been dominating here on Binds.
And this is something that we kind of expected to see with this matchup. You know, the UT Longhorn Gaming kind of coming in because the 6th seed couldn't, or the team above them wasn't able to make it to the tournament today. And University of Houston Premier, they've been sitting pretty throughout this entire competition. They're the 2nd seed right now. You know, they did really good in their group elimination stages coming into the matches today, and so that's what we're seeing here. That's why there is that kind of differential in the score.
You see right now a very interesting approach by University of Houston Premier. They're trying to go for a bit of a roaming approach. You see that their Phoenix still on A while the rest of the team is trying to push on to B. So it's not always the best solution to split up your team like that. That Phoenix can be kind of left in no man's land, but already the Phoenix is going to take out their counterpart, is going to be able to push on to A while the rest of the team pushes that advantage on B. Already they found 2 kills, and now they've planted the spike.
A lot of weight right now on Kimchi. If they can get some good picks here from Hookah, force them back into elbow to Endorsey, able to find Solomon out. But now Kimchi's been found out, so now it's up to Endorsey to change the angle of attack. Needs to watch their right, though. Now knows Koi's there. Koi goes down! 20-2.
Is the ace going to come out from Kimchi? They're going for the defuse first instead of the kills.
Watch
Hookah, they only need one more. Yeah, look at Hookah. Wing is going to find Endorsey, so it's going to be if that spike's defused and isn't going to get the ace, but is going to secure the round. That's what's more important at the end of the day. And you talked about Kimchi having to have some hero plays, and that was one hell of hero plays back-to-back. Or multiple hero plays, actually.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, changing the focus of the attention early on to allow for Endorsey on the elbow push to break out and actually get a bit of a presence onto the point is the whole reason that he was able to push in, and then pushing in and getting that turn, that flick, that shot onto Koi was extremely impressive and is the reason they were able to take the point.
And I want to point out now Koi has gone down to about 10 KDA because they did end up dying in that round without getting a kill, but still a very impressive performance from not only this raise, but all of University of Houston so far. You're going to see Gurex try to use a very aggressive run it back, but their counterpart on the other side is Nisa as well, and they're about to meet right here, running right into each other.
Aggression's the name of the game when you've got run it back in your back pocket. Koi gonna be turning the corner, finds the first kill onto Kimchi. Just a bit of a revenge kill, I guess, there from Koi as they lead the charge on to point A. Clearing out the top, aren't able to find the ult, aren't able to find that killjoy. But the kills themselves still coming in pretty heavily for Premier. They're gonna teleport over to B. They've gotten the kills that they need. They're gonna get that plant for a little bit of extra money, and if this is the kind of play that we're going to be seeing from the University of Houston, we're going to be seeing them pretty far in this tournament.
Yeah, they look very good right now. And again, the Longhorns, you know, they weren't expecting to be here. They are here more by circumstance than by play. So this might just be a bit more arbitrary because who knows how they'll do against teams that qualified, you know, in their own groups and did better in their own groups. But still, if you can keep this momentum going, it doesn't matter who you play. You can take this whole tournament and that $4,000 cash prize for first and scholarships. See, this is the last round before the swap. And there was a great play on that last round I just want to talk about really quickly. Wing waved that Sova ultimate, didn't get the kills, but was able to destroy the lockdown as well as just zone out that killjoy. And already you're seeing this Phoenix for University of Houston has popped off 2 kills on the round. And University of Houston, they want to win 10 before the switch.
I think Koi's a little angry there. Had a little 2K in front of him, and Solomon just completely taking that off of the table, getting a third there as well. And Premier with a flawless attack round. Gonna be putting this to a 10-2.
Switching sides.
Yeah, but we're going to be moving on to one of the games we looked at previously. It is UC Irvine versus the Ryerson Shorty Kings. We'll be going to that momentarily. And entering that game, it's been in Ryerson's favor for the most part, but UC Irvine, they've made a little bit of a comeback. They've been able to win 2 out of the last 5 rounds, but you're seeing Shorty Kings, they only need 1 more round to put this map away and take a 1-0 lead series lead.
And Pop able to take that early kill. I mean, yes, it'll be a trade out. They got one on the other side of the map as well for Irvine, but now losing another member. 2 for Irvine, 3 left for Shorty.
Yeah, and
a bit of a silence on point. Oh no, Pab,
they're worried about that killjoy ultimate. It's going to be a straight with like a second left before it was going to be activated. So huge play there.
Oh, and Nietzsche with a very difficult task ahead of him, a 1v3. Not gonna be able to take it, so I think that's gonna put Shorty that puts Shorty Kings into our next semifinal match, and they're most likely gonna be up against University of Houston here pretty soon.
I think it is a best of 3, so I think they still have to win 1 more map before they move on, but we're gonna wait for production to hear about that exactly. But still a very dominant performance, winning 13
You're right, I'm
to
wrong.
5. Yeah, winning 13 to 5. So that's a great way to open up that map 1. There's still a chance that UC Irvine is able to claw their way back in, try to go for that reverse sweep and win 2 maps in a row. But being down like that already, it's put them in a bit of a pickle. I was going to say in a bit of a bind, but I didn't want to be too on the nose right there. I mean, this is the tournament winners. They won last time, so the fact that they might be going out in the quarterfinals, it just shows that any given Sunday, or in this case, what is today? It's Saturday, yeah. So any given Saturday,
it's a
any
day
team
of the week.
It's a day of the week. Every day feels like the same day when you're in a pandemic, but any team can come in regardless of success or, you know, non-success, not competing in these past tournaments, and really rise up to the occasion and win these matches against teams that have been in this time and time again.
I mean, for sure. Like, if you just look at the last big tournament that we had, Waterloo Gold, they came into the matchup. They hadn't really shown up to the tournament previously before, but they were able to go all the way to the finals, and that's the kind of thing that we love to see. These new teams that are breaking out into the scene, the ebb and flow of who's the most dominant. I mean, Western U, top seed, Scarlet, or Rutgers bringing it in, and now they're completely dominating that matchup.
Yeah,
but they're still 8th seed. You know, I love the ebb and flow.
Speaking of domination, UT Dallas are looking to put away this first map on Haven. They only need 1 more round. You saw Penn State, they were able to get 1, so their run has not ended just yet on Haven. Trades coming out. Still possible that Penn State can bring this back and force extra rounds, but they've got a pretty big hill to climb. They need to win 6 in a row to have any chance of winning this map. Not
unseen, I should say. Definitely is a possibility. Gonna go ahead and put that into the top right just in case there's anybody hiding in these two corners. They're able to clear that out, but they aren't looking out here to the left. They need to be careful for Lamb. Lamb's gonna go down, and that's gonna signal out for Lamb that he needs to get in there and get a little bit of action, but that firewall is intimidating, so he's gonna regroup and rotate back with the Cypher. On the point he goes, trying to find the first kill. He's able to find Rezi. Looks like another kill coming in now for UT Dallas. They've got comfort in how they're approaching this point. Even went for an early defuse just to figure out where the fat last two were, and Yakuza and Paint are gonna do the job that needs to be done and finish this one out.
That is going to be...
Dallas will take their first map.
They're able to win Haven, and just a little bit less decisively than we saw Shirley Kings. One less round to be exact, but still 19 rounds, and it's going to be over in their favor. They're going to win that first map. So we've already seen that UT Dallas and Ryerson, they've gotten that early advantage early on in the quarterfinals, but like we said, it's not over until it's over. You can see Penn State come back as well. They're going to have to get it going on that next map, whatever it will be. We'll get to that eventually. And in the meantime, I mean, you talked about University of Houston being dominant. Was there any other team that you really saw that was impressive so far?
I'm really liking the way that we're seeing UT Dallas play right now, because they're going up against an opponent that beat them previously, knocked them out of the tournament completely. It's nice to see that they're changing up their pace. At the beginning of the rounds, they played a little bit aggro pretty quickly, making sure that they were initiating onto the points as quickly as possible with the utility that they had. And then they stopped that, played a few rounds a little bit slower, and you could see it there at the very end that they were able to there wasn't really any comfort for Penn State University because they didn't know how Dallas was going to try and retake that point. They didn't know if they were going to rush in while they were planting or if they were going to wait for rotations. And then you saw a little bit of a mix-up of both, and that knocked them onto their back feet.
Well, we're going right back into another one. It is Rutgers versus Western U. We're just looking at some replays from earlier on, and Western U, they brought it back a little bit. It's now 10-6, so they've been able to win quite a few rounds in a row. You're going to see Will here with that ace, with the Spectre. Great plays, and now it is 11-6, so Rutgers, after losing 3 rounds in a row, able to bring one back. They only need 2 rounds to win this map, and right now they're already going into this next engagement down a player.
Bit of a rough encampment. At 11-6, you know that they're starting to bring it back. They're starting to read you. They know how you want to play this map, or at least approach this attack. Now that you're on defense, it's a bit of a changed game. Western U still looking for a little bit more. They've gotten that first pick, and they're going to explode onto the point. They have Bests on the ult, has the knives out and ready, run it back, it gets used. So there's a little bit of information for Western U, but not a lot. They lose a little bit of time, but not the ult for Bests.
Now they're going to play at that spike. You see Best has that angle with the operator, just looking to see if anyone comes out of hook, and knows the Sova is around that corner because you just saw that arrow come out from them. They have the information, they have the kills, and now it's a 3v2. They started out this down a person, and it looks like they're going to be 1 round away from putting this map away.
Oh, Willie in the back has the classic, trying to get the shots out. There is a bit of a deafen, but Best will be able to get that the better hand on there. And Scarlet, like I said, even though they're coming into this at the 8th seed, they're showing us this surprise of different play, knocking Western U onto their heels.
2 Jets, 2 operators, 1 winner there. It is going to be Best getting the better of that fight. Rutgers, they only 1 round away, so they dropped a few in a row, but they've been able to regroup. They've been able to figure out exactly what they need to do to get very close to putting this series away 1 more round, and it's going to be all over. And you're seeing Western U, some of those players not able to go for a full buy, going to have to go for the Spectre instead, so not going to be as much long-range firepower, and that can be really detrimental to their comeback. They're going to have to go for a bit of a shorter play, probably play a little bit closer up, and you see Soon already being zoned out, not able to really do any fire back.
As they get onto the point, however, Scarlet is going to feel a little bit more comfortable. Nobody on C to contest them taking it. This is going to allow them to position for the retake and get the plant down. Danny Phantom throwing out that molly, going to make sure It cuts off just a little bit. I think he wanted it to get to the default plant spot, but it didn't get as far as he wanted it to go. Now it's up to Willie on this ult to get something going. Paranoia is out to allow for the introduction, but Relaxed still getting kills. Justin gonna follow up as well. Willie down. That's gonna be a big kill. 3 left now for Scarlet as it's all up to Quixotic to get every single one of them. Able to find one, but not the second. Relaxed Potato walks away with 3-4 kills on that round, I believe.
And this is a big upset because this is the number 8 seed winning the first map over the number 1 seed. I talked about this earlier, you know, seeding, maybe not the most important thing in the world. You can still win it regardless, but I don't think this is exactly what I was thinking about. I was thinking maybe more like 7 versus, or, you know, 5 versus 4 or 6v3. But we're going to be moving on to a different matchup now. It's going to be Shorty Kings versus UC Irvine here on Ascent. Shorty Kings, they did take that first map, but right now they're going to take also that first round on that defense. So see if they can keep that going. Again, they went for a little bit of a bigger buy after winning that second round, and it's paying off as Alden able to find 2 of the Spectre.
That's a good start to it. Able to find that third, but sadly cross-mapped by Kylos there. So I'm able to get everything down, but on Ascent, you really need to be careful. If you're attacking first and you allow the defenders to get too many points, could be an issue. This is a defense-heavy map.
This is looking a lot like how it started on that last map. We saw that Shorty Kings, they got to an early lead advantage, and they never really looked back. They're going to be at a disadvantage this round because they committed to that second round by getting the SMG guns. But even with that, they still were able to win that third round, I believe, because we started out with this game on the day. So let's see if they can do it once again. Jay, gonna be stunned out for just a little bit, but Denichi not gonna try to follow up anytime soon. Going for that one-way smoke. Instead, you're seeing UC Irvine. They're just gonna back out a little bit. They are gonna find the first kill onto Kylis. So Irvine, they will have the advantage with 1 extra person.
That's really rough for Pab, getting caught out there in the middle. He's not able to find any kills off of it, but without mid-control, Shorty King's in a very difficult situation. UC Irvine really has the ability to rotate and go to whatever point they choose. An aggressive push out from Alden will get them 1 kill. Recon Bolt will come out, but Ferg gonna end that life pretty quickly as they move on. And with only 1 left, a big play is ahead of us if we want to see Shorty Kings get this defense.
Absolutely. You see where that killjoy is. They're making the rotation now. I don't think they're going to bother trying to contest this point. I think they're just going to try to save, not give any more ult economy to the attackers, not trying to give their gun up if possible. And UC Irvine, you know, they're able to win because they just had the better guns there. It's a bit of a gambit from Shorty Kings to buy on the second round, try to commit. It could be a good trade, though. You know, 2 for 1, obviously going to be in your favor round-wise. Question is, what happens after this? If they can win, if UC Irvine can win in the next round that follows this, it's going to be all tied up, and any advantage that Shorty Kings had early on is going to go out the wayside. You see, it's going to be 1 kill coming out from Xylus while stunned. Still going to end up falling at the end of the day, and UC Irvine, they are going to get on the board.
You get your consolation kill there. You get a little bit of an economy boost. You know, you didn't spend much on your gun, so you're not fretting too hard about losing it.
And now you're going to see they are going to be able to buy a little bit, but they're going to have to use 1 shotgun. So not everyone able to get the full buy on the side of Shorty Kings. Unless they're just, it looks like they're trying to do a little bit of a roulette with their guns. You see they have 3 Vandals, 1 shotgun, and 1 operator. So a bit of a mismatch, but if they can get it done on the defense, it won't matter. That shotgun player, I'm sure, is going to be trying to play a very close corner, but you see already Denichi just gonna dash right past that grenade, gonna go in right with the snipe, and now is gonna pick up a gun of their own, but it's only a shotgun, so still not the best gun they could have possibly gotten. They're gonna end up getting headshot by their counterpart,
who almost got that second kill. Jay, I know Jay did get the second kill onto Nacho, but wasn't paying too much attention. Nibbler able now to find 2 to even things out. Was it do a 3v1, and Alden stuck into a familiar position of being one of the last few members alive. Gets hit with that shock dart, and now down to 37 health. Is a fragile little thing as they perch onto the point. Can't really engage too hardcore. Just an errant bullet. And be able to take them out of the fight. Not checking the corner right there. So June will be able to find that headshot.
And that game did not pay off for Shorty Kings. They did win the second round, but now they've given up 2 in a row. Their economy is still not very good. They went for a bit of a mixed buy last time, mostly full buying, and now they're going to have to concede for a light buy. Sheriffs all around for everyone on the team. Meanwhile, it's only Danichi who's going to be doing a light buy here, probably trying to save up for an op next round. Going to be going for an SMG for now, but still the firepower is on the side of UC Irvine, and momentum might be as well. They've won 2 rounds in a row.
Stabilization, the return has happened. Oh no, Nibbler with the wall bang.
Yeah, a very
Just
quick
pre-fires
start.
into that wall and is able to find that kill.
Sometimes it's better to be good than lucky, and right now it seems like UC Irvine is both. They're able to get 3 very quick kills. Shorty Kings already out of this round before it began, and now they're just going to try to take control of this A point, or B point. I always get these confused, honestly, on a second, because I feel like the way it looks is a bit backwards, but yeah, they are going to be planting on B point. You see the Killjoy as well as the Jet. They're trying to rotate through B short. That sonar arrow is going to be there. It's not going to find them out. It's only the line of sight, but see that Safer playing a very aggressive angle inside of it is going to be met by Jay in just a moment.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you that A should be on the left and B should be on the right. But June able to find that first kill, and this is really looking a bit sharp right now for Shorty Kings. Irvine just has had the answer to every single defense they've been able to put onto the table, except for those first 2 rounds.
And when UC Irvine won the tournament last time around, it was in a 3-map set. They were able to win 2 maps in a row. Oh no, Xylus getting a bit too close to the point. They're going to end up falling to the spike detonation. Didn't have a really great gun to start with anyway, but I'm sure they would have loved to have that Sheriff, just as a backup. It's always good to have 2 good guns as opposed to just an AR and a classic. But finally, you're seeing that Shorty Kings, they will be able to buy this round. Vandals, a Phantom, and 1 op. So the op versus op matchup is going to be very interesting to see. Danichi versus Jay, both of these Jets running it down with that sniper. We've seen Jay just get some amazing kills, but now they're in a bit of a hole after they've dropped 3 rounds in a row.
Oh, wow. Able to find that kill under heavy fire. Going to start things off big for Rutgers. Or for RU, sorry.
They have similar names. We were talking about this before we went live, like RU, Rutgers. They look similar, but it is Ryerson. Yes. And right now it is looking good for them on this defense. Finally, they're able to get the first pick after losing 3 rounds in a row and losing that first pick, those 3 rounds in a row. You see Irvine, they're trying to rotate. It looks like they might be trying to push down mid a little bit. It's only Pab that's really holding it down. That smoke going to be enough for Pab to rotate out. You see, though, that Jet has that op on the right side coming out of A, just looking down that staircase.
Gotta keep that sight line down. A little bit of pop shot just in case someone's there, but that's gonna do more than just give you a lucky chance. It's also gonna let them know exactly where you are. So as they push here onto B, you can see the rotation from mid. Pab now going back into mid. So he can come in behind UC Irvine as they come through. Danichi on the updraft. Trying to get a little bit of information onto the point for Nacho. Nacho able to capitalize on that and find those first 2 kills and put it down to a 2v2. Fab using Empress here. Just needs a couple of kills.
They also committed the Breach ultimate there, but I'm not sure that it stunned up anyone. You see Pab with that Empress going to have a much higher rate of fire. You see that they're poking right now. It's going to get a few shots on to the Omen, but that Omen not going to fall just yet. They use the smoke to try to cut off the other side, and you see that Brimstone, or that Breach is waiting for them to cross over. And they're going to be able to use their ability to be invulnerable for a little bit. Very well used. Nacho isn't a fine one. Can they find the 4th kill to save this round? No, they cannot. It's going to be 3 kills on either side, but it's going to be Pab securing the round with the defuse. And we're all tied up once again.
And what a way to use that utility.
Now we're moving on to UT Dallas versus Penn State. UT Dallas, they picked up the first map in this series, and so far, a 4-round advantage for them early on Split, and it's just going to keep rolling. Is Cola going to find a 3K on the Rays? I
think that's their second flawless in a row. Yeah, that's their second flawless in a row. the round prior to us jumping in, they were able to run a flawless defense as well. And I'm not saying I'm a fortune teller, like we've been over this, but you know, told you, UT Dallas coming in with a vengeance.
If I was a betting man, I would put my bet on UT Dallas right now. Penn State, they've got to figure something out. This map, more than any, I think, in the game is defensive sided. It's so hard to attack on these points, especially if the verticality that you have that advantage positionally as a defender. You just have to keep going up the stairs, and it's just not working out. You're going to see the Rays very early on this side. It's going to be Rezik trying to use that rocket fuse to see if they find anything. They actually were in the same location as one member from UT Dallas, but they rotated out, so not going to find anything there. There's going to be the run it back. It's only going to be used for scouting. No kills found just yet, and it's still a 5v5, but the spike from Penn State has been planted.
Looks like for the retake, they're going to be going with a big play here. A little bit of crowd control, a little bit of explosion splash damage in there, and a lot of bit of damage. UT Dallas coming through. They will not be able to secure another flawless round as they do lose one member, but 4 still alive with full health and a bomb defuse on the way. UT Dallas looking extremely strong right now.
If they're able to finish out this series with a 13-0, it'll give them so much confidence moving on to the semifinals. Not saying it's going to happen, but it is possible. You're seeing Kola right now asking for a little bit of lime with that drink as they are 8-1 and leading the lobby. Just great plays from the Rays all around. This economy that UT Dallas has built up, it's very, very good. It's going to be very hard for Penn State to keep trying to full buy. You see, they are going to not have enough money next round, so Penn State, they got to figure out something here on round 7. They got to get one back to get into this fight, because after that, it's going to be like 1 or 2 rounds before they can full buy again.
And that can be a big impact. I mean, just those 2 rounds, and if those rounds don't go your way, it's going to be extremely difficult for you to buy even then. So much comfort right now for UT Dallas, even at a 4-man squad. They don't seem to be showing cracks in the armor just yet. Yakuza with a quick double kill there puts it to a 4v2, and with double the odds, Fozzie back in the corner looking to even things out, not able to do so with the headshot from Paint. It doesn't look like Penn State are able to put the pieces of the puzzle together just yet.
The pieces are there, but not going to be able to figure out the formula for now. There were 2 kills there that Penn State was able to get, so that forces UT Dallas to spend a little bit more money than they'd want to. Their credit's going to be a little bit lighter in the bank account, but still, regardless if it's flawless or not, that's 7 rounds in a row for UT Dallas. They are looking completely unfazed. They are just going to keep on rolling, and you see that Kola 10-1 right now, so that's a 10 KDA.
That's insane. Absolutely insane. It's the second 10 KDA we've seen so far today. And granted, maybe in the middle of the match. Ooh, Fozzie got a little bit too aggressive there. And now we're starting to see Penn State be a little bit antsy. They're starting to not check corners that they should be, pushing a little bit aggressively into areas, not fully swinging out as they should be. Danny Steele, great job on the first map. Wasn't able to take it for Penn State, but has been a bit of a carrier for them. Needs to share around that calmness. Get that game sense back on action.
So now Titans that has the spike, but they are just 1 shot away from dying. They are so weak, and you see that those flashes will be caught out. So it's going to be Lamb just waiting for Titans to walk right into them. That's exactly what happened there. Not going to be long for this world, and it's just looking more and more dire for Penn State the longer the split goes on. It's a 3v1. We've seen crazier things happen, but with only 56 health, Danny Steele's going to have to hit headshot after headshot.
Headshot after headshot and not take damage in the process. And I'm enjoying the fact that Dallas is playing this patient game. They know that they've won it. And at this point, they're like, we're literally going to give you nothing. If you want one of these kills, come and take it.
We're going to be moving over to another game that's looking very similar. It is currently 8-0 on Split. This time it's going to be University of Houston Premier with that scoreline against the so far round winless Longhorns, who are still struggling to get any momentum here. And we're seeing Sky Sky, we haven't seen her at all yet today. We've only seen her once so far in this tournament. She is legal to play. Icebox is not, but we can talk about that a little bit more later. It seems like Sky, in her first appearance, she wasn't able to get the win on the team that she was played on, but here, Premier, they are just running it down Longhorn's throats right now.
Looking at their composition, it does look a lot like Houston. They feel confident. They can play picks that they may not normally play in this situation, have a little bit more fun with it. I think that might be why we're seeing that Sky come out. But we talked earlier about how big of a triple threat Sky is. She has information building. She's got denial. She's got the flashbang. She's got the healing.
Yeah, the question is, where exactly does she fit into the meta? Maybe hasn't been found out just yet, but that healing, as you see, very good. It's a AoE effect. And even with that healing, it looks like Longhorns, they might have finally been able to figure out how to win their first round. You see that operators being thrown outside of the map once again, and that isn't a B. UT taking one back. Is this the start of the comeback? I'm not sure. But both teams running Sky, so both teams trying out this new character, and so far it's working out a little bit better for Houston, but as I said, Longhorns able to finally win their first round here on Split.
Putting one on the board really helps with the psychological game here. You know, you've already lost your first map. You're 8 down. You haven't been able to put something on the board. They were able to run 3 flawless rounds in a row. That puts a bit of a dent in your mental. Being able to put that point on the board is going to be big for the Longhorns, for Longhorn Gaming, as they come into this next engagement. A little bit more confidence, but they're going to lose that first gunfight.
If they could somehow make this 8-4 going into the break, it would be such a great advantage for them. They need to win 3 more in a row. You see the flash going to be coming out from the skies and a find 2 out on the side of the Longhorns. They've only lost 1, but Mr. Catfish is able to find another one. Now going to be able to use that ability to gain health. So it is 4v4, and just like that, it is a 4v2.
Longhorn right now is still in a position where they can take this. They have a little bit of healing. They have the positional advantage. They just got to be able to navigate around this heaven site. And it looks like patience is going to be the key. They're sending Catfish all the way around to mid. But as long as they're quiet, don't give away their positioning, we're going to see the rotation from Premier come through. But Endorsey not able to win the gunfight on point, and that's going to be a big deterrent. As bomb goes down, it's going to be very difficult for Catfish to get back over there.
The Empress not going to be enough. Koi still showing that they are a boss on this Raze, and I'm not sure I like that play by the Longhorns. Yes, they had healing, but they don't use it, and they use the Empress so early on while split pushing that they really never find any value of it. As you saw, that Raze, Mr. Catfish, or that Reyna, Mr. Catfish, is not looking in the right area at the right time, found out from behind, and it's actually not even Koi who's leading the lobby right now. It's actually their Omen on the side of University of Houston, so it's great to see that different players stepping up on different maps.
Thank you.
Koi decided to tone it down a little bit, it seems.
Give other players a chance, huh? Just let them pop off. It's a team effort.
Exactly, it's a team effort. Koi there in the very 26 health. Luckily for you, you've got a healer all the way back up to full health. No shields, however. Oh. And with that, the dogs are out. They are able to find one. Wing now, deterring one of themselves. You see that Hawk being thrown as Koi gets that satchel charge kill onto Catfish. It's going to start things off big. Win needs to check the pallet box, doesn't check the pallet box, and gets a bullet to the face.
This guy is going to be popping off. Doesn't have that heal right now. Doesn't have to wait for it to recharge. It is right now a 3v2 in University of Houston's advantage. You just see that this Ranger is kind of spamming away. Hasn't found anyone out just yet. Looking to push the smoke. Meanwhile, again, it's a split push. You see the Omens on mid. Meanwhile, that's where the spike is as well. So if they're able to catch out this Omen, that would be huge. The Phoenix going to be found out on B, and now it's a 3v1.
Gotta be super, super careful here, Kimji. Last time you saw you were in mid, it's very, very possible that you rotate over to A. You can see Premier making that decision. Looks like somebody did get found out there. Kimji able to find that first kill, so he should be able to get the plant. That's a little bit of extra money for the Longhorns. But oh man, Premier, they've got him literally cornered.
That was a great play by Kim. She uses the teleport cancel to completely fool the defending enemy there, but in the end, it's still not enough. Was able to find one pick. It was able to get more money with that spike plant, but just wasn't enough. Now we're going to be turning our attention to that Ascent map that we started out on for our map 2s in the quarterfinals. It is the Shorty Kings versus UC Irvine and
The grudge match.
the grudge matchup indeed. It's very close right now. Both these teams have been trading rounds back and forth a bit more close than that first map we saw the Shorty Kings take.
Yeah, Shorty Kings definitely felt a little bit confident, but this is something that we saw in that final matchup was Irvine being a little bit stronger here on Ascent.
Oh, it's all tied up 6-6 going into the side swap now. Pistols back out for everyone. It's very important for both of these teams to win this first round because they're almost automatically guaranteed that second round. Getting off to an 8-6 lead with how close it has been so far on Ascent is very important. You're seeing right now the Shorty Kings on the attack. They're trying to push on to A site. They've left a few mid and towards B. Now it looks like they might be thinking of a different approach, maybe rotating out a little bit, but for now they're just gonna play patient, maybe wait for that entry frag, wait for that default pick before they make any moves.
Ooh, Nacho now getting extremely aggressive. Will get popped, but not after, or sorry, not before he's able to find Nibbler out. The kills are gonna ring through for Irvine, putting Shorty Kings into a 1v4.
And I'm not a huge fan of the frenzy, but there it worked out really well for Janichi. We're going to see Juan going to fall to Xylus, but it's still a 1v3. Going to pick up the Ghost, so a little bit more firepower, has the silence as well. That spike is down on point A. So right now, for UC Irvine, they don't have to play aggressive. They don't have to chase this kill. They just have to play the objective. Make sure that that spike isn't planted.
UC Xylaz with the jiggle peek, able to get a couple of shots in, but not able to get the job done. So that's going to be Irvine putting themselves up one round here as we head into the last round before... or sorry. For some reason, my brain thought that halftime was at 14 instead of 12 for a short second.
The halftime already over with.
Already happened.
Already happens. And now with that one round lead after the swap, you see Irvine looking to keep that lead a bit. They are again going to go for that light SMG buy. So the Spectre out and about for most of the team. Janichi, though, just going to hold on to the frenzy. He says, hey, this is good enough for me. I got it done last time. Just a little bit of an update. UT Dallas did end up winning the map, so they are going to be the first team to advance to our semifinals. We're going to see if any other teams make it across after that. You see the final score on the board. It was a 13-0 against PSU on that second map. Meanwhile, Shorty Kings, they are now down 2 members here on Ascent.
Down 2 members, but they are not going to be given up. They're still holding strong at this choke point, but not able to find much other than a single kill, and it's going to cost them 2-3 members in the process. And an aggression coming out from the breach is able to find a little bit of aggro, but no kills. Alden able to find one as they move in towards A, and you can see this 3-pronged attack getting prepared by UC Irvine on the defense.
Alden was able to pick up the stinger there, but it's not going to matter because Nibbler going to be on the rotation just waiting for someone to come out. Going to find another one
Nibbler!
Through the smoke. Sometimes you're just shooting and hoping that you're going to find something, and there it is. The random spam going to find that last kill, and UC Irvine going to win that second round in a row, giving themselves a bit of a comfort, a little bit of comfort here as they're finally able to take a series lead, or a map lead, not a series lead, because they are down 1-0, so they need to win this map for it to keep going.
Yeah, they're going to have to win consecutively here. But, you know, after that, they I believe, let's see, what their third map is going to be, I believe, Ascent? Oh, no, it'll be a coin flip for the third map. So, given that they get a map that kind of favors them, I don't think there's going to be too much of an issue. And the only map they truly have a lot of issues on is Bind.
See right now, in the meantime, the Shorty Kings, they have taken over the point. They have the one-player advantage. And Yuchi just trying to find shots with this op. Isn't going to find anyone out just yet. Now going to use the knives. Knives are out. He's going to find Xylus in the corner, but it's going to be Xylus with a headshot. And it's not looking good for UC Irvine right now. It's always that gambit of can you win that third round in a row after you spend on the second round. And It has not worked out for either of the teams here on a set. Now it's going to be 7-8. Shorty Kings going to bring one back, one round away from once again being tied.
And you give yourself this little bit of a wiggle room. You got to be able to keep it. Irvine now putting it down to a 1-round game before it gets tied up. And it looks like that's kind of been the tug and pull. 2 rounds go for Shorty Kings, then 3 rounds go for Irvine, and they trade a couple. 3 rounds go for Shorty Kings, 4 rounds go for Irvine. Ryerson doing a good job of answering back when Irvine can get these leads.
It seems like out of the quarterfinals matchups, this is definitely the one to watch. This is the closest ones in terms of rounds, at least. See if they can force that map through. You're seeing that the attacker is Nihilist to commit that Killjoy ultimate, so they're going to try to get everyone stuck up on the defense. You see Irvine, though, they're going to play still a bit aggro, and it's going to cost them one person wanting to be able to trade it out a little bit, but they're going to fall very shortly. So Shorty Kings, again, at that player advantage early on, and now they're rotating again onto that B site.
And the B side, a favorite of Ryerson, is it's a little bit easier to hold. And they've done a lot better job of positioning themselves here on B site for these retakes.
And unless Danichi's able to hit headshot after headshot with the Sheriff with only 18 health, it's going to be another round in Shorty King's way. And there's going to be Xylus following it up with the Bulldog headshot collateral. Say that 3 times fast. And Shorty Kings, they are able to even up the score. So time and time again, we've seen it's been 4-4, 6-6, 8-8. Just seems like these teams are going back and forth in increments of 2.
Yeah, neither team has been able to really define like a winning pattern, if you will. Small, minute changes keep happening, and every time a little bit changes, you get a couple of rounds. The question is, can you keep it fresh? We've already seen Ryerson go after this B push so many times. Do you expect them to expect you to go A, or do you try the tried and true on B?
Well, looks like they were not expecting Danichi there with that op shot to open things up. For the Shorty Kings, they do have the Emperor, so they could try to commit that. Try to maybe play, even though they're at a disadvantage, try to play a bit more aggro. Maybe they're just waiting to see. You see, they're just hiding behind the smoke right now on that A site. The rest of the team is there for the most part, except for their Killjoy, which is just roaming around mid. There is going to be the stun very briefly, as well as the Omen smoke, so that high ground completely cut off, and now a headshot. Oh. And Kyla's also going to find one, and very quickly it's just turning in Shorty King's favor.
Yeah, and Jay with those first 2 kills, putting themselves onto the board in a very good fashion. Beautiful job getting that aerial headshot.
Had a 3K at the end of that, so a great play there by Jay. Even though they were down 1, they just decided to push on to that A point super aggressively, super quickly, caught the rest of UC Irvine off guard, and Shorty Kings, they are going to retake the lead. It's currently 9-8. Oh, it's just so close. I wouldn't be surprised if UC Irvine gets another one back here, but I would be surprised actually, because their economy once again in shambles, not able to do much here. Just a lot of Sheriffs. Still, thrifty wins, they're possible. Unprobable, but possible still.
It's possible, and I'd like to see it.
It's always winnable, always.
That's what my plat brain has always told me, at least. You see Pat being very patient here, waiting out. They've known that there's been a lot of aggression on this corner from the breach. Almost catches them in a reload. Is able to secure the kill and move into the corridor.
See already the man advantage. They're going to try again to push on A. This time they're going to try to go through different angle. You see the Paranoia coming out is going to find 2. That Paranoia on the other side not going to manage it. And you see already, even though they have worse guns, it is even right now. And Pab is not going to be able to get the Empress off. So now it's a 3v2. And here is Nibbler's Sobal. Is going to find one out. Is going to find Silas.
No. He not only does he find Silas, but now he knows where the final one is.
Yeah, that's 80 damage, or a little bit less, I believe. Yeah, it looks like the Sova is going to have 70 still, so it went through the shield. Although they're going to find one. It's a 1v1. Now they're going to use their own, but only 15 health.
30 seconds left.
Isn't able to gather the information needed in order to take that, and can't go back for the point, or for the spike. There it is! Danichi able to pick up a Phantom off of the ground and bring him back in. Like we said, Wouldn't be surprised to see Irvine take it.
I mean, I was saying that more just because I was hoping, it'd be a bit closer, not because I actually had faith, but I should have had faith because they did amazing. So it's 9-9 in that matchup, and now we're going to be looking at some replays from the Scarlet Knights versus Western U. Rutgers, they did take that first map, but it's been mostly Western U so far on Bind, which is their second map of the series. We'll see where that score is after the replays, but, talked about this earlier. Western U, they are the first seed. Rutgers, they're the 8th seed, so the lowest seed that qualified for the 8-team quarterfinals, yet still able to win that first one, gave them a lot of momentum. Seems like Western U, they're able to bring it back just a bit. And we'll see where things are once we get to the live rounds.
I'm hoping to see that my boy Potato is going crazy.
Right now it is 6-3 in Western U's favor, so Scarlet is able to bring it back a little bit, but Danny Phantom on the flank isn't going to find the kill. The rocket's just not landing, and now it looks like the attackers are at a big disadvantage. Rutgers able to find 2 kills early on, even though the spike is planted, so they need to play aggressively. They have the gun advantage, and now it's a 5v2.
Yeah, 5v2 is a gloom setting for the stage, as Zhao is able to find vests out. Not to mention that they're rocking pistols here. Can Chicken Soup able to find themselves a couple of kills there as Scarlet looks to even out our score. They got 2 more rep matches until halftime. If you go into that halftime as a 6-6, you're feeling okay. I mean, it was 2-5 not too long ago.
Yeah, Rutgers are finally able to pick some momentum up. They have the op as well, and they just did a great job with their recontest there. They let the spike be planted, but then they ran in full steam ahead. Just had their whole team around that spike, so even though they lost one, they were able to find the kills at the very end of the day after the spike was defused. That's great for your economy, not so great for Western U's economy, and now Western U on this attack, they don't want it to be 6-6 going into the break. They want to at least have 1 or 2 rounds on them. At best, it will be a 8-4. At worst,
which would be a great place to be.
Exactly. I think 8-4 is kind of that sweet spot. 7-5, yeah, I mean, you still have 2 rounds, but easily could be tied up if you lose the pistol round, so you really want to have 8-4 at minimum, and that's only their best case scenario. They've given up a few rounds in a row now, and you see they're trying to push on to A. They're going to have to find something good to open it up. They are going to use that Soba ult, and it's going to find Relax Potato, and they aren't going to fall just yet, but Danny Phantom isn't going to finish it off.
Yeah, Danny Phantom trying to get that grenade off into the side, going, maybe they're in baths and I can hit them with this, and that'll stop this onslaught of damage, but it's not going to get the job done. With only 2 members left for Scarlet, Western U are definitely looking to find themselves another pickup here on the attack.
All right, now you see the score update. It is currently 11-7 lead for UH. Currently in this map,
UT
it's still
able to pull 7 maps off of the University of Houston.
Yeah, it's been a bit of a comeback for them, for the Longhorns. Let's see if they can complete that comeback and force another map. But currently, Western U, they heard what they said. They heard that they needed to get that to that 8-4, and now they're only 1 round away from achieving it before the swap. Rutgers, I mean, again, if they're down 5-7, it's not the end of the world. If they're able to win the first pistol round, they'll put themselves in a much better position once they sought to attack. But the fact that they're down on the defensive round is a bit alarming. Bind, maybe not as defensive sided as some other maps, but still, you'd think, as the defenders first, that you'd be leading at least for now.
Yeah, it's a little bit rough to come into this down 3 maps. But it's pretty nice to come into your next defensive situation up on a body. A beautiful first pick that not only gets the pick, but also gets the ult online. Going to be starting things off. Beautiful recon bolt, getting a lot of information right now for Scarlet as Western U trying to initiate onto A. Oh, grenade bounced off of the back wall, but doesn't make its way all the way back to where the spike is going to be planted. Doesn't hit that default plant. Quixotic finds 1, but a quick and even out from Can of Chicken Soup is going to put Zhao into the grave.
Is there
even
back?
trades all around isn't going to help Western.
Yeah, it looks like it is going to end up being 5-7. You see there's the double peek on the spike, the defuse coming out, and it's going to be another round in the half for Rutgers. So they're able to bring it back a little bit. Still at a slight disadvantage, but it's going to be UC Irvine. They have really picked up the pace here on Ascent. They're going to lose the first pick in that fight, but they are on round, the last round they need to win, so that is map point. They could try to even up this quarterfinal series and force a map 3.
Yeah, Shorty Kings on this offense have not been able to put everything together the same way they have before. You see there, June getting the better of Jay. Gonna kind of completely diffuse any hopes of a B push as they begin to initiate on to A. You see Ferg just kind of holding things here on the high ground. Notices that Pob isn't just jiggle peeking, but is actually in the middle of that hallway, that arch, and is able to take him out.
Despite a great comeback from the Longhorns, it looks like they are not going to be able to bring it all the way back. It is going to be the University of Houston qualifying for that semifinal round, so congrats to them. Meanwhile, UC Irvine, they're trying to do the exact same thing right here. They're trying to force a map 3 to have a chance of winning another tournament. I mean, winning back-to-back Valorant tournaments here at Conference 1, I'm sure that would be amazing for them and the program. They have a good advantage right now on this round, on round 22. One person just need to make sure that they cover all their sides. You're seeing Nasha go for a very aggressive flash. He's going to find the spike here, but isn't going to see the one behind them. Alden going to find the trade immediately after.
That's got to be rough. You walk in and out of the smoke at the exact same time. Doesn't catch the Sova. It's up to Nibbler now to do so. Sees the bomb get picked up and pops out immediately. What a way to use the mini-map.
That's going to be UC Irvine bringing it back. A very close map, a very close match so far. These two teams cannot be decided on 2 maps only. It is going to go to a third map. It's going to go to a tiebreaker to decide who's going to get into the semifinals. But we already know 2 teams that have qualified for the semifinals. It is University of Houston, and the other one is UT Dallas.
Yeah, Houston waiting to see if they're going to be playing Shorty Kings or Irvine, and like you said, we're not going to know the answer to that until the end of our next map. And then we've got UT Dallas and the Penn State University game still going on. Or sorry, the Western U Rutgers game still going on to see who faces off against UT Dallas.
Yep. So that game currently is at 6-7, so it's still a pretty close one. Where we left it, it looks like the Scarlet Knights were able to win that first pistol round after the round swap, so we're going to get back into that right now. Here it is with Rutgers on the attack, Western U on the defense, 6-7, and like you said before, it's okay to be down 5-7, because if you can win this next round, it's all tied up once again.
Soon running away from that drone, so they can't tell who, if anybody, was in hookah, but a very quick plant from Scarlet. Not a lot of resistance from Western U. You see the rotation coming back from B. Nobody deciding to rotate through attacking spawn. Everybody going to be coming from the same general direction, and with that recon aerial, they know it's there. Don't group up.
Best gonna get the 3K. Can they get the ace? They only needed one more shot. It's not gonna be there. The 4K, though, isn't to be enough to carry the rest of Rutgers to that tied round amount. Now it's 7-7. Oh, I'm sure that Best is a bit disappointed in themselves. Like, oh man, so close to that ace.
One shot away. I mean, if you're Western U, though, someone go heaven. Somebody go somewhere else. You can't all just stand in a doorway.
Yeah, they were just kind of lined up for that spam to come out from the Spectre on the side of Best. And again, now that they've won those 2 rounds in a row, they might have to give up a few more rounds before they can buy once again. They will be able to buy next round, so they are saving. Going to be going with what they had before. You see the camera is going to be on B site. The Recon Bolt has revealed a few of the players on the side of the Scarlet Knights, and they are going to make their way on to B. Look at this rotation coming out from Western U. Most of them were on A long. You're seeing that the Ray is trying to come probably through hookah eventually. No, actually going to back out, maybe looking for a teleporter. This site is completely open right now for Rutgers if they're able to push this.
Huh. Not going to be taking teleporter. Looks like going for the extremely long rotation back down, and we're seeing a similar play from Western University, stacking all of their players here in defender spawn.
Yeah, but it's going to be Justin getting one. So even though they only have SMGs on the side of Rutgers, they're able to find 2 good kills. They have completely control of the point. You're seeing Western U, they're backing out a bit. They might have given up on this round. They decided, hey, we've got to just keep our ARs for that next one, as they're going to be in a bit of a pickle with their economy. The credit's not going to be in their favor. This Jet gonna try to push it, and Best gonna end up giving their life for it.
Yeah, I definitely would like to see. I'd like to see Western U kind of spread their people out just a little bit. Send somebody to hookah. Send somebody a different way. Because if you're all stood up in one single lane, yeah, you do have the advantage of having multiple people firing on a single target, but it also only takes one person and a couple of decent shots to take out multiple members of your team.
I like to remind everyone, this is the number 8 seed. Rutgers currently up in the scoreboard against Western U, which is our number 1 seed. They've already won the first map, so they win it here. They will complete a very nice upset. A great round there. A light buy able to win them out. Now, it's okay that they chased those kills. It was a great play. They knew they were going to get rid of the SMGs anyway, so if they die there, not a big deal. They were able to kill everyone off from Western U, so they don't have any guns for this round. You see, they're going to have to go for a light buy themselves now. So Rutgers putting themselves in a great position to win this round.
Bit of a distraction of action there into hookah to keep Zhao and the rest kind of just safe and stationary. Lamp knows they're both in there. He knows they're both still in there as they're continuing to respond to his shots. As Best moves on to the point, you see a rotation now from Western U sending their rays from A back to point B. But the bomb still by A.
Oh, a great headshot. That's going to take out Best, so the advantage is in their favor. These 2 kills, so even though it's a light buy, again, like the light buy like last round is going to be the one that has the advantage right now. Western U able to find 2 very good kills. The spike is going in the direction of A. You see, though, that the rays from the side of the Scarlet Knights kind of caught out, stuck on B long. Now going to go for a very late rotation, and Justin going to try to just plant that spike in their own smoke.
Is able to do so. See the tag go out. Willie doesn't see the omen, however. So Justin just going to be able to sit here. Recon arrow out. It will be able to give a little bit of location information. Cannon chicken soup with the shock dart, trying to equalize in some fashion to get a little bit more purchased onto the point. The paranoia goes out and finds Danny Phantom. Justin finds 3 with it.
Oh, Justin.
This Justin. Scarlet's cracked.
Oh, I like what you did there. I also kind of hate it, but I mostly like it. That was great positioning there by the Omen. A huge paranoia that gets 3 players on the side of Western U, and there you see the gun advantage. It just was too much for Western U to deal with. That Phantom just spams all across those 3 enemies. 1, 2, 3, lights out, and Rutgers now 2-round lead. They're inching closer and closer to closing out this series.
If they could just take home 4 more of these rounds, they'll be putting themselves into contention to face UT Dallas. And take down, have to face another member seated above them. But as we've seen here, that is not the be-all, end-all of the conversation.
Absolutely, though. It is going to be Best that probably should have been a little bit more cautious there. 2 quick picks from Western U. They are able to buy again this round. They have the advantage once again, but last round they had 2-man advantage, weren't able to get the job done. Now they have the guns needed to really solidify a round win here and get another one in the bank, so it's only a 1-round disadvantage. Though you're going to see Willie going to be taken out, so now 3v4. Relax Potato not having a lot of health, but still a lot of firepower.
Yeah, Relax Potato continuing to be a nemesis, if you will, to Western U in these engagements. Lamp already moving into a precarious position. They're trying to figure out where this bomb is.
It's right now being cornered by Western U, so they know where that spike is. It's on B long, so you just see almost all of that team there. There is one covering the flank. It is the Rage just covering the spawn side, and just gonna be that Phoenix spamming through, gonna find the flash, and Lamp gonna find 1, gonna find 2, but it's not gonna be enough. Soon gonna finish it off, and this is just so back and forth style. 9-8. I would not be surprised. It's gonna be 9-9 after this next round.
Close is exactly how I want these games to be. I want the back and forths that we are seeing, and now we're moving into the operator rounds where things begin to change.
Ops on both sides. Usually you have the advantage if you're the defender for the op, especially on the A side, because you just have Heaven Here on B, if you try to peek it long, it's a little bit of a toss-up, really, who peeks first and who can get the jiggle peek out and about. So soon going to throw out that recon bolt. It's not going to find anything as it's destroyed. And Scarlet, they're trying to find a way onto a point. You see half of them at B, the other half rotating towards mid and A, so a bit of a split push, maybe looking for that initial pick to get them onto a site. But this Sova playing very aggressively into showers, and you see that that op is just trained right on that entrance.
Up to Lamp to make sure that they know that the op's on board by this point. They know the economy is there. They just have to make sure that whatever engagements that they're bringing into this aren't in those sight lines. The B push now beginning to make a little bit more headway as they push further into that hallway. But A is pretty much where the focus is right now, at least for Western U.
See Best being so patient, waiting for the other op or on the opposite team to just peek out. But you see that Raze does not want to be playing an angle where she can be found out from A long, instead just training on showers. It's just about patience and who can find the picks they need. You see that the camera was destroyed, and now there's going to be the run it back coming out from Western U.
And Danny trying to get something going with that op, but wasn't able to find the shot. Quixotic either with being able to get the job done. Danny Phantom now throwing a grenade into showers, is going to get caught by Potato's nade instead. So no operator coming into the next rounds for Western U.
There's going to be Silva's ultimate coming out. It is going to find one, but you're going to see the jet dash up in the air. Is going to save their life. The spike has been planted best. Still holding this angle. Is going to find one. Almost found a collateral there. It's only Zhao that's going to be left. Zhao going to take out Best. And you see how far back right now the teammates that are alive on the side of Scarlet, they're going to use that arrow right onto the point, and it's going to be Justin just running in on the back of that Silva ultimate to get another round in the bank. You see right now, we are starting out match 3 between UCI and Ryerson. Currently, Ryerson having a 3-0 lead. We might check that one out depending on how this one goes. If we see Rutgers take this one, we're going to go immediately into that semifinal matchup after a short break. So we'll see how it breaks down here on production. But Rutgers, they are inching closer and closer to that being a possibility. They only need 3 more rounds to clinch a spot in the semifinals.
Not only are they close to it, but they are looking really comfortable right now.
Yeah,
and that's really what you want out of the teams. I mean, soon now going to be able to wind up for a quick recon arrow. They're seeing the Roomba already be tossed out. Not really going to find much information or explode on anybody.
You see how important that round win was for the Scarlet Knights, because the economy now for Western U is completely gone. They're having to buy SMGs. They can't buy an op. They're having to buy, sheriffs. So the gunfight is not in their favor. Right now, if you're Western, you got to be playing corners, hoping that you can find someone out. You see already a lot of abilities being used on this B point. It looks like Rutgers, they want a full commit, but there is going to be a trade coming out.
And an early kill coming out from Quixotic, and soon we're going to be helping things out right now for Western U. Justin finds 2 again. Not the first time that he's been able to deliver multi-kills. With 3v2, Zhao needs to be very careful and waiting now for their raise to get to the point in order to help them out.
One thing that's really important there is that they actually had to cancel the spike plant because they are being caught out just through the spam damage, through the wall bang. So Justin going to be only at 15 health right now. It is Can of Chicken Soup that's on the point. You see the rest of the team trying to rotate into that corner. They know that there's one there, but it's not going to be... They just back away at the last second, so now Zhao to be able to teleport out, and Danny Phantom able to take out Justin. Now down to Chicken Soup and Danny Phantom.
Nice try on the short teleport. He was trying to fake him out there, but didn't work out. Good job on Can of Chicken Soup to really check that. Oh no! Danny Phantom did the fake right, but was not able to find the shots. It will be Can of Chicken Soup putting it down to 11 and 8. Only 2 more rounds to go for Rutgers.
They're also able to save the operator there, so they won't have to spend another 5,000 credits to keep it online. Best's going to be given that gun. Very selfless play by Layup. That's what you want to see, that camaraderie between teammates. Like, just spy me, it's fine, it's whatever. As you said, 2 more rounds for Rutgers, and they will seal the deal. Punch their ticket to the semifinals, so see if they can get it done. They now are going to have to face a full buy from Western U, and Western U, they're gonna have to keep spending as much money as they can now, because each round they lose is just less and less time for them to be able to get back to this. The op shot from Best going to be missing it just by a little bit. See the tracking dart on Best, so they have a good idea for Western U that this attack is going to be coming on to A.
Western U, however, seems pretty prepared for it. You saw them go in with that initial shot onto the camera just to make sure that that Cypher camera had really no effect. Now they're going to go and rotate back over to B.
They're going to push aggressively. Beth's going to use that dash. Found one in the smoke, but it's going to be soon finding it. The counter picks are in, and now it's a full commit. So it looks like they were going to go A. Now they're on B, and soon just having a field day in the corner. It's going to be a 3v3 when all is said and done. And Chicken Soup only 6 health right now.
Quixotic being very careful here.
Spike planted.
Knows exactly where that plant just went down, but with Will up in the hookah. No, Will not going to have sights onto the killing Quixotic. So Quixotic will be able to not only get that kill secured, the defuse should not be too big of a task for them as well.
One enemy remaining.
Got one behind, one down, and that's going to be it. Scarlet going to put it up to a 12-8.
That was Western U who won on defense. So it's actually 11-9 now.
Sorry.
Good play. Yeah, you saw there that Quixotic used the run it back, went for the defuse then as it was ending. So it kind of forced Rutgers to rotate in a way they didn't want to, because like, hey, we got to like defend this spike. But it was really just a patient play by Western U. They still had one looking down into Hookah, and then they found the pick there. Were able to turn around, find another pick, and bing, bang, boom. That's going to be Western U evening it up a little bit more. Rutgers still looking for 2 more round wins to move on into the semifinal. Western U, they need about 5 to get closer, 6 to win the game outright if they can win this next round and keep Scarlet from getting to that 12 pick, and they're starting off very well.
Western U, however, going to be starting this round off phenomenally, able to take that Raze ultimate completely offline by getting that early kill as the trades come through. Chicken Suit, the last one alive, but the realive for Western U will give them the point take, and now 11-10. Things are starting to get a little bit sweaty, a little bit hairy over here.
Yeah, Rutgers, they had that cushion for a little bit of 3 rounds, and now it's only a 1-round difference. They still are in the lead. They are so close to it being match point, but now they're going to struggle this round because it has to be a light buy. So unless they can pull off some more magic with the Thrifty, it's going to be 11-11. And these teams just, again, neck and neck. It just never seems to end. They keep going back and forth with getting tied up and then trading who's in the lead.
And one thing that I love to see is that we're not really seeing one player from either team hardcore carry things out. Both teams pretty similar in kills. Everybody, as you go down the ladder, only separated by a few points.
You see right now the Shredded Kings have a good lead in their 3rd map of the day in the quarterfinals. UCI, the defending champions, might be seeing their exit early on in these playoffs. Meanwhile, Chicken Soup going to commit that Hunter's Fury. Isn't a find the first hit, isn't a find the second one, and the third one after missing the second one, taking out their counterpart in soon. So gonna have a bit of a man advantage, but again, those guns just not advantageous for them. They had to do a light buy.
With that quick rotation through the teleporter, Western U is going to know exactly where it is, but they're not looking for the teleport. Oh no, Justin, what are you doing?
One player remaining.
Justin gonna find a lot of great kills there. So Rutgers, they're doing it again. It doesn't matter that they don't have better guns. They are just making amazing plays. Justin with the teleport is going to give them a 3v1 advantage, and the Molly going to be thrown out a little bit too late. Relax Potato going to end this round, and now Rutgers 1 round away, and they will advance on to play UT Dallas. They're itching for it. They want to win this. They want to keep the Cinderella run going.
And they can do it. You know, they've got the duels, the duels. They've got the tools and the duels to do it. But more importantly, economy for Western U not very great. 1 judge, as well as the submachine gun online. You're not coming at this with a full kit.
Yeah, so it's do or die. They get to buy as much as they can, but like you said, not a full kit. A Spectre and a Judge mixed in with those assault rifles that they have online. Best just spamming down with the op. There is going to be Sova's drone. Not sure if it found anything, but it looks like for Rutgers, they want to put it away here on this B point.
Aggression from Best, however, on this op might not pay off. There's not really anybody on B that's going to be an easy kill. If you're going to want to get something done with that op, you are going to have to put yourself in danger in order to do so.
Falling just yet. You see the ultimates online for either side. There's a Hunter's Fury that Western U has in the bank. Meanwhile, Cypher, they have that ultimate will catch out where everyone is. You see that camera coming out. Not sure if Relax Potato saw it. They're going to be able to use the Hunter's Fury, and yeah, Relax Potato has been found out a little bit, but because they didn't use the drone, it's actually going to be Justin that's found out behind them, so Relax Potato going to live to see another day, but ended up losing one of their teammates because of it.
Oh, and trying to get into that Lamps encounter, Danny Phantom is going to have the cursor placement at just the right spot, and that's going to put Rutgers down to only 2 members as the defuse comes out. Western U looking for a pretty much flawless defense there.
Yeah, and it's going to be another round going to Western U, so there is a potential to see extra rounds here. If they get to 12-12, then we get into the you need to win 2 in a row scenario. Rutgers, I'm sure they don't want it to get to that point. They do have the economy for the most part, except for Justin. Yeah, I'm sure someone will try to buy so that way they can get the full buy out for the full team. It's coming down to the wire here. Meanwhile, Zhao only has 3,000, so again, similar scenario. I believe someone on Western U will buy for them. There it is. So actually, Best's going to stick with the Stinger here, so that could be a huge difference here if they're not able to win this round. Stinger has a great rate of fire, but a bit unpredictable with the spread, as well as the fact that it is very short range. So Rutgers, if they don't win this round and they end up losing in extra rounds, they might be kicking themselves for that decision.
Well, you know, you gotta live in the moment. You gotta risk it to get the biscuit. Best, so he's going to be taken down early soon, and Quixotic all able to find kills, and now it's just one single person. Justin into a 1v2 has the bomb. Okay, we're going to see teleporter there. Doesn't look like he's going to be adamant about the B plant.
See right now that Western U, they're just sitting on A, so it looks like we're actually going to see them just run directly into each other. Justin probably thought there was going to be some rotation, and you see that Justin hasn't reloaded either, so there's only 15 bullets in that clip.
Oh.
If only they had that information to know exactly where Western U is, but you see that right out of Lamps, that Raze is just staring down that angle, and they're probably about to be found out. That camera is going to find out where Justin is. Justin now going to be caught out by the Raze ultimate, and the misplay by Rutgers there. If they had just planted on B, it's such a better advantage there.
Sides. Overtime.
I mean, my initial assumption, if I was in the heat of the moment, would have probably been similar. They're going to rotate to B to catch me. I need to pick which rotation I want to take back to A to hopefully not get caught out by somebody. That's probably through their spawn. But the second you see that Cypher cam active, you've got to pull your knife out and run back to B.
You see on the other quarterfinal matchup that's still going on right now, Ryerson, they have a good lead, 5 rounds on top of UC Irvine. We'll see if they can get the job done, but here right now we might be forcing a map 3 in this quarterfinal match. It is 12-12, it is extra rounds. You need to win 2 rounds in a row to seal the deal to get the job done. And Western U, they were down, they are not out. They've been able to tie things up here. There is going to be a first pick from Best, and Rutgers, they might have given up that lead. They might have not been able to get it done before overtime, but they still want to go on to the semifinals to complete this upset victory over the #1 seed.
And what an opener yet again for Western U. Able to find that initial kill. For Scarlet. For Rutgers. Western U losing that initial kill on the attack. It just feels so good to be Rutgers right now.
I mean, you gotta lose a little bit of confidence after giving up a few rounds in a row, right? You had the win condition, now you're kind of playing back. But if you could get this kill, you can, and now it's looking good for you. A 4v3, and the Raze on the other side for Western U at 1 health, and you still have the angles with the op, but soon gonna peek it, and now that advantage has gone down slightly.
Oh, but Cannon Chicken Soup gonna be cleaning up a lot there. Phantom with only 9 health left will get taken down. But what a play earlier
Switching sides.
I mean, Justin
Match point.
using the wall to not only not get hit by the flashbang coming in from Quixotic, but also gets the paranoia out in time to hit Quixotic.
Just incredible. Yeah, I hate myself for just saying that pun too, but they're now on match point 1.
Yeah.
Here, they just need to be able to win it on the attack. Now, it keeps swapping back and forth, so every round is going to swap sides until one team's able to win on attack and defense back to back. And I'm sure Rutgers, they're feeling the pressure, they're feeling the momentum, they're feeling this win right now. The drone going to catch out one on belongs to Sova, going to rotate now, and looks like the whole team is trying to now push on to A for their possibly last round here on Binds.
I'm sad that we're not seeing any Odins right there. Always one of my favorite strats on this map. Has the paranoia ready, gonna send that down mid. Isn't gonna find much and will get paranoid in kind. Justin now with the plant just outside of the Cypher cage. Not necessarily on default, but 2 kills now coming through for Rutgers. Scarlet as they put themselves into a 5v3, putting themselves into a very good position and hopefully putting themselves into the semifinals. 1 kill left to go. Soon's able to find one, able to find a second, but Best gets the best of him. And that's going to be sending Rutgers into the next semifinal against UT Dallas.
Yep, and that's going to be the matchup we're going to have for you on stream. So it's going to be interesting to see if Rutgers can once again rise to the occasion as the underdog and win that matchup. But all of these quarterfinals, for the most part, were really fun to watch. You saw 2 that were a little bit less close. You saw that University of Houston and UT Dallas, they punched their ticket very early on here, even though it was a 2-0 win for Rutgers. I mean, those maps, both of them went to the breaking point. They were so close. Meanwhile, UCI and Ryerson, they are still in that third map. So we could see one or the other. It was Ryerson with a pretty handy lead early on, but maybe UC Irvine, they could bring it back and secure themselves a spot in the semifinal. They are, again, the defending champions, so I'm sure they don't want to go out this early on, but they might not have much of a choice as the Shorty Kings have made it to the semifinals all 3 tournaments they've played in, and I'm sure they're going to keep that streak going today.
That they are, but we're going to be taking a short break, ladies and gentlemen, before we get into our semifinal match. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be right back with Rutgers, the Scarlet Knights, facing off against UT Dallas.
Yeah. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD. JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that you know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women, if I want them then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women, I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better, you only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah, I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already, you know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go and run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women, if I want them then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women, I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better, you only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go and run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women, if I want them then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women, I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better, you only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I said I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that you know that yeah. I said you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that you know that yeah. I said you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that you know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go.
And Welcome back, friends. This is Conference 1 Valorant coming at you live. We're moving on to the semifinals. There were some great quarterfinals matchups on the day, but let's take a look at that bracket real quick and to see exactly where these teams came from and how they did in those quarterfinals matches. You see that it is UC Irvine coming back. A huge rebound there on that third map in their series to come out and take it. The defending champions could compete for the back-to-back. Meanwhile, Ryerson, their streak of coming to the semifinals for the last 3 in a row has been broken. So UC Irvine,
One could say it got cut short.
it definitely got cut short, unfortunately for them. UC Irvine going to be taking on the University of Houston in one of our semifinals matches, but that's not the one we're going to be covering here on the broadcast. It's going to be the Scarlet Knights going against UT Dallas.
Yeah, Scarlet Knights coming up against UT Dallas, and I'm really interested to see how this goes because UT Dallas has a very similar kind of approach to this tournament as far as their record goes in competing. They've had times when they've made it to the semifinals and times when they get knocked out in the first run. We've seen Rutgers with a similar kind of history, if you will. You know, they've been at the top and they've been the 8th seed coming into the quarterfinals. Definitely going to be looking pretty hard at UT Dallas. They had a pretty demanding control in their first game, and seed-wise, they had the most even of competitions going up against Penn State.
Yeah, absolutely. They dominated on split. It was 13-0. Penn State did not get one round on that second map, and they had a pretty good first map as well. So UTD definitely have a bit of confidence coming into this, but Rutgers, do not count them out just yet. History could repeat itself. So they were the first tournament winners all the way back in October. So 3 tournaments later, they're still trying to get back to the top of the mountain, trying to win that second one, just as UC Irvine is. And they were the lowest seed coming into this quarterfinals. They upset the first seed. They were able to beat Western University in what was a very close set. Those maps both went to the wire, but in the end, they're able to draw it out. This first map, it's going to be Haven. You saw that Rutgers, they won the coin flip. They banned binds, and here they got to pick their side. So they're going to be on the defensive side first. And looking at this compositions, it looks very similar. The biggest difference here, and maybe the only difference, is the duelists on either side. It's going to be a Phoenix versus the Jet. Everything else is standard across the board.
And I'm not surprised at all to see Scarlet bring this to the table. Rutgers has been extremely consistent in their play, if nothing else. They don't really bring surprises to the table as far as what heroes you see being brought into the battlefield. It's more of who's going to be the one to pop off today. Is it going to be Justin? Is it going to be Chicken Soup? Is Potato going to have an insane map right now? That's where those surprises are going to come from. But Dallas bringing in the Phoenix, I'm really liking it. They were aggressive last time, and it looks like they're looking to be aggressive again.
Let's see how it pays off. The Scarlet Knights are going to be starting off on the defense here, so they're going to have to split their players across these points. You see, they're not even bothering with B right now. They have that Cypher trap onto the tripwire, so that's going to be good enough for them. Though as soon as I say that, Cypher is going to rotate to B. So 3 on A, and this aggressive push is coming out right now from the Knights, and they're going to get the first picks. Relax Potato going to find a pick and then be able to get the heal as well.
You can't know your limits until they're pushed all the way there, and UT Dallas is going to be pushing Scarlet Knights to as far as they can go. They're going to be unrelenting on this push into A long. It's going to be too fruitful, however. They are going to start backing out. But they've gotten so much attention that look at the rotation. 3 members stuck in long for Scarlet Knights.
Best now just trying to push out, and it does have a little bit of damage done to them. Only a little bit of health, and they're going to lose more health, but still going to win that fight against Cola. So it is a 5v2. Best going to find another one onto Lamb. But there are a few players weak, and despite that, it looks like the Scarlet Knights are going to take this first round.
Flawless. You heard it here first, folks. Can of Chicken Soup going to be staying alive there, and Scarlet Knights, fairly good job of keeping themselves prepared. You know, the aggressive A push is not an unheard of tactic. It's actually a little bit common. Good for them to go ahead and place a couple of members there with the frenzies to get a little bit of a fright factor into that first engagement and then pick up the kill from it.
I can't believe Relax Potato didn't die. They had 5 health after running in aggressively to that A-long, but is able to stay alive, and now as you see, Scarlet Knights, they're going to buy a few things. you are going to see a bit of a buy actually coming out from the side of UT Dallas. They're going to be going up against an Ares that's going to be spamming through Garage, but UT Dallas did buy a Sheriff or two, so they do not want to lose the second round, and it could really impact their economy next round. If they lost that first round, they didn't have much to start with.
Oh, wow. Best right now getting hunted down by UT Dallas. They're continuing their aggression, but this time it's getting them into a bit of trouble, a lot of trouble, I should say, as they continue to lose members. Lamp going to be surveying the point. The plant went down, but it's a bit of a moot point here.
Yeah, Cole are going to end up falling. The spike is going to be planted, so a little bit more money for the side of UT Dallas, but 2 rounds in a row going the way of the Scarlet Knights. And I was really surprised that UT Dallas decided to commit any credits there. I mean, sure, it's only the Sheriff, it's only 800, but now we look at how much money they have, and it might be a little bit of a damper for them. I think they will still be able to go for the full buy. They will, but you know, if they lose this, it is gonna be so difficult for the next 2 rounds.
Round right here.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, you think that they wouldn't have committed anything, knowing that at all during that last round. Sure, they're able to take a few members off the board for the Scarlet Knights, and yes, they have the better guns on the side of UT Dallas. But we've seen time and time again, even with lesser guns, if you got that momentum from the first 2 rounds, you can win the third one.
And they're confident. They're not going to be buying and really wasting their utility. They're going to go ahead and push, and aggressively too. Rutgers able to find their first kill out. Now UT Dallas down to a 4-man squad once again, and this does not favor their preferred playstyle. They like to be able to be explosive onto the point and get their kills quick.
You're going to see Yakuza pushing up. Is going to find the Paranoia, but there's going to be Lamp with the Bucky shot. Oh my goodness. Usually don't see a lot of advantages here with the shotgun, but he's going to find 2 before all is said and done.
2 before all said and done, and that's going to push it down to a 2v2. This is exactly where UT Dallas can shine. They've got control over the point, but not over Heaven. Best gets that headshot.
No way. No.
And Adolfo finds the perfection in his aim. The cursor placement's there. 21 health as he's walking out. But that's going to be a great kill and a great round for UT Dallas, as they're going to be able to salvage their economy and keep things rolling.
That's just a hero play coming out there. That's the ace. And before that, they hadn't found a kill in either of the other 2 rounds. So 5 kills in round 3 is going to put them at the top of the leaderboard for their team. A great scene of heroics for them to get 1 round back. You do see, though, it came at a bit of a cost. They're going to have to go with a Bulldog and a Spectre on the side of UT Dallas. Meanwhile, Scarlet Knights, they're able to go with that full Vandal Phantom setup that you see is pretty standard nowadays in round 4, round 5. But Scarlet Knights, they had the advantage there, gave it up. They're going to have to keep holding on this defense to keep it going, and maybe UT Dallas will finally find an edge to even this up after taking that 3rd round.
They're trying to find a pick really wherever they can. You saw a couple of shots going fired over towards double doors over by C. Gonna go ahead and commit that drone, it looks like, as well, from Ken Chicken Soup. But the entirety of UT Dallas pretty focused on A. They've decided where they want to go. They just need to deal with these Cypher traps coming out from long. There goes the Paranoia. Doesn't look good, but he's going to find the trap. First one gets triggered. Second one lies in wait. They're able to find themselves out a little bit there. Lamp and BS both able to find a couple of kills. And Dallas, down 2 men, will be able to plant the bomb. And it looks like Dallas hasn't been able to get anything done without kind of giving up a couple of their members.
There was a pretty well-placed camera coming out from the Cypher on the side of Scarlet Knights, so they had an idea of where they'd be, but it doesn't matter because right now it looks like the members on the side of UT Dallas are just cleaning things up. Paint and Adolfo able to find the final blows there, and now it's 2-2. It just seems like every time UT Dallas is at a disadvantage, they're able to still get those scrappy fight wins.
Yeah, I say that they're sacrificing a couple of their members to get the plants done and such, but, they're definitely sacrificing those members to the right deity because they're getting these solo plays in spades. I mean, both Paint and Adolfo able to have these explosive double kills at the end of the retake on A. And if you're Rutgers right now, you need to start committing a second person to that A defense.
Yeah, leaving your Cypher there is a bit of a risk. Sure, you have the tripwire and you got the camera, but it might not be enough. You see Yakuza going to push up really aggressively, and Can of Chicken Soup going to be the first to fall.
Adolfo able to find a kill there as well, and with those 3, that's going to leave only 2 members of Rutgers left to retake the point. Plant's going to go down into the back. that's pretty much all she wrote. And just so you know, Cypher has not left spawn yet for UT Dallas.
That's pretty crazy. Maybe a bit of a
Waiting for
disconnect,
the
or maybe just
rotation.
waiting for the rotation. Yeah, waiting for the rotation. They're definitely active. You see the tripwire there. Not sure it's going to come, as Justin right now is trying to push through Garage instead, but they're going to be met by Lamb any second now. You see that Omen's so scary.
He knows. He
They're
knows.
tickle peeking and Lamb
knows.
just, locking it, loading it right on the head. So UT Dallas, we're down 0-2 in. Haven started, and now they've brought it back 3 rounds in a row with really good aggressive play. They just seem to completely swarm a site. And so far, the Scarlet Knights, they haven't been able to deal with that when they don't have the better guns.
One of the most powerful things you can do in this competition is to force the other team to play at your space, at your pace, in the place that you want to fight. And you're seeing that happen with that early push from Yakuza, with that early A-long push from the first round. They don't want to waste any time, apply the aggression, and then hopefully they can clean things up from there. But, aggression can be predictable sometimes. Yakuza going to get caught out early.
See that they did commit the Empress ultimate on the side of the attackers. They're going to take C again. They're completely cleared the point. And you did say space. It is important to take space in this game to clear out sites, to make sure that you have room to cover all angles. And right now, even though UT Dallas is down 1 member, they have completely taken over the point. And Paint going to find 1, almost going to find 2. And Cola, in the meantime, going to find Lamb.
Oh, unlucky. Thought that he had enough shots to clear out that eye, but wasn't able to. So Relaxed Potato is going to get an avenue into attack onto the point that they've been looking for a while now. 2 versus 3. That's going to be an easy 2 kills.
Yeah.
Potato throwing in the cheese spray.
Yeah, Relaxed Potato just making it there around that time. Traded out one of their own teammates to get that first kill in the 3K, then just had that long sight line on C. And you usually don't see the Phantom win those long-range engagements with that extra rate of fire boost you get with the Empress, as well as seeing a better outline of your enemies. It was just too much of a disadvantage for UT Dallas to come back from, especially when they lost somewhat early on in that round.
So Beast going with the Judge purchase.
There.
Or sorry, Best's going with the Judge purchase here.
I'm assuming they're going to play like super aggro. You see, like right now they're set up in a short, kind of just playing in that corridor. I'm not sure it's going to work out though. It could, and it's a risky play regardless.
Cypher Cage and camera out. Doesn't look like they're going to find bets just yet. It also doesn't look like UT Dallas is too interested in deciding on where they want to make their attack. Now's the time where they slow it down. They change up the pace of their play to try and throw Rutgers off a little bit. They're leaving the bomb, making sure they can get the information that they need before deciding where to push.
It looks like they are going to commit to A. You still see that Jit is just patiently waiting there in short, but the rest of the enemy team is going long. So UT Dallas going to push up through there. They're going to use that flash coming out from
no
Reyna. And yeah, Best is actually going to chase down Paint, and now Lamp's going to find Cola. So Spike planted, but still in the defender's favor.
Dropping down to the point. You get 1 kill off from the A-long from Adolfo, and Lamb getting 1 for themselves. UT Dallas only with 1 member left. It's up to Adolfo to stop the defuse. Not gonna be able to do so. Relaxed Potato shaking his head. No, sir. This is our point. This is our defuse. You're not blowing anything up today.
It looked almost similar to that big round win in round 3 when you got the ace coming out from Adolfo. They're not able to come up with the same heroics that secured them around earlier on, and Scarlet Knights are going to take the lead once again. This is already looking very familiar to what we expected from the Scarlet Knights in their first series of the day against Western U. Just kept going back and forth. It seems like the Knights, they can play up to anyone, but they can also play down at times, play a little bit sloppier, a little bit uncoordinated, and that's the rounds that they usually end up losing.
You've heard me say this a million times, but you can't disrespect your opponent, even if it's somebody who's the lowest seed, even if it's somebody you've beaten a million times. You need to give them the respect as you would any other opponent. Otherwise, they're going to be able to pull stuff on you that you're not expecting. If you give them limitations in your mind, they'll be able to surpass them in the game. You're seeing now the attack coming through from the the defense coming through for the Scarlet Knights, and once again, the explosion from UT Dallas not going to pay off. It doesn't every time.
There was a great attempt there for them to use the Hunter's Fury. It caught one out, but then you saw that the enemy Silva just able to rotate out. So the Knights still going to be at full force of 5 players. See Dallas, they're trying to figure out what to do next. They haven't really tried to push on to B yet. That might be the play, but it looks like besides Yakuza roaming around B mid, for a second I thought they're going to go A, but now it looks like they are going to commit to this, and Yakuza going to give their life for the cause. Less Potato, not going to get the ace, but 4 kills on the round. Pretty dang good.
Wow. I told you, the only big surprise is who on Rutgers is going to be popping off. It's not an if. It's a when and it's a who.
And now it seems like that when and who is all the time for Relaxed Potato. They have found a lot of multi-kill plays so far. They are up now by 2 rounds. But again, we've seen this earlier where they were up and then they ended up conceding that lead immediately. You see Dallas maybe trying to get back into it on this round. It seems like they had a good idea early on of just taking over a point very quickly, but as you suggested, they need to rotate who was where, and so far that's exactly what the Knights have done. Best gonna find that opening pick.
That's going to be big. I mean, UT Dallas has been on this 4-person attack for almost every round in Yakuza with the long-range penetration shot with the Sheriff.
And right now, you're seeing that. It's just not looking good for the attackers. But there is actually a big pick from Lamb. I was going to say their Sova is very weak, but now they are able to take over the point. They have that 1-man advantage. And again, they just love to take over these points and just hold a bunch of different angles. It's very hard for the Knights to get a retake. They've failed time and time again with it.
Even swapping weapons while setting up their defense just in case. You see the frenzy from Adolfo, but teammate dropped him a Sheriff just in case he needs it for the engagement to follow. Relaxing, able to find, or no, get taken out by Paint. Paint gets 2, 3! Oh, and UT Dallas are going to answer back and get themselves another round. I have a feeling this is going to be a long match.
I completely agree with you there. I think this is going to go down to the wire once again, and it seems like Rutgers doesn't want to have it any other way, whether it is in defeat or victory. They just love to have it go down to that last little bit of time, last little bit of rounds. So far, they have been on the winning side. Yeah, they want everyone to experience just as much Valorant as they get to play today. And I mean, I'm not going to complain about that because it has been 2 great series we've seen from them so far. They do have that 1 round lead, but as you said, going to be very close, and I believe we're going to see another tie momentarily. And Yakuza going to make sure that at least is in the realm of possibility getting that first pick.
And that's gonna be a change for UT Dallas in a big way. They now have the ability to get big plays because they have the man advantage. Lamp gonna go back and give them that man advantage right back. Looks like Lamp's looking for the second kill. We'll be able to get it through the corner of the box. And that's gonna put Adolfo into a bit of a roaming role, if you will, as the plant goes down. And Scarlet Knights right now, Rutgers have not been able to find a true answer to this A plant.
Internet B Cam, so you can see with this Odin once again, but it is a 1v3. It would be very unlikely that they're able to clutch out here. Here they are. They're just approaching the point. Going to be looking for that little bit of communication. The recon bolt immediately destroyed. Now they're just going to hold the angle, looking for the exit frags.
Yeah, they know exactly where he is. They know he's not in heaven anymore. He's got to be over by spawn. There's no reason for them to push that. He's not going to be able to challenge them as long as they head back to their own spawn. You're all good and you're all fine. That's going to tie us up at a 5-5.
Yeah, I feel like that's our even right now because we're just seeing the future with these predictions. The tie once again gonna be fulfilled. That prophecy has been sustained for now. We'll see who can get the edge out on these next few rounds. It's really important, you know. 7-5, 6-6. Those are the only options we see right now, as it is 10-10 on round 11. And if it's a draw, neither team's gonna have the advantage, which is not great either way. But if it's a team that's 7-5, it's still not a huge advantage. We talked about this in the semifinals. Even if you are down 2 rounds going into that swap, if you're able to win 2 pistol rounds or the 2 first rounds, doesn't even matter. It's like it never existed in the first place.
With that early start, Best not able to peek out for their usual aggression. Lamb doing a good job of kind of shutting that down, and we're going to see that the drone went out onto C, found out that there's nobody there. They're going to see that rotation coming through from UT Dallas. They've gotten the information that there's currently nobody from Rutgers holding down C. but the rotation was not quick enough. Rutger is going to be able to kind of spell it out. Move a couple of people over there just in case. And Best has been holding onto these knives for so long.
Yeah, I was gonna say they have those knives out, looking for that snipe, looking for the headshot, but it's not gonna be found as they're not on C anymore. The rotation once again switching things up again. They're gonna go for this A long rotation. They're gonna smoke out heaven, and this is what's been working for them best for UT Dallas. It seems like they really want to play aggro. A great paranoia that's gonna help Lamp get that first pick from heaven.
Now is the question if Lamp can continue to get those kills. Cola getting Rax, Mateo, Lamb, and Cola both getting a couple more kills. It's all up to Lamb now. They know where he is. This is a tough task to get to. Adolfo will fall. He's trying to pepper in the headshots, but Lamb in the back line is going to be able to come back with his team. Uses the run it back for it.
Last round in the hash.
I would have saved the run it back for now. I mean, you knew where he was. You had the man advantage. You didn't need to use the ultimate.
The only thing right now that they're going to have on the side of UT Dallas is that Omen teleport. So they could try to do, you know, a rotation one side, force all of Scarlet Knights to come that direction, and then take the bomb all the way to the other side of the map. Or maybe they'll use it just to go back into the enemy spawn. I mean, we saw that on Bind during the quarterfinals. A great play that helped secure that team the round. But those are just all options right now. UT Dallas, they want to get one more round to get a little bit of an advantage going before the side swap. Scarlet Knights, again, they want to even things up, and they're already off to a great start because that's 2 amazingly quick kills on this Islands Away A, and they are going to find another one, but they do know that there's at least one more person there from UT Dallas.
And that's pretty big for the Scarlet Knights. You really need to knock UT off of their kilter a little bit. You need to make sure that they're not playing at the pace that they want to play at, that they can't just sit there and collect the information to figure out how to plant on A.
Saw there that there was a teleport attempt, but it was canceled. Now Lamp gonna have the angle, isn't gonna be flashed out though, so it's a 3v2. And look at where the rest of the Scarlet Knights are. They're gonna have to rotate on over from A. Just gonna be their Sova, Cannon Chicken Soup backing out a little bit. A very good play by that Sova just to wait for the rest of the team to come back in, push that as a full, not a full team, but you know, the 3v2 as opposed to just a 1v2.
Well, make that a 1v1, make that a 2v0. Cannon Chicken Soup able to find the headshot just like Justin. So they're going to get that defused. Justin, of course, probably going to get the end of it. Just being cheeky.
Yeah, it's going to be the swap, so all charge not as important. Might actually end up killing their partner. Oh, so close. Not able to get the Omen done in. That would have stunk a little bit for Justin, just to be like, hey, it's not a death that I should have had. You know, like Katie.
Yeah, right.
At the end of the day, still kind of what you have for bragging rights on your team. You know, in between the teams, a little bit of healthy competition so you can be on the top of the leaderboard. But for the Scarlet Knights, the leaderboard isn't as important as the scoreboard. It is 6-6, that last round going their way, so it's tied up once again. And I feel like we're gonna be saying that a lot. It's tied up. It's tied up, and it's tied up.
Yeah, that's definitely gonna be a phrase that you're gonna be hearing. We'll try and word it in fun ways as we continue
currently
to
even.
use it.
Oh, see, already came up with another one.
Look at you, dude.
Learning on the fly. Let's see how these teams learn on the fly. Sides of swap. Knight's gonna be on the attack now. You see Dallas, they're playing very C heavy right now, I've noticed. You see that they have one in garage, 2 on C, one kind of outside of B and A, and the other one on A long. So it's gonna be very interesting to see how the attackers play this once they have that information. They're gonna push through garage, smoke out garage a little bit, and they know there's one at the back of the site now.
Oh, but they didn't know that there was one in double doors. Cola able to find that double kill as Dallas puts themselves into a prime defensive position. The rotation from Scarlet Knights is going to go as Rutgers tries to rotate to A.
Are able to find one with that alternate fire, that shotgun-like burst that comes out of the classic. So only down now, 1 man on the attacker side. The Scarlet Knights are trying to rotate to A, but it looks like UT Dallas, they are onto this a little bit. The biggest question right now is the fact that the Cypher Lamp is kind of caught out in the middle. There is still 2 in garage right now, neither of them pushing out just yet, but this is a 2v2 essentially on this A point.
Able to get to the point, have to use a lot of utility in order to get there. You're going to see Adolfo still has that drone available. This late in the round, that utility is absolutely insane. You're going to be able to know exactly where multiple people are. They get both tracks down. teleport does come through after they get the plant off, but getting cut off into this corridor. It looks like the defuse already in process. Gonna be another take by UT Dallas. Chicken Soup is able to get the kill, but not without giving up Justin and themselves in the process. Lamp finds 2 at the end, but these are all just consolation kills because UT Dallas puts themselves up 1 point.
Lamp found 3 that round, but still it wasn't enough, and I think that just shows you that that long rotation for mid did not pay off for Scarlet Knights. They really needed to have all of the members on that point. You saw that the ones that were on that point, they got pushed all the way back into a short, which is not really where you want to be at that point because get pushed all the way off. You aren't able to recontest the spike defuse, and that's exactly what happened. Spike defuse comes out, even though they get the kills. It doesn't matter when the objective has been nullified. Now, as you said, UT Dallas, they have that 1 round lead, and they want to extend it here.
Now, as aggressive they are on the offense, UT Dallas is impeccably slow on their offense, or on their defense, sorry. Not often do they go out hunting for kills. They like to allow the teams to kind of come to them and fight on their terms. It's going to be working out now already. Going to be the first flawless round for Dallas this game, this matchup, as they push the score to 8-6.
Another multi-kill coming out. I think that's the 2nd or 3rd that Kola has gotten on this map. This Reyna has really been putting in the works.
Just on defense alone.
Yeah, so that's pretty crazy. You got to think about that. Now they're going to be getting that 2nd round. You see that they actually are forcing Scarlet Knights to not buy here. It's really interesting. They've won 2 rounds in a row. Neither of them really going for the full build. So it's going to be Sheriffs versus Spectres across the board for the most part. Minus a gun here and there. And the defenders, once again, they're going to have that advantage. They've already won 2 rounds in a row since the side swap. They're going to be looking to make it 3 for the trifecta.
Comes the double peek. Oh, Adolfo sees the shoulder of the 2nd person immediately, going to back out of that fight, knows that is not an engagement that they need to be taking. Pain as well. Gonna get taken out by a shot just through the boards, it looked like. Just in between them, threading the needle. Aggression from Beast, trades out for 1, puts it down to a 4v3. Dallas now down a man, needs to get this retake, but we've seen this drone have big impact before. This time it's really only going to scout out 1 in the corner. That'll be enough though.
Yeah, Lamb gonna find one off of the back of that, and they're gonna find just kills over and over again. They know exactly where that Omen is, and Justin did not stand a chance there. Just did not have the health pool needed to contest that. Polo with a great Empress there to help secure that round, and things were looking close. Now, UT Dallas, they're only 4 rounds away from taking the first map.
Very close, and they've got a bit of momentum. And you can see it there on the scoreboard that they haven't really ever. Once they get going, they're gonna find a couple of rounds. I mean, they literally have found 3 rounds at a time.
See if it'll be the same as we've expected, where Scarlet Knights are able to bring it back after a few rounds down, or if UT Dallas they have what they need to finally gain that upper edge and really put away this map. Like I said before, only 4 rounds needed, and looks like on the defense they're going to be running a very similar composition to what they've had before, except this time it's a bit more mid-heavy. You can rotate a bit better. You see that there's one in Garage to around that B site. Now going to rotate back to A, and for the Scarlet Knights, they don't really know what to do right now. They've just kind of stayed back around the mid area. They haven't really committed to one point or the other just yet, but now it looks like they are slowly making their way to A.
Scarlet Knights definitely like to play a little bit more pick-based Valorant, where it's a lot more about, you know, can we get 1 or 2 picks before we have to plant? Whereas you saw Dallas just kind of, we want the objective. We need to take the point so that we can put it down, and then we'll fight for the retake.
We'll see.
Coming into this, looked like Lamb was gonna be able to get 1, but Justin still in spawn, possibly looking away from his monitor or something, but getting caught out there. Not gonna be very great. Now it's into a 4v5 if it wasn't already.
It's gonna be really hard for the Scarlet Knights to get back in here with the recontest. They're down 1, and Yaku's gonna take out Best. Yeah, it just seems like, even though the trades are coming in now, UT Dallas, they still have the man advantage. They need to go play that spike really soon, and they're able to get those kills they need, and that's going to be the defuse. So now, 4 rounds in a row for UT Dallas since the swap. Defense has been all of them all the time thus far.
Yeah, UT Dallas looking extremely strong on this defensive hold. And part of it is just kind of allowing for Scarlet Knights to make the mistakes, putting them into... They're in the position to capitalize on mistakes should they happen. And in the same time, they're not putting themselves at danger. So they're forcing Scarlet Knights to take those engagements and leave them with the advantages.
I think one of the biggest advantages is the Phoenix pick over the Jet. The Phoenix ultimate gets you a lot more value. You've got a lot more kind of crowd control abilities, not in terms of flash, but the molly as well as the wall can kind of create some situations for the enemy that you don't want to be in, whether you're stuck in it or you're cut off because of it. The Jet, sure, she can get in and out of points pretty quickly, but so far, you've seen that Scarlet Knights, they've been struggling to really do that as a team. Best now on that Jet, trying to rotate to B. It might be met by that Cypher. It's going to be found out by the camera, so now they know exactly where she is.
That's got to be rough. You think you have a little bit of an advantage, and blink, blink, there's a camera right in your face. However, no kills being brought down. The Scarlet Knights still have the ability to find themselves an opening. Trying to get in here through double doors, but they're not going to be let in, not just yet. The 8-point almost completely abandoned right now by Dallas, who have been doing a fantastic job of keeping their core team together as it crosses the map.
And it seems like, again, we're going to see the Jet just jump right in, but there's going to be so many kills in succession. You don't want to be pushing this B point. It's so hard as an attacker to break into it, and now it's only Justin on the back foot trying to get out with their life, but they're about to be brought down by an entire team. He's going to find one onto Lamb, but he's going to find 2. Actually, can they clutch this out somehow? Only 64 health right now.
Doesn't look like we're going to get much of pushing in. Once again, UT Dallas exhibiting the two sides of their coin. When they're attacking, they're going to be extremely aggressive for the most part, but when they're defending, they will have patience.
That was a great play by Yakuza. Only had about 20 health, but still just held that corner, had that crosser placed perfectly for the headshot, took out their counterpart, and 5 rounds since the swap. 5 rounds in a row, going the way of UT Dallas. Now, only 2 more rounds before they win this map, and then they win the second one, and they move on to that finals. And looking at the prize bank, 4,000 for the winner, 2,000 for the runner-up. So still a lot of money at stake, even if you don't win the finals matchup. So I'm sure that's a lot of motivation for UT Dallas right now.
And for the teams that get knocked out here in the semifinals, you're still walking away with something. 3rd and 4th place do get a little bit of a consolation, but Beats gets the kills, Bets gets the kills. Yakuza in the back trying to dodge that Sova ultimate, able to do so for a moment, but Justin is there to capitalize on those kills and to teleport out as the rest of the team comes flooding in. Only 3 members of UT Dallas left in the back. We're going to have to get themselves a pick to equalize before they can take it.
Right now, it looks like Scarlet Knights, they finally figured out what to do. They get another pick, they get another trade, and now that's one that's going in their favor. The Shock Dart almost taking out Lamp, but it's not going to be enough to kill that Cypher. It's just Arena and a Dream. Coola's been found out. Gonna find one. Gonna find 2. Can they come up with a clutch again? Get the 4K on this round. It's solidified for UT Dallas. They're gonna go for a bit of just a defuse just to try to get the Sova to peak, and that's gonna be Cola, the collateral 4K. Cola, please stop this. It's just too much. You are going so well. You're popping off right now for this UT Dallas squad.
Absolutely insane. Talk about enjoying your life. Cola right now, not only doing an impeccable job there, but doing so on low health.
Yeah, that's why Reyna is such a good character. She's kind of feast or famine. She's able to get kills and get her health back with her healing orbs. She's perfect. And you saw there that even though she was weak, she was able to get 1 and 2 kills and able to heal off of them. So had a good health pool to take that fight later on against the last person on the point. Now UT Dallas, this is match point for them. If they're able to win it here, they will be able to take this map, able to get themselves in a great position to almost win the series, depending on how the map goes. But starting off with that first map, definitely the way you want to be.
Did he get the drone out with that shot?
Believe so. It looked like it was just instantly shredded down.
Yeah, he pre-fired for the headshot and was able to get the drone out immediately. So Scarlet Knight's gonna have to deal with not having any of that utility as they push onto the point. Dallas is gonna go ahead and let them have it. They're gonna let them have the point as they wait for the rest of their team to come into the equation. Oh, into the corner, relaxed potato, getting stressed out there. That's gonna allow for Yakuza to check heaven with ease. Everybody else down by short. And that's gonna be a pretty much done deal. Only 2 members left now for Scarlet Knights. Coming back from spawn, looks like Justin was able to find one. The defense, however, going to be able to shine through, and that's gonna put UT Dallas on the map with 1 win.
Just a great play there by Cola throughout this entire map. Honestly, Haven just seems like it was Cola's playground. You saw there, got 3-4 kills at the very end in those last 2 rounds back to back. And they were scared of Cola. They weren't willing to push up onto the point, even though it was the last round. That spike was just diffused throughout all of that madness. Rutgers, they had an opportunity, but just weren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, and that wasn't the first time we saw that, and that's what I was talking about when I was saying I love this versatility that we are seeing from UT Dallas. They're having these moments that, you know, they're being extremely patient, where you see Yakuza sitting in a corner holding that line for a good 30 seconds just to make sure that if somebody decides to walk back through this door to get a couple extra frags, I can take care of that threat. But at the same time, they realize if we can shut them off and force them into short, then they're not going to be able to come out here and contest us for the defuse. And then you see that aggression come out. Or on the attack when they explode onto the point so they can have that control. Or on the flip side when they defend, when they completely backed off that point, allowed for Rutgers to take it, and then they got their whole team and took it back.
You saw there just complete dominance on the defense coming out for the team that won UTD on their defense. It was 7 rounds in a row. Yeah, that attack that they had, it was back and forth, but there you just saw the defense. Oh, Rutgers did not stand a chance. Yeah, it was absolutely flawless. We are going to take a very short break, but don't be going anywhere. We're going to be back at it with map 2 in just a short while.
It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them my capellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD. JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already, you know that you know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them
one of two matches in the semifinals. You'll see today. You'll see the other one a bit later on in the day. That one will be UC Irvine versus University of Houston around 7 p.m. Eastern. But right now, we have the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers going up against UT Dallas. And UT Dallas, they look really clean so far.
Clean's not the word that I would. Dominant is the word that I would. I mean, we can talk about their attack if we want to talk about their attack, but a flawless defense right there against a seasoned veteran of the tournament. You can't really ask for more from your team. UT Dallas right now has got to be beaming, and confidence-wise, mental game-wise, you're on top.
Absolutely, and we talked about how dominant UTD was in their quarterfinal match. They took their second map 13-0. It's not going to be split this time around. It is going to be Ascend. This was Rutgers' pick for the map choice, but it is going to be UTD choosing their side, and they're going to go to defense first. And as you just said, their defense on Haven, well, it was just lights out, locked down. They shut out it completely. It was 6 seconds going into the swap when UTD was on attack for the last map. And then immediately after that, it was just all UTD all day.
And a lot of that coming into Ascent is going to come down to
everything you want to do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one.
The little skywalk in the tree, or just going straight down mid, that's where you're going to want to keep your eye. Because if you are Rutgers, you're trying to break that defensive stronghold. You're going on attack first. You're going to be setting the pace of the game. If you're not able to come out of this half with a decent bank, then you're going to be opening the door for UTD. And UTD, they've already shown that they can defend the site with 3 points. Now they only have to defend 2.
Question is, how many rounds can UTD put themselves ahead of on this defense? You were saying during the breakdown, even with 7 rounds, you think that'll just give them enough an advantage to really be able to win on their attack. Their attack was a bit dicey on Haven, but know, we'll see how they do it on a set. So that'd be a little bit
you wanna
different.
do, I already done it.
But
And I got your little boo
with
telling me she love me. I got
I've
this.
talked already a lot about the versatility that UTD's kind of brought to the table, and that's where you saw it being dicey. Them going, oh, well, now this strat isn't working, we need to switch it. And then figuring out how to work that strat. But coming off the gate, we're going to be seeing Scarlet Knights using a tried and true information method. Use the bomb in the back. Bombs in the back, they won't be able to drop it and protect it.
Look again at the compositions, and they are the exact same as they were on Haven. The only difference being the duelists gonna have Phoenix on the side of UT Dallas. Meanwhile, a Jet for the Scarlet Knights. Seems like the Phoenix was the better pick last map, but this is a scent. It's played very differently, and already Best gonna take out their counterpart, their counter, you'd say in a way. Gonna be using that frenzy once again to open up this push.
Not the first time that we've seen Bets take to the frenzy and be successful with it, so no surprise to see that pattern continue. Cola now. A lot of weight being in heaven. Is able to find Beast. That's going to be a big pick. Beast on that frenzy is a very big factor for Scarlet.
You know that I run it. Everything you
Now
wanna
UT
do, I
pretty much
already
all
done it.
entirely
And I
in
got
heaven.
your little
Can
boo
Zeus
telling me
find
she love me. I got
Zeus
this.
as they drop
That one. Damn, it's gonna be a
That was a really
Final
impressive pick because it was through the smoke.
Oh, Adolfo using that classic to find the kills that are needed, and they're just gonna leave Paint to watch the corner. Recon arrow goes out, but Paint not able to find the shot. It's gonna be Soup. It's gonna be Soup all day.
Yeah, serving up some hot, delicious chicken noodle soup right there. Not chicken noodles, just chicken soup. So no noodles, just the broth. Unlucky for those who wanted the noodles, but a clutch play there. Played it perfectly. As you said, Paint just had the ghost, had the angle, but wasn't able to find one shot because we saw very weak was that Sova that had to get him in with that clutch. They only had a little bit of their health bar left, so the fact they were able to get that was pretty impressive. Now you're going to see a pretty nice buy coming out from the side of the Scarlet Knights. They put themselves in a similar position early on that last map. They were able to win the first 2 rounds, and then from there, went back and forth for a little while before UT Dallas was able to clutch up and win 7 in a row. I'm sure they don't want it to be the same here on Ascent.
They definitely don't. And it's a really good start right now for Scarlet Knights. We've gone from a flawless defense to you've lost the first point. Now, it's a little bit too early to get your hopes up. It's a pistol round. There's a lot of engagements that won't happen once rifles are bought and once loadouts are completely kind of finished out. I love that reload. Just side note.
Right now, you're seeing that no one has fallen just yet. It looks like, again, Scarlet Knights are going to try to push on to A. This is what they did last time. They were able to set up pretty well. They're going to peek the corner, and Best's going to find Lamb just as they were throwing the molly. A very unlucky timing there, but Best's going to be found out by Cole immediately after.
And there's the kills that we're looking for UTD. You know, they're able to find 2. Lamp is going to be able to find his counterpart Paint, and they know that that plant is going to be going down onto A, but they've got a bit of good positioning. They seem to be careful of what's going on in Hell.
We're going to see 2 in Hell, as you mentioned, right below them. And they're going to see them drop in, but it's going to be Soup going to be finding 1 before being traded out. It is now still in the favor, actually, of the attackers, but a huge headshot isn't going to be enough. Cola going to find 3. We're so used to Cola getting these multi-kills, but just not enough to help UT Dallas win that second round. Knights going to start this map off just like they did on Haven, going up 2-0.
And such a close engagement right there at the very end. I mean, it was just, if they'd been able to land 1 more shot, it would have been the perfect save for Cola. But already sitting at a 4-2. Cannon Chicken Soup sitting at a 4-1. These 2 teams are bringing out their ringers for this matchup.
It came down to 1 shot on both of these rounds, and it seems like so far UTD hasn't had that same clutch factor they did before, but if it's the same way the last snap goes, this is where they start turning it around. You know, Scarlet Knights, they don't want that to happen. They're going to open this up with that Hunter's Fury. It's going to find their own teammate a little bit, but it did find 1 on the other side. Paint going to be the first to fall.
You can't make an omelet without cracking a few eggs, so you can't use a Silva ultimate without shooting a couple of teammates. These things go hand in hand. Justin with the paranoia onto the heaven as he positions himself into the back corner. Long for Lamb to push in a little bit, but Lamp gonna find Lamb. Say that 10 times fast, and it's gonna happen 10 times more. We're gonna see Scarlet Knights down here below Heaven and Hell. Only 2 members of Dallas remain for this point. as the Scarlet Knights brought them to Ascent for a reason.
This is a map they feel very confident on, and it's one that they are doing very well on in the early rounds. You're seeing UT Dallas. They're not going to bother trying to contest this. They're going to back up all the way to point B just to let the spike explode and not lose any more members. You're seeing now Lamp trying to push out and find someone, but I don't think they're going to get there in time. Justin, oh, Soup, are they going to peek? Are they going to peek? Oh, they're going to peek and immediately get caught out, but Yakuza going to fall at the end, so... Is that a good trade? Is it worthwhile in the end? If we look at these economies, we'll see how that evens out. I think it does work in the Scarlet Knights' favor. They've won 3 rounds in a row, so they should still have better money to spend. You see they have the assault rifles coming out. It does seem like Best's going to have to settle for a Bulldog in the end over a better one like the Phantom or a Vandal. But on the other side, you're seeing Sheriffs and Spectres and only one Phantom. So I think that was a good call there for the Knights to push out.
Definitely. Dallas is going to be put into a bit of a tricky situation as they start up this next engagement, trying to find any sort of early pick that they can, but it's going to be Chicken Soup finding that first pick onto Yakuza, putting UT Dallas down 1 man, down 2, down 3, only 2 left now to face Scarlet Knights, and both of them wildly out of position as Lamb goes down. It's just going to be Cypher in the back with the Sheriff.
Looks like it's going to be 4 rounds in a row now for UT Dallas. Paint just trying to stay alive. Gonna find one. Gonna find their counterpart on the Cypher in Lamp, but that's also gonna go away where that Cypher might be playing. You're seeing Justin going for that rotation. He's gonna be looking for the angle. Is gonna find the headshot, and goodbye. Paint gonna be drying right now on the floor as that body falls. Scarlet Knights. It's like the exact opposite of the last map of Haven. Now the Scarlet Knights on attack look incredible.
And, you know, we talked a little bit about how pacing might have been to fault for Scarlet Knights last round, but right now, Scarlet Knights have just been able to consistently put down pressure. Like, they haven't played slowed at all. It's been aggression, aggression, aggression. I'd like to see UT Dallas get a little bit more preemptive on the pre-fires, the wall bangs. You know, any bit of health you can chip off is going to be worthwhile.
Dallas are able to buy a lot better than they were last round, but will it be enough? Seems like they're swapping things up. They're going for this B push. You haven't really seen this come out for them so far. And Best already going to find one. Relaxito going to find another. And so quickly, it is a 5v3. And a great point take right now for the attackers. They're going to close that door and just completely hold on to B.
Yeah, and a beautiful job using that movement to get in front of that eye, not getting blinded out. You can see on the rotation, they've got sightlines wherever they need them. They're just trying to hunt down this lone Cypher once again. Paint over here being very careful and sneaky. Needs to be able to find something, but now that they have found him, it's going to be a hunt. Paint finds one. Isn't able to find the second. Lamp, his counterpart, getting a little bit of revenge for last round.
Again, trade out, but it's still not going to be in UT Dallas's favor because they are down 5 rounds in a row. The economy for the Knights is going to be incredibly nice, and back to the drawing board for UT Dallas. They were able to full buy last round, but again,
I don't know if they can afford a drawing board.
Yeah, it's chalk on the pavement at this point. They can't even afford an actual surface to write on. They're going to have to go for a Stinger and a Spectre as their best guns for the rest of the team. Pistols all around.
And this is what we call a snowball, ladies and gentlemen, where at this point, Scarlet Knights are so comfortable in their economy, they can lose a round and still come back with a full buy. Whereas UT Dallas, even with round one, are going to be put in a situation where they're going to have to win at least, 2, maybe 3 rounds before they're comfortable again.
Yeah, and if they don't win a round here and there, they're just going to keep rotating between, oh, we have money to buy 1 round, and then we don't have money the next round. But Lamp is going to find a great headshot onto Best. You're going to see that they're going to commit the molly as well. Not going to find anyone out just yet, and that door is going to be closing, so Yakuza right now going to be found out immediately, so they know there's one there, and that Bucky not going to be finding any heads today.
No, but Cola will be able to find a kill on the Chicken Soup there. At the very beginning, the rotation now coming through from the side of the point is going to be in favor of Dallas. Scarlet Knights now down to 2 members. However, it does look like Lamp is going to be able to get that plant off. Nope. Planted as a bit of a distraction. Oh, but it's okay. Cola's there, ladies and gentlemen. What a beautiful 2-tap.
That was a flick of the wrist if I've ever seen one. Just immediately 1 head, 2 heads, and Cola gonna get 3 kills on that round. So this is what we needed to see from UT Dallas. Finally, they're able to win a round. It wasn't even one that they needed to get a good buy on. They were just able to do it
look at that.
with Thrifty. And yeah, now that money has completely flipped in their favor. So even if they do lose this round, they'll still be able to buy for another round or two, minus Yakuza, who went for that op. So we'll see if, or not Yakuza, it was actually bought it for, looks like for their Sova. So
yes, Yakuza going to go ahead and bite the bullet and walk into this with a shotgun again. Aggression coming out from Scarlet Knights immediately, and that's going to net Relaxed Potato at least 1 kill as Best makes their way onto the high ground to try and get a little bit of information and maybe a pick or two. Oh, but the pick is definitely in favor of Cola. They keep challenging this Reyna on the high ground, and it keeps ending badly. Adolfo with another kill as UT Dallas puts it to a 4v3. Scarlet Knights, even though they have been able to plant the bomb, are going to need to be extremely careful as the retake begins.
And you see that the sight lines for the attackers isn't great now. 2 of them have been pushed outside the gate. And one of them is right there on point, and Cola going to get an amazing headshot there. You see that Emperor's ult being used is going to help them find the enemies a little bit better with those outlines.
Oh, and a beautiful job there to stop for the defuse. The wall plus the eye plus the aggression makes it almost guaranteed. And that final kill onto Lamp is going to make sure that no weapons from the Scarlet Knights are brought into the next round.
Yeah, that economy's still looking pretty good for the Scarlet Knights as they were able to win so many rounds in a row, but we've seen this pendulum swing before. The momentum starts one way and immediately shifts in the other direction. Maybe UTD, they finally figured out what they need to do to win. They're finally figuring out the strategies they need, the rotations to help put them back onto Ascent. And okay, I know that it's not looking very good for UTD right now. They're still down by about 3 rounds, but I really could see another 6-6 going into halftime.
I can as well. It comes up to that pacing. You don't see Scarlet Knights switch it up a bit, and we're starting to see UTD get a little bit used to the pacing. They're starting to predict some of these aggressive uses of ability. And because of that, they've been able to kind of handle it. You see the shots already going down into hell to make sure that there's nobody hiding out there. Granted, they were a little bit angled too far down, but that's okay. Lamb's going to be the first one getting taken out. So Scarlet Knights will be able to have a bit of an advantage here on the point, but they've lost up a little bit of health. Trying to pepper in from the bottom. Oh, down to 12. Just needs to put a couple more shots up through the floor panel here. And Relaxed Potato is ready to blind them, but it's blinded themselves.
Right now, you see that there's so many members up for Scarlet Knights, but they're weak, and that's one of them going to fall. That spike has not been contested at all, and it looks like Best is going to find the kills needed to secure this round. There is going to be the spike going off. Is it going to be able to catch anyone out? It's going to catch Relaxed Potato, so that's going to be one less gun they have for the next round, but it is going to be a win for them. So if we're going to see that 6-6 tie happen for the half, it's going to have to be with UT Dallas running up the next 4 rounds in a row.
That goes there.
It's definitely possible, but Scarlet Knights have a much better ability to attack, or they seem to have a much better understanding of how to approach the points here on Ascent than they did on Haven.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's probably why this was their map choice. They felt confident on this, just like UTD probably felt confident on Haven, which is what their approach was the first map. We saw how it really went into their favor during the later rounds right now. So nice, they have control early on, but could end up going the other way. Right now, you're seeing that the Knights on the attack, they're playing a bit more on mid. You see that they have some roamers A and B. The spike looking more towards B, but now going to rotate to mid as well. So they're waiting for that default pick. We talked about it earlier. Sometimes they look for that engage with a kill before they commit to a point, as opposed to Dallas, who like to just run in regardless.
Yeah, this is where you're starting to see the calculated and consistency of Scarlet Knights begin to kind of shine over the versatility of the UT Dallas team. A slow and steady play here, trying to get that aggression to betray Dallas and force them to take a peek or anything that they can get just like that. Lamp able to find Lamb out as they peek. Looks like they're going to go ahead and rotate back to A. They've gotten pretty comfortable with defending here on A. Dolpho trying to get a bit of a wall bang there, but everybody's moved from their last known position, so he isn't going to be able to find anything out there.
Again, they are playing a little bit in hell, so if UT Dallas is smart, they'll try to just shoot for the floor, but look at Justin on this flag. Is going to probably catch out the rest of the team if they aren't looking, but oh, look, a great shot from Kola and Yakuza now. Going to make it a 3v3.
Justin's now moving into heaven, coming out of the smoke. Nobody knows that he's there. He's able to find one, looking for the second, but he gets scared off by Adolfo. However, Cannon Chicken Soup, that opens it up for him to come in for the pick onto Adolfo. It's going to be a big job for Kola, but not able to do so. Attackers are going to be able to put one more onto the board.
Job a little bit too big to be completed on their own. It was a great rotation by Justin. Sure, it did not catch out UT Dallas on that high ground immediately, but it was still able to find one in the back, and then it drew the fire to heaven. Scarlet Knights now 7-2. It's a complete turnaround from the last map. It seems like they really know how to play attack here. They feel confident on it, and it's working out so far. They've especially been bullying UT Dallas on point A. They've only really tried point B a few times, 1 or 2 times, and this is going to be another approach here. I'm going to switch things up a little bit, but you see that it looks like UTD, they're kind of waiting for it. You got that Omen in the corner, but immediately going to be found out. The Cypher going to be on point in Boathouse.
And that's one of those instances that I was talking about the aggression betraying UTD. You hold that corner, you stay in that moment, and hopefully when they pass, you can get a pick or two, but you peek that corner, even just your shoulder. And that op can take you out of the equation.
Can indeed. Now, a 4v2, you're seeing Justin. He's going to be looking for Kola. Is going to find it now. There's only one left. It's Lamb. Lamb going to find one. Be taken out by the Shock Dart-ins. This might be 10-2 in Scarlet Knight's favor if they can keep this momentum going towards the half. And that would be huge for them, only needing 3 more rounds to force a map 3 after really losing their edge at the end of Haven.
Yeah. UTD right now really needs to put a couple more rounds on the board. If they're not able to put up a couple more numbers, this is going to be a very, very rough attack phase for them. We talked about how their aggression on attack sometimes doesn't work out. Sometimes they get caught out, or it becomes a little bit predictable, and they need a couple of rounds leeway in order to kind of allow that play to continue. Oh, Lamb on this flank.
Is going to be a trade. Justin going to be paranoid for just a little bit, but it's not going to be enough to deter them from pushing onto this B site. Both teams even. You see there's one in market right now, and Cannon Chicken Soup is going to be looking to push that angle. Now we're going to see the Saber all come out from the side of the skyline, so they know there is someone in market for sure. And again, they're going to be taking that B point very quickly, setting up on it, and now they're just going to be playing for the counter picks to make sure this spike goes off.
Not going to be bringing anybody in from attacker spawn. Everybody going to be rotating through either mid or defending spawn.
Get out of my way.
Soup's ult not going to find any real fruition there. Now Bests looking to come out of this smoke and come out of it big. Uses all of the knives, isn't able to find it. Kola and Lamb grabbing 2, and that could be the kill that gives it all away. You hear that beeping intensifies. Lamb drops to the point, and the defuse ensues. UT is going to put at least 1 more on the board before halftime.
That was an insanely aggressive play by Best there to try to force a fight when you really didn't need to, and it did not work out in the Scarlet Knight's favor at all. It's gonna be one of those rounds back.
It really good if it worked.
Yeah, I mean, I think the one thing is, the follow-up wasn't there, and, you know, maybe the communication wasn't there either, because you saw Best jump into, like, 3 people on the enemy team right there. Tried to focus down the Phoenix, and the attempted headshot with the knives just barely missed. I think a little bit too high there. So it's a, you know, like you said, sometimes you gotta risk it for the biscuit there. Biscuit was not obtained. You see Dallas able to get 1 back on defense, but it's still very heavily in the Scarlet Knight's favor, and they could finish this before the swap at a 9-3 advantage of 6 rounds in their favor.
Which will be absolutely colossal. You say we like to say that 8-4, that's a good spot to be. Oh, on that corner is a bad spot to be. Oh, Bests! Those 2 kills pretty much secure this attack here.
There are ultimates, though, for UT Dallas. They have the Cypher site, so they can use that to try to figure out where everyone is. They already know that someone's on because of that tripwire. They also have the Omen teleport. The Knights, they don't have anything to work with in terms of ultimates, but they do have a very good man advantage earlier on. Now you see the rotation is coming onto me because of that tripwire, the camera coming out from paint. There's going to be 2 of those Cyberanic cages used to create a bit of a one-way, and now it's going to be a 5v3 on point B.
Make that a 5v2 as Best gets the 3rd kill. Looking for themselves a cheeky ace off of these operator kills. Cola now gonna be turning that corner to try and end that dream. Chicken soup with the shock dart to the Yakuza's face. And Dallas gonna have to go into this halftime down by 6 rounds.
Yeah, unless Cole can have the play of a lifetime, it's going to be very unlikely, and Lamp going to end up proving that point right there. Sucks for Best, not able to get the ace, ended up falling after getting 3 kills, but that was a lot of great op play there by the Jet to really open up that fight, and able to take another round. You nailed it on the head. I mean, 8-4 is great, but 9-3 is just incredible. Now you only need 4 rounds on defense to win this. You had an amazing tackling round this time around. And this map, I would still say this map is defensive sided, as long as you know how to play these points. You see how they're set up. Looks like they're going to be leaving their Omen and the Cypher on point A, so they'll have that camera set up to try to find people out. Meanwhile, got the Reyna roaming in Market, and Jet and Sova on B, so that seems like a pretty good setup for the defenders now. Attackers.
And this pistol round is so important.
Looks like they're doing a bit of a split push, and it's gonna pay off as Cole is gonna find that first pick, but you just see this duel right now. It's not going either player's way. Cola knows that there's one right there, isn't gonna try to peek it.
Able to find another kill. And, you know, I said at the beginning of this round that this pistol round is extremely important. And the reason that I say that is because if you win this for Scarlet Knight, you're almost guaranteed to get the second win. The second round, if you get this first pistol round. At that point, you only need 2 rounds to go, and UT Dallas won't be able to make an economy. But if UT Dallas can win these first 2 rounds, put the Scarlet Knights on the back foot as far as economy and purchases go, they'll be able to put a bit of a chink in the armor and wedge that in.
Yeah, it's much better to be at 5-9 than 11-3, and as you said, winning that first round, it really gives you a great chance to win the second round as well. You're seeing right now, it's going to be a bit of a buy from UT Dallas. They're going to go up some Bulldogs, some Spectres.
Oh, the aggressive
and Scarlet Knights, knowing this, yeah, they're going to play super aggro, and it's not going to pay off at all.
Not at all. Cole gonna find that first shot on the Best. Best now, or sorry, Justin trying to kind of equalize. Relax Potato as well, getting extremely aggressive onto this defense. And look over at A. Look over at A. It doesn't matter how these kills go. They're already going to plant.
This is a trade, though. It actually is. Well, I was gonna say it is even, but now UT Dallas, they've actually lost one. Lamp picked up the Bulldog, so that gun isn't a go the other way. Now you see Yakuza gonna be playing the corner, isn't a fine one, but Lamp going on a tear right now. Has 3 kills, and now it is only the Cypher for UT Dallas playing in hell. They're going to break the door. You do know there's going to be someone walking through it. They're going to commit the drone as well to try to find them out. The camera isn't going to find anything. Now it does. Paint going to be found out. They know that exactly where it is. And yeah, Cage going to cut off the sight line completely.
Cage is now over. They feinted the defuse, and is able to find one, but not able to find both. And UT Dallas with what was almost an extremely impressive switcheroo, if you will.
0.24 on the clock. That spike almost went off. If the Scarlet Knights had been even a little bit more passive, they would have lost that round and the Bulldog. In the end, they are going to get the thrifty victory there. They only lose 1 round. They're able to get that second round after the swap, and 3 rounds going the way of Scarlet Knights will have us at a map 3, and seems like, again, the Knights, they don't like playing it any other way for the most part. They like keeping it close, so even though this map is going one way, this series will be tied up.
Tied up at a 1-1. You know, we're not. You're taking home $4,000. We're not gonna make it easy for you, chicken. Chicken. Oh, Soup with the kill through the wall with the Odin, bringing you the cheese.
You already know how I feel about that. I mean, it's a great play. It's one that a lot of Valorant players know. You just use the sort of a scouting arrow to figure out where everyone is, and you just spam down that hallway with the Odin. It's a free kill almost
Warms
anytime
my
if there
heart.
is someone there. It makes my heart cold, honestly, but it's still a great play by the Knights to now give themselves a main advantage, 4v3, and looks like now UT Dallas are going to be trying to push on to point A.
UT Dallas and going to point A, a place that honestly the Scarlet Knights have felt quite comfortable on, as we've seen earlier. They're going to get the plant, but only 2 members left, and one of them's rocking a Marshall at the moment. Shots are going to need to be more than just on point. They're going to need to be perfect. Paint able to find another kill on a relaxed potato, and one onto Adolfo. Oh god, and Justin as well, but he isn't able to find Soup. And you know, Paint, we're not mad at you. You've been asked a lot of right now, and you've been shining through, just not able to get that last kill. Now, Scarlet Knights up to 11.
That was 3 kills with a Marshall. You can't ask for much more with a Marshall. Because again, it is the Marshall. Yeah, it's a sniper, but it almost never does enough damage on one shot to get those kills. It's not like the operator at all. So the fact that you were able to get 3 there, that's pretty big. It's also very helpful for your economy if you're UT Dallas. You help get a little bit more out of the Knights. But it's still just, it's looking pretty bleak for them because they're only 2 rounds away on the other side from clinching this map. UT Dallas, they're going to have the comeback of a century right now, win 7 rounds in a row to even get close to what the Scarlet Knights have right now on their sides. And there is going to be the Hunter's Fury coming out after the Sonar Arrow. It found out 1, did a little bit of damage, but it's going to be Cola getting the first kill against Bess.
And that's a big first kill. This is the versatility that we saw earlier about now they're not necessarily playing too aggressive. They played patiently. They got their first pick. Sadly for UT, Justin was able to bring that body count back onto live. Oh, chicken! I don't think that's where that shock dart was supposed to go. But we're gonna see Relaxed Potato go ahead and close down A so that they can't get the mid rotation. Aggression still coming through from Adolfo as they move through on to B. Have that recon dart. They've got the bodies. Now they know there's at least 1 person from spawn and at least 1 person on the point.
Yeah, there's going to be a great tripwire and the cage to kind of zone out UT Dallas. You're going to see the rotation come out on the other side. Scarlet Knights are going to try to get back, and they're going to find 1. They're going to find 2. It's going to be traded out, so Lamp going to give their life at the end of the day, but now it is in the Knights' favor.
Oh, Paint able to even it up and allow Adolfo to get the win.
That was so close. Back-to-back kills. Just at the end of the day, Adolfo able to even it up. The Odin not going to be enough that time for Chicken Soup to secure that round. Another one going the way of UT Dallas. And if they can just keep playing that way, if they can keep this going, they might have a chance of evening this up. They have a good chance this round because, as you see, the economy from the Scarlet Knights is no bueno. They do not have a lot of money to use right now. They're going to have to save for the most part, except for Relaxed Potato, who's actually going to commit to that Vandal. So if you can get a few kills off of that, maybe that's enough to push you to that map point. But we'll see if it is enough. Right now, Relaxed Potato just going to play in that Omen smoke.
Yeah, and this is what we're seeing from UT Dallas. This kind of passive aggression where Scarlet Knights, they want to end this. They're trying to be extremely hyper aggressive to catch them unawares, but Dallas is completely ready for this. This is how Dallas plays. Able to get themselves onto the point. They've got the spike planted. They know they have to defend for the retake. Coming into the first position, it looks like Potato getting caught out. Yakuza, Paint, and Cola all putting themselves into the kill feed. And that's going to be a take for Dallas. If you're going to play aggressive against Dallas, play aggressive. You can't take your time.
Lamp able to find 2 kills at the end with the pistol, but just a little too late there. And that's Tito. Even though they bought the Vandal last round, they had enough money to buy it this round. The rest of the team is able to do a full buy as well. But if the Scarlet Knights lose this, their lead is going to be very vulnerable. They could lose another 2-3 rounds just off of a loss here. They need to put this away sooner than later. We saw what happened last time. They gave up a lead on Haven in their semi-final or their quarterfinal match, and that led to extra rounds.
So there comes that aggressive defense once again from the Scarlet Knights. And it's in the wrong place. There's nobody there, Jag. Everybody's on B.
Yeah, they commit the run it back for UT Dallas. That's 1 less ult they'll have, but you see they have everything else online right now. Empress being committed as well by the Scarlet Knights. Lamb, they have to try to find back. They know there's going to be at least one person coming through that. They have a bit of a one-way with the cage. It's going to find one out, and there's the Empress being shut offline.
And what a position hiding in that corner on the other side of the cage. Not expected to be found there. Ult goes into the back. I didn't see if he completed that teleport from the Omen. The Scarlet Knights have had this retake in the bag.
Lamp going for the ace right now. 4 kills. Don't know if they're going to get it. It's going to be a defuse. It is going to be the ace at the very end. Lamp. 5 kills that round, and now the Knights, they had to win it. They did win it. It is map point right now. So not match point. If they win this one, it's going to force a map 3, and UT Dallas, after coming out on top of Haven, probably thought, oh, this is going to be easy streak, but it has been anything but that. It's more been like Beatdown Boulevard, who's also a great caster, by the way, but right now it has not been good for UT Dallas.
Well, not to use terms already in the game, but UT Dallas has to run it back. They're going to have to bring 6 rounds consecutively in order for this to work out. And Lamp getting caught out very early by one of the darts from a cheeky camera placement, no doubt.
Saw that the Sova drone was able actually to find someone out, even though it was just straight immediately after. Now Justin and Lamp have found 2 kills off of that in mid. Oh, it's looking very bleak for UT Dallas. They're already down a lot, and there's going to be 1 less member. It's now a 5v2. They don't have the spike either. It got dropped.
Down. Not much you can really bring to the table here if you're UT Dallas. You've got 2 left. They've got spike control. They've got map control. They've got body count. Very difficult for you to really get any sort of initiation here. So, as much as you hate to see it go this way for UT Dallas, we might be having to bring ourselves to another map, but Cola does have the Reyna, does have the ability to bring things all the way back. Paint and Cola both finding kills, evening things out. Giving a glimmer of hope to UT Dallas, but not able to take it all the way.
One thing I find very interesting is that these maps are going to have the exact same score of different results. Both Haven and now Ascent ending 13-6. A little bit of a different pathway of how we got there on Haven. You know, you saw UTD, they just controlled the rounds after the swap. For Rutgers on Ascent, it was a little bit more even on the attack and the defense. Sure, they lost around here or 2, but still overall, they just had a much better game plan for both of those sides. And now we are going to be going to a map 3 eventually. We're going to be taking a quick break. First, we're going to be looking at the score sheet here. Lamp Lamp was incredible. We talked about Cola a lot on Haven. Cola still did pretty well, but Lamp really stepped it up here for the side of Rutgers. Had that ace that we saw on. It was just incredible. And we don't know what map it's going to be because they're going to have to do another coin flip for it. But knowing that
they will.
I think Bind was the one that was banned already early on.
Yes, Bind was banned.
But I think that it's in the pool because they're going to be doing another coin flip. So I think that doesn't really matter at the end of the day. I think everything is back up for grabs except for it hasn't been played. Icebox is not available, by the way. Sky is available for this tournament. We saw her a little bit earlier during the quarterfinals on Split, but Icebox not in the map pool. But we will find out what that map is in just a few minutes. We're going to be taking another short break, but don't be going anywhere because one way or another, there is going to be a team moving on to the grand finals here in our semifinals.
Yeah. MD. JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. Yeah. I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that you know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB, it's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that you know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then
And welcome back, friends. We're going to be here for the last map of our first semifinal series. It is UTD, UT Dallas, and the Scarlet Knights of Rutgers tied up at 1-1. And just a little bit of clarification, it is the same map pool, so Bind is not able to play. It is split no matter what, but the coin flip was 4 sides, and it's going to be UT Dallas starting on the attack first, Rutgers on the defense first. But, you know, we saw how dominant UT Dallas was in their quarterfinal matchup on split. 13-0. That was incredible.
Yeah. I feel like right now, if you're Rutgers, your pacing is what you need to be careful of here. If you allow UTD to come off of their attack round with a decent amount of rounds, it's going to be an issue. Split is not only a map where they feel comfortable on defense like we saw in Haven. Split is a map where they feel comfortable all the way around. We said it earlier, UTD was the only team in this matchup, or in the 8 that made it to today's quarterfinals, that fought somebody within 1 seed placement. They were the 4th seed, and they fought Penn State, who was the 5th seed. And they've been consistent throughout. And I don't think that Rutgers has really brought anything to the table that is exponentially going to impact their ability to play this map.
No Sova this time around. There is going to be a breach on both sides, but other than that, only difference again is the duelist. You're going to see no Reyna, 2 raises, and a Jet versus a Phoenix. So that's really been the only difference in matchups. Everything else has been the same across the board so far in this series. Split, it's a very defensive-sided map, possibly the most defensive-sided map in the game. There were changes made a while back to make it a little bit better with the spawn size, you know, how far you could go, especially in mid. Usually, before you could push up really far on the defense now, caught a little bit back. And mid is exactly where we're going to be starting this fight off. You see a lot of the attackers from UT Dallas are kind of zoned around that area. Meanwhile, for the Scarlet Knights, they have some in B Heaven. And for B Garage, you're going to see UTD push out from there as well. So a bit of a split push coming out right now from Dallas.
Yeah, and this map can be super defensive heavy because Heaven isn't necessarily the back of the point like it is on a lot of other maps. It pops up into the side of the point, and it has access and bleeds into a lot of the other areas of the map. So having control of mid, control of those Heaven areas can just give you such a good positional advantage.
Right now, both these teams vying for that positional advantage. No one finding it just yet as no picks have come in. 40 seconds gone, 50 seconds remaining on this first attacking round, this pistol round. There's going to be the flash coming into Heaven as well as a Paranoia. Now you're seeing they are going to push very aggressively, but now Lamb going to be paranoid out themselves, and that's going to be Relaxed Potato finding the first pick. Scarlet Knight's going to get 2 on this defense.
Dallas now in a bit of a tricky spot, but it looks like Adolfo and Colo, they're going to be able to bring things back. Paint waiting just beneath the drop for Justin and the rest, but he's going to get found out. Justin finds 2. Only 1 member of Dallas remains, and Justin's going to give it a little hop and pop and take him out of the fight.
A hop and pop indeed. They just
Point here, by the way. Copyright.
TM, yeah. We're working on the patent, don't worry about it. But just a nice little jump over the box, knew exactly where that spike would be planted in Scarlet Knights. They're going to take the first round on split, so UT Dallas, they can no longer say they're undefeated on this map in the playoffs. It's got to be a bit of a confidence loss there for UT Dallas. You know, they did so well the first time around on split, and already down 1-0. It's still early on, so there's a lot of time for them to recover, regroup, come back from this. But the fact that Rutgers was able to choose defense first, they won the coin toss, I think that's really the big difference maker here, and Best already finding one early on.
Yeah, Scarlet Knights did not want UTD to be on the defense first. They wanted to set this defensive pace on this map because of what you can do with it. Look at them right now. Relaxed Potato already. This aggression from Scarlet Knights, so much more implementable.
Here.
And UTD, that first map, this second round, or that first round, this second round, you do have the mental kind of throw off of it's the first 2 rounds, it was pistol rounds. We can't really... Don't put too much weight on it. Let's get into this next round and let's get this W. Let's start getting the ball rolling for us. And you're starting to see those buys come through, but it looks like they're going to have to wait 1 more round before they can come into this with confidence.
Yeah, Scarlet Knights, they're going to keep what they had for round 2, as we've seen not only from them, but from every team that's won that round 1. They usually buy a little bit round 2. They can't buy this round, but they will be able to buy for the 3rd round and have it even up. So if they win here, I mean, it's a huge confidence booster to get that 3-0 with a bit of a lighter buy, that a bit thriftier. If you lose it, it's whatever, because you still have a 1-round advantage and you can buy once again. It's if you lose that 4th round or things get very dicey. You're seeing that the defenders playing a little bit aggressive. You're going to see that Jet's going to have to use the dash to get out of there, so they're not going to have that for later on. So far, no kills have come through. No movement has really been made, and now it looks like the attackers are slowly rotating onto B.
Coordination is such an important piece of the puzzle here on Split. Just getting onto these points can present such a colossal challenge unless you're hitting headshots like Cola. You know, if you're hitting those headshots, then you're absolutely fine. Beautiful smoke into heaven. Cola with another kill. And I see why they've put Cola onto the Raze. They're going to be able to have that ultimate up in no time.
Yeah, absolutely. Already, you're seeing the value coming in. The spike is going to be planted now by the attackers. Knights are down too, so they're going to have to figure out a way to recontest this at a disadvantage. You just see that Lamp going to almost find the head of one on the enemy team. It's not going to be there. 3v4 right now. It's going to be now a 3v3. Justin going to equal it out a bit, and now it's looking possibly winnable for the defenders. But just as I say that, it's going to be 2v2.
Oh, and Chicken Soup now going to be able to carry it through. Just has to get this corner peek. Oh, and Lamb just is. Oh, there it is. 2 shots left in the clip, but still able to find that final shot.
You see there, the Vandal is a better gun than the Stinger. It's very hard to win that at long range. It looks like the Breach is trying to find a different gun in the area, but in the end, just the peak is a little bit too much, and UT Dallas are going to bring one back. But as we said before, it's okay for the Knights that they lost it. Now they can buy fully, and you see already that there is an operator on the field currently right now for the defender. It's going to be Best once again rocking that sniper.
And that operator on Split is completely a different animal than other maps. The access that Heaven has to the point, but being very aggressive with it at first. See Relax Potato now trying to get that ultimate online as quickly as possible. Is able to do so. So both Scarlet Knights and UT Dallas will have the bazooka.
Both of those Razes have the rocket launchers online already. We'll see who uses it first. You're seeing, again, a slow rotation coming out from UT Dallas, and they're already able to find some damage on the Lamp with that grenade, so a good start for them, just trying to spray out mid. Not going to find any shots there, but there it is coming out from the Knights first. They're going to use that rocket fuse. It might be able to find 1 or 2. It's going to find only 1, but there's going to be a follow-up right there, and that's going to be 2 kills for Relax Potato.
That's a big play from Potato. I mean, with that, there's no sort of back line, if you will, for UT Dallas. They're going to have to send someone back there to kind of watch their tail. Fuse is able to find that first pick, but got themselves a little bit too far out. It's beginning to even. Cola and Paint both able to find kills, and that's going to call for the rotation from A. At the same time, it's also going to call for the rotation to A. UT Dallas, with a couple of members, are going to be running over. Cypher trying to get close enough to hear anything and being careful just in case they decide to go back to B, but Best had the shot, misses the first one, is able to find the second one and make up for not landing that shot, but now going on to the point looking for the kill, will be able to find it. Only 1 member left from UT Dallas as they even things out. Cola needs to be careful.
1 health. 1 health there for Best to get that final blow. Wouldn't have mattered in the end, minus them losing the op, so it's actually a big deal that they kept it, but in terms of the round, still would have been going to the Scarlet Knights as there was no time to plant the bomb. A bit of a misplay there from UT Dallas. They tried to play a split approach where they had one covering ramps, the other one on the point planting the bomb, and because of that split approach, they weren't able to get the job done. Now, UT Dallas, because they weren't able to win that round, their economy back in the toilet a little bit, not going to be nearly as good as the other teams. You know, the Knights able to do a bunch of ARs with some light shields, and you're going to see UT Dallas. They know that they don't have the advantage when it comes to firepower, so they're just going to try to play as aggro as possible and try to catch people out of position.
All these grenades coming out from the Raze, trying to find whatever they can. Adolfo will flash into the stairwell, going up into heaven. As they move through the office, check their mail, and look for a couple of enemies, Justin's going to find that first kill on the Lamp.
Yeah, and they already got a lot of damage onto the breach. Who's trying to push into B first is going to end up backing out a little bit, and it came out. The damage came out from those grenades we saw earlier on. So all that spam damage from the Raze really pays off. Raze, a really interesting character, has nothing but damage abilities. Most of the other characters in this game have utilities, but she is just straight firepower to the maximum, and both these teams trying to get as much as they can out of it. You're going to see Lamp dodge that paranoia, going to take down the spike, and Relax Potato going to follow up with a kill of their own.
And that's the second time we've seen Potato kind of stroll into that engagement and not check the alternate routes in.
That's
going to
be
sure that you're
flawless.
watching your corners.
Yeah, as I said before this, and I'm gonna make this reference again, but as our friend and mentor Boopasaurus would say, you gotta watch your corners, friends. And when you don't do that, it's one of the most important things in Valorant. Once you kind of forget that basic mechanic of the game, you put yourselves at a very big disadvantage.
And you knew they were in heaven. You had to have been prepared for the perch there, looking out from stairs. But they weren't, so they got caught out. Scarlet Knights able to find themselves into a 4-1 as they are beginning to paint a pretty similar picture to our last map. Cola trying to be aggressive, but not here on the side. Is able to pepper in a couple of shots. Oh, there it is. Finds best out. Able to find the operator in 3.
There was a paranoia that was sent out, but it looks like you're going to see that they're going to get out just with their life in the nick of time. They're not willing to commit to this fight just yet. The Scarlet Knights, they are looking around, but they're not going to find anything. You see there's a really good grenade coming out on the other side, but it's going to be Relax Potato holding that angle inside Garage to even things out. Now it is a 4v4.
Yeah, not expecting Potato
Didn't check corners.
There. Yeah, didn't check corners. We told you to check the corners, guys. You gotta listen to us. Oh man, can't check corners if you're blind, but Adolfo able to find that kill. 3-3 now as Cannon Chicken Soup puts it down to a 3v2. Dallas is on point, but they have one mighty low health member and another that's rotated kind of out of the realm of reality for a quick second, trying to get to the ramps to get a good sight in onto heaven.
Yeah, so Relax Potato is going to back out. That blast pack is going to find one. It was the weakest member, so there is still a full health Cypher on the other side, but it is a 3v1, and as they're going to try to rotate into heaven, they're not going to have the angle to stop this defuse from happening. Are going to find one headshot, but it's not going to be enough. Are going to find 2 picks, so are going to find 3, but it's just a little too late there, Pain. Oh, the play was
doing it
there.
in the wrong order. You gotta plant and then kill everybody before the defuse. You can't plant, let them defuse, and then kill everybody. It doesn't do the same thing.
Great for your highlight reel, not great for the map score. And now Scarlet Knights, you said this earlier, it looks like very similar to how it was on Ascent. They are just racking it up so far as the early rounds continue.
You know, Jack, I must ask you a question.
Oh no, I hate this
okay,
already.
I'll save it for later. But Best isn't saving anything. Early kill onto Lamb. UT Dallas already down a man. It's 5-1. The fake teleport from Yakuza. Doesn't really look like it found any biters.
Yeah, you're seeing right now, Best is trying to find a good angle with this op in B Heaven. They're going to throw the bomb buddy in, but instead of throwing it into Heaven, they're going to throw it into a different area of the map, into more of that mid, and Best just going to not be challenged at all, be able to hold that angle for forever. That's 2 kills for Best. Now, can they keep it going? You see those 2 enemies from UT Dallas just lining up. There's going to be the shot, and now finally you're going to see Yakuza try to play aggressively, but you're going to see that it's going to be Relax Potato on the flank, going to have another rocket, but it's not going to be able to be thrown out.
Looking down at the ground for the satchel for the big jump shot. And they're going to take out that Raze going, okay, well, at least we got the person behind us. But guess what? Justin's still back there, and so is Chicken Soup.
Yakuza was able to get the pick onto their counterpart while paranoid, but it still wasn't enough to secure that round. Great flanks coming out from the Knights. They did a complete rotation all the way onto mid. 2 of them coming right behind UT Dallas, who are none the wiser. And the only thing that UT Dallas have going for them right now is the fact that they have 5 ultimates on their side, but beyond that, it has been a not so great performance. I didn't want to say lackluster. That seems a bit too mean, but it has been a bit lackluster for UT Dallas on the attack. The good news then again is that this is such a defensive-sided map. If sides swap and they're able to get it going on their own defense, this is still winnable, but so far, early going, not in their favor.
And Split's the map that a lot of teams, you don't really get a lot of playtime here. People prefer to go to Haven. They prefer to go to Bind. They prefer to go to Ascent more so than Split usually. So it wouldn't be surprised to see that this is just aggression and purity from Scarlet Knights, and UTD being a little bit maybe less prepared for the map, but Relaxed Potato completely prepared for the fight, able to find 3 before they get taken out by Adolfo on the pistol. But with 15 health remaining, they were so close to the 4K.
Yeah, Adolfo going to be able to pick up a Spectre, not able to go chase that gun from the kill they got on the Raze. As he said, very weak. The Omen also took a little bit of damage earlier on as Yakuza on the flank. Now Adolfo going to meet them in mid. Might be trying to push into ropes, might be trying to go on to B, and it looks like they are going to be pushing B. You saw that there was that rotation coming out from Lamp right into Heaven, so it could be a 1v2 scenario, but Lamp has the better firepower right now.
30 seconds left.
Not only the better firepower, but the better position. There goes the tripwire. Yakuza not wasting any time with getting into the point and able to find the second tripwire out as well. But the trap's been laid. They're just allowing them to walk into it. There it is. Lamp walking out from stairs, and they had no idea that he was behind them.
I think Lamp should rename themselves to Clock, because their patience and timing has been incredible, and that did not go off nearly as well as I thought about it in my head. But regardless, a great play by Lamp. Was able to wait patiently, was able to just wait at the back of B Heaven and then run in when they realized that they had rotated off of it, get those shots from above, and 6-round advantage for the Scarlet Knights. If you had seen earlier on in map 1 on Haven, you'd have never assumed that there would be such a big lead for one team over the other, but here we are now on map 3. The Knights have been just running it down really well since that second map. They have not slowed down since they were able to get it done on set. And look at that paranoia!
Paranoia of perfection, if you will, as Justin finds a good double. Adolfo now in a tricky spot, is able to flick for the headshot as Pain gets scan and check on the suit to kind of even things out. They know where the majority of them are, but oh, Potato! Stop it, Potato! Stop it! 2 penetration kills and gets the bomb down. It's all up to Paint, but a airborne member going to be a bit of distraction, and Scarlet Knights coming out with Flare here.
2 double headshots back to back through the wall. I mean, that's just amazing plays by Relaxed Potato, who has been carrying this lobby. We've talked a lot about Justin on that last map. Best has been a contributor all series, but Relaxed Potato on this race has really been able to frag out, and that's exactly what you expect from your race on this map. That verticality is in your favor, especially on the defense. You just throw your abilities down those ramps, down the sides of Heaven, and right now it's working out very well for them. And you see, again, a very aggressive play. The double kill!
I think that was a bit of a mix-up. Didn't mean to put the rocket away. Somehow put the rocket away, wasn't able to get the triple, but you know what? That's all right. Best is here. He's our friend. He'll find a couple of picks. Meanwhile, in the sewers, Tank gets taken out. And 9-1 right now. Scarlet Knights are making a harsh argument for the finals.
If anything, the fact that they accidentally put the rocket away kind of added to the tension of the moment. Like, will you get the double kill? One of the things you saw, UT Dallas, they rotated all the way into Ramen and then immediately just got blown up. Best there to find 2 more kills, and then it's flawless, but I would say more than that, it is just utter domination on that last round, round 10, going the way of the Knights without any doubt. Now, round 11. Only 2 more rounds before the swap, and if the Knights can go into this 11-1, they only need 2 more rounds to clinch up a spot in the grand finals and at least secure $2,000 for themselves in scholarship money.
Yeah, UTD, they've had the flawless defensive round. They've had the flawless map on Split last time through. They're going to need another flawless defense if they want to stay in the game here. Losing members, they are up right now. Cola now going to be using their ultimate, but guess what? There's nobody there for you to use it on. So the plant should be given and the retake will ensue.
You see King Chicken Soup going to try to flash through B Heaven while Justin's going through Garage. Relaxed Potato also going to be in Heaven, so a bit of a split approach, but not too split. There's another flash. You're going to use the blast back to try to jump across that gap, and now they're going to try to go from spawn side. It's going to be King Chicken Soup opening it up with a pick onto Lamb. Ain't going to find 2, though, and it's going to be very difficult for Justin to win this.
Yeah, off the back of a beautiful spray transfer from Pain.
No, so, you know, still
In the hash.
Still pretty good for Scarlet Knights. Best they can do now is 10-2, so that's 3 rounds. The next round they'd have to win on the attack, but still looking very much in their favor. UT Dallas, they win this round 9-3, and then there is still a chance of comeback. There's always a chance of a comeback when sides swap, as we know defense definitely heavily favored, but it's going to be very difficult for them after they've given up so much already. You see that UT Dallas can be able to full buy. Meanwhile, Scarlet is able to do the same as well, and it's going to be best again on that operator.
Oh, Adelpho accidentally blinding his own teammate there at the beginning, but Yakuza getting Relaxed Potato out early, taking that Raze threat down while expending a lot of health in order to do so. You're seeing this ultimate come through to mid. Doesn't look like Chicken of Soup is or Can of Chicken Soup is going to be able to find much from it though. Does have the flash ready, knows that there's a couple of members there in mid, opens things up for Best, tries to flashbang out, but the Cypher ultimate's going to give away everybody's position, and that's going to be a big up for UT Dallas.
And Yakuza with 11 able to take out their counterpart in Justin. A great teleport. Now going to be chased around by the Jet with the knives, but Jet's going to be taken down by Lamb. That's a great pincer play by them. And now it's a 4v2 in UT Dallas' favor.
Spike planted.
They want at least one more round before they go to this halftime coming up. They've got their angles covered. Question is, can the kills be found? Lamp able to find one, Chicken Soup able to find another one as well. As the defuse begins, there's nobody here on point that's going to be able to make it to them in time.
Lamp again.
That's
with
lit.
the clutch plays. That's 3 kills on the round, and I was certain, and you had mentioned it, like this looked like it was going the way of UT Dallas, down by 2 people, and yet Scarlet Knights just able to come in with a pincer play of their own, able to get down everyone on point. The rotation not coming in quick enough from the rest of Dallas's players, and now Scarlet Knights 3 rounds. That's all they need to send themselves into the grand finals.
And to guarantee themselves $2,000.
Yeah, and you know, if they at least 2,000, they could still win that grand prize of 4,000, but 2,000 a lot better than the 500 you win if you make it here to the semifinals. Still a great prize nonetheless. Great to win any scholarship money at all, but I'm sure they'd want to win 4 times that right now, at minimum 8 times that if they're able to win the grand finals. And so far they are making a case to prove that they do belong there at the end in the championship game.
That was some impressive quick math, buddy.
Thank you. Math never been my strong suit.
Wow, Best able to find that opening kill for Scarlet Knights once again in the 10-2. Looks to be turning into an 11-2. However, it's going to be just about it. UT Dallas, they have that Cypher just waiting in the hallway. But unless Paint's able to find a triple, not even able to find that single.
Yeah, that plan
put down. 2 more maps, 2 more rounds, I should say, not maps.
It went down exactly at the same time that the final kill came in, so just a little bit extra money on the side of the attackers. The round in their favor. They're going to buy here because they know if they win this here, they can lose another 2, 5, hell, they can lose another 10, well, not 10, they want to like 9 rounds because, you know, you don't want to get to extra rounds again, but
we've seen them in this situation before.
They have. They seem a lot better off now than they have previously in similar situations, though. They seem much more confident after they swap sides. They seem like they know what they need to do to end this, and they're looking to do it. So, like I said, they can give up a few rounds after they win this one because they know it's going to be match and series point.
The tension high right now for UTD. Lamp is going to get caught out.
Okay.
Just a tad. They're going to be okay. Still going to be continued, just kind of like push through. Cola with the grenade at the ready as a couple of members come in through the post, through the mail slot, but they're not going to push. They're going to flash and walk the other way.
Right now, you're just seeing that Scarlet Knights, they are waiting for that entry pick. They are not playing too aggressively now, but they're going to be lining up right on ropes for Lamb if they play this out. You're seeing the positioning actually is very good for Chicken Soup. Has not been pushing too far, but now they're going to be meeting their maker in a second. There is going to be another one there of them, so they might be able to find the trade. There's going to be the Molly coming out from Lamb, who actually did a full buy with the Sayer and armor, so you see how important this is for UTLs. They know that they have to win this round to give themselves a chance of winning the series.
playing very, very patiently. Luckily, that grenade not able to make its way through the door. They are going to use that second flash, not finding too much from it, however. But the bomb has been planted here on A.
Has indeed. And you see the Phantom being bought by the Knights. They have a little bit of better firepower. The Raze, who's so weak, is just trying to hide right now. And there's going to be 2 kills from Justin and Lamp. There's going to be a third from Bess. And now UT Dallas, they're on the brink of losing the penultimate round. It's going to be one more shot. Cola going to find 2, but still the Knights prevail once again. And here they are at match point so early on. There's only been 14 rounds, and the 15th one might be the final one of the series.
Right now for UTD, this is when you turn it on. Like, technically you should have had it on the whole game, but this is where like you turn it on, you turn it off, you blow in the cartridge, you put it back in, you turn it on, and you see if you can get something out of this. You've got to get momentum back in your favor.
I just had Nintendo 64 flashbacks after you said that.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Great memories of gaming. Right now, the Rutgers are trying to make a great gaming moment of their own. As we said, they were champions in the first tournament. They've been looking back to the finals ever since, and this might be their moment. Best's gonna open it up with the first kill. All they need is 4 more kills or a plant to go down without being defused to win it all right here in the semifinals.
That they can do, but Colo looking to put a bit of a kink in that dream. Now putting it down to a 4v4 as they approach the point. Yakuza finding another kill there as another trade ensues. 3v3 now. These teams not allowing it to be anything but close. Scarlet Knights, however, taking those 2 kills. Yakuza putting it down to a 2v1. Only 1 kill in between Scarlet Knights and the grand finals as UT Dallas looks to put a damper on that dream. Yakuza finds another kill but doesn't look left.
Oh, this is so dire right now. It's Justin versus Yakuza, and there's only a little bit of health left for Yakuza. Justin not able to find the shots. You're gonna see Yakuza have to go for the fake defuse. Even if they get this kill, there's not. Is there gonna be enough time? There is the headshot. That was 4 kills from Yakuza. Will it come down to this bomb going off? And there isn't. It's again the spike exploding. That's gonna give Scarlet Knights the win. Yakuza played their heart out, but it was just too late for UT Dallas as they're gonna fall in that series. 2-1. Rutgers, they are going back to the finals. They won that first tournament. Can they win the 4th one here in Conference 1?
I mean, Rutgers hasn't seen that grand final stage in 3 tournaments. So I can hear the cheers and the exclamations to keep it PG going on over in their voice channel. But UTD, what a showing here in this tournament. A 13-0 map, a flawless defense round against a seasoned veteran of the tournament. Weren't able to hold it together here, but they played their heart out. And I'm not going to be surprised to see UTD come into this tournament in the future and do some crazy stuff.
Yeah, you know, just a few more plays on Ascent could have led them into this map maybe a little bit more confident. It seems like they just started out of the gate very slow here on Split and weren't able to really ever recover. You see the top 3 all on the side of Rutgers, and I'm sure it's a bit of a party right now in New Brunswick as they will moving on to the Valorant Grand Finals here. $4,000 for that first place winner, at least $2,000 as we talked about earlier for the second place winner. At least that's a pretty good chunk of change, but that's going to be it here for me and Shuttle. I hope you've enjoyed having us here for the Red Zone quarterfinals, as well as this great semifinal matchup. There is going to be more semifinals action coming your way. It's going to be Paulsable and Beanies on the cast for that one, as well as that grand finals. UC Irvine going to be facing off against University of Houston, which I know is the school you're rooting for right now. But
it is. Before we get to that, though, we are going to be having an interview with Bests from the Scarlet Knights to see how he's feeling, and I've got a couple questions because the op player on the team, I feel like you've got to have a different bone in your brain. That's not a thing. You got to have a different mode. Bone in your brain.
We'll get there. We'll get there eventually. Yeah, we're gonna have that interview in just a few moments. So we're gonna take a short break before that happens, and then we'll be back with you talking with Bess.
This one, that one, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I tell shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women, if I want them then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women, I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better, you only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. Empty.
Welcome back, friends, and I hope you haven't gotten sick of seeing our beautiful faces, because we're going to be here with an interview of where it's going to be with Best of the Scarlet Knights, that Jet and Sniper Specialist. You can find them at Best Student GG on Twitter. And Best, how are you doing? How are you feeling after a great victory like that?
Pretty good. It was a great team win. I mean, we came back from being down 0-1, and UTD is always really, really fun to play against. Yeah, just overall, great team win. Feeling great.
So one of the biggest differences in your team compositions was the fact that you were on the Jet the entire time. Meanwhile, on the other side, you were playing against the Phoenix. In that first matchup, or the first map, didn't seem to go in your favor, but on Ascent and then on Split, they were able to step it up. How did you feel after you lost Haven? How did you feel about that Jet matchup playing into Phoenix?
Well, we knew we played really bad on Haven. I mean, during the game, we lost 7 rounds in a row on the attack side, and our retakes were really bad. Our post plants, I mean, everyone could tell. We obviously knew because we were the ones playing it. And for us going to the next map, we were all hyped about it. We bought the energy back. And having beaten these guys twice before, we always knew that we could beat them. So what we were really focusing on right now is how can we bring that same energy from semifinals into finals?
We'll make those 2 victories now 3 as you're able to conquer UTD once again. You guys are the 8th seed coming into this, a little bit of a Cinderella run. You can almost say you beat the number 1 team. Now you beat another team that's seeded higher than you. You guys have won the tournament before. You're in the grand finals once again. Who would you be looking to play more in the finals? University of Houston or UC Irvine?
Well, we've played Houston and Irvine, and I think Irvine is probably better right now. I would give them the edge in the semifinals. And if we played them again, the last 2 times we played, I wasn't on Jet, and I don't think I was on a duelist, actually. I was on Sova. So we made some lineup changes, and we fixed some things with our team. And it seems that this meta with me just entering with Jet works out a little better. Of course, I mean, we did win CF1 when we had the Phoenix Reyna combo, the double flash combo that UTD did.
Yeah.
So I think we could always bring that back, and that would look just as good.
Yep, it's good to be adaptable. Bring back some old metas to get yourselves across the finish line. Well, Shuttle, you got anything to ask here?
I've just got to ask about the mentality of being, because it seemed like you are the dedicated operator for your team, or at least for the most part, you donned that role. And coming into those engagements, what is your process of thought each round as you set up? Is it, I need to make sure that I'm holding this specific angle, or are there, what kind of steps do you go through mentally as you prepare for each round on that role?
So most of the time, our team has me on Jet opping right now, but I'm also IGLing, so I take a look at the map state and where people are defaulting, and primarily what I'm looking for is a battle versus their duelists. So I was trying to find Cola as much as possible on Split and Ascent, and try to duel him over and over and over. And I know in Ascent and Haven it didn't work out so well for us, for me in particular. But my team actually traded me every single time, which is
Yeah.
exactly what you need. And so I'm looking for the enemy duelists. I'm trying to find where they are because they have the least utility. Take that duel versus them. And let's say I miss, I just kind of dash away. It's kind of a free character. I mean, I don't know why people don't just abuse the crap out of that dash.
Yeah, so many
It's pretty
times
crazy.
you went for the shot and then immediately dashed out, and usually you would hit those shots.
No, I mean I'm not that good of an opera. I think the player we subbed, Senti Suffix, is actually a much better opera than me. But I think that we needed an entry player too. So actually that's why I gave to Relaxed Potato, Chris, and my teammates Lamp, Mick. I gave him the op a lot because my job is to entry, and sometimes I have the op. I'll probably just throw it on the ground and pull a pistol out or my knives out and use that instead.
All right.
Nope. I believe
Anything else
that's
from you, Jag?
No, I'm all out of questions. I think that's going to wrap up this interview. Thank you so much, Bess, for joining us again. You can find Bess at BestStudentGG on Twitter. It's right there below them. Thank you so much for talking of us, and best of luck in the grand finals a little bit later tonight.
I see what you did there. Thank you very much.
No problem. And that is going to wrap it up here for us in the casting booth.
Parting
I've
is
been
such sweet
Jag.
sorrow.
Yes, I know. We're going to be sticking around, I'm sure, in the Twitch chat for these final two games. There are going to be some great ones. It is going to be UC Irvine against the University of Houston, again, Possible, and Beanie's going to be on the cast for that. So you don't want to miss out. Two great voices going to be coming into your ears. But that's going to be it for me, Jag. You can find me at JagCast. I've been joined by Steitel.
And you can find me at Steitel24 on Twitter. And before we go, we just want to let you guys remember a couple of things. Remember to stay safe, don't be toxic, and have a wonderful evening.
You know that you know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah, yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I tell Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. Empty.
Whoa, hello everybody. We got some new faces here on your screens. It's Beanies and Paulsable coming at you with the rest of our CF1 Valorant action. And I mean, it makes sense that we're going to need to be switching casters because we have had a barn burner of a day so far, ladies, gentlemen, and everybody else, as we just had the pleasure of finishing up a three-game series, for semifinal number 1, where Rutgers took down UT Dallas.
Yeah, shout out to Jag and Steidel, man. I mean, they had to first they were juggling 4 quarterfinals at one time, and then they had a 3-map burner. That is not an easy gig to walk away from. Not an easy gig to walk away from that semifinal at all, realistically. But Rutgers, the Scarlet Knights, ended up getting it done. UT Dallas, they put on one hell of a show, but couldn't quite make it to the finals. Now we're hopping over to the other semifinal, also a best of 3, before later we hit up our grand finals, where we'll see the Scarlet Knights once again.
Yeah, and we should point out that grand finals has some sweet little prizing behind it, Paul.
Ooh, yeah.
We got ourselves $7,000 being played for today in the pot. We have, I believe, a $4,000 first place prize, followed up by $2,000 for second place. So you got some sweet cash guaranteed for the Scarlet Knights, but you want to make sure that you can get that top tier of bragging rights and prizing.
That's what it's all about, right? I mean, scholarship money's nice, but you want the bragging rights. That's what it's all about. But coming back to that scholarship money, actually, both the teams we're about to see, UC Irvine and then the University of Houston Premier, have secured themselves a nice little 500 stack each.
Oh, yeah.
But they're going to move up to 2,000 if they're able to win this game, and then possibly 4,000. That is a nice chunk of change in the bank if you can make it happen. And these two teams are two of the best in all of collegiate Valorant right now.
Oh, yeah.
It could go either way, Beanies.
Yeah, I mean, UCI, they're the reigning CF1 champions. They won our last tournament where they actually beat the Scarlet Knights pretty handily. So we'll have to see if that rematch is going to be coming to you guys. But on the other side of the screen, we do have ourselves University of Houston, which I have had the pleasure of casting. I mean, we were talking beforehand, I think 3, maybe 4 times already. And they have some standout performers tonight. So it's going to be a definite... I don't want to say it's going to be all reliant on aim, because at this point, everyone is pretty much on that same skill tier level. What's really going to be making the difference between these teams is going to be how they execute and their teamwork that they bring up.
Yeah, and on your screen right now, you can see how the bracket has played out. Quarterfinals, all mostly done and dusted. UC Irvine, they definitely had the hardest matchup in the Shorty Kings. Ryerson, very good collegiate team in and of themselves. Unfortunate matchup for them is UC Irvine aren't a team to be trifled with. And now Houston, they're going to have the chance to take down the current reigning champs here at Conference 1. And I want to break down specifically a little bit more on these teams. And let's start with Houston, because that's definitely the team you're more familiar with, Beanies. They got some baller players on their roster.
Oh my gosh, I could go on and on about these guys, but one player I think everyone should be looking at is going to be Eric Appleson on the Cypher. Actually, earlier this week when they played, I had the pleasure of interviewing Eric Appleson after their win earlier on Monday, and they actually did a fantastic job of taking a 2-0 off the back of some incredibly high frags and combat score that you don't really expect to see from a Cypher. I mean, Eric is consistently reaching that top of the scoreboard, bringing up multiple kills for his team in rounds, and really being an anchor, I guess, to be blunt about it, staying true to that position of being the back of his team and really holding down the fort for them when they need it most.
Well, and while Eric is holding down the fort, there's other players on the team that are going out and fighting in the trenches, right? I'm looking at Lee Mon-wei and Koi specifically.
Oh,
Koi,
yes.
whether he's on the Raze or the Reyna, he is pushing forward. I mean, certainly more so on the Reyna, I would say, but Raze as well likes to play very aggressive. And Lee Mon-wei, this guy has the weirdest positioning out of any player I've ever seen, and I love it to death. He finds the strangest flanks with the most awkward timing and makes them work perfectly so often here. We're going to be starting on the map of Bind. It's a very good map for Houston. I'm excited to see how this starts off, Beanies.
Oh my gosh, my heart's already pumping. I know they're just hovering the Viper, but for those of you who may not know, one of our other casters, Speezy, a very big Viper fan, consistently pushing for Viper to get playtime. And, you know, even though she gets played with a little bit here, we don't know for sure. In terms of UCI, with Houston here, Paul, they have 4/5 of their lineup already locked in. And Eric Appleson has only played Cypher, so we can almost assume that's going to be what their lineup looks like.
I'd be shocked if Eric Appleson locked in anything but the Cypher here. And UCI, we didn't. Let's talk about their team and their players as we're waiting for them to lock in their characters here. I think Danichi as well as Nibbler are two of the stronger players on this roster. Everybody else seems to kind of fill a role and enable those two to really pop off. Especially Nibbler is going to be starting off on the Jet. This is what they like to run here on Bind. Nibbler will go onto the Jet on other matches. I think I said Jet twice. I meant Raze here on Bind is what they like to run. Jet on other maps, but Raze here for Bind. Pretty standard, not too surprising. Killjoy, actually a little bit surprising here. I'm not a huge fan of the Killjoy on Bind, but it's been getting a little bit better and better as teams have figured out how to play it.
Yeah, and you know, just in case anyone needs reminding, both Killjoy and Cypher not too long ago had some slight touches to their kit's power. A lot of Killjoy's changes did affect her quite a bit, but not too much, as you can tell, as UCI is still running her, and for the most part, Cypher has maintained their place in the meta consistently here.
And if anything, I think when we look at a map like Bind, the Killjoy changes were a buff for her, hands down, right?
Yeah.
Because what it really
never getting the
nerfed
40
a while
meter.
ago was the ability for Killjoy to move around sites. There's only 2 sites. It's pretty hard to rotate anyways if you're on Bind as the defenders here. So I think if anything, June is feeling pretty good about those buffs that came in a while ago. And it's going to really help him lock down a site here. You can really just stack your Killjoy utility on one site, play for the retake elsewhere. And I like this too. We got the 3 stack toward B, the 2 stack toward A, one with the Killjoy utility. This is a great classic split from UC Irvine. Very standard, but very powerful.
Yep, and speaking of very powerful, that is going to be a very powerful camera dart coming in. They're going to be sniffing out Danichi, who does get the ulti orb, and you can see the offense is very adamant on this B-side push. No hesitation. They have the spike fully in tow, just waiting for the right moment to execute here as the smokes cut off lines of sight. Not they're giving away their position. Yeah, this is going to be intense here, Paul. It's going to be S hitting the fan very shortly here, folks. It's just going to be... Never mind. Everyone just backs up. Yeah, they fake it out. Nobody gives up their life for UH Premier. They do take one in response from the defense. And now with our offense, having that numbers advantage here, Paul, it's going to be very easy for them to dictate these trades. They just need to get the takedown.
Ooh, U-Haul also a little bit bloody for Premier to get control of it. They have tenuous control over the site, but if the timing plays out right here for Irvine, they're going to be able to get a pretty nasty pinch. You can see the breach coming up. Nacho in short, but he's not able to get much done. Unfortunate for Irvine. A little bit interesting from Premier. I don't really think that they had to go for that bait and switch around through the teleporter. I think it was a little bit risky, if anything, but ultimately, they were prepared to see Irvine and the angles they'd be playing from, and that made all the difference.
Exactly, and now with UH Premier having that round 1, they're going to be enjoying their spoils of war. As you can see, the buys already coming in, some pretty aggressive loadouts here, especially from the Phoenix and Omen of Adam Solomon and Lee Mon-wei there. hitting very low thresholds with those Bulldogs buys, so gonna be hoping UH Premier puts that to use with B-Site. Looking like the first choice here.
That is a nasty spray through the smoke there. Already so low, that Cypher. Danichi, or Cypher. Sova, rather. One day I'll get agent names correct, Beanies, but...
They sound similar, you know? It happens, a slip of the tongue.
Yeah, they don't really do similar things at all here, but Danichi is actually doing a pretty good job of pressuring, but with the high health player Ferg going down, this push is undoubtedly...
Oh!
Well, okay, I guess not undoubtedly. Eventually going to get Danny. This has been so bloody. UH Premier, they keep leaning toward this B site, and it just doesn't do what they want it to.
Yeah, it's going to be, yet again, though, UH Premier just faking everyone out, sending it back towards A site, and it's going to be a little easier to control that in this round with, that's nice for the one advantage, and with the spike being planned, I mean, you see Irvine, they're gonna be really going for a shot in the dark here, if one at all, as you can see Showers is going to be the location.
I'm honestly a little bit shocked that Nacho is trying to go for this here. Yeah, there was very little chance he was actually going to be able to do that. Not going to walk away with the Bulldog either, but this will be the actual gun round coming up for UC Irvine. So I understand the thought process there from Nacho. If he can go get an exit frag or two, that makes this bonus round more difficult for Premier. But instead, they only lose the one member. Premier will be just fine for what will be a bonus round. And now Irvine, if they want to recover their economy, as you can see, they are flat broke across the board. They need to win this round, not only win it, but win it decisively. At least 3 players up, if not 4 preferably.
Yeah, that's a really good point there, Paul. Even if you do see UC Irvine win this round, because of the hit their economy's taking, next round isn't going to be feeling too hot for them. So let's see if this defense, short of the weaknesses so far, it's going to be the first time that B-Site has a little bit of air to breathe on, as the spike is going to be left on the back end. UH Premier, in this first real buying round, choose to take a little more passive approach.
I like this approach from UH Premier. They're not really... They know they're at a gun disadvantage, and they know what the goal of this round is. It's not necessarily to win. Winning would be a bonus, but they really just want to be getting picks and making this expensive for Irvine. So they're playing slow. They're waiting to see if UC Irvine will bite and over-push. They hear the Sova. They don't quite swing on that player collecting the orb, though. Danichi will get away.
Ooh, yeah, we're getting a little bit close there, but it's going to be enough time for UC Irvine to back off and hold some angles here as utilities are being used. It's going to be Spike in the hookah, trying to get that out safe and sound. A nice Omen smoke followed up by a Cypher Cage is really going to be cutting off that sightline. Ferg is going to be taking down one. It's going to be followed up by 2 from University of Houston. And now, as the fight evens out, Spike gets faked. Doesn't get finished off there. Too much pressure provided by the defense, but it's going to be absorbed and shot right back at UC Irvine as UH Premier get a 3rd for their Phoenix. And Adam Solomon comes out firing here in their semifinal.
UC Irvine, I'm not gonna lie, I thought that they had some pretty good positioning there, but I feel like they were slow and unwilling to go for trades, right? Danichi was sitting in elbow. That's such a strong crossfire with the Omen, who was Ferg, I believe, who was sitting in that cubby, right? As soon as Ferg got pushed, I'm shocked that Danichi wasn't willing to push out of the Omen smoke and go for the frags on the other end of that fight, because you're not getting those crossfires going. It wasn't too difficult. I mean, UH Premier, they just had to worry about one front that players were actually coming from, and now it's full eco for UC Irvine. This is not great for them at all.
And I'm going to be honest with you, Paul, you put it very kindly right there, as UC Irvine is really just going to be trying their best to take someone down with them. Danichi!
All right, they made up for it. They made up for the last round, not pushing the smoke. You're good.
Woo. All right, so they got that out of the way. A nice little shot to the jugular right there, really give you a boost of energy. But now with UH Premier still having quite a few guns available to them, it's going to be a nice elimination. But Nibbler using that Sheriff to perfection, going to be getting one. Danichi flexing with the nice shock arrow, and 3 eliminations coming for UCI Sova, all off of the ultimate and that shock arrow. 4th from the Phantom that they picked up as well. So a nice 4-piece on a very unexpected round win.
Danichi is the savior of the early game here for UC Irvine. They giveth and they taketh away at this point. That round, they did nothing but give. Beautiful Hunter's Fury at the very beginning of the round. New players were coming up short, and at the very least, that would either get information or force players back. Best case scenario, it got 2 kills. Can't really hope for more than that in a round where you're on Eco and Hunter's Fury is your only available tool. Now things are looking much better for UC Irvine. They picked a bunch of guns up. Premier's economy isn't phenomenal. Now it's just going to come down to map control. A lot of info out toward B so far, but this means you've given up early shower control, Irvine.
Ooh, and that's going to be a very confident wing here. Going to be trying to find an elimination. No such luck with the ultimate, so it's going to be a wasted piece of utility there, followed up by Nibbler trying to get ultimate elimination. But yeah,
I really like that from Nibbler, right? Got tagged by the Hunter's Fury. That was gonna be the go call from Premier. Showstopper stops them from pushing onto the site at all. It literally stops the show in that sense. Pretty rough though. It was a bit of an overextension out toward Fountain, so things aren't great for Irvine thus far. They have to now go for a 2-2 split, and these A players are not going to be feeling too happy once Premier decides to push.
Yeah, it's just going to be a matter of when, not if, because we all know that when UH Premier hits that go button, they put the pedal to the metal and they execute on the site. But it's about finding that opening, ladies and gentlemen, everyone else. It's about taking out your opponent's utility, like we do with that Killjoy turret. Now it's going to be about using those smokes to their advantage. They got to make sure that some movement comes out now. And now, as I say that, UH Premier does move on to Site A. The spike is going to be planted, but Nibbler takes one in response to that plant. So now it's going to be a 4 versus 4. This is good for UCI if they can make sure that they stabilize, but it's going to be up to them to find the kills. And Adam Solomon is actually going to be the one ripping out 2 eliminations. Eric Appleson getting one as well. And with Nibbler back against the wall, going to have to get a 4-piece and a clutch in order to preserve this round, but unfortunately for them, UH Premier is not going to let this one slip through the cracks as well, taking their 4th round win.
That's what I was talking about from Limon Way, right? Heard the teleport, runs all the way from A short, all the way around, slow creeps, behind the Rays pushing onto the site, and then Eric Appleson gets that call from Limon Way, hey, I'm behind him, just wait over by lamps. Don't die, and we can go for the swing. Limon Way comes up behind, easy frag for him. Beautiful work from Premier, and now they got a 4-1 lead.
Shadows traveling. Revealing area.
It's always a good feeling to
Take flight.
get that lead going early on as you get the offensive side of the stick, especially on a map like Bind. You know, people tend to feel this is a defensive sided map in many situations. So setting yourself up for success so early on can do wonders on a team's mental and morale. But oh man, those shock arrows are going to do a number on the team's knees. That's going to be one member dropped after getting weakened by a shock arrow. Adam Soliman is going to be telling his grandkids stories about that arrow to the knee. But Limon Way is going to go down in history for that 2-piece. Followed up by Eric Appleton getting a nice elimination as well. UH Premier have just taken control of Site B here, and now they're just waiting to get that spike plant down so they can look to secure a 5th round. But Nibbler has other ideas in mind.
B-Long has been an absolute mess this series. We're only 5 rounds in, and the things that have happened in B-Long are hilarious and ridiculous. Now, the players from Premier are stacked over by B-Long. They got a good angle on that spike, and they've got a pretty strong camera. It will be destroyed, but that lets them know that there are players coming out onto the site. Nibbler, as well as June, going for the tap onto the defuse. Nibbler pushing up very forward. Doesn't expect the Silver behind, but it doesn't even matter. The 180 flick to decapitate Wing. Good work from Nibbler there. And it'll keep UC Irvine competitive with Premier.
Ooh, that was a big round there, Paul. That was very important for UCI to make sure they got. They were starting to slip off the cliff yet again, but they're able to find their footing, stabilize, and get themselves going back up the mountain here with the score line of 2-4 as we enter round number 7. And as you can see, it's not it's not fantastic for UCI, but this is better. They're getting themselves some economy. 2 members are sitting at 2K and some change, so it's going to be a good amount of credits for them, even if the round doesn't go too well. But still, it's not looking too hot for them early on, so they're going to need some more big plays here as you have some early A short clears with utility.
Pretty heavy A lane here. Already a rotate. Early paranoia from Limon Wei. You've got to take this Showers position now if you're a Premier, because if not, you have wasted not only the paranoia, but also the hot hands. I mean, it's hard to imagine Premier don't go A now. The problem is I don't think they've actually gotten enough out of this utility. They've gotten tenuous shower control. They're going to smoke back site now and push with the run it back onto site.
Oh, they're going to be pushing with a lot more than just that. They're throwing everything in the kitchen sink at A site. And Houston's going to be getting 2 eliminations. But Danichi, yet again, is going to be finding a nice pick. The 1 down off the back of a Sova ultimate. And with Ferg using the Phantom, they're going to find Koi as well. So no spike to be planted just yet here, Paul. We got 2, make that 1, make that 0 left here for UH Premier. I was just counting it down, showing off my preschool capabilities, while UCI is flexing those gun skills, getting themselves their 3rd round win.
I don't think... Well... The problem there for UH Premier was really that early control, right? And the fact that they felt that they had to commit so hard to that A site. They used not only the run it back, but also the from the shadows to get onto the site and to try and pressure Irvine, but they just didn't have enough control. They didn't have enough information on where the B players were actually coming from and pushing from. Now they're going to be back on Eco. They only have the Showstopper. If they wanted, they could use the Showstopper to get onto a site and just play it for the money. I personally wouldn't be too huge of a fan, but it is a viable strategy.
Well, I'm speaking from these first 7 rounds, but we're talking about viable strategies. I think Danichi with any of these pieces of utility is a viable strategy. Those shock arrows are consistently getting themselves into the backside of UH Premier. Unfortunately, this time only got 1 member, but Wing! Be whipping up the Sheriff. A little bit of Yippee-ki-yay there, taking a headshot. Ooh. And Nacho, a great angle there, clearing out all those in hookah, getting 1 more in Gardens here, but Eric Appleson does have the opportunity to pick up a assault rifle. With the Vandal here, Paul, it's going to be a 1-on-2, and there is a showstopper there for UCI. So if they're willing to spend the utility, if they're willing to spend the cooldowns, they could come away with this pretty easily, but we'll have to see if they invest.
I like this rotation here from Eric Appleson. He's just going to go for the 1-for-1, but okay, a little bit risky there. So Eric Appleson, the timing could not... The play was good, but the timing couldn't have been worse for the poor guy, right? Because there are essentially 2 options there for Eric Appleson. When he swings out from that door by defender spawn, you see a player, you go for the quick gunfight, and then you try and take 2 individual 1v1s instead of the 1 versus 2, which would have inevitably happened if he pushed onto the site. The other option is, if he didn't see anybody, he could have just hightailed it over to the A site. But unfortunately, right as he was probably thinking, I might be able to go to A, Nibbler peeked weird. Eric Appleson not able to get that, and then June swings close. Good work from UH Premier. In that round, they set up, UC Irvine rather. In that round, they set up a very good crossfire at distance, and then swing in close. That is classic trading in the game of Valorant.
Now, Paul, something I've realized here that UCI is consistently doing is they're making sure that they can get Danichi, their ultimate orb every single round. They're clearing off B long, they're using their smokes, they're making sure that Danichi can secure that. And it's really paying dividends, helping them get this comeback going in motion here.
Danichi? Hello? They have no idea. They don't know Danichi's here. That's 3 players who lined up and have no clue. Adam Solomon will barely walk away from that one. But that push was phenomenal. That's an extension of the B-long play you were talking about there, Beanies. What ridiculous value.
Oh my gosh, that is absurd right there. And I mean, let's be honest, if you're on the offense, you're not expecting anyone to get that aggressive. Maybe if you're playing some comp queue by yourself, but not in a tournament match like this. So Ferg, with that operator here, is going to help further the advantage that the defense has, but the site of B is going to be the choice for the plant. A nice job by Eric Appleson getting out of the way, but you cannot dodge lead, my friend. Koi, though, is going to be finding 2, and now it's going to be the ultimate coming out. Houston is going to find it with the showstopper. A 3-piece there for Koi.
Holy moly! There was so much in that round. It was a great rolling thunder, but it didn't catch Koi, so Koi goes for the 1v1 backside, wins it not only once, but twice. And then with 10 seconds remaining, says, it's not enough for me to plant. If I plant, I'm dead. Gotta pull out the showstopper. Barely sees Nacho go around the corner and throws that in perfect. Excellent work from Koi. That's the kind of fragging power we expect to see from this race.
And the big thing too, there was no hesitation. It was like right when that first elimination came in, right when the information was given, it was just showstopper came out, no questions asked, just throw it out and we're gonna make some plays. But now it's gonna be a little bit of a slower time here until a recon drone catches sight of Nibbler, but Nibbler has no such luck finding out Adam Sullivan. It's gonna be a 1-for-1 trade. And then make that 2 more 1-for-1 trades and throw in an extra kill there in favor of UH Premier, who now have that 3-2 advantage. And I mentioned before, when you're on the offense, you have that numbers advantage. It can be very easy for you to dictate trades and secure a round win just by pure eliminations, as Cypher's Neuralink is going to find their location, and it's going to be real hard to get out of this one with Koi still having that grenade up, and paint hurts a lot more than you thought, my friend. Oh, I think Killjoy is just one strong breeze from being knocked over. Oh.
Yeah, pretty much. June is not having a very good time whatsoever. I don't believe this was a full buy for UC Irvine, as it looked like the Rays had only a pistol early on in the round. So UC Irvine shouldn't be hurting too much when we take a look at their economy here. Yeah, no, they're doing just fine. So all in all, that round is salvageable for UC Irvine. You really don't feel too bad about that. You took away a few guns. The economy for Premier is not necessarily in a vulnerable position, but it's not super strong either. So this game kind of teetering right now. It's on a seesaw. Whoever takes this next round sets themselves up pretty for the last of the half.
Yeah, and to point out, UH Premier, they've guaranteed themselves at minimum a tie on their offense, and securing that on the map like that is always going to feel good. But now it's about extending that lead even further, as UCI are still hoping to secure a 6-6 halftime, and going to be back towards this B long site yet again. People getting a little bit of attention as well there from UH Premier, and you can see that the Killjoy, even though she's staying all the way on the right side of the map on A site, she's not going to hesitate setting it over to B. Once you have Danichi throwing out this ultimate here, playing a little bit of defense with some offense there, and Adam Sullivan doing their job as an entry fragger, getting one there onto Nacho. But with this ultimate, this is half the reason you pick Killjoy here. Dropping down the Killjoy
really
is a really nice way to get yourself control of the site, but that's going to be 1-for-1 trades here, still in favor of UH Premier, who avoid the Killjoy ultimate, and now it's up to them to play defense. Like,
oh, Nibbler, crazy frag there, and actually much needed too, because there was only the one position. Now you've got two different angles. It's just one player remaining. Adam Solheim, he doesn't have the firepower necessary to survive. 3 guns. UC Irvine just barely getting it done there. Everybody dumped all their ultimates from both sides in that round, because both teams knew how pivotal it was to the total rounds of this half. It's going to be broken buys now for UH Premier. They had to use things like the run it back and the Hunter's Fury, but Danichi, great Hunter's Fury yet again. Those ultimates have been consistent from Danichi. Didn't get the same kind of 2K results we saw earlier, but still slowed down the push coming in from Garden long enough for June to come over with that lockdown and really throw a wrench in Premier's plans. From there, it just went to hell in a handbasket for Premiers. They weren't able to get any kind of site control, and the retake was really easy. Now, Premier, if you want to walk away with a lead and not just a draw at half, you've got to hope for some kind of miracle, despite the fact that you are at an economic and utility disadvantage.
Now you can see it's reflected in their play here, as they want to be cautious. They want to gather some intel. They don't want to throw away their lives here. A nice little bit of chip damage there going to be thrown down on the Adam Solomon. I believe that was Omen there for UCI who threw it out, but that's just cherry picking at this point, where the defense is feeling pretty confident about this 2-person hold here on site A. They have the Killjoy utility helping lock down the site, and one of those pieces of utility is going to be used. It's going to be a grenade thrown out, but no such return on investment there. It's going to be a 2-person peek here by Koi and Co, who's going to take down one. Nibbler getting a nice aerial view. Top down, going to be snacking on Lee Mun-wei. Going to be getting a 1-2 piece for UCI, who his defense is in a pretty spot to take control of the round. And after that, you drop wing, you get control of the spike, and it's going to be very difficult for you to get back. You need to make some big outplays here. Nacho is going to be stopping that in its track. And as we have just one member left at minimal HP here, Nibbler finds them, secures the elimination, and we're going into the half number 2, tied up.
Switching sides.
And as we exit the defensive half for UC Irvine, I really have to commend them on their adaptation and how they played with the pacing of the executes from Premier.
Oh, yeah.
UC Irvine decided it's not enough for us to just go play for retakes, right? We want to be messing with UH Premier's plants. Not necessarily to the point where we stop them from planting every time they go from it. We don't want to, just die potentially for frags and then lose complete site control. Site control was more important, right? They are playing for the back halves of those sites so that when when Premier plant rather, if Premier even get to plant, their control is tenuous at best, and Irvine can walk in without too many difficulties. In that round, it was all about U-Haul. In the round before, it was backside with the lockdown. It was great. Now we've got a very aggressive push from Irvine. They're not letting anybody get away on A. This is such good work from them. They are going to lose Nibbler on the back of the site, but they get U-Haul control, and they're able to plant.
I really like that aggressive move by Nibbler, just jumping straight over the U-Haul truck, getting to the backside of Lamps. Unfortunately, their teammate had already secured the kill, but it was a very snazzy looking play as UH Premier managed to even up this kill total, and they're going to be looking for a retake here. But Adam Solomon here getting one elimination. Frenzies are going crazy here, folks, as they're lighting up the kill feed. And Danichi was feeling a little bit left out and shows off the power a Ghost can bring to this gunfight here. But at the end of the day, UC Irvine takes the team victory here. It's going to be their first round win of this half, and they're sitting pretty here.
Beautiful and clinical. That's all that round was. They rushed straight onto the site. They knew exactly where two players would likely to be playing. Somebody's always going to be in Lamps, pretty much, right? They just swing on him all together. Let that happen while meanwhile, Nibbler was just going for back of site control, getting information with their death, and they weren't able to take out Eric Appleson, but they've forced the defenders so far back, it hardly even mattered. Now, easy buy up for UC Irvine. Aggressive push from Premier. Nobody here to meet him, though. And I think it was actually even heard by June. So that's going to be the rush all toward the B site.
Yeah, that's going to be biting them in the rear end very shortly, unless Lee Mun-wei is actually going to be able to pull out the hero play, the lone member. It's looking like Saving Private Ryan here, but Ryan is in a much worse spot with a lot less equipment. But Wing actually is going to be winning out that duel there with a classic. So that's one elimination for UH Premier. Make that 2 going over to UC Irvine, and then they just double it off the hat like that, getting 4 eliminations, and UC Irvine on offense looking like an entirely different UC Irvine.
Once again, it's just a bloodbath in B-Long for Premier, man. They can't do anything on that side of the map. Attack, defense, hardly even matters. And I mean, credit to Lee Mun-wei. Was in elbow for a very long time, didn't get pushed. If that timing had worked out a little bit differently, maybe he could have done something from that position. But and it was a little bit surprising that Irvine actually didn't want to push for that map control. That to me says that they didn't know everyone was behind them. They just knew a couple players would have pushed out that A short, so they weren't totally convinced. They're actually going to buy up in this round. Quite a few Phantoms. This can get a little bit expensive and a little bit risky.
Yeah, but if you're going to be able to see a return on investment, then I think that return is going to be pretty much exponential here, as UH Premier are not in a very good spot. It's definitely flipped from our first half where UH Premier were the ones in the driver's seat, but now Nibbler is really just putting the pedal to the metal here. I mean, nice elimination there, winning out that duel, survives with just 3 HP, and then Ferg takes advantage of that nice height, takes advantage of the teleport, and Lee Mun-wei evens it out, even though UC Irvine has here. It's going to be difficult for Premier to break through this hold, especially when it's pretty obvious that all 3 of them are going to be coming from the same location thanks to this lockdown. And Nibbler, I mean, this site here with the smoke is going to be very difficult to break through. It's just a matter of communication and hearing that the Push is coming, and there's going to be, folks. Wing is leading the charge. A Vandal in close quarters is not the most ideal weapon, but when you land your headshots, it won't really matter, will it? 2 eliminations here for Wing. Premier is trying to take that, but Nibbler, so reliable. Nibbler is so consistent, and Nibbler is looking for the clutch. They have 2. Nibbler's looking to finish off the 3rd. The spike defuse is not going to come down in time because Nibbler gets the 4-piece for UCI.
And that goes to show why control of a map is even more important than hitting your shots. Kudos to Wing. Was an absolute nightmare rushing into U-Haul, or Lamps rather, supported by their teammates. But Nibbler had control of Showers. Somebody has to flush him out. Showers is just too strong to swing onto that site, onto the diffuser. Nibbler won that trade despite being such low health, and from there was able to carry that forward, had the paint shell and everything. Control of the map is what really matters, and Houston, they have been struggling to get that thus far this series. Even now, they've already lost such early map control over toward that B site, right? They've lost Hookah. They've lost so much presence up here toward Garden. Limon Way at least trades 1 for 1, but that's not nearly enough for Premier to swing this.
Especially now with Nacho laying some pressure down onto the site, going to be taking down Wing. And UC Irvine have looked like an entirely new team here thrown down onto offense. Their executes are looking so precise. They're not taking anything too aggressive here. They're being very cautious while also making sure that they're decisive in their choices. They aren't second guessing themselves. They're going up to a site, they're evaluating what's happening, and they are executing on the target. The UH Premier going to try and bounce back with just the Sheriff, and that's not going to look very good here, Paul.
Not much Eric Appleson can do in that situation. I do want to call back to what you were saying, though. I really do think that you hit the nail on the head. UC Irvine, they're just so good at realizing when and where they can and can't push, right? It's about timing. Valorant is a game all about timing. The slightest difference in timing, a half second here, a quarter second there, makes all the difference. In so many different things, more than just peaking utility, right? But in when teams swing together, in who goes where on the map, and how long you have to get there. And UC Irvine are thus far masters of it. At a 10-6 lead now. Have a lot of tools to carry this round forward, not least of which is the showstopper. Goes for site control instead of U-Haul, but U-Haul's flushed out regardless. This is a complete exodus of the A site. The run it back trying to take Premier back onto the site and will be able to take down Nibbler. Things are not all lost here for Premier. They are stuffing this push.
Wing used that Hunter's Fury and did a good impersonation there of their counterpart on UCI, but Danichi now being one of the lone members of this offense here. The first real difficult road that seems like UCI's offense has come across now, as UH is going to get their first round win on defense. And Paul, we should point out this first round win was a flawless, so it came about as well as it could have.
And a well-earned flawless. Premier, they take a page out of Irvine's book from when it was Irvine's defense. It's not enough to let them plant and go for the retake. We have to throw a wrench in their plans. Premier, they leave the site, the exodus, like I said, because they want everybody alive. They early rotate because that showstopper was popped so far away from the A site, and they're able to retake with the Hunter's Fury that eliminates the lockdown, if I'm not mistaken, and the run it back to clear the other side of the site. Great work from Premier, but we need to see more of that as their defense continues.
Ooh, the Cypher camera gets thrown out there onto B. May have picked someone off before it got shot away, but not much to come of that information just yet, as it's going to be UCI taking the more passive approach to this offense here, really just evaluating their options. I like what we're seeing out from Houston now. They're giving their Rays a nice floater option to just dance here between the long angle of B site and that long angle of A site. But Adam Solomon is going to be taking down June there in Hookah, so albeit not going to be starting any kind of bloodbaths like we've come to see so far, but a nice early pick from the defense, and now it's going to be up to UCI to respond with that numbers disadvantage. And if anyone has the gun skill to do it, I'm going to put my money on Nibbler to make a change, as We see Hunter's Fury will come out here from UCI, where it's going to be some Sova on Sova combat, but neither comrade will fall. So they try and peek those angles. Wing actually going to take down Danichi.
Love that reposition from Wing. Got tagged in elbow by the Hunter's Fury once, rushed up forward because they knew that the enemy team would not expect them to go forward into Garden and instead fall back. It does give up a little bit of site control. Nibbler has inched onto the site for free, but the spike in Nibbler's hand, this is risky. It's being planted, and Wing is here to punish. Can stop the spike plant entirely, and now there's no hope. Even if Nacho was able to get a kill there just wasn't enough time.
Wow, that is just unfortunate timing. You talked about it. You brought it up, Paul. Valorant is all about timing. It's all about those minor seconds that make the largest difference. And right there is a prime example, because that's just going to be a spike left there with a sitting duck, and unfortunately not enough time to go for a second plant attempt. So now UCI having to come back off of 2 straight round losses here. They're going to be going for a light buy this round, so not going to be expecting too much from them. But honestly, UCI has shown that they can still make a lot happen with a little bit at their disposal.
Oh, so many of them get spotted by that recon dart, though. Oh, now shock darts being thrown down too. Already an early health disadvantage for Nibbler. I would please don't commit to this, or UC Irvine. We've seen so many haphazard bloodbaths down Belong this series. I don't know if I can take another one. Aljone through hookah gets a little bit of info on where Adam Solheim is. Still a lean here towards this B site, right? I mean, the spike is in hookah and everything. I believe it's actually on June right now. The most forward member on the team, that's pretty risky, but Irvine aren't going to commit. I like that they're falling back and seeing if they can play towards A.
Yeah, and they do have the time to do so also. We just are hitting that 50-second marker, so there's still plenty of time for them to make some choices here on how they're going to execute on what site. And unfortunately, while they take their time, it's going to be UH Premier sending over a third member to defend the A site. So it's going to be a well-met push here with some defense. It's just going to depend on where the eliminations come from. Nibbler going to find one with that Sheriff there. Adam Solomon reflecting the gun disadvantage that Irvine is rocking here. As Foy also is going to be putting it right into their jugular. It's going to be a bunch of lead sent flying here, and UH Premier are going to be taking their 9th round win. And you know, it's mimicking the first half almost to perfection. The mirror came in with UH Premier taking that first half early. Now we have UCI taking the first half early, and nobody can hold on to a lead.
This is the exact close game that we wanted from this series, Beanie. I am loving it. These two teams are playing tooth and nail and adapting to each other. I mean, it was not the most interesting eco round. Irvine, their goal was to get the spike down. They didn't get the spike down because they couldn't really get an early pick because Premier were just playing very patient there. Don't go for the right click, Danichi. That's so far away. You're not going to hit the recon bolt there. It's okay. Nobody gets punished out of that. Shock Dart's going to miss 2. Default right now for Irvine, seeing if they can get a pick. And they will actually over toward that A site. That's the Lamps player too. Eric Appleson is now going to have to move into Lamps, and there's a lot of site control gone for Premier.
Very much so, and this is exactly what UCI wanted. They now have every member of their team ready to go. They are going to be using their Breach ultimate to the fullest here. Not sure too much to be found directly from that, but they do clear off the site. They do get the spike plant down. They do trade 1 for 1, which is ultimately still going to go into their favor here, as with A site in firmly of their control, they are going to be looking towards heaven for their opponents. With UH Premier sending Wing's drone in, they're looking for any info they can to try and take the site, but it's so difficult when your opponents know exactly where you're going to be coming from. They can just hold these angles, get that nice little peeker's advantage, and make sure they don't lose the gunfight, as Wing is just trying to do what they can. But Eric Appleson and Limon Wei are dominating those 1v1s, taking some headshots, but it's going to be hard to take these shots, take the kills, and get the spike diffuser coming. And with Danichi still alive and the family is ripping through their bodies, it's going to be UC Irvine getting themselves round 11.
Tooth and nail, man. Tooth and nail, Beanies. What good play from UC Irvine there. I was a little bit worried when they went onto the site It was a good Rolling Thunder from Nacho to clear out Lamps, right? But then Ferg pushed out, and instead of looking towards Heaven, where players would not have been stunned by the Rolling Thunder, where the threat would likely be, right, that backside Heaven area, kind of looks over towards Lamp, see if anybody extra got caught by the Rolling Thunder, and things started to fall apart from there one by one. But you see Irvine, they played for time, they played slow, they knew that that would be their advantage. Now they know that playing fast is not going to be their advantage, actually, as Nibbler just gets decapitated with that rocket launcher on his shoulder.
Oh, that feels awful. I've been there, Nibbler. Don't worry. Before you can even get the showstopper out, your show gets curtains closed on it. But June is going to be evening out the scoreboard there for UCI. Killjoy making sure that she can secure whatever kills from this back site.
Interesting.
Oh, yeah. Interesting for sure. Danichi is trying to big brain this hold here as UC Irvine is playing with their defense a little bit. UC Irvine has the spike just chilling around this backside, hanging back on their terrorist side. And
this is worst case scenario for UC Irvine, or at least a very bad scenario. They went for the double bait and switch, but the problem was Eric Appleson had all his trap wires over on that side, so they knew that nobody was on A. Now people are on A, but so is the rest of UH Premier. They've easily rotated for this. They've shut down most of Irvine. Showstopper's out now. Doesn't quite catch Danichi, who's retreated into Lamps, but this is a very tenuous position. You're getting caught from all sides, and a shock dart will shut you down. June, all alone, no health, 20 seconds, was never going to happen. UH Premier grab a 10th round. We're nearly tied up, Beanies.
Oh my gosh, can you believe, Paul, this is only game one? This is the first game of a best of 3 these guys have. Can you imagine if they take this to 3 games? I can't, let alone having to go to the finals.
And then finals.
Ooh, these players are going to be really putting their best foot forward here, and I mean, their opponents are ensuring it. It feels like a great anime battle is unfolding before our eyes.
Oh, for sure. We get a multiple episode anime battle here, right? It's like when in Dragon Ball Z, they do like a full 20-minute fight, and then somebody powers up and they cut to the next episode. That's what we got going on right here. UH Premier have honestly been the people who have powered up recently towards the back half of this first episode. They are doing such a good job on their defense. Now they're just up against an eco. They should be tying this up by all rights. There are a couple tools for Irvine. Hunter's Fury Lockdown can get them onto a site if they want to use those to just get a plant down and try and recover their economy. I don't feel like they should, but they could. They're just going to push on dry instead. It's not going to go very well for them. It hardly ever really had a chance to. Low health now, and their 2 remaining members who are both stuck in showers.
Yeah, and UH doesn't have any issue figuring out where those remaining players are. They're sending some pot shots into showers just to make sure they can get any damage down. And yeah, I mean, this is looking like UH Premier is going to take this round. It's just a matter of when, not if. And I guess, Paul, looking forward now with 11-11 tied here possibly, UH Premier is going to need to get this round secured. And if UC Irvine can somehow, in some way...
They're not.
But if I put it out there, just in some way...
If you put it out there, it won't do anything because it's like a total of 70 health between the 2 of them.
But in some world...
No, in no world, Beanies. That does not happen right here. Ferg is lucky if he dies. Yeah, okay, there. Ferg dies. That's actually a good thing for Ferg right there. 1 point off the ult, so now has the From the Shadows. Wanted to die right there because there was no chance he was going to be able to recover the spike and plant. So wanted that ult orb. Now you have 3 ults available. Now it's a gun versus gun round. UC Irvine need to take this. If they don't, they lose the map. More than likely. They have ults to make it happen. Expect the second they feel like they have an advantage, they will throw everything at the board and pray at least 1 dart sticks.
Well, if Danichi is the one throwing those darts, there's a good chance they're going to stick. This player has been stellar with their utility the entire game. The Hunter's Fury is going to come out here for Danichi, who's trying to get an early elimination. No elimination to be found, but some damage is going to be thrown down. 2 members of UH Premier are going to be taking some shots from that. So overall, I'd say that Ultimate was a worthwhile use there, as it's now going to be a little bit of a feeler for these 2 teams, playing a little bit of chicken for who's going to break first.
And this this is getting pretty difficult for Premier. They lost a lot of control towards both sides of the map, so they have no idea where this push is coming from right now. It is leaning toward B. They are properly stacked at the moment, at the very least. They have 3 over toward this site. But still a lot available. Still the From the Shadows for info and the lockdown to get site control if you put it in the right spot. There's that lockdown going over in Gardens. Limon Wei not able to swing and remove that. Ferb commits to the From the Shadows. Very ambitious, but it at least gets Wing out of elbow fully. So Danichi can now set up here. The spike can get planted, and UC Irvine can make this round happen.
Ooh, Nibbler with a curious last pack placement. Danichi's going to be finding one. Koi as well. Eric Appleson gets one as well. So we have a 2 versus 2. But Danichi's going to be the straw that breaks that camel's back until Koi and June go head on head. And it's going to be June taking down Koi, setting up UC Irvine for their first game point here in the semifinal.
Enough money to where Premier can buy into this round. And actually, it's going to be full light armor, not even full guns for Irvine. So not a total loss for Premier. This game is still as close as it comes.
And the op.
The operator, too. Wing going to be locking down Belong. Belong has been a point of contention for Premier. If Wing can get early control with that operator, that is so strong for Premier. But if he walks out and biffs that first shot, I'm not sure there's a world where Premier can recover.
Ooh, Wing was thinking about it, but I think he heard you in the back of his head and didn't want to biff that shot there, my friend. Adam Solomon is trying to land any shot he can, and that's a concussed Odin just spraying and praying, and Nibbler took a bite that they could not chew. But Adam Solomon's not the only one trying to back it up, because we have an operator on the field, ladies and gentlemen, and we got Wing helping his team take it to overtime!
Let's go, baby! The Odin goes burr, and the op hits its shots. That's everything that Premier needed to send this thing to overtime. Now, full reset. Wipe the mental, wipe the board. Nothing matters from here except the play from here. All of the previous rounds in this map, you can write off. Odin coming out again, this time on Danichi. Irvine said, you know what? I like that that Odin. You did some work over toward A, got some work toward B long. I think I'll try a taste. Danichi now holding down A with that. Seems like it'll just be slow play to start us off from Premier. Across the map, default a little bit more of a lean toward B, actually. So not quite default now that I say it. They're looking for that long control early.
I've said it. B long has been one of the most prominent locations here in this Game 1 semifinal, and no surprise that B is going to be a site that's backed up with a lot of material. You can tell that Irvine has definitely made some adjustments to their defense. You know, previously we have seen Killjoy stack a site with that utility pretty often, so having Killjoy prioritize this hookah is an interesting choice here. They're probably expecting some kind of push to come through, but UH Premier also reevaluating their strategies here. They're not committing to anything just yet.
Less than a minute on the clock. Premier have gone back over towards the A site. Danichi on a cheeky little angle right here. Not much information, though. The Killjoy utility is stacked over towards B, as are the UC Irvine players. So when this hit comes through, the Odin needs to get some work done through the wall. Already finds one, and Nibbler makes it a second. Great start here from Irvine. Things falling apart for Premier in their first OT round. It'd be a miracle if they can get this done now. Limon Wei with the spike, only 25 HP. Has to just try to run for the other site, but it's going to run into quite a few issues, not the least of which is a turret and a nano swarm.
Oh, but Eric Appleson is going to try and maybe start a crusade back from the dead, but I don't think you're going to be getting these last 4 eliminations in the next few seconds. But Limon Wei!
No!
Did he? No! June was right there shooting at the spike. Close. Very nice attempt there by Limon Wei from UH Premier, but UC Irvine sniffed that out.
And a little bit indecisive from Premier, ultimately. They stacked toward one side, they stacked toward the other. They never really went for a hard hit, and once they did, they were unprepared for what Irvine had to throw at them. One more round to put this first map to bed. It'd be a quick overtime for UC Irvine if they were able to take it. And I'm very interested to see how they want to start this off, because UC Irvine, I mean, both halves were 6-6, right? Or, well, no, I guess 7-5. But they were both very, very close. You can't call this for either team thus far. A lot of control given up toward B. A heavy stack toward the A site with the Cypher utility too. Irvine in a great spot to make this happen.
Yeah, that's a good point, Paul. It's going to be difficult for UH Premier to deal with this attack, but Adam Solomon is giving a brief room to breathe in there for the defense as they can try and swing themselves over to B site, but you can see the hesitation on the top of your screen, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah.
Everyone else. That Cypher is just dancing around the spawn, not really committing to either site, but you can tell that B is going to be the location. Both teams are thinking it, and it's just a matter of who's going to say it first, folks. And I think it's about to be shouted from the rooftops in about 5 seconds. Or looking at the window, but no, just deciding to be extra cautious here, Paul. So I'm eating my words right now, and UCI is really just waiting to let their opponents make a mistake.
And I'm wondering how hard Premier are going to commit to these defensive positions, right? Both their B players playing very far back. Is Wing going to try and spray through the smoke here? You expect Premier to give up this site as this comes through. He finds one with the recon dart. I believe the spike is going to be a bit more difficult, but because Wing goes for the early spray, a player is here to contest. Danichi, the Sova v Sova, Wing will win it yet again. Now, you have one player kind of stuck on the site, doesn't know if somebody's going to be pushing them from elbow, and this is a very doable retake for Premier. They're both going to swing out toward elbow. Neither takes damage from Nacho. Two players up in hookah. Limon Wei will not be walking out of it, though, and now it's just on June. Position compromised, not able to get toward the site, no utility to make it happen, and Appleson will shut it down. Premier, keep the overtime rolling.
I am so glad that we're playing a tournament match, because if that happened in my comp games, we would have been seeing people just giving up and going for the tie-in. Nothing grinds my gears more than watching a 13-13 game like this. But folks, we got us quite a few more rounds ahead of us, and honestly, if these players have anything to say about, we might just try and break some round records here, because UC Irvine and UH Premier both have shown to be very good on their defense here. Gonna have to be putting their best foot forward on the offense, though, to make any dent here in the series.
Venus, you're talking about breaking records. In Brazil First Strike, I think that was like a 54-round match or something. Let's please not break that record.
Let's add the asterisk, collegiate Valorant.
Okay. I'd be okay with that one, right?
Yeah,
not competitive Valorant in general. This is first match of potentially 2 series that one of these teams has to play tonight. I don't know if anybody wants to see 50 rounds out of this one.
I mean, I wouldn't mind. I'd enjoy the view the entire time, but we only need to talk about views right now, ladies and gentlemen, everyone else, because Sova's going to be getting a nice little view here on the defense. June gets sniffed out with a recon bolt from the drone, and the B site is going to be fully stacked up here, minus that Raze, who's just anchoring safety. But after that elimination, you're going to need to call in some reinforcements here, folks. Make that 2 eliminations. UH Premier is going to be deciding to send their offense over to A side here.
Interesting.
And we saw this earlier in the game here, Paul. We saw UH Premier go for these kinds of cheeky teleport plays to keep UC Irvine guessing. UC Irvine, on the other hand, they were a little more straightforward with what they were trying to accomplish. And right now, that little trick play that just got pulled out is going to be securing at least a spike.
30 seconds.
And Premier left Appleson over there, Eric Appleson, so that there was still that doubt of, or that seed of doubt in Irvine's mind, right? Nibbler does have an operator, has spent the entirety of their money in this overtime round on this operator. Has to make something happen. Just barely saw the head of the Omen. Can't quite hit the shot on the dip back towards that. Throws the paint shell over towards Showers, but it doesn't tag damage. It doesn't clear the player. Nibbler has to just walk up dry and hope the reaction time is faster, but Limon Wei ready, and so is Wing. One more round for Premier now. They just got to put it together on their defense.
Yeah, and Paul, I said at the top of that round that one of these teams needed to show something on their offense, because that first overtime series went 1-1 defense winning out. Well, now UC Irvine is going to be the ones who have to show up, because UH Premier have definitely cemented themselves in a nice spot, winning that offense, going on to defense here. They're going to have that momentum in their back pocket. They have the luxury of not feeling the pressure of losing the game off this round. And I feel like at this point, that's going to do so much for the players.
Once again, it's that trading of silver darts that we've seen so many times over toward B long. Doesn't seem that Wing will be winning that one, though. Just has to get the hell out of dodge as 3 players push that up very aggressively. Actually, an early heavy lean towards B here. This could be a very quick execute for Premier. Aftershock already ready. 1 rotate has come over, so this is not going to necessarily be a walk in the park for Irvine. They're going to get onto the site, though, and the paranoia is hitting Wing. It seems like Premier are just going to have to go for the roll retake.
Spike planted.
And that's going to be Spike getting planted. So nobody has given up a life just yet. Only space and lines of sight. But Adam Solomon is going to find the first blood here in potentially the final round of this game number 1. Jundo and Nacho have something else to say about it. Getting 2 eliminations here for the offense. Make that 3 after Danichi gets 1 as well. So with 4 members of UCI trying to hold down the spike here, UH Premier is really just trying to make a miracle play happen. But folks, that is not going to be the tail of the tape. We are looking at a third overtime.
The position there from Irvine was so good. They had the hookah player contest the back site entry first, so that Nacho hiding in box would be free to use that fault line. That hit 1 player, could have hit as many as 3 there. Then Nacho was able to swing. They kept their hookah player alive long enough to where they still had control of that area, and it got so much information on where Lee Monway was coming from as well. Excellent round for Irvine. And now we're back to even Stevens.
Yes, we are, my friend, and it's funny you mention that because I guess you could call me Beans. But UC Irvine, I hope someone in the audience got it. UC Irvine, UH Premier at a stalemate here. It's going to be a cautious round. UH Premier starting off, but no surprise, folks. They're looking at B site yet again as Killjoy utility has not fully been dropped yet. Another smart choice here as the game develops. The adjustments that UCI makes, only dropping a little bit of that Killjoy utility, leaving the rest here for the site defense and the possible retake. As UH Premier is starting to throw out utility on the site, they are starting to get themselves into a prime position to take control here, but they're running into a little bit of resistance. Not enough for them to see any kinds of damage just yet, but then Ferg and Danichi showed up to the fight, folks, and when a new challenger approaches, you must heed their presence. But UH Premier, they've done their heating.
Oh no.
Take down the member of UCI, but oh my god, it's the same story, different round. My god, UCI is just going to have to yet again swing over the A site after UH Premier yet again takes the teleporter and then gets the spike down. But I like the spot that they got the spike to go. This is going to be so difficult to get a defuse on. It's almost guaranteeing Nibbler needs to take a 2v1.
Oh, make it a 1v1 though, Nibbler.
Ooh.
And not much health on Wing either. Wing should just play back. Hunter's Fury is available. You can play deep in showers, not too deep, and then go for the Hunter's Fury to deny the plant. You don't want to be too close here, because if you pop this Hunter's Fury now, then there is a real risk. Instead goes for the gunfight! No. Goes for the gunfight! Nibbler's at the ready, knew exactly where they'd be playing from, and Irvine get it done on the defense.
Switching sides.
Oh, that's a heartbreaker right there. That looked like it was going to go over the UH Premier side, but it looked like slight hesitation with the peak. It looked like just a little too slow. If we'd seen maybe just a half-second quicker swing on that, we would have seen the shots land. There wouldn't be any bullet penetration having to go through that wall. But alas, UC Irvine, calm, cool, collected, Nibbler, able to take down 2, get the defuse, and now UC Irvine are in the driver's seat, and they're on offense. And no surprise, folks, it's going to be B-side here for this first take.
Fault line to get early control of Long, too. Irvine, they've loved to do this. They've loved to get early hookah, early gardens, and Long, and just rush onto the site. Adam Solomon, rather. I keep saying Solheim. Just got absolutely pummeled by utility there. Aftershock, paint shell. Nothing was going to save him from that. Because even if he walked out of it, he would have just been walking straight into the firing lines of Irvine. And now it's a pretty difficult split for Premier, right? They have to play 2 and 2 on either side. TP, they probably know where it's going now, though.
I mean, you think, but even so, Lee Mun-wei, like a sneaky spider, and this is not Charlotte's Web. There's no pigs here, folks. It's just a few players trying to find any kind of damage they can, but UH Premier is just slaughtering UC Irvine like cattle, and we're at 15 to 15, Paul. I mean, we talked about this being the longest collegiate Valorant game, but at what point are we actually going to hit that?
I'm not sure what the current record for longest collegiate Valorant game is. There's a lot of collegiate leagues out there, so I don't think we're there yet. I think we'd have to go quite a bit to where I'd feel comfortable saying that we're probably at the record, but man, these teams are playing close and close and close thus far. Whew. Oh boy, beanies.
Game one.
Oh, look at this push. I love this from Irvine. They know that B-Long is so important. They're just going to run out and ensure that they take it. Not only that, but also take some players with them.
UC Irvine was done playing games. They just wanted to make sure that they established dominance early in the round. They dropped two, excuse me. There are 3 remaining here for UH Premier, who they do have Spike able to be picked up here by Lee Mun-wei. So not the be-all end-all, but UC Irvine, a very risky play right there, but that cheese smelled extra stanky for them, and they secured 2 picks off it.
Oh boy, what is that? This is a good recon dart too. I don't necessarily agree with Eric Appelson's decision to go for the swing on that. Gives information that only one player is over there and not even inside hookah, right? Because if there was a player inside hookah, that swing never would have happened. Now they can be very confident in their level of map control, UC Irvine. They're really not feeling any pressure whatsoever, and the pressure is all going to be on Premier. 2 players are going to desperately try and rush onto the site. Smokes hopefully available from Lee Mun-wei, and there's one cyber cage coming out from Eric Appelson, but this is as dicey as it gets, beanies.
Oh man, yeah, it's gonna be even dicier with Nibbler sinking their fangs into these 2, and off of just the drop of a hat, Nibbler picking up a 4-piece here in round 31. And ladies and gentlemen, everybody else, we have round 32 in our sights, and if UC Irvine has their way, that's going to be going in their favor. But history tells us anything, and that scoreboard is gonna be very difficult to overcome UH Premier, who multiple times have had their backs up against the wall.
Venus, I gotta be honest with you though, it seems like Premier might be running out of steam. That was probably the most decisive round we've had this whole series thus far, right? Premier hardly seemed like they loaded into that map. Now already, UC Irvine pushing so aggressively. The paint shell doesn't quite get control, and with Nibbler not able to get over the truck there, this is actually not as good as Irvine were hoping for. Owl Drone gonna go back, pressure some players in heaven, but UC Irvine, they may have gotten a little bit too big for their britches here. They don't have as solid control as they would like necessarily. And not very many players holding it down either. June being eliminated. This Nano Swarm in U-Haul is useless now, as well as the one on the Spike.
Oh.
This is falling apart.
Yeah, they're trying to hold it at the seams here, but with only one member of UCI able to try and salvage it, it's going to be a shock arrow coming in from Danichi, who is shown to be incredibly proficient with that utility. And now the Hunter's Fury is coming out just to do a little bit of damage. Just remember, folks, these kinds of cooldowns do not carry over into the next round. And just like that, defenders are able to get the defuse with 5 seconds to spare.
This is the game that never ends, beanies. We're here in purgatory. It's excellent purgatory, I'll give it that. I mean, if I have to go to purgatory, this is what I want to see for the rest of existence. A close game.
Schrodinger's match. It both is and isn't over at the same time.
No, it's very decidedly not over, beanies. Schrodinger ain't anywhere near here. Let's be real.
Oh, when you put it that way, I mean, it's hard to argue. You got the evidence backing you up, Paul, as we are entering round, was that 33 now? Quick math in the top of my head as, oh, ladies, gentlemen, everybody else. Lee Mun-wei here, peeking down the A side, trying to get a cheeky little wall bang there, but no such luck. And you can see UH Premier, fool me once, shame on me. But look at that, fool me twice, they will be well prepared for any cheeky B-long pushes, as A site is going to be toyed with, but as we know, Paul, UH Premier likes to pull a lot of tricks. They like to fake, and they like to do full map swings at the last moment.
And if they come towards long, there is a potential for this to go very awry. You have the one player, the Raze, Nibbler, looking at this long angle, and the Breach just ready to flash. The second Adam is spotted here, this is going to be a very heavy swing and a bloodbath.
Yeah, the flash comes out. Adam has no sight. He's going to just spray and pray, and actually does find one, but then it's going to be 2 sent down in response by UCI. So the defense, great job there, using their cooldowns, using Breach to their fullest. Unfortunately, some characters are just there for their utility, but you did your job, my friend. And now with UCI in the driver's seat here, it's going to be UH Premier having 20 seconds to try and choose what site to go to. And Paul, they're choosing a site, but you can see it's fully kitted out with Killjoy's utility. It's gonna be good.
And they are stomping around. That alarm bot's triggered, and the nano swarms are going to be next. Grabs one, easy second kill as Koi was reloading. The spike might get planted here, but not for very long will it be in the game. As June, 3 on the round, easy lineup for him, and yet another advantage for UC Irvine.
And those credits do not carry over to the next round, so even though the spike does go down, not going to be more than just a consolation prize there for UH Premier, as UC Irvine now at 17-16 are looking to take this game in round 34. And
if I'm being honest here, Beanies, what I want to see from UC Irvine is not what we saw from their last attack, right? I don't want to see them just send it onto a site. I feel like UC Irvine, well, they have had good rounds where they've just gone for full sends onto sites, just immediate executes. Those have usually been enabled by ultimate abilities. And in overtime, you obviously don't start with any of your ultimates. I want to see them play slow and play for a pick. Play for an advantage and then snowball it from there. UC Irvine, they've been so good at that thus far. That's the style I'd like to see. And it seems like, at least at the start, that's what they're going for.
And that's a great point, Paul. UC Irvine, once they find an opening in the armor, a single crack on the breastplate, they will find their way to their opponent's jugular vein, my friends. And it's just a matter of UCI finding that opening here. And Danichi has created numerous openings with this utility. A beautiful shock arrow is going to come in, but it's going to be Koi and Limon Wei striking first and second blood. But it's not without return fire here, because UCI is striking back, but they only have 2 members after all the blood has been shed, after all the bullets have been traded. UH Premier, they're looking to just keep themselves alive, and they have a 2-on-1 right now, and it's going to be up to Danichi here to get the clutch. They have the ultimate. The Hunter's Fury is going to come out, but Wing is going to try and deal with it. The Hunter's Fury is going to delay, but it may not delay long enough. The shock arrow comes through, and Wing secures the kill. And so, folks, if you thought we were ending, you may have tricked yourself, because we got ourselves a round 35 coming up here.
Beanies, we're running out of like possible simulations in the Matrix. That was almost the exact same attacking half Irvine just had, except they waited longer, and this time the last 3 players, which were all the same, mind you, Danichi, Wing, and Eric Appleson, instead of Eric Appleson going and contesting the Hunter's Fury, which came out from showers from Danichi, it was Wings who went over and took care of the Hunter's Fury, and then they got the defuse. I'm not sure how many more variations we have available to us in this game. We've gone through so many at this point.
Oh, when we get to the post-game or the post-series interview, we're going to have a MLA format 5-paragraph essay full of answers, because there'll just be so much to talk about from game 1 alone that I need to start checking up on my citation machine and make sure my account still is able to use it.
Right here.
Bro, either that or we're gonna just get like a player whose brain is fried and now has to go play 5 more maps.
Like, what? Wait, you're telling me I have another series?
This is map 1. We could have 2 more maps of this, BDs. UH Premier at least off to a good start. They're gonna have some early leads here. Danichi has the Odin, still a pretty strong position in lamps, and the flank coming out from Nibblers. But not all done and dusted yet. Oh, you needed that early kill, Nibbler. Okay, we'll be able to get that one done. Caught on the kill! Whoa, not a great scenario there for Irvine. And finally, Premier take the lead again.
Now, here we are, folks, round 35. You know that You know that I think it's a SpongeBob scene where it's just the town crier going like day 34.
No, it's Mr. Krabs.
Yeah, Mr. Krabs,
with the
that's
bell,
how I
right?
feel right now. Round 35. It's round 35.
Oh boy.
All right. Yeah, we have round 35 here, folks. It's around 36, I should say. With UCI trying to claw back here. They have themselves their first offense facing a deficit in quite a few rounds. UCI has been pretty good on their defense for the last 2 or 3 defenses, I'd say. So with UH Premier now able to sit on defense in the driver's seat for once, maybe this will do some work for them. But first and foremost, they're gonna have to get cleared out because of a nice breach util. But Adam Solomon getting cleared out just leads right into the crossfire of UC Irvine, and now the defense is down them.
Very clinical thus far from Irvine. They use the Nanoswarm to clear some of backside. It doesn't quite get as much behind the box as they were hoping for, so the Owl Drone also has to be committed, but it will give away that there's nobody back there, and everybody is instead in the tunnel towards the very, very back. Flash going to keep everybody at bay. The spike should be being planted sooner rather than later for Irvine. And now it all comes down to this retake. Look at Limon Wei. He's creeping up B long yet again on a spicy flank, but his team needs to be alive for him to use it.
Oh, the spicy flank was showing up, but it may have taken a little too long to prepare, my friends. 15 minutes or less is what you expect. But Limon Wei is able to take Nachos away from this. And now it's going to be 3 against 1 now. Make that 3 against 0. Round 36 is round 37. Round 37.
At least I have some actual analysis for that round.
Exactly.
Because
we have some juicy material.
The timing for Premier there was unfortunate. What they thought had happened, what they thought the positioning of Irvine was that they pushed a couple players onto the site, and then they likely kept a couple in hookah and in garden, right? So Limon Wei calls, all right, go for the push now, expecting to swing on the garden player who would be distracted by the players entering from back site, but there was no garden player. Limon Wei was instead late. The timing didn't quite work out for Premier, and thus it was just fighting one angle at a time for Irvine, which they were able to do with their superior numbers.
Superior numbers is the name of the game here. Quite often, folks, when it comes down to...
it's the name of the game in the way that neither of these teams can keep a superior number for 2 rounds.
I mean, you're not wrong here. It's consistently back and forth. If there's one thing they both are, they're consistently inconsistent here, as Ferg is able to crack open that lineup of UH Premier with a nice operator shot. So that's going to be 1 elimination here for the defense. But take a look at your mini-map, ladies, gentlemen, everyone else. This is going to be a clutch recon drone sniffing out 1 member, but that's still 4 defenders on A site having to swing over the B. So that's almost going to guarantee the spike can get onto site. How many casualties is it going to take? We got Sova just sitting here waiting for an opportunity. You can't sniff out where those shock arrows are coming from with the smokes.
Ooh, the plant in the box. This is risky now for Premier. They have to eliminate everybody from Irvine. They cannot back up and play at range anymore because they will not be able to spray down on the site. And because of that, they're stuck on the site. They get pinched. And Irvine are able to take it away. We've said it so many times already, Beanies. 1 more round is all Irvine need, but they actually need that round. That second round in a row is so important. We're going around 40. Or no, not 40. No. My math is wrong. 38.
Yeah, we're getting there. We're getting there. Okay, it's round 38. It's very, very possible that we're gonna hit round 30.
I blame this on you. You jinxed us with that can we break a record the second we went into overtime. This is your fault.
Honestly, like, it might be. You know, you speak it into existence and crazy things happen, folks. Let that be a life lesson to you. But before we can even consider getting to that round 40, UH Premier has to hold off a very strong offer from UCI, who look like they are yet again going to be taking this up B site, going to be using that recon drone early. A nice shock arrow is going to do a little bit of damage there to Nibbler, but any bit of damage helps at the end of the day here, as Wing, still holding this elbow, is going to be throwing down the recon drone, sniffing out 2 members. Didn't see the third, but that's still enough to call it a party, my friends, and that's against COVID restriction.
Nibbler on the site now. Does get caught by that trap wire. Not in a position he can be taken advantage of, though. And I love this push. Irvine, they know that elbow keeps being a place where they lose this site from. Instead, they're going to push it and keep control of that fault line. I believe actually tagged Eric Appleson. Yeah, he is stalled out now. But there is a flank here. He will be able to get the first. Takes his knife out for the second, though.
No.
Didn't expect Nibbler to have pushed over into elbow. 2 versus 2 now. Koi throwing the blast pack, doesn't quite catch Nibbler. Now Nibbler on that late roam, coming around. June able to get it done. Irvine got ever so close. It's the 1 versus 1, but he doesn't have enough health. Koi hits the headshot, and he has more than enough time to defuse.
Oh my god!
40 rounds is the minimum for our first map.
Oh my god, I cannot believe that Koi just
Switching
did
sides.
that! That was
Overtime.
insane right there! UH Premier from the grave, from that poor knife pullout, is able to still come back and guarantee us 40 rounds? What?
Yeah, there are few words, Beanies, that accurately portray how competitive this is. And I want to give it up to both teams because it wasn't. Some of these rounds have been one team fumbling. Some of these rounds have been both teams playing well. That was both teams playing well at the same time. They both did an excellent job in that round. The positionings, the timings were what both teams needed. It just came down to the gun duels. I don't even like. I hate saying that. I hate saying it came down to the aim, the gun duels, but it did in that round. And like everything else about these two teams, it's as close as it gets.
Oh, exactly that. And, you know, I agree with your sentiment that it's hard to say it comes down to gun duels, but this is the kind of longevity in the game that really forces to see how conditioned are you as a team to deal with this kind of pressure, to deal with this kind of pushback, to have to know that you've played 38 rounds.
Revealing area.
Half of those rounds, your strategy has failed. You need to keep innovating. You need to keep thinking on your toes because you better expect that your opponent's doing the same thing here as Nibbler is able to actually break open the fights here with a nice first blood using that operator.
Irvine going to be a player down as they push towards B, and they are going to get one spotted, or Premier rather, as they push toward B. Wings will be spotted up in hookah. 30 seconds left. Irvine, or Premier rather, once again, this has been something they've done a few times. They're taking a very long time to actually set this up. It's going better for them, admittedly, than it has before, especially since Wings is just popping off. They will get tenuous control of this site. Still one in elbow. They'll eliminate him too, but not before Ferg has done a decent amount of damage. Still a very difficult clutch, though, for June.
Ooh, June did get that grenade in just towards the tail end of the spike plant. So a little bit of damage thrown on the Eric Appleson. But aside from that, you can see the health disparity across the board is greatly in favor of UH Premier as they are just lying in wait. And Wing, learning from their mistakes in earlier overtimes, is going to use this Hunter's Fury to try and prevent any sort of defusals. But now after one does connect, it's going to be so difficult
Doesn't have
for
time.
any kind of success for June. And June gets hit with the wall bangs and guarantees the 20th round win for UH Premier, setting us up
Switching
for
sides.
yet another game one
Match point.
I was a little bit worried about the timings there for UH Premier because they had three very strong ways to shut down the spike. They had one player behind whose player position was compromised, and they had the Hunter's Fury as well as Koi, who was in Garden. They kind of stacked all their swings at the same time, all their eggs into one basket, timing-wise, and I was a little bit worried that June would have enough time to sneak the spike defusal out from under them, but didn't happen. June did end up getting tagged by that Hunter's Fury, and there wasn't much June could do from there. An aggressive push this time from the enemy team, from Premier, but it cost them so much. The recon dart revealed their positions. It gave away their gambit. And now Wing got 3 last round, needs to get several this round, swings out only for 1. And it's not looking like this game is going to be ending in 40, Beanies.
No, I mean, you know, let's not speak too soon. We've seen some crazy things happen in this series, but UC Irvine has put themselves in a great spot here on their offense. They've got the numbers. They're looking for the spike plant, but Koi is going to be dealing with one of those two problems by taking down Ferg. Now, setting up UH Premier to try and deal with the push, but A nice classic shot right there is going to take down Koi. And then Danichi here with the Vandal, getting the 3-piece, taking round 40 and sending us into round 41.
I'm a little bit surprised, actually, that Irvine, toward the very, very end of that round, didn't decide to just go back towards A. They hadn't planted the spike yet. They knew where the only remaining player was. It's a little bit risky to go for that long-range trade into Eric Appleson. Obviously, they make it happen, so not too much of a deal. We have almost 3 40 bombs in this game, just casually, by the way, because there's been 40 rounds at this point.
Well, I mean, this is absolutely absurd at this point. The players must be feeling so worn out right now.
Bro, I'm worn out. All I'm doing is talking about the game. Imagine having to play this one and then go, cool, there's a potential 8 maps after this if we want to win the tournament.
Paul, I think that either in 2 straight really good or really bad games, I've played less rounds than this one game right here. It's absolutely ridiculous. And honestly, the hits just don't stop coming because you have players making such ridiculous plays and truly clinging to what feels like their tournament lives here. And it's only game 1, because when you get to this stage of a game, when you get to round 41, the high is going to be so incredible. But that low going into game 2 is not something I envy at all. As
take a look at this.
Nibbler is looking for a nice little shot of adrenaline here for the team, and that's going to be one found there and almost gets the second. But Nibbler just couldn't find the shot. And unfortunately for Nibbler, the one who got low is the one character that could self-heal. That's just going to undo a little bit of that damage as UH Premier is looking to push towards B.
Limonway actually also got low there, but the real problem is that teleports came out to pinch onto Premier, and Premier didn't take the bait. They just went over back towards the other site. They're going to be able to plant now. They removed the nano swarms and everything. Nothing is stopping them from planting, and Irvine are going forward too early here. They're not ready to push in. Nacho was on a flank. They could have waited for him, but instead they're going one by one, and that way they will fall as well. UH Premier, great read, great adaptation, nearly disastrous for them. But Nibbler couldn't get that second pick, and it was so important that Premier were able to walk away with 4 players on the board.
Yeah, that's just not, like I mentioned before, the morale is so on the knife's edge at this point. And to your point, actually, earlier, Wing hitting that 40 bomb right there. So the Sova on UH Premier topping out the kill leaderboard in, again, what could be the final round of game 1, but I feel like I've said this 6 times at this point. So that honestly doesn't mean anything to you folks at home. What really matters is what UC Irvine does to respond to. UC Irvine and UH Premier both have done such incredible jobs of responding to the adversity in this game 1. I mean, both teams have gone down 4 or 5 rounds straight. Both teams have won 4 to 5 rounds straight, and for what feels like the last 30 minutes of this game, they've been going back and forth with each other. And now, again, at another game point, you see UC Irvine steps up to the plate, and they hit a beautiful shot right there for a first elimination, opening up the fights and getting that first blood.
Being able to clear out lamps is so huge for them too. Koi taken down there without a trade in sight. Eric Appleson doesn't have the tools necessary to come into lamps and remove it safely. He's going to get hit by that blast pack and everything first. Bench player will be cleared out. No more crossfires available for Irvine, and now it's just a bloodbath everywhere. All down to Wing, just 20 health. Has to clutch this if you want to make it happen, but Danichi just puts him down with the Hunter's Fury. This game ain't going anywhere.
Switching overtime.
You might as well just call this game the Death and Taxes game,
Bro,
because at
order
this point,
some
it's not going
food,
anywhere.
kick up your feet. We are in this for the long haul, folks at home.
Yeah, I mean, at this point, even my dog that's in the room with me is getting excited, and she can't even understand what's coming out of my mouth. So it's just infectious at this point for what's happening in this game. We have 2 40 bombs now. Both Sova's actually topping it out. So shout out to that agent. If you're a Sova main, this is your time to shine, and both of these Sovas are putting their best foots forward with Nacho throwing out a flash here on B long. It feels like it's been a while since we've seen much conflict here on this hallway, but folks, if you can harken back with me to the early days of this game 1, we used to see a lot of people going down this B long.
That's how starved we are. Beanies, we're calling back to like beta Valorant strategies because there's just so much that's happened in this game thus far. This hasn't happened though. I think that's the first fight we've actually had in hookah before the spike got planted. The whole series. 43 rounds is all it took. 1-for-1 trade there. Does actually favor Premier a little bit, but oh, especially now as they're actually going to go for this teleport, right? Because it's only the one player. It is the Killjoy that you're running into. So information, Nano Swarms, it's not going to be an easy push onto A. But it's also not a full committal onto A either. It's not the players that have the spike going forward and clearing this out. That makes it much safer. You can jump back to B if this goes awry, which it kind of has for UH Premier. They've lost most of their players. They're just barely going to get the spike down. I'm shocked that they're trying to stick with this. They only have lamps to work with.
Be a real tough situation for them. As you said, they only have lamps, but that's going to be enough for them to use. Lee Mun-wei has the Phantom, a notably better assault rifle in that close quarters combat, putting it to full use there. And then Eric Appleton flexing the skills of the Vandal. And now it's up to Omen versus Omen. Both these players have been so good, but Lee Mun-wei has their way with Ferg, taking round 43.
Match point.
I don't even know what the word match point means anymore at this point, Beanies. It's like, you know when you say or hear a word so much, it starts to not feel like a word to you? Like if you say bowl a bunch, bowl, bowl, bowl. That's how match point feels at this. Premier, like, you gotta imagine they're getting tired. You gotta imagine Irvine's getting tired. Rounds like these, when we are 44 rounds deep into the first map of the series, really define how teams play. Really define who has the fortitude to keep this going. And Irvine, they say, you know what? We're going to end it in a blaze of glory. If we go out, it's going to be with a bang. They are executing onto the site extremely quickly here. Great fault line. Good paranoia as well from Irvine to get their way onto the site. They haven't cleared out backside though. Oh no. Solheim will now be forced out as June goes for the swing, but Koi still here, still able to kick, and Eric Appleson will cover, trade for the 1-for-1. It's now 2 versus 2. Low health on Danichi. And Irvine, they're not committing to the A push just yet. They're making Premier think, sweat. Will this actually come towards A?
The most important question that they have to answer in the next 45 seconds. They may have some intel, but unfortunately, it's just a guess because B-site has already seen the offense take control of it, and now with the spike going down, Danichi is able to get the spike down and to get back to safety. And we should point out, Danichi has that Hunter's Fury. So using that ultimate at the 11th hour is going to be what seals the deal here for UCI. Making sure that you live till that 11th hour can be so difficult. And Lee Mun-wei going down onto the site. They bait out the Killjoy ultimate. They bait out Danichi's Hunter's Fury too. Both of these cooldowns come out so quickly. That could be disastrous, but UCI, they have the guns to back it up. The defuse is coming in. They don't know where it is. They're just spraying and praying, and Lee Mun-wei finds one, but that's not going to be a second because Danichi secures the kill and secures round 44.
Switching sides.
Oh, that looked so good for Premier. You called it perfectly, Beanies. The Nano Swarm and the Hunter's Fury used at the same time. That was the optimal timing for Premier. Your Irvine evacuated the site. They were nowhere near the spike. Premier were able to get on so early. And Irvine even stacked their tools, but caught out was Eric Appleson. June, not content in just letting the Nano Swarm take care of it, knew that they were able to force somebody out of the smoke and take advantage of that. Great play from June. Excellent work flushing that spike diffuser out at the very least. Now we're back to equilibrium, Beanies. No heavy hits.
Take flight.
Just default play, slow play, patience from Premier, as they know they need to get yet another lead.
I mean, having a lead, it feels so useless at this point. This team is just so evenly matched. When one team has a lead, the other decides to wake up and play some Valorant. And it looks like A-site here maybe where UH Premier is looking to create that lead. A nice play right there. The spray and pray gods were in favor of Adam and Solomon, finding a nice headshot, and then throws out the flash. But Danichi, the perfect weapon, spray and pray, and then finds a second on the Eric Appleson. But Koi is able to turn the corner and trade out that kill. So with the spike going down, UH Premier is able to even up the kills and even up the score. But now they need to hold the site, and they have to figure out where their opponents are coming from. It's questionable placements here, Paul. I'm not sure how I feel about the Omen's positioning in this spot. He feels like a sitting duck if things go awry on A short, and that's where they're going to be going south. But Lee Mun-wei has turned the GPS around, has sent them back on course, and is trying to keep UH Premier alive and well, and they will stay alive, and they will keep it going, taking round 45.
Match point.
Yet again, Lee Mun-wei in a strange position on an off angle. The saving grace of the University of Houston. Nobody expected the Omen to be there. Like you said, he's a sitting duck right there, right? Nobody clears that. Nobody looks. When there's only 2 players remaining, nobody expects one of them to be sitting in the easiest place to be spotted and die. But therefore, you don't check it. And Lee Mun-wei, he's able to do so much with that off position. And he's able to get yet another lead for Premier. Koi is not going to be having a fun time here. He gets pushed very quickly as Irvine once again are going for a hard hit. This one goes pretty well for them, though. They get a lot of control, and they're going to be able to use utility to keep Premier off of this site. Now, Irvine should be looking to tie us up again. What can Premier do to deny them?
Well, you can start by hitting some headshots. That damn sure helps as Eric Appleson takes down June. And that's going to be exactly what Houston needs to come back. But Danichi, the best performer here on UCI in Game 1, secures a crucial elimination. And with Nacho and Nibbler also getting them, oh my gosh, Paul, it's going to be round 46. And I mean, I know I spoke it into existence, but I didn't think it would actually happen. I'm sorry.
Do these teams just have like a gentleman's agreement to not let this game end? Is that what's going on?
We're trying to see who quits first, them or the FF.
Trying to see who hits the FF key. Nobody's FFing, folks. This is for a lot of scholarship money. Let's keep that in mind. You lose this series, which it's a best of 3. This is map number 1 to keep in mind any folks who might just be joining us. But if you lose this series, you walk away with $500 in scholarship money. Not bad. Not bad. I'd take that. But if you win, you get a minimum of $2,000 in scholarship money for your team. That is quite the pretty penny of an upgrade.
Oh yeah, very much so. Oh, Wing, living on a prayer right now, and that's all he's got with 1 HP and a dream. As you can see, Koi is going to just aggressively jump right into that paranoia. Wing actually able to get an elimination. That's so clutch for having just so low HP, but it's not going to amount to too much as the kills are traded back, and UC Irvine is able to stabilize here.
What? No! Bring it back!
What happened? It's like the Sopranos. It's like the Sopranos.
It's like the Sopranos.
It just cuts to black. I don't know what to do. How do I deal with this series ending like this?
So I'm pretty sure that there was an observing bug that caused our observer to crash. I mean, if you've been watching Valorant for its lifespan, you should be pretty familiar with observing bugs. Admittedly, I don't think there is a worse possible timing for one than what we have just been delivered.
I'm speechless. I am speechless right now.
So we're trying to figure out what just happened. Apparently, okay, we're being fed. Sorry, we're trying to keep you guys updated, but we're also trying to stay updated. Bear with us, everybody.
We're
being told that our observer got a game closed, server closed message. But they are being able. They can possibly reconnect. Hopefully, maybe.
Oh man. Oh,
I'm just hoping the team's like paused after that round. That round was looking pretty bad for UH Premier. I'm gonna be honest. I'm gonna try to recall in my mind's eye how the map looked when we last saw it, because Eric Appleson was on the site. You had Lee Mun-wei up in hookah, right? So not terrible positions, but the problem was Nibbler was coming up behind Limon Wei. And I don't believe that they expected the Rays to be on a flank. So if Nibbler is was able to swing at this point into Hookah at the same time as June was swinging out of defender spawn, then it's very likely that UH Premier was not able to win that round. I saw a lobby there.
Yeah.
I swear if we got disconnected,
you know what?
when somebody actually won the game, I swear, Beanies, I don't know what I'd do.
Oh, I honestly, I think like no way around it. I'll just cry on cam, you know, it'll happen.
We take a quick break, cry, get it out of our systems, come back for map number 2, you know. Oh boy. All right.
Or we can try like recreating overtime in our head if we need to. Like, we can paint the picture.
We gotta do Doctor Strange from like Infinity War and just like meditate for a second and like have our head spasm out and see all the possible angles and then just cast off of those, right? That's what we gotta do here.
What if this was the only outcome out of like 3 trillion that saw the game ending? Like in every other outcome, the game didn't end. The only way the game could end was through this. And Doctor Strange was just like, I'm sorry, but it's the only way, Tony. It's the only way.
It's straight up. Our observer was Tony Stark there. He had to snap with the gauntlet to end the game, or else it just wouldn't have happened. That was the 1 in 14 million chance.
I think we're going
to we're going to toss to a break here, folks. We're going to get things sorted out. Hopefully, we'll be back with the end of that map. We will keep you guys updated as best as we can. Please don't go anywhere. There's so much good Valorant left to play
So
today.
much. That was game 1.
Yeah, let's go. Look. I tell shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD. JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I tell shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD. JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah. Why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I tell Shorty drop it for a real one. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women, if I want them then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women, I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better, you only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD. JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I tell Shorty drop it for a real one. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women, if I want them then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women, I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better, you only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD. JPB. You already know, baby.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Beanies, joined alongside Paulsable, and we just had a little unfortunate technical difficulty, but things have been sorted out, and we still have game one to figure out here. Now, Paul, everybody at home, just so everyone's aware, what happened is in Valorant, there's a maximum time limit. You can be in these custom lobbies. We hit that limit at about 90 minutes, or I think at 90 minutes, not about. And once we hit that limit, unfortunately, we had to restart the game. But we're able to set the game back to 12-12 overtime. So we'll still follow that back and forth overtime rule set. But the score where we left off was 23-23. So keep that in mind as we're going through this, because it's still game one.
You know, we were asking ourselves, Beanies, when it got to like 18-18, so like, 10 rounds ago, who would be the first team to dry out, not be able to keep it going. Turns out the actual video game, it has less fortitude than our two teams do. The video game of Valorant doesn't want the lobby going as long as these two do.
That is
So we at least got that answer.
The stick-to-itiveness of these players is impeccable. We're gonna write case studies on the ability to sit through this kind of game. And I mean, if that tells us anything, if the game tells us anything, we may not be done for a little while either. Because on one hand, you know, these guys just finished off 23-23, and they're getting a brief 5-ish minute break. So now they're gonna be coming into the second half, it feels like, of this game one, feeling a little refreshed. And you know, I hearken back to any football fans of when the Baltimore Ravens and the 49ers were playing in the Super Bowl and the lights went out and there was like a 20-minute intermission. You know, these kinds of things, they can kind of play into how the teams perform. And it's interesting to see if one of these teams is just going to come out firing on all cylinders, or maybe one of them just comes out with all the gas kind of left out of their tank.
Yeah, I mean, it's an extremely valid point, right? I mean, I don't know about you, Beanies, or I don't know about these players, but I ran out of water shortly after overtime started. So it's a good refresh for us. It is a much needed short break for the players as we are getting this lobby started back up. Once again, as a reminder, if you're just trickling back in, if you're just unmuting the tab now, we are able to start the game again as the custom lobby did time out in and of itself. We're going to be able to set it to 12-12 overtime, still on bind, same comps and everything. And it's not going to be too much of an issue here. So while the score at the top of your screen will be missing 11 rounds apiece, the fact of the matter is these teams are fighting for every single inch.
Exactly. That's the big thing. And, you know, we have a lot we could actually talk about because we essentially have 2 games worth of information put in front of us here. Both these teams have gone through highs and lows that you would see across a series in just a single game. I mean, let's talk about the way beginning. I mean, I feel like half of the people who are watching right now didn't even show up until the overtime started to hit in. So the big thing is that both these teams, you know, starting out, each team had their own set of streaks here, Paul.
Well, and as those streaks have sort of fallen back by the wayside, that is 2 to 3 games worth of rounds ago. I want to kind of zone in here, Beanies, on the things that we've seen very consistently, the things that haven't changed or adapted from these 2 teams, right? I'm going to start with University of Houston Premier, right? And I want to start with their players. Eric Appleson, still a very strong cipher, a very good anchor, and I believe he's their shot caller too. Somebody can correct me on that though. I don't know that for a fact.
So as well.
And Lee Monway is still once in a while finding very strong value out of unexpected flanks and positions, right? So those have been 2 things that have been a strong boon to University of Houston. On the flip side, a couple of issues they've had. B-long control. UC Irvine is more often than not getting the better end of them over toward B-long. So when we go back into this, we see a bunch of players stacking over toward B-long. UC Irvine fans, put a smile on your face, and University of Houston fans, maybe you know, try to relax a little bit because it's been a lot of bloodbaths. UC Irvine have just been getting the better end of it. The other issue or concern I have for Premier here, Beanies, is some of their attacks. They have been very indecisive, very slow, right? Yeah. They've been kind of just moseying around the map, trying to figure out where they wanted to push. And then, oh no, it's 30 seconds. We're over at A. Let's just push A. Oh no, there's a bunch of killjoy and breach utility here. We're done now. We're screwed. So those have been the pros and cons of Houston's gameplay thus far, I would say.
Yeah, and I mean, on to the other side with UCI, I feel like UCI has looked like a well-oiled machine when things go well. I mentioned it on the broadcast itself. UCI has a very strong knack for finding the weakness in an opponent, taking down one member, creating an advantage, and then exploiting that advantage. You know, it feels like we haven't seen as many hero clutch plays coming from UCI, and that's because their round wins feel like a lot more dominant round wins. They don't give up extra 2 members here or there taking gunfights. They win their gunfights. They take the sure angles. They get the spike down, and they get it down quickly. And it's not something like you said with Houston where they tend to dance around and maybe let themselves think too much in their own head to try and outthink their opponents. UCI is like, you know what? We see spike, we see sight, we do both.
And on the flip side of that, the other side of that coin of their quick and decisive executes is sometimes they decide incorrectly and they'll full send it onto a site and they'll get blown to smithereens before they really get much done, or they'll get the spike down, have no control, and quickly get overrun by University of Houston on the retake. So there have definitely been some pluses and minuses. These teams have been back and forth, yin and yang, as you would kind of expect from a series that has gone to 23-23.
Yeah, I mean, you don't get to this point without being comparable in your team play, in your skill. I mean, it's no knack for either of these teams to be at this point. UCI, we should mention UCI, they are the defending CF1 champs. They
That is true.
won our previous tournament, and so they're looking for an opportunity to go for a back-to-back. And, you know, the team that's waiting for in the finals right now, the Rutgers Scarlet Knights, that's the team that UCI beat in our previous tournament pretty handily, too.
And if there's any winner of this first map, Beanies, I think it is Rutgers. I think it's the Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, honestly.
Because no matter what
very
happens,
true.
they get a nice... I mean, it depends, actually. I don't know off the top of my head where Rutgers University is, but if
New
it's
Jersey.
like East
New
Coast,
Jersey.
they might start getting kind of tired. They might start
Yes.
falling asleep watching. Otherwise, they're going to be nice and refreshed, and they're not coming into this off a 50-round burner into another potential 2 maps, right? So there's a question of actually whether or not Rutgers will be warm, whether the team that meets them will be fatigued, or if they'll be warmed up. There's a lot of different variables going into the grand finals, which we are still quite a ways away from.
Well, we should remember that these are gamers, and we know real gamers don't go to bed
That's
anytime
true.
before 2 a.m.
That's a good point.
Don't worry. We have quite a few hours on their bedtimes before getting to that. But before we get to the finals, we've had a chance to recap a little bit of our semifinals action here. But something we didn't get to point out yet, something we should mention, I should say, is University of Houston's track record with both Rutgers and UCI, which I will say in the past, since I have casted Houston quite a few times, like I think 3 times I said earlier, when they played against Rutgers about 2-3 weeks ago, they got 2-0'd. They got dominated by Rutgers, like 13-8, 13-7 both games. And now here they are, just 2-3 weeks later, showing up against UCI, the team that 3-0'd Rutgers. And so if you're thinking of Triforce, it's kind of like UCI 3-0ing Rutgers, who then Rutgers takes down Houston, who then Houston may take down UCI, at which point we would just have like an old-fashioned Western standoff where everyone has sheriffs out.
Well, first this game has to actually end, right? Somebody's got to get their 6-shooter out of their holster and pull the trigger on the other team. Ferg with this op. This is interesting from Irvine. Hits that first shot, too. Good work there from Ferg. Yet again, look at it. B-Long. Very rough for Premier to start off toward B-Long. They'll at least make it expensive for Irvine. And I think they're just going to abscond. Yeah, head back over. Make it so that they're not undoubtedly walking into a ton of players on Irvine. Irvine now have to rotate. They have to play 2-2. And that will give Premier an advantage players-wise, no matter where they push.
Oh, yes. And it feels good to be looking at some gameplay again here, folks, with UH Premier trying to mosey on down to A site. They have a Killjoy as the lone defender, but always remember Killjoy's like 1.5 because of those useful robots that she has equipped in her back pocket. But now she's going to be peeking out of the sideline, and unfortunately her robots aren't going to win the aim duel there. Koi taking down June, and that's going to blow open this site here for the offense, forcing the entire defense of UCI to swing over from B site, and they only have 3 members to take on 4.
Aldrone is going to be available for information, and that's a great flash to get into lamps. Even catches Eric Appleson. Nacho! Absolutely mowing him down, and he'll get the 4th in the round as well. Great work from Irvine. And for the first time in, I feel like, a while, I don't know, the rounds are all blending together. Your Irvine are actually going to be able to get a lead here off a defensive round.
Yeah, we haven't seen that too often. You know, for the most part, before we hit that break, UCI was effectively losing a lot of their defenses, and it was UH Premier getting that first step forward, and a lot of UC Irvine having to recuperate that loss and even it up at a tied score. But now, after that brief intermission that we were forced to have, UCI is able to actually jump ahead here, giving them a total score, remember, of 24-23, even though that top says otherwise.
Yeah, if you're just now joining us, I know the scoreboard looked strange there as it was 12-12, but that was not the case. in this early game. These teams have been neck and neck. The lobby restarted on us when these teams were tied up, so we just have to go into overtime like this. Good start here for Premier. Just swinging on back once again. UC Irvine, very quick attack. Has not worked very well for them.
Oh,
And they are losing players left and right, at least answering back some. June pushing forward. Is he ready for the second? No. Koi will shut him down, and we keep this game going.
oh, the game's still going, folks. We're at round 48 now, so if for all of you at home using your friendly CF1 round counter that we gave all of you, you'll see that we're at round 24 or round 48 of a score of 24-24. So make sure you're keeping track at home, folks, because this is the very first interactive Valorant stream.
We're actually going to 50. We're going to 50 rounds, Beanies.
We're hitting
That's the minimum that we can finish this at this point.
And you were like, Beanies, don't say it. It's far
Well,
off, but
to
don't
be
say
fair,
it
you
might
shouldn't have
happen.
said it anyways because you jinxed us, and now we're stuck here in purgatory.
Oh man, so true. And oh yes, beautiful on-screen help there by our producers. It was 23-23, and then
Yes.
this is our continuation of it with Nacho trying to keep up the heat. Going to be dropping Adam Soliman, helping UCI establish an early lead yet again with this defense, hoping to help transition another overtime lead. But oh, a risky peek there by Nacho is not going to lead to anyone losing their life, but it's actually going to be a decent bit of armor and HP chunked off Nacho.
Bro, you can kind of tell that some of these players want this game to be over with already. Those are very ambitious swings out of Hookah and Belong that Irvine have been taking. It's gotten them a player advantage to start us off. That recon dart is actually going to spot the Sova on site, so they know that Danichi is sitting in the box. Odin at the ready. That is nasty spray from safe position, relatively speaking.
30 seconds left.
But not safe enough that Limon Wei can't punish. So you're going to poke your head out, Danichi. Limon Wei is going to take it off. Still one player over here in elbow. This isn't necessarily an easy take for Premier, especially as Nacho swings on out. He'll only get the one, but he lets Ferg come back on. Don't have your knife out. No, Wing had no idea that June was just waiting for him in the smoke. And Irvine walk away.
Oh, that's so unfortunate. For a second there, I thought that Wing just wrongly assumed the round was over. But yeah, to your point, they were probably trying to bring it over to A site and just unfortunately got caught looking the other way, with UCI managing to scrape by in that defense here, looking to get themselves this game one victory now, hitting that 25-24 round score in UCI's favor.
Does it end here on round 50? Will it get a clean number for our scoreline, or will Premier keep us going, pull it back? Paint Shell, not ideal there. Does tag Limon Wei up a little bit, but with Nibbler giving up that position, it is not punishable by UC Irvine. Instead, they're looking for a waterfall out of a short. They're walking into the boom bot. They at least know vaguely where Koi is, and that is going to dissuade them from this push.
Oh, they're going to be dissuaded, but it's only going to be for a moment, possibly. As you can see, Cypher and Raze, the two members of UH Premier, holding down A site. So you do have that utility there from Cypher, but you need to be a little more conservative with how you peek these angles, and June is going to be teaching that political class first and foremost right there, as Koi gets dropped by the Killjoy of UC Irvine. And now UC Irvine with a 25-24 round score. They have an advantage created here, but Eric Appleton is just trying to even the odds, and he's actually going to get out of that bad spot too. Eric Appleton may have played hero for their team, but that's going to be an unfortunate turn right there. 1-for-1 trades, both teams just going left and right, but UH Premier is on the short end of this stick here, because UC Irvine, they have the numbers and they have the bomb down. They just need to defend the spike, and they find one. That's going to be one member dropped here, and UH Premier, their hopes and dreams are on Limon Wei, but they cannot get it done. And finally, after a score of 26-24, UC Irvine takes the game one win.
50 rounds on bind, folks. 50 rounds. That is enough for almost 4 entire games to have been played if they were decisive. But we are just finishing up map number 1. And I thought Irvine, I gotta be real, in that last round, I thought they flubbed it. When Nibbler just ran into U-Haul, you know, it was a good setup from June, right? June put the alarm bot, the nano swarm down. That was a great passive position to play in lamps right there, and said, you know what? I'll just play back. If somebody's there, then I can swing. Nibbler just ran headlong into it. I got domed by Eric Appleton, and I thought it would fall down from there, but they hold strong. They coalesce over by that lamp position, and they finally get it done, Beanies. 50 rounds, and that's just map 1.
Yeah, right there. It's just map 1, folks. That was 50 rounds to get yourself a third, or a half of the way there. A third. Quick math myself. Half of the way there to win the semifinals. And UCI, after taking down UH in game 1, they must be feeling great about themselves, because game 2 is just on the horizon. And after a very short break, we're going to be bringing you all that action. Don't go anywhere. We got more CF1 semifinals coming your way.
You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. Tell shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I tell shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Yeah. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women. If I want them, then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women. I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better. You only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I said, I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that you know that yeah. I said, you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go.
Oh, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a chance to go get yourself some water, maybe hit the bathroom, rejuvenate yourself, because if game one is any indication of what this series is like, game two is going to be a beautiful contest. I'm Beanies, joined alongside Plausible, and we just saw UC Irvine take game one over University of Houston at a score of 26-24. Just let that sink in a game of valor.
Yeah, if you're just joining us, which first off, I don't know how you're just joining us, because like that game actually took 80% of the universe's lifespan. So I'm not sure how you're just now getting here. But if you are just joining us, that was a 50-round first map, a map so long that the custom lobby timed out. You're only allowed to be in a custom lobby for 90 minutes, and we got to 23-23, and the custom lobby shut us out, and we had to restart the lobby at a 12-12 on the, on the board. That technically, although it totally ended up being a 26-24, like Beanies said. That was Bind. That was Houston's map pick, as Irvine got to ban split. Now we go to Irvine's map pick. They got 1 point on the board after a marathon. Now they just need to win their own map pick and send themselves to the grand finals, where Rutgers are waiting with bated breath.
Exactly, and that's something to point out, is that we already finished one of our semifinals before this match. So the Scarlet Knights, they've been sitting around since 6:45 maybe Eastern time, just getting themselves ready for the grand finals, whereas UCI and Houston, they are just
your
in
agent.
to game two agent select. And as you can see on your screen, ladies and gentlemen, everybody else, UCI has their lineup set in stone now. Not going to see too much alteration from that lineup. They're going to be running a Jet instead of a Raze, but that is something you'd expect to be seeing there. And June is swapping over from the Killjoy to that Cypher. We have a remake
So
lobby,
I
actually.
believe, if I had to guess what just happened, there was a ready check and one team wasn't ready. So one person from UH Premier there did not pick their character, so we got sent back to the lobby. Because why wouldn't we get something else that would extend the length of this series, Beanie?
You mentioned it before,
man.
Paul. I think Houston and UCI kind of just made a handshake agreement. Well, no, an elbow bump agreement for COVID friendliness that they would not let the series end before 3 hours. They got to make sure that we go at minimum 3 hours, I think. And it starts.
I mean, at this point, just make it a 24-hour live stream for this one semifinal, right? You know,
Exactly.
Rutgers, they can go to bed, they can wake up, get some breakfast before they play. No. All right, we're getting in now. Both teams quickly lock their lineups in. Interesting stuff here from Houston, actually.
Yeah.
So normally what they do on other maps like Haven, maps like, well, no, not Split, but maps like Haven, right, is they will have Koi flop around and they'll have him go over to like something like the Reyna, right? We've seen them play Koi on the Reyna on Haven pretty consistently, and then Adam Solheim will pivot over to something like a Phoenix. But instead, it's actually Adam Solomon. I said Solheim again. I keep doing that. Adam Solomon is actually going to be staying on the Flash character, is going to be playing the Reyna, and Koi bringing the Rays to Ascent, which is a very uncommon pick for this map.
Yeah, exactly that. You usually would see something like the Jet, especially on defense. Jets can have a field day with an operator. Maybe on offense, an operator would be a little riskier of a purchase, but you never say never in many situations. And with Danichi and company starting out on offense here, we very well could see something like that, something very ballsy. But before we can even talk about an operator, let's deal with this pistol round ahead of us, folks. And the site is being toyed with here by UC Irvine at the start of their first push.
And even more so interesting is where Houston have put their Rays. It's in mid, right? This is a very strange place for Rays. You would think, Rays, you want to paint shell Boombot B main or A main or even Cubby or Catwalk rather. But instead it's up mid, a very long range angle, not very enclosed for the Rays utility either. They can pinch back over through market, and the paint shell is, I believe, at the ready. That Boombot went down at the very least. I believe it was destroyed though as this push comes out. And this is not going well for Irvine actually. They have not cleared the necessary angles. They are dominated as they rush out of B main.
Yeah, that's a beautiful way to put it. That was domination there by UH Premier on their first pistol. UC Irvine got a little bit unlucky with their execute onto the site. I mean, B site, when you take that narrow corridor going up the side, you're just waiting to have something like a Raze grenade show up and just cause mayhem like it did there.
Yeah.
And that's one of the situations where this Raze is really going to pay dividends here. There's a lot of tight corridors, a lot of corners to clear out with the grenade, with a blast pack even, which does a decent bit of damage. And of course, that showstopper when it.
And the most important thing to note is that there are a lot of tight corners, but this is also a map with tons of open space, right? So the timing of Koi's utility is going to be pivotal here. Already, you can see Koi early rotating over to A. Doesn't want to risk the fact that they could miss the window of opportunity to throw a paint shell or a Boombot into a choke point, right? Because if Irvine are able to get out of these choke points, get to B site, get to A site, then Raze, her utility, or her usefulness rather, drops off a cliff. She will not be as effective.
Now both teams just using utility right now, trying to get a feeler for their opponents. Nacho getting very close, but this is Nacho's side of the map, my friend. June is actually going to take down Eric Appleton. But then Lehman Wayne Am Solomon responding to it. Goes across the board to eliminate on both sides, but the site has finally been taken there by UCI. So a good push by them, getting the spike down. Some crucial credits earned. Let's see if they can throw that lead here with a few elimination.
And they don't necessarily have the ideal post-plant positions here. Danichi, Recon Dart sets him up perfectly. Now this looks so much better for Irvine, especially because they have this Hunter's Fury that will tag one, take a lot of health off of Adam Solomon and reveal his position. Adam then going down. No chance that Koi can make that happen. A thrifty, a devastating loss for University of Houston. And a great push from Irvine to boot.
Exactly. UC doing a great job at stabilizing this score here, giving us a tied up 1-1 as we go into the first potential buy round for people. But actually looking at the economy of UH Premier, they lost a little bit too much in that second round set of purchases, so they will be going a little light loaded here this time around. You can see the most expensive piece of equipment they'll be running is a judge on Eric Appleson. And actually that's something to point out here. Watching Houston on Ascent a few times has led me to seeing this exact spot that Eric Appleson holds. Time and time again, we've seen him go up on A site, hold at that narrow choke right there, and just wait for someone to overstep their bounds, and he's going to put the judge to the test. And look at it. Right there, except he gets sniffed out. He doesn't even get to hit left click. Danichi must have been listening to the stream because that was read like a children's book there, Paul.
Well, even if they were listening to the stream, they would have had to have had foresight for that one in more ways than one. Koya is going to be able to get the one. Oh, come on. All right, well, that's rough for Nibbler. That spike drop, too, casually, by the way. So yet again, we're in a 2v2 here. That Boombot's going to spot 1-2. You know where players are coming from. Danichi with a nice swing. Adam Solheim with the nicer flicks, but can't quite hit that second body shot necessary. Or actually would have needed 2 more there. But that's pretty expensive for Irvine. That's not worst case for Premier. They barely spent anything on that round. Irvine's economy's not looking too hot, if I'm being honest. I mean, maybe if they win this round comfortably, then they can restabilize their economy. But if they lose, and if they lose hard, or even if they just don't win by a lot, it's going to be pretty rough for them. Broken buy from Premier, too, honestly, here. I mean, Wing is going to have enough to buy. Don't worry about it. But this is going to decide the momentum for the next chunk of this map of Ascent.
Say that this operator purchase on offense, I mentioned earlier that this isn't something that you typically see. I mean, you can, I guess, but I more often expect an operator to come out on defense on this map. So Danichi is really trying to create some openings here for UCI, and honestly, that's a great weapon to do so. But Adam Solomon with the Vandal actually going to be creating that first opening, and it's for UH.
Good timing there. Showstopper at the ready, too. Beautiful work thus far from Premier. The timings on these, they're reading Irvine like a book. The single swing onto main, the showstopper into catwalk. This is going so well for them, and they've hardly given up much map presence either, as Koya's just rotated back over towards mid to contest with that. And yeah, Danichi has that op you were talking about, but this is why we haven't really seen the attacking ops as much recently. It's hard to make them work, and even with June getting that one frag up mid, even with that seed of doubt planted in Premier's mind, the fact of the matter is, there's 30 seconds left. 4v2, both Irvine players are stuck out mid, where Solomon is coming up behind him.
Yeah, the solo man here trying to take down 2. Gonna have to pull up from the side, and as you see, UC Irvine is going back towards their spawn, and with 15 seconds left, that's not a swing, my friends. That is a save round. We're in the very least attempting to make that save round, but Mr. Solomon may have other plans in mind, as trying to peek here, get a little shot, does find one, gets the heal, dodges the op shot, does not take down the jet, takes her down, gets the op out. That is a huge elimination. And he gets...
He grabs the op too. That's best case scenario for Adam Solomon. Excellent work there. Already off to such a hot streak here on Ascent. Irvine, they're going to be on economy now. I mean, they're going to go for the one hero Phantom. I really want to see how Irvine play around this Phantom that June will have, because they're going to need to use a lot of utility to enable June if they want to actually try and win this round. Otherwise, their goal is going to be to hard hit this site, get the spike down. But with Cypher here, with Reyna here for those Leers, that becomes pretty tricky. Ooh!
Storm on an eco round, a smart choice, going to be getting one elimination, and John getting one as well. But the operator that was taken by UH Premier is still on the playing field, so you have to keep that in mind, that all it's going to take is just one bad peek for you to give up your life here. But UCI not even giving the time of day to any long sight lines, understanding the pressure, understanding the threat, and they're protecting the spike here from underneath that catwalk. UH Premier is trying to just force multiple members down, make pressure at every one of their members down, And honestly, that just spells disaster if you're asking me, because sending all 4 members down one tight corridor, I've seen events like that in so many montage clips. The last going to just end up being Premier safe choice, with Koi being sacrificial lamb alongside, oh no, just one member going to be sacrificial lamb. And yeah, maybe Premier giving up the round for UC Irvine to take that 3-2 lead.
Shout out to UC Irvine. They had a rough last round, but this round they knew exactly what they wanted to do and how they were going to do it. They anticipated that there were going to be 2 players on the A site. They knew it would probably be Solomon and Eric Appleson. And with Danichi just barely taking off the toes of Eric Appleson, that made it really easy to swing in. Adam Solomon obviously wasn't ready with the Leers to actually stop a push from coming through, right? So great swing from Irvine, honestly. There wasn't much that you could do from there if you're Premier. I think it was smart that they go for the save, as when you lose those 2 players on the site into an eco round, you've given guns up. Why would you ever give up more? Just play for the next round. Bit of information already for Irvine in this round. Alt Orb taken 2, immediately just popping the Hunter's Fury. And he's even he doesn't quite take it down. Nacho with the Aftershock actually grabs that one, but regardless, it's a great start.
Yeah, that's going to be clutch right there for the offense. Danichi is storming down onto that operator. Limon Wei did not find any usefulness of that gun that they picked up, and now it's going to be UC Irvine just pushing down the site. Nacho does take some shots, but returns more onto Eric Appleson. And with Wing being one of the lone members on the defense here, they do manage to even out the score 2-2, but that is going to be a big flash right there, leading to an elimination. And now, with 2-on-1, Boy is going to have to make a miracle happen. He finds one, he thinks he knows where the second is, goes for the spray and pay, has a grenade, does not manage to make it connect, and that is going to be UCI taking round number 6.
I feel like there was an opportunity for Koi to play the utility differently there with the paint shell. I'm not a Raze main. I could be off on what I think the angles that the paint shell can bounce at are, but I feel like up from heaven, up from the safe position, there was an opportunity to bounce that grenade off of the box into one of those hell spots and then use the blast packs to clear the other side. It would have been tricky regardless. I'm not saying that Koi threw away an easy opportunity, but I feel like there was an opportunity. Now will not be afforded to Premier. Instead, it is going to be a 1-for-1 trade, so not terrible for them, actually. They won't be able to get much more than that, though. Pretty aggressive push out of mid. Doesn't go too well. Not nearly enough for Premier to swing this round around. That might be, though.
Ooh. Yeah, Koi with a nice tap to the head of June, going to be dropping down one of the members of the offense here, giving a little bit of room to breathe for the defense, who then has to deal with Nibbler being an annoying little pest with that drone, which is actually going to lead to an elimination there, ultimately creating a huge 3-on-1 disadvantage for UH Premier. And with the spike already having been planted, Wing is not looking very poised to go after this site. It's going to be a save, especially when you have that full armor still available. I mean, feels like a no-brainer.
Shout out to the running phantom there from Nibbler. If you've been watching Tenz's streams at all, you guys know what I'm talking about. That is a little bit of an issue. Good catch here from Wing. There's nobody else he needs to worry about. Unless he pushes up. Now he's going to have to worry about Ferg. He's going to be in a position where he can actually be hit here. Does dodge that paranoia, if I'm not mistaken, but won't be able to dodge the bullets from Ferg. Won't keep his gun. That's 5-2 in favor of Irvine.
That is 5-2 with Irvine taking that lead, or holding that lead, I should say. They took it a while ago. And just, you know, ladies and gentlemen, everyone else, please draw your attention to the credits and scoreboard. You can see quite the disparity between these two teams. We're ignoring Danichi, who just had to buy a stinger there because operators can be pricey. For the most part, this is a bonus round for the likes of UC Irvine, but UH Premier, if they go down here, Paul, they're basically looking at back-to-back rounds.
One chance to regain momentum in this map, which was their opponent's map pick after UH Premier lost their own in such an absurdly long map. Just slow play for UH Premier. They've got a lot to work with in this round. Hunter's Fury, Empress, Showstopper, all great ultimates to stop aggressive pushes, and UC Irvine know that. They're not getting too feisty. They want to get a player advantage before they commit anywhere on the map. That is the Blade Storm pop by UC Irvine as well. Interesting there from Danichi to go for that one so early in the round. It did draw a couple of members off of that A site, but with how fast they're just stomping around over here, those players are going to be back sooner rather than later. Smokes allow them to get onto a site here. Ferg's not going to have the same kind of luxury up in heaven, though. This is getting very dicey for Irvine, and Hunter's Fury cuts them down. Spike is dropped in a flawless round for Houston.
That might be the first time I've seen a collateral Hunter's Fury on a cast. That was a beautiful sight right there. Just lined up perfectly, knocked them down. But UCI, still going to be sitting pretty. I mentioned that round was crucial for UH Premier to win, so they could maintain some respectable credits, and as you can see, they now have a little bit of money in the bank. They can start diversifying, maybe liquidating some assets, and get themselves sitting up real nice and pretty for the future. But UCI, they have to start thinking about winning this round, because they're looking at a little bit of an eco stuck if they don't get themselves going. So both teams, decent bit on the line here, as you got Danichi charging in, and that's going to be an opening frag, actually right over the head of Limon Wei, who is just a sitting duck, does takedown 2. So patience and that lack of a trigger happiness prove huge there for the likes of UH Premier. But UC Irvine, they do get to the site, and they do get the spike.
That trigger discipline, like you said, was so good for Limon Wei. He wasn't playing in the same kind of strange off angles that we've seen before from him, but still a great position and an unexpected one by Irvine, because Danichi just flew over his head and he didn't fire any bullets. Nobody thought that there would be a player there. They thought that for sure that would take someone off guard. Now a retake here. Empress available. Lear clearing out toward the site. You're swinging into the Lear, Irvine. That is inadvisable, but Danichi makes it happen with the ace. Doesn't even matter. Wrap it up. Irvine 6-3 now.
Yeah, Irvine really coming out of the gates. All cylinders are go. They won that incredibly long game 1, and now with a score of 6-3, they are poised to be taking control of this game as well. They have already guaranteed that they'll be going into halftime with at least a tie, but right now UC Irvine is looking to make that a 9-3 scoreline. They just need to make sure these next few rounds go their way. And interesting purchase there, Limon Wei going for an operator here, going to be using that and trying to help out the team. And you know, you might not expect to see that in many situations, with Eco being such a tumultuous resource right now for UH Premier, but they're really putting a lot of faith in their omen.
Hunter's Fury out. Already it's catching Koi. Another tag would do it. Blast back just a little late from Koi there. An aggressive push by Danichi, but not the same kind of space created by Danichi that we've seen before. Eric Appleson is able to punish, and Tree has not been controlled. The door hasn't even been shut on Solomon. Easily swings out and gets that done. Now Ferg's there with the op on the crossfire. This is so good for Houston, and a devastating misplay for Irvine here. This is starting to look a little bit more like map 1, Beanies, where Irvine, they have dominate, crazy rounds, and then they have rounds where they kind of just spaghetti all over the site. This one's closer to the latter, as Premier put a 4th on the board.
Yes, they do, and I mean, I don't want to jinx anything, and I know that my word has that kind of power after last game.
Not after last map, Beanies.
So knock on wood.
Don't even say it. Don't even think it.
We're running back the same kind of scoreline as last game. You know, seeing UC Irvine now coming out with a lead, getting themselves a little bit set, and now UH Premier with 2 rounds remaining in the half. I mean, they very well, UH Premier could be setting this up for a halftime tie if these next 2 rounds go their way, and it's going to be up to the likes of Adam Solomon, who now has an operator in hand, to make big plays, and that's going to be one of them. 2 eliminations there in tow for UH Premier, starting off the round with a bang.
And I'm not really a fan at all of what Irvine just did there, right? I mean, I'm a fan of that. That's a great swing, a great push from Nacho. But Danichi kind of just solo sended over toward A, at least traded 1 for 1 eventually. But Koi's now got a very strong position. Eric Appleson can make Irvine's life very difficult. Is going to get swung on. The spike, that was so risky for Ferg to go for there. Koi got the op, and what a beautiful flick at that. Ferg all alone in a 1v2.
Oh And Boy must have had some dirt on his shoulder because that flick was so clean. And UH Premier off the back of that play, they get themselves their 5th round win. And, you know, it's looking by all intents and purposes that UH Premier is going to be tying this game up in that 12th round to get that.
Well, let's before we call how this round is going to be going, let's take a look at the economy for Irvine. Yeah, it's kind of messed up. Not gonna lie, it's actually you know what, Beanies, you might be right here. And with Irvine's economy this way, there's 2 ways they can play this. Right? They can either play the disciplined way, try to play for a pick, get some better guns, be willing to trade 1 for 2 or 2 of their players for one of another just so that they can get a gun and then work from there, or which seems more likely based on how they are stacked up right now, they can just full send it and hope to overwhelm unsuspecting players.
Unsuspecting player, maybe the entire
Not
UCI
again.
offense,
Not
because
again.
Lehman Way was just sitting in the same spot, except this time the return on investment is even greater, because that's going to be a 3-piece for the Omens hailing from UH Premier, and Koi is going to sure up that round with a final elimination. And I mean, we called it there, Paul.
Switching
UH
sides.
Premier wiped that final round, and we go into halftime at a tie.
Beanies, I need you to do me a favor, okay?
What's
no
up, buddy?
matter what, at no
Yes.
point in this game can you say, are we looking to break another record? Because you have too much power when it comes to determining what the score lines have been. You have called very early overtimes and ties and records being broken. No matter what, I need you to promise me right now you will not say that we are going to overtime until the very last possible minute.
I won't even speak of it. I'll just say
Okay, good. Because let's
shall
move
not
now.
be named.
Let's move now into the attacking half for Houston. Not a bad defense from them. Pretty heavy lean towards this B side of the map. But it's already pretty good position gained by Irvine. They actually moved Danichi out of A main, so they know that nobody's actually on this side of the map. Early rotate for Irvine, so as long as Houston commit to this, this is a pretty strong advantage for them. They do lose Nibbler on market, though, and that's a lot of map control gone.
Yeah, and that was just a bad time to have the arrows out. Was not expecting that kind of aggression to come out of Houston.
Nice.
Who now have 2 more eliminations. They're securing control of the site. And the remaining members of singular of UCI is not even going to get an elimination. And UH Premier with a flawless pistol round.
It's very solid from them, and I'll admit, I didn't expect that to be as easy as it was for UH Premier, but the timing from UC Irvine was just a little bit off. The bittersweet thing about that Danichi push that I was saying in A lobby is it takes Danichi a very long time to get back over. So while they had some players that were able to rotate early, they were going from a very far away position. So the timing didn't actually work out for Irvine, and once Nibbler got pinched in market, there wasn't much they could do from there. Too much control to Premier. Now it's buy up for Premier. Anti-eco. As long as they don't lose somebody early, they're going to be feeling fine with them taking out the only player over toward B. And once again, pinching onto Nibbler. Premier looking very strong.
Yeah, Premier came out with a whole new intensity here in the second half, getting a lot of aggression out early on. Nacho is the lone member to find an elimination in the second half here for UCI. And that's going to follow up with third, bringing some life into this lineup, but it's going to be a momentary felt breath of air because there's only 1 member left, and that's going to be an assault rifle taking down Nacho in the second round. You might as well expect that to go the way it has. And UH Premier 2 rounds ahead of their opponents, and what's that? 5 consecutive.
Yeah, that's a very good point, Beanies. It is 5 in a row now, and if Irvine have to break that streak here, right? Otherwise, they are looking at an incredible disadvantage. It wouldn't just be 9-6; it would probably be 10-6, as Irvine have no money left in the bank. And they keep getting overwhelmed over toward that B side. I'm surprised that they haven't flinched, and they're keeping players over on this A site and pushing out aggressively as that. You could see Danichi, I believe, actually got tagged by a camera that was placed by Eric Appleson in mid because they pushed all the way out Cubby. But that means that Irvine should know this is going to be a waterfall out A main. They have the guns necessary to just mow down UH Premier as they funnel their way out. But Premier, once again, just playing slow and waiting for an opportunity.
That's going to be a change of course here for UH Premier on their offense. First 2 rounds, seeing a lot more aggression to come out. Even on Bind, we saw a lot more calculated aggression, even cautiousness from UH Premier, who liked to keep UC Irvine guessing on their toes. But this time around, they're going to be resorting back to that similar strategy, albeit it's not going to be working too well to keep UCI guessing, because they are pretty well informed that UH Premier is trucking on up towards the A side, as you do have utility being thrown in there. Wing and Nacho each going to get some eliminations, and now 2 coming in there. One after another from UH Premier. A third on the site there to finish off that pretty 3-piece in the kill feed, leaving just 1 member of UCI to play defense, and Adam Solomon is going to be taking down June, resulting in 9-6.
Credit where it's due to Premier. I've been critical of their late executes earlier in this series. Back when we were on Bind, they had so many rounds where they looked indecisive, where they couldn't decide where they wanted to go, and it became 30 seconds, and they just hit the site that they were at. That was not one of those rounds. It was slow.
Yep.
It was patient. But they knew from the beginning what they wanted to do from there. I think there was an opportunity for Irvine to maybe have gotten more map control and been more certain. It was over toward A, but even still, they weren't able to do anything with the 4 players there. Now they're on Eco. They've heavily stacked with B main to try to get a pick, but this ain't going well.
No, it is not. Adam Solomon is putting on a masterclass as to why Reyna should be your entry fragger. And honestly, that's a convincing PowerPoint with how the soul orbs are just sucked up to pre-heal her. And now, after getting control of B site, this is what I mentioned before. They have control of B site, and then they force UCI to do some thinking. They force UCI to do some responding, actually, not just thinking. You need action, my friend, because this is going to be an A site push, and actually an A site take now after Nacho gets.
And I mean, you'd need a miracle for Irvine to clutch this. I don't even think they're going to be able to get a kill. June just has just 2 HP. He needs to catch somebody who's low health, probably off guard, or he needs to get like a miracle headshot. But he's closed off from the door. There's 2 players up in heaven. They're easily able to dispatch him. And UH Premier looking to come back, looking to answer UC Irvine's 150-round map with a much more decisive map of their own.
Hey, if we can see a game end in under 20 rounds after that, I would be blown away.
I think that's an accomplishment. Yeah, I mean, man, it's getting rough for Irvine, right? Because even if they swing this back, you're not really doing anything to Houston's economy at this point. And once again, it's pretty heavy lean here for Houston over on this A lane. I usually get worried about things like this, especially with how much map control Irvine is already taking. You can see Danichi pushed out mid, I believe had an op, but actually fell off pretty quickly there. Not keeping that map control, not keeping the opportunity for a pinch, instead retreating to the site. The Rolling Thunder is going to keep Premier at bay, and the Paranoia will too, but it doesn't catch anything. It doesn't get anything for Irvine. Ferg just barely holding on for dear life at the back of site. Gives enough room to his players up in heaven to get some shots in. And man, that was a fire. That was a festival of fire.
It was interesting to watch because Ferg was stuck down there between a rock and a hard place and was really the center point of why that went so well, I feel like, because there were, 3-4 members of UH Premier just spraying down that box, it felt like, and then you have 2 members of UCI from up in heaven, and they just take advantage of that momentary lapse of judgment, and now Ferg, who was just playing prey, is actually the predator.
Irvine come away with the first win on their defense, a much needed one at that. Is anybody going to peek into Danichi? Yeah, but there's a smoke there, so everybody's going to be feeling just fine. And once again, Irvine, look how much they are moving their players around on the map right now. They are not staying in one place, not allowing Premier to get that kind of information. They heard the app over in Cubby, but now the ops moved up toward mid. There will be an owl drone to spot this out, but it's too late to save Adam Solomon. And with the Hunter's Fury as well peppering in, this becomes difficult for Premier, even though they got that pick.
Limon Wei is able to even up the scores. So at 4 members left standing a piece, Koi is going to take a risky peek there. And actually, thanks to the backup from Limon Wei, they're able to take down Ferg, who had that nice high ground. Obi-Wan would have been proud. But June going to be taking down one as well. So giving us a 3 versus 3. And as you can see, there's one member here, Koi, stuck in a awkward position there until you see Sova on the defense going to be rotating back around, and Nacho going to be sniffing out Koi, taking down the raise from UH Premier. So this A swing is going to guarantee the spike, and you'd expect this kind of thing to come out of UH Premier. But now it's going to be up to them to defend it, and as Paul has said, their controlling of these planted spikes leaves some things to be desired. So we have to see if they can keep the upswing in performance that they've had against 3 members of UCI.
That camera's been spotted too. Easy jump down, but Wing holds his ground just barely. Nacho trying to run, had a Vandal, not a Phantom. Doesn't work quite as well there, buddy. Now June's all alone. This crossfire is ever so deadly. He's just trying to go for one angle at a time, but the first person to swing is the player from Hell, and June just had no idea where he was getting flung from. UH Premier, they turn what looks to be a devastating round into a phenomenal one. And I want to highlight Eric Appleson here, especially because we said it before. We said it going into this series. This is one of the premier players for Premier, ironically enough. Don't let his KD fool you. This guy is big brain. They push toward B, things fall apart, and he says, wait, just wait. Everybody hold your ground. Runs all the way around mid, just so we can get that neural theft on the body that was in market safely. And then from there, it's an easy pivot over to the A site, and Premier lock it down to get that 11th round on the board.
Ooh, Denchi getting very aggressive there with the Blade Storm. Gonna be trading out 1 for 1. If that was worth is yet to be determined, I guess. You have to see how the round progresses, but for giving away that there's a shotgun in that close quarters situation is going to make everyone second guess pushing that smoke here for UH Premier, but that's going to be Koi stuck out in the middle of nowhere at the worst possible time.
Ferg just stares down the enemy there. Does not flinch at all, but Nibbler on this flank. Normally it's Limon Wei getting these kind of things done in this match. But Nibbler this time around is in the cheeky position, and Irvine not quite done yet, reminding us that this match is still close.
Yeah, it is, Paul. We cannot forget about either of these teams' capabilities. I mean, looking at the scoreboard, folks, you can see UH Premier had that 7-round streak in the end of last half and the start of this one, but that does not stop UCI from coming back. And if UCI takes this round here, they're going to be getting themselves in such a beautiful spot for the future now if they can just secure this round 20 win.
Keep in mind, though, if they lose this round, they're only getting 1,900 credits in their pocket, right? Yes. Because they did win the round previous. So that is the one problem with having it be back and forth, not consistently working up a streak. Whereas UH Premier, they're still able to play with a little bit of the money that they've saved up from earlier in this half. So even if they lost this, they'd be then on that 24 into their pockets. They'd probably be able to buy again. Early lane here towards Tree. Already such aggressive takes here from Premier. Those one-ways are just going to get canceled out by a Cyber Cage, and now it's Ferg all alone on this site. His paranoia completely whiffs, and he's going to be dispatched.
Oh, that's Wing with a big kill there onto Ferg, who was the lone member on the site. So a little bit out of position, you might say there, as the rest of UCI are just going to try and take the site back. But unfortunately, it's hard to rip it out of the grasp of UH Premier, who have such a strong holding on it. But Nacho is going to be the lone member to stand up to that dictatorship. And UH Premier just trying to assert their rule over the final member here of UCI. They have control of the site. And that shock arrow coming in from Wing is going to steal the deal there. And we have ourselves our first game point here.
Match point.
I like how you say first game point.
Yep.
You know,
Asterisk.
you know, if you've been watching since the beginning of this this match, you know, we can never say, it doesn't matter if it wouldn't have mattered if this map had been 12-1. We couldn't have said, oh, this is it, right? Because these teams have just been tooth and nail back and forth all night long. UC Irvine, this was their map pick. Now going in to a map point for Premier, they are on a broken buy. They do have some ultimates available, So as long as they can get an early pick here, they can feel pretty comfortable. Not bad from Danichi. Gotta give him that. That worked pretty well, and even if they don't get away here, which they will, just barely, it would have been just fine.
Oh, but Wing there actually going to take down Nibbler, the counterpart on the Sova. And now Danichi also going to fall.
Nice.
So that Hunter's Fury was really powerful there for UH Premier. But Nacho, who has the flashes, is able to even up the score here. So UC Irvine, they may have been down, but they're not out yet, as they still have 3 defenders here. And they're pretty well informed on the location of at least a few of these players, because you got 2/3 of your defense here. Just got Omen trying to anchor out that backside, but even they're making their way over towards B side, and just got to be careful for Wing here.
Oh,
that ultimate does not hit Wing, and Wing's just lying in wait, and that's gonna be the end of Nacho. And with just one more member of the future, is Wing going to be able to take that duel? And they're just dancing next to each other. But June, who has the Stinger, is going to try and peek when the arrow has been drawn. But Wing, with the 4K, has taken down June. And only Ferg is left standing here. Only Ferg is keeping UH Premier from taking game 2. And as the door does get closed, Ferg is going to give away their positioning here. So now everybody on the map is aware of Ferg's location. Here in the trees. It's here next to the site. But Paul, he's got to get 3 members down, and that's a real tough task.
Paranoid 2. Believes scene and everything. Shock darts. Putting him to bed. The ace to finish it off. Wing. Making sure we're not going to 50 rounds again, folks. It won't barely be more than 20 here as UH Premier fire back. They tie us up in the overall score, which is also still pretty fitting. And they will send us to a map number 3, Beanies.
And honestly, I wouldn't expect anything less here to go to a game 3. That game 1 showed us truly that these two teams are evenly matched. And even though game number 2 is going to go in the favor of Houston, that does not mean UCI is out by any means, because this game 3, which is actually going to be ending up on Haven, is really going to be anybody's game to take. And after this brief break here, Paul, we are... Oh, whoops. We're not going to... We got to talk about the scores.
Give it 1 second. Yeah, we got to talk about the score, and I want to highlight some players here, especially Wing. I feel like Wing had a really good match on the Sova. You know, on map number 1, it was pretty back and forth, where Danichi was on the Sova, and Wing wasn't quite able to get the better end of Danichi in a lot of those engagements. But with UCI switching up their roles a bit, with Nibbler going on to that instead of the Raze, and Danichi moving to more of that aggressive role in the Jet, and often being a little bit too aggressive with a lot of those tailwinds, just dashing in headlong and getting punished for it, it felt like Wing had a lot more space to work, had a lot more confidence in this second map, and those shock darts, especially over on the A site. We saw it in the last round, was shutting down Wing. Any time that somebody tried to push through tree onto the A site, Wing had shock darts at the ready. Great work from the Sova on this map number 2 for the University of Houston. And honestly, great work all around. UCI, I think they need to slow it down a bit, right? I think they need to take a breath. I know coming in after map number 1, they just want to move forward and get things done. But a lot of these rounds, they look too antsy. They look too eager to be making stuff happen. And in that last round, it happened as well. Nacho decides, you know what? I know they're in market. We're going to use the Rolling Thunder and go, when all you had to do was really play for time there. And Rolling Thunder missed, as you highlighted in the call. And from there, it was just dominoes falling against UCI and in the favor of Houston.
Well, see, Paul, now I'm glad I didn't throw it the break. We got to enjoy that beautiful talking. And honestly, guys, we got a lot more ahead of it, because me and Paul were here for the long run, baby. We got game 3 coming to your beautiful ears and eyes in just a few moments. So don't go anywhere, because CF1 will be back in just a few moments.
I got a bad bro, name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. told Shorty drop it for a real one. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women, if I want them then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women, I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better, you only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. Yeah, I said I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that you know that yeah. I said you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. It's only right, baby. Yeah, why you mad? I got a bag, bro. Name hot in these streets, no Tabasco. But I'm so stubbed, that's a fact, yo. And if you think I'm frontin', you can run it back, yo. Go on, run it back. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. You know. I said, damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah, let's go. Look. I told Shorty drop it for a real one. Go ahead and pop it, let me feel some. Do it for the boy with a bag now. Movie star money making everybody act out. I don't lie to these women, if I want them then I tell them. Don't get fly for these women, I was born with these propellers. All my haters cannot beat me, so I call them acapellas. See, I'm only getting better, you only get jealous. You know that I run it. Everything you wanna do, I already done it. And I got your little boo telling me she love me. I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. You know, I got this one, that one. Damn, it's gonna be a long night. Yeah. MD, JPB. You already know, baby. Yeah. I said I already done it. Everything you wanna do, I already. You know that you know that yeah. I said you know that yeah. Damn, it's gonna be a long night.
Welcome back, everybody. It's Beanies and Paulsable yet again, and we have game number 3 coming at you right now. It's Houston, it's UCI, and these two teams, it feels like, I can't even say David versus Goliath. It's just like Goliath versus Goliath at this point, because what these teams have put each other through, I'm not even considering that game 1, that game 2 in of itself, with Houston 7 rounds straight. I mean, it's just a heavyweight boxing match. It's like Muhammad Ali against Clyde Frazier.
Yeah, I mean, I think after we had a 50-round map 1, it would have been a disservice for this to not have gone to a third map somehow.
You're right, exactly.
You know, and you got to give it to Houston, right? A lot of teams, you know, you play 50 rounds on a map and then you lose, and that was your map pick. A lot of teams after that, your mental is out the window. Right? Not Houston, though. They come into Ascent, Irvine's map pick, and they do just fine. Much more dominant performance from them there than we had seen from either team throughout the entirety of the series before that. And now we go on to Haven, the very last map. This is a map at the very least University of Houston are pretty dang comfortable on, Beanies.
Yep. Yeah, exactly. University of Houston experience in this area. I've had the pleasure of casting them on this map. I believe I cast them twice on it, and both times they've won the map. And I think one of the big things that's really going to be a question mark or something I want to know is how do these teams deal with Haven, the other two maps? How does this map force any differences in the compositions, if at all? I mean, I say if at all because looking at the track record here I have with Houston, I mean, Houston for the most part has had like one member, two members maybe deviate off their picks. Yeah. Right here. Wing, Eric Appleson, and Lee Munway, for the entirety of their playing in CF1, have only played Sova, Cypher, Omen. So it really comes down to the likes of Koi and Am Solomon with that flexibility. But even there, I feel like, these guys aren't going to differentiate too much. And I'm expecting a lot of the same on Haven, but do you think that's going to be a good recipe for success?
Well, I do think it will be, and I think you have to ask a similar question about UC Irvine, right? Because they also switched up some of their roles when we went from Bind to Haven, right? While Houston was a little bit more stable, Irvine switched up almost everything. Danichi went off the Sova onto the Jet, and then Nibbler went off of, I believe it was the Jet, and then instead was playing the Sova, right? And they switched up so much, or off the Rays rather, and onto the Sova for Ascent. And now it seems like we're getting even more swaps. Danichi going back to the Sova, but Nacho pulling out the Rays and Nibbler pulling out a Flash agent. The Reyna coming on in, whereas Houston, they seem much more consistent. They're just gonna flex Koi onto the Phoenix, and other than that, they're not changing much.
Yeah, Nibbler at this point has played 3 separate agents in each game, going from, I believe, from Rays to Sova, now over to the Reyna. So really showing that Agent Ocean is available to UCI. But yeah, we mentioned it's really just which one's going to win out more, the stability in your compositions from Houston or the consistent maneuverability and the changing that we're seeing from UCI.
And the thing about a game like Valorant is flexibility on roles can often be more of a curse than it is a blessing, right? Because a team will play differently when different players are on the different roles, right? I mean, that's just how anything works at all, right? I mean, it's a bit of a forehead statement, but it's an important one, right? Because Nibbler is not going to be the same kind of Flash agent that Nacho was. Danichi's not going to be the same kind of Sova that Nibbler was. And actually, I think that specifically is an upgrade for UC Irvine, but we have to wait and see how Nacho and Nibbler will do on these two roles. And why haven't we just seen Nacho pick up the Reyna, right? Nacho's been playing the Flash agents for the entirety of Premier. And then Nibbler earlier played the Rays. So we know Nibbler has a very good Rays, but they're not putting Nibbler on the Rays. So it becomes this like game of piecemeal, and it becomes very awkward for them.
Oh, it must be a little awkward when you have a piece of lead
that's
stuck
pretty
inside
awkward
of your
too.
head. That's, that awkward moment when you get lead stuck inside your head, but UCI is just trying to peek around this corner. Can't even do that though. Lee Munway not allowing any entry here, and I mean, you'd think that they were on offense. How far pushed up? You got Premier right now. That's going to be 1-2 members just dropping right there. June does trade one, and Nacho going a little solid snake right here. Going to be pulling out the stealth genes, just waiting to see if the bots come up and hide them. But no, Nacho's going to get found out here, and Cubby may have looked appetizing, but that's just going to be their gravestone, and Premier open up the game with a round win.
Yeah, very unfortunate misplay there from Irvine too, because, I mean, if you're going for that default, I wouldn't recommend having your players solo pushing C long have the spike on them. Just some food for thought. Maybe keep the spike, about where it is right now. There we go. That's no, Ferg, put it down. Bad Omen. He's doing it again. He's going again. If you get picked over in C long solo, nobody there to trade you, and you have the spike, that is more often than not the round just being over. So this time Ferg is just gonna back up. There we go. Now I can breathe easy again about Irvine.
Exactly. Yes, you can. If only for them. We have to see how this offense can progress, especially against a bot out lineup like you have with Premier, who now sitting on a site. You got 3 members of the defense, you got 5 members of the offense, and even though the numbers don't add up, it's still going to be even trades here for the two of them, with
that's a bulldog.
4 members left alive each, and the spike going to get planted here. So objective A has been accomplished for the offense.
Shock darts. Molly, too. Oh, the spike will get planted, but it'll cost Ferg his life. This is very rough post plant now for Irvine. I mean, it was the anti-eco. All they wanted to do was get the spike down, and in that metric, they will succeed. But University of Houston, they just prove how prepared they are for a map like Haven. That was a lot of preset utility. They do show their hand on that utility pretty early, so there is opportunities now for Irvine next time they go to A to move where they plant the spike, right? Maybe plant it under Heaven or over more so for long so that you don't get caught by that utility. So not the worst thing in the world for Irvine. They were probably going to lose that round anyways. But now they have to keep it steady. It is their gun round. They cannot throw this away like they did on Ascent. They need to take this comfortably, Beanies.
Yeah, that's going to be an important part of it too, is comfortably. That key word, you got to make sure that you come out of the round with more than just one person left standing. You want to have multiple lives. You want to have multiple guns saved. And Nacho's going to be taking one of those guns out of the hands of UH Premier, getting UC Irvine onto the site, and C is going to be a location of the bomb plant, which is going to be planted in sight of that long sight line here, as Inland Way is going to be coming up from back there, who wins out against the Phantom. That's a big pickup there for the Omen from
Simon Way yet again in an unexpected position, even though the Cypher was back there. Was not prepared for the swing. Swinging blind now. Nacho not going to be able to get much done. Now it's just Sova all alone, no Hunter's Fury, just some shock darts, hopefully, and a dream. But that dream will quickly fade away, and Danichi will be woken back up into a harsh reality of losing the gun round yet again. And it's yet another very strong start and a half for UH Premier.
Yeah, Lehman Way getting, I believe, a 4K was that round. A huge round for the Omen from UH Premier. Coming up big, already is going to have that From the Shadows available to them. So if Lehman Way wants, then they can get around the map easily. Or in my opinion, the better usage of the two is to force a brief lapse in line of sight for your opponent and maybe just give your team that little opening they need to win a gunfight. So we'll have to see how that ultimate is used, especially getting it so early on.
Pretty aggressive push up here toward Garage. You really gonna swing for this, Danichi? This would be ambitious. That paint shell doesn't quite hit the mark. It'll force Koi back regardless. Not the perfectly timed swing here for Nacho and Danichi, who had pushed into Garage. Danichi is pretty far forward, is able to use that stinger to get one. So at least that's worth it ultimately. 4 versus 4 now. This is a creep towards C. Actually, it's a rush towards C, but run it back coming. Actually catches with that owl drone out, but at the ready yet again is Danichi on the sofa. Pushing up, actually, forces Koi back. This spike has not been planted, though. The C site has not been controlled. It has been tenuous for UC Irvine. Danichi doing as much work as a Sova with a Stinger can, but it's not enough work ultimately to swing that round in Irvine's favor.
Oh, can I just mention real quick, that shot there coming up from C long at the tail end of that fight, that was lovely. Shout out to the Observer right there. I thought that was a sick looking shot using the new features that have been slowly added to the game. But yeah, another round going over to University of Houston, an expected round that time. So now we'll have to see if this is going to be where UC Irvine can swing it back in their favor, because they are familiar with dealing with long droughts, looking for wins. They lost, I believe, 4 or 5 rounds straight in our map 1 bind, which we all know they ultimately were able to bounce back from after a long road. And this is a much shorter road, and it actually just got a lot easier to walk on it too, with June getting 1 elimination there for the side of Irvine. Now Houston is going to be dealing with a deficit here. It's going to be difficult, especially on a map like Haven, having 1 less member available. And now you have to deal with an ultimate as well, as a showstopper comes out from Nacho, who is just looking for a victim, but no takers are available, and the auction for who gets this rocket goes to the ground, and the spike gets
Great pick there from Lemon Way too. This is the problem with the B push. You don't have much control. Ferg caught by Koi out of garage. This is starting to fall apart. Danichi is pinched. It's all down to the 2 left on the site. Nibbler hiding in the smoke, knows what the Sova is, will be able to push for it and save their friend's life just barely. Now the swing, great wall too to deny the re-swing from Nibbler, has to push through the flame and will get burned. More than enough time to get this defuse, and UH Premier keep their 5-0 streak.
This is not looking good now for Irvine, Paul. That is 5-0. That was a big round that they just spent a lot of credits on. So now you can see that they do have, you know, half buys available, some full buys. You can see Danchi is one of the lucky suitors. But other than that, you're going to be looking at a lot of difficult interactions, I guess, going forward here. You're going to have low shields on 3 of your members, and that in of itself is going to be a deficit. But regardless of that fact, it's going to be interesting if UC Irvine can just change something up here with this death ball, it looks like. Shout out to my other game casting days with Danichi actually getting 1 elimination there, starting off strong for Irvine, a second there with Nibbler, and look at this, the death ball composition is working. Its powers. But then Lemon Way, who was lying in wait there, Paul, he was able to sniff out 1 and cause a little bit of a delay here in the push, but Irvine, they're still going to be getting the spike down. They still have firm control, and they're still going to be looking strong here for their first round.
And at this point, it's about how much damage can Premier do to their economy, as even with a win, there's not much money for Irvine, but it might be all their money being gone or being taken away, as there's only 1 player left from Long. Can only barely get it done. Danichi not quite ready for Wing to push out early. And Premier, they were sweating a little bit in that round, but still undefeated on Haven, are they?
This is ridiculous right now. UH Premier looking like an entirely different beast. And I talked last map about how good UC Irvine looked after such a difficult victory in Game 1. But UH Premier is looking even better off their victory in Game 2 here with the 6-0 start, about to match the 7-0 round spree they had last game. And I mean, you know you're in a good spot, Paul, when you can buy full armor, an operator, and it's considered a bonus to you because you're still going to get a gun next round.
Things certainly rough now for Irvine, and they're going to try and half buy into this round, light buy it, as they know they need to get something done. They need to pull something out of the hat at this point. Full rush into garage thus far. Already so bloody for Irvine, they're not able to get anything. Easy headshot there for Solomon, despite the insane flick it took to get that done. Ferg will grab the 1, but that looks like it's all that is going to be afforded to Irvine.
Oh, that was tough to watch there. That flick was just beautifully placed there onto the headpiece. And yeah, after that kind of round win, you got 7-0 right now. You're going to have a good amount of buys coming in from Irvine. You can see here, but I keep harping back to the credits because that is where the game derives itself from. That's where you get all your power. That's where you get all your capabilities in a round. And unfortunately, UC Irvine, they're looking for scraps right now. I mean, they're at a point where they're going to be taking any kind of small victories they can right now, because they just need credits, man. They just need money to buy guns.
And there goes a bit of their money. Already 1 down in mid. Lemon Way will get spotted by the recon bolt. Not once, but twice. But nobody can get to the back of B to actually punish that Omen. Some information gained, sure. But Irvine, what can you actually get done with that info? You lost your A player. You lost your flash agent. And your Owl Drone, while it spots the Phoenix, you're not able to pinch onto him either. Nacho at least trades 1 for 1, but you need more than that, Irvine. You need a round win at this point. And with it just being 1, just Ferg all alone, sitting in smoke, sitting out B, just thinking to himself, how did I get into this position? It's going to swing right into the crosshair of Solomon. And Irvine, not able to get anything done yet. Houston, once again, show us how strong they are on a map like Haven.
Ball right now, it feels like we're running a marathon. It's not, it might not be about which team is better, but what team could last the longest? Because right now, I mean, we started this series, what, 3.5 hours ago, I believe, and we're still going at it. So UH Premier putting in the work, the longevity, the ability, even at this point, to be performing at such a high level. Look at that scoreboard. Koi with a single death here. Even with the flash, Adam Solomon just can't be stopped right now. This Reyna for University of Houston with the operator is causing so much chaos here that A site push that looked promising a few rounds ago has just been squashed so quickly. I mean, look at that. Everyone just gets dropped almost instantly. And even though the spike is still in control of UC Irvine, it just doesn't feel very confident for them going forward because, I mean, you got 4-on-1 here. Good luck, have fun.
And I know it's a light buy, but man, Irvine, they are just not playing the map, beanies. They're picking somewhere and they're sitting around for a while and they're either hard sending it or they're losing a player and then standing there and then losing another player and then eventually pushing. And this does not look like the same UC Irvine that we saw on Bind. They gotta be getting tired, man. I mean, I can't blame them at this point. And Houston, they are completely unfazed by the length of this series. They are looking so good thus far. Adam Solomon, I don't like when Reyna's up. I'll be real. Because I think if you have Lears, you know, you flashes, you should be going forward. Not that Reyna is necessarily a bad agent to be opping on, because you get that pick, you can dismiss, right? You can get out of dodge, similar to how a Jet would, except, you know, you need to get the pick, whereas a Jet can just tailwind out of there. But Adam Solomon has been doing a phenomenal job thus far. Does get forced off that B angle early, though. Oh, no. Oh, good swing! Good work from Danichi there.
Ooh,
they'll lose their life for it, but yeah, you know.
Does happen, you know. I mean, you take the small victories. You killed the opera. That's a good start, you know. And they have a numbers lead too. Irvine, actually, all things considered, are looking about as good as they have this entire game. Getting this plant down on A site, they have the site in control, but we have seen the ability of University of Houston to retake on this map. We'll have to see if UC Irvine can make sure they minimize the mistakes going forward. They've already given up 9 rounds, but the bleeding can stop here. All you gotta do is apply pressure to the wound. Make sure you cauterize it if you gotta, and then you can deal with all the problems afterwards. But UC Irvine, they're trading kills. It's 2 for 2. It's 2 versus 2 left, I should say, and Nacho's going to be pulling out the showstopper, really just putting the pedal to the metal, trying to make sure that they cannot get the defuse, but Eric Appleton is going to put a stop to that ladies show, and with only 1 member left to play defense, they can't finish off the elimination. They do get the spike halfway, though, and that's going to be enough. Bulk hold it, and it's right there. Defenders get their 10th round win.
A heartbreaker for Irvine. They played that round pretty dang well, all things considered. But Houston are just too good, man. They're too good. The camera from Eric Appleton got so much information, and right when they recon dart in the camera, caught the attention of Irvine. They swung on. They got the neural theft at the ready. And even with the showstopper, Houston could not be stopped. They are 10-0 on their defensive Haven, a relatively even map. This is one of the most even maps in the game in terms of attacks versus defenders sided. And Premier are making it look like split.
I mean, Premier are really put class right now. They're doing incredible work. And yeah, UC Irvine, this is not looking like the UC Irvine from games 1 and 2. Even with the game 2 loss, they were still performing better than this. They still had more teamwork than this, but now it feels like they're just falling apart at the seams. And Koi picking up an elimination right there, gonna be popping the ultimate afterwards just for security, and maybe getting a little cheeky there, but it's not gonna end up getting any eliminations because Adam Solomon is putting on a masterclass of the operator, making Paul eat his words. Reyna can be the op.
I literally said Reyna can op. I just don't like it compared to a Jet. Don't put words in my mouth, beanies.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Come on. Oh,
I'm sorry.
Bro, are you really gonna... Okay, maybe he's not really gonna. He can't get it. Come on. no, decides, you know what? Fine. It'll just go back there. That's good enough. They can't get to it. That's what matters.
That's how much money he has. That's how much money
word.
Adam Solomon is wrong.
Enough money to throw away an op and buy an Odin and still have more for the next round.
3,200 more to be exact. He could have gotten a Vandal if he wanted.
Yeah, could have also had a Vandal in this round. That would have been a little bit expensive. And you know what? Turns out, as fun as the Odin is, maybe not the best gun 100% of the time. That is a very early pick. Already going to be losing that one. And the site control does go over to Irvine. Tenuously. Once again, it is a 4v4 for this, though. It's not easy cut for Irvine, but they need, if ever they were going to put a round on the board, Beanies, it's now.
Exactly that. They're going to be putting the round on at the end of the half, so you might as well make it look pretty. UC Irvine is trying to get control here, but the site that they once held so dearly is now being ripped from their paws. And with only one member left standing, the Sova on Sova, Ferg, the kill feed kind of spoiled that for Ferg, because you fell from the height a little too tall, my friend, and that's going to lead to UH Premier getting a 12-0 score. And I mean, by all means, we're very much so looking at a perfect game here.
All they need, I mean, even if the pistol doesn't go their way, right? They lose the pistol, they can force on the second round. Or if they don't want to force second round, they can just wait until third, where, you know, Irvine's hand would, in theory, be forced. Irvine need a perfect defensive half now, and I mean, I'm shocked that we even got one from Houston. We started this game with a 50-round map, and now we just might end this series, Beanies, with a 13-0. What variance we have had. And we still got we got a best of 5 after this, man.
Yeah, this isn't even the icing on the cake. We're just getting to the beginning of this. We're just blowing out the candles here, folks, as UH Premier on the offensive. They're looking to close this out. The perfect game against UCI, the defending CF1 champions in UCI.
Good start.
Trying to salvage this game in any way, shape, or form, and Nibbler doing their best.
Nibbler's flank there is huge, but it's not necessarily enough to secure them around. Good paranoia keeps Premier off. They're going to have to pivot over here. Nacho is ready. That's Spike on the floor. Boombot going to spot out where the last player is. Nobody else is swinging with Nacho, though. I'm interested that June didn't decide to push out of B and actually go for the pinch. Now it's just a bunch of isolated 1v1s. Ferg pretty low. A headshot would put him down. June coming over for some support, but Wing's just going to run it to A. No. Coming right back. There is. If Wing goes to B, will be spotted.
30 seconds left.
Oh, Wing might be outbraining themselves here. Might be going for a play that's a little too high IQ, but oh my god. Wing snuck underneath the camera, and I can't believe it worked. They get the plant down, and even though the dart is going to attach them, they're able to get it off. So Wing setting themselves up in such a good spot. They get one. No, they can't get any because June puts a stop to that dream, and UCI takes that goose egg off the board. They got themselves a tally mark.
They get one. They got a long way to go, Beanies. Good work there, and like you said, Wing kind of outthinking himself. What I feel like happened was most ciphers play the A site on Haven, right? So Wing in his brain probably was like, oh, if I go to A, then there will be a camera. Little did he know the camera was on B instead, right? It's actually, June's actually splitting a lot of the utility across the map as a cipher. You can even see it right now. There's a trap over toward A and a trap wire on that B side. Unfortunately for June, it's the pretty heavy committal up C long here. There is a shotgun at the ready. The Boombot actually a little bit anti-synergistic there as it stops this push from coming through. But now the judge is at the ready to just mow them down, chew them up, and put a second on the board for Irvine cleanly.
All right, Irvine doing the run back. All right. Getting themselves 2 rounds, so we might be on to something here, but this is going to be the 3rd round of the half, so now, if ever, would be the time for UH Premier to be able to put up a good fight. Both teams are going to be having their assault rifles available to them in tow. And actually, I say that, but it looks like Seaside is being held by a judge.
Yeah, the thing for Irvine here, normally this is the quote-unquote bonus round, right? This is where you don't really care if you lose it, if you are the team that won the pistol. You just want to do damage to the economy. But because it was a 12-0 on the first half, Irvine, they don't have enough money for real guns, and they can't afford to lose this round.
Yeah, it's not looking too easy for UC Irvine here as Danichi, ooh, a nice little one-tap right there, getting an early elimination for UC Irvine, hoping to keep themselves in this series with one round, keeping them between. Yeah, nice job right there. Adam Solomon's going to be getting that one kill. We have one round keeping UC Irvine from being eliminated from this tournament, and they got to win every single round out from here. And, you know, with 4-on-4, it's still going to be possible, folks, as Nibbler and co are kind of in the right.
Ooh.
Nice,
Oh,
nice.
That's so crucial. That's so crucial. Now, even though Nibbler is going to get pinched, Dismiss on the Reyna gets him away. The spike cannot go onto the A site. Even if Nibbler had gone down there to the swing by the Sova, it still would have been good for Nibbler because that bought enough time for players to come on over. And now Nibbler has delivered salvation to Irvine. They can breathe. Not easily, but just a little bit they can breathe. Stay in this match. It'll be an eco for Premier now.
Yeah, Irvine is honestly like on the sharpest of knife's edges in the world right now. Because one slip up, one singular mistake could spell entire tournament being over for them right now. They got themselves 3 rounds in this half, and taking a look at the purchases, you got to assume that UC Irvine is in a good spot to be taking another round, as Nibbler already gets one, who has decided to wake up here in the second half, gets another, gets out of dodge, using the ultimate. Empress allows for that instant healing and the invisibility, but Adam Solomon is going to put a stop to that rampage just for June to try and pick up the slack. But now it's a brief moment to breathe.
This is suddenly very dicey, though. 2v3 guns can be picked up. One revealed. Danichi is going to be targeted here by Adam Solomon, but I mean, honestly, Premier should fall off. They're not going to. Instead, they go for it, and Adam Solomon will not be able to get that first kill. Instead, just gonna have to back up. We'll collect a gun from Sewer. Damage can be done to Irvine's economy. Wayne, you gotta actually pick up the gun. There was a gun down there. Okay. Sheriff works too, I guess.
Yeah, he's going for the montage clip. Come on, Paul. You gotta get the 3 taps to secure the semi-final win. As Wing is gonna get that spike down here, and that noise cue is awfully loud, so everyone's gonna know what's going on. But that delay, a little questionable, giving them extra time to close in on them. Oh, that's gonna be a 1-tap!
Please, no.
The high ground was not for you, Obi-Wan, but Ferg leveling it out, using the operator, taking down Wing, getting the 4th round for UCI.
I'm not gonna lie, we were talking about the Doctor Strange thing earlier. I did a quick one, and I saw one possible universe where Wing hits those 3 head taps you were talking about.
You know what? I spoke it into existence, and if tonight's anything, then close.
Yeah, no kidding. Well, still not very close in the scoreline, and while Irvine can feel good about the 4 rounds they've put on the board thus far, they are not out of the woods yet. They are not even halfway through the woods. Still have such a long way to go there.
They have, what, 8 rounds to send us to overtime? So that alone is a feat in of itself, not even acknowledging the previous 4 they've accomplished. So it's a very long road for UCI. UH Premier, on the other hand, they are right next door to their destination. They're just having some trouble getting out of bed by the looks of things, and maybe they just need a pick-me-up, but Nacho is actually going to send Wing back to sleep right there, creating another first blood and another opening for UCI. And now Ferg seems to have taken the operator skill that Adam was showing and now is using it themselves.
Both players' positions should be known. Actually, Limon Ways I don't think is, but Koi's 100% is known, especially now that he shoots the drone. So you know where at least the Phoenix is. Limon Way has actually made a lot of space up towards that C site. So if Danichi is not prepared for someone to have been lurking C, Limon Way can get that kill and put the spike on the floor. Easy first kill there for Nacho, and Limon Way can't get it done. Danichi at the ready keeps Irvine breathing.
What a play right there. I'm sorry, I'm just in awe of the 5-round wins that UCI has in a row. It's really the theme of this series.
Don't do it yet.
Pulling out the most incredible things at the 11th hour as UH Premier, again, they are just trying to close this out with one more round, but they are having quite the tough task as UC Irvine has finally decided to bound their fire buttons to the left mouse key and is helping them beautifully here as they have won 5 straight. And with the eco coming in from UH, you got to think it's going to be 6 straight unless some things go awry.
Nacho counting their blessings that nothing went awry there. Danichi does have that Odin. It will spray through that wall if I'm not mistaken. So some damage tagged up. Shock Dart 2, but the Owl Drone not respecting that a player could push. Nice flank from Nibbler, but it'll only get 1. And that's a gun given over as well. Nacho and Koi actually almost just ships in the night at each other there, but Nacho will get the better end of it there and the better end of Eric Appleson. Even though the spike is down, Hunter's Fury at the ready here. This is not easy for Wing, and it won't even happen. Irvine, they're halfway there, Beanies. Halfway there.
Yeah, I mean, they are really putting on quite the performance, and honestly, like, no matter what, Paul, I feel like we have to point out what Nacho's been doing in the second half. Regardless of the outcome here, Nacho has been truly putting the team on their back for multiple rounds in the second half. And really, that last round was a testament to what they've been doing. And I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we see Nacho continue to pop off. Momentum is a hell of a system that I don't know if we'll ever understand, but whatever it is, Nacho has a lot of it.
You know that, like, physicists understand momentum, right?
Well, I feel like that's a different momentum, you know? I don't.
Well, it's a physics term, Beanies.
Unless you have a study talking to me about the momentum in Valorant aim.
You know what? We'll get that study under research right now. We'll get it happening.
Paul, if you get me that research, Paul, I promise you.
All right, we gotta move on. Things are happening right now. We're talking about nothing. Hunter's Fury coming out from Danichi just to try and deny the spike plant, but it's a little bit early here, so not quite gonna do that. Good swing, aggressive swing. Nacho not gonna get much out of it either. This is it. It's all down to Danichi. Irvine, they were able to do it for so long, but no longer, as Premier will shut down the miracle, deny the dream, and send themselves to the grand finals.
Yeah, they finally got it done, and honestly, it looked a little rocky right there, but Houston just wanted to give UCI a few rounds over being a little generous, and ultimately they do get that win. And, you know, Paul, we said it a few times, but it's honestly so shocking to see the team that loses the 50-round game is able to come back and win this series in 2 straight maps. And, I mean, aside from, you know, most of that second half, we can say that that third map was pretty much domination.
Yeah, I mean, 6 rounds in a row, it's a feather in the cap of UC Irvine, but it's not the map they wanted, especially after winning the 50-round map 1. I mean, we're gonna keep saying it. We're gonna keep milking it. Map 1 was 50 rounds. That was the length of almost 4 entire games of Valorant if they were all 13-0s, of course. And UC Irvine, while I certainly don't think that they're going to look back at this series happy with how they played Ascent or how they played Haven, especially on their attack, you gotta just look at Bind and say, how many teams, in collegiate, even in professional, how many teams get even 30 or 40 rounds into a map and lock it down, keep it going back and forth? How many teams can keep their mental so rock solid for that long? UC Irvine, if nothing else, they should be proud of that.
Exactly. Yeah, that in of itself is an accomplishment. I mean, these teams played nearly a 4-hour series here because we started up this series at about 7 o'clock. Yeah, that face says it all, buddy. It's been a grind for these two teams, and Houston is going to be rewarded with that minimum of a $2,000 scholarship prizing. But now with the finals on the horizon, Paul, it's going to be between Houston and Rutgers to see who gets that $4,000 scholarship and that first place bragging right. We got that coming at the other side of this break. So don't go anywhere, guys. We'll be right back. Oh, we have the interview coming up.
Yeah, we're being told by producers that we are dumb and we actually have an interview. For some reason, I thought we were gonna skip the interview and just go straight to the last game, but no, we're gonna have an interview. Houston, they've earned an interview. Dang it! So you bet we're gonna have one. I believe that will also be on the other side of a short break. Well, we're not going to a break first. He's right here, Eric Appleson, the Cypher, the legend. How you doing, man?
What's up?
Well, I should be asking you what's up. I mean, you can't hear us.
All right, there we go.
This is unfortunate. Hello? Okay. Hello? How you doing, man?
I hear y'all. You're doing great.
Okay, perfect. We got each other. Look, after the tech difficulties on map 1, I'm glad that we can come into this and it's all good. And we got to throw back to that map 1, man. 50 rounds, 50, and you lost it. How?
I mean,
that has got to take some wear and tear on the team's mental.
Honestly, like, if I could put into words what happened that game, I would. But there's really nothing I can say about that. That's just unprecedented.
Yeah. I mean, if it makes you feel better, it's our literal job to put what happens in the games to words, and I'm not sure we could do it other than just keep saying the fact that it was 50 rounds long. So we'll give you a pass on that one, bud.
Yeah. No, but the mental, I mean, it was good. We got a little bit of a reset afterwards. I mean, that was about it. We knew we could beat them, and we just kept going into the second map.
Yeah. So I guess that's a good transition because there's a lot we could say about that first map. But the big thing for you guys is coming back from that. I mean, winning, we talked about winning that map must have made someone feel great, but losing it and then you come out on Ascent, which was their choice on top of that, and you come out and you beat them. Talk to me about that. What's it like going into that map, and how do you guys adjust throughout the map?
Honestly, I mean, going to the map, I feel like we started a bit too slow, a little bit too passive. We were a bit too scared. But like, I guess halfway into the defense side, I felt like we started to pick up pace. We started picking up rounds. And from there, the mental sort of started to climb. While we feel like it was like sort of a tug of war of mental. And I feel like we were getting the mental back throughout that game, especially into the second half.
Yeah, no. And I mean, if we're just talking about mental, I mean, starting off, Haven must have just been a skyrocket for the team, right? I mean, you started off 4-0, and then it turned into 6-0. And then before you knew it, you had 12 rounds in a row. I mean, I bet even after you lost those 6 on your attack, you guys were still feeling just fine.
Oh, for sure. I mean, most of that's gotta shout out my teammates for that one. I didn't have the best game there, but I mean, they were just putting in work, honestly. That's all I can really say about that one. But no, mental was great. I mean, 12 rounds in a semifinal, that you don't really see that all the time. Yeah, for sure.
No kidding.
Yeah, no, that's an anomaly in of itself. And I know you guys started to give up a little bit of rounds at the end, but you had that cushion, so it's all good. And I guess I want to have this question be looking forward. Because now you got a different beast to have you. Now you got to deal with Rutgers, who you've dealt with in the past. I had the pleasure of casting you playing against them before. And I guess now you got to deal with playing them, but now you got to deal with playing them with this whole series happening beforehand. So I want to know, how do you feel going into this series? Do you guys feel confident, tired? What's it like?
I mean, I'll be honest, this is the very first time we've been in this sort of situation. We had to play 50 rounds and play another 2 games, and then have to go straight back into a game. So we definitely have to. Yeah, we definitely need a bit of a breather, but we know their team. We know how they play. We just got to mentally set up for the game, and I feel like we can go into it strong.
Anything you think you're going to keep your eye out for coming out from Rutgers going into that last game?
I won't speak on it at this moment,
Okay,
but
fair enough. Fair
yeah.
enough. No spoiling strats. No
I'm
worries.
sorry,
then.
keep talking to the mic a little louder.
Yeah.
Hello? Sorry,
We're gonna let you get that break. And we throw it out from this interview, guys. We're gonna go to a break ourselves as we need one as well. When we come back, it is gonna be the grand finals of this Conference 1 tournament. Our friends right here at the University of Houston are gonna take on Rutgers, so don't go anywhere. A best of 5 just around the corner. Start time. I'm gonna pee and refill water.
Finals. It's going to be the Scarlet Knights hailing from Rutgers. It's going to be the Cougars coming from the University of Houston. And they have a best of 3 to battle it out and see who is going to leave with our $4,000 scholarship first prize. And of course, that sweet set of bragging rights we get for winning the CF1 tournament.
Yeah, it is best of 3. I've been saying best of 5 all night. I don't know where I got that from. I think
Numbers.
in that first map we casted, Beanies, of Bind, I just assumed this day was going to go as long as possible, you know, when it hit like the 40 round mark. And it has been quite the day here. So let's, before we get into this grand final, do a bit of a recap, because we started with 8 phenomenal teams coming into the bracket play today. Western University, Penn State, Ryerson, not Rutgers, and Longhorn all exited pretty early on in those quarterfinals. Ryerson putting up a good fight, but not able to get it done. Then we had some pretty spicy semifinals, even though it wasn't, you know, a 50 round map or anything for the Scarlet Knights versus UT Dallas. It was still a 3-map series. And then, of course, if you've been watching for the last, I don't know, any time in the last 4 or so hours, you would have seen UC Irvine versus the University of Houston premiere, which was a burner of a series that Houston eventually turned around on Ascent and on a very dominant map of Haven. Now it's just Scarlet and Premier fighting for an additional $2,000 in scholarship money. One team will walk away with a total of $2,000, and the other with $4,000 of scholarship money.
Exactly, and that's going to be very nice to get for playing some Valorant at a very high level. We should add all these players making it to these semifinals, even the quarterfinals, you should include in that, are all incredible players. We got immortal ranked players, we got the highest level of players here, and they're all fighting it out to show which college is the best. And as I say that, I want to talk about the actual maps that we're going to be seeing here in the series.
Yes.
And something interesting to point out, and kind of thankful for here, Paul, is Rutgers banning out Bind. A consistent ban for them, so not in relation to the previous series, but because, you know, we've all seen that for, 3 games worth of Bind. We're good on that map for now. So
yeah, I think Houston are pretty happy. You know, they're probably in the match chat right now, like, oh, thank you, Rutgers, for banning Bind. But like you said, this is actually just the map pick that Rutgers always bans. They always get rid of Bind when given the option to do so. So not too surprising that they do that. And personally, I like teams that don't ban Split, right? It means that you are comfortable going to a map that the majority of other Valorant teams are going to feel a little bit shaky on. It means that you feel enough you feel that you are practiced enough, I should say, that you can go to that sort of wild card map, at least the most wild card until we get Icebox in the rotation, and come out strong, right? So if we go to 3 maps, Rutgers can feel pretty good. Otherwise, University of Houston, they're probably going to want to wrap this up in 2, as they will pick Ascent for the first map, not too surprising, and then Rutgers picks Haven for our second map. So that will be how the maps play out here in our grand final.
Exactly, yeah, and you know, you said Ascent was the choice for Houston here, and the key point is that in our previous series, when Houston won that map, the choice was actually UC Irvine. And so now with Houston having a chance to select a map, they still choose Ascent. I mean, albeit we did have Bind banned out, but nonetheless, they are very practiced on that map. And Haven, I mean, we saw them dominate right there on their defense. And you got to wonder if that domination came in because of how well Houston was playing, or if it was also because of lackluster effort from UCI. And I guess we'll get our answer on that when we get there in map number 2, Paul, but we still got to get through Ascent.
Well, get there. And it's worth noting that this has been, because of that 50 round map of Bind, this has been a longer day than either of these teams anticipated. University of Houston, it's pretty obvious that they're probably going to start feeling the fatigue, at least through some point in this series. They rounded off the last series pretty strong, admittedly. So who knows? Maybe they just have the stamina of a god. But even Rutgers, you know, they haven't played for the last 4 hours. There's some question marks there for them. They're on the East Coast. Are they tired, right? Yep. Do they want to go to bed? It's nearly midnight for y'all over there. And are they even warmed up, right? I mean, they didn't really have anyone, at least in the tournament, that they were probably scrimming while they were waiting for the grand finals. So were they playing some deathmatch? Are their hands actually at the ready to take on this grand final? Things we're going to have to keep an eye out for.
Yeah, exactly. And that's a very good point you bring up there, Paul, is the Scarlet Knights have not been playing in our matches for, 4 hours, almost double, I think, if not more, the time than they had expected. So that always leaves up in the air whether or not that's good or bad for the team. You have, both sides of the coin that Houston is nice and warmed up, but they might be tired. Scarlet Knights haven't shot in a while, but that rest may be good for their aim. And honestly, it can go either way. And that's the thing that is kind of interesting about having such a unique semifinal series, is that you have these new factors coming in that really shows a team's grit and ability to get through adversity, since honestly that's most of what a team is consistently tackling adversity in the game, and in this case it's going to be out of the game as well.
Well, and while we have a little bit of time here while the teams are still getting everything ready to head in, I want to talk about these two teams very specifically and things that we really need to be looking out for. Let's start with Scarlet Knights, because more so I think of the current viewing audience is probably familiar with University of Houston, as there was a good likelihood they were tuned in for that match. But the Scarlet Knights, they come in, they won an earlier iteration of the Conference 1 Valorant tournament, right? So this can be a return to glory for them. And if it is, I'm looking at one player in particular. I think Relaxed Potato, as funny of a name as that is, does a phenomenal job and is very rarely actually relaxed or potato-esque in gameplay, right? They're much more aggressive, especially while on that defensive side. And that was something we really didn't see from the university, or from UC Irvine, rather, a lot of the time, right? So that can be a curveball that throws Houston off their game early. The other side, Houston, of course, if you've been tuned in with us for any time in the last 4 hours, you should know vaguely what they want to do. We're keeping an eye on Eric Appleson. We're keeping an eye on Adam Soliman, honestly. Had a phenomenal set of games. And I'm always watching to see if Limon Wei pulls off some crazy flanks.
Yeah, I mean, we have been well acquainted with this Houston lineup, and now it's time for the Scarlet Knights to reintroduce themselves to our audience, because with this being their first game of the grand finals, we are going to get an opportunity to see this lineup, which actually I want to point out in the Scarlet Knights interview before their, or after their semifinal victory, Bests was interviewed, and he talked about that they actually did some recent lineup switches with their agent selection. How Best used to be a Sova player for this team, and the last time that Best played UCI, he mentioned, I remember, because he expected to play UCI, but he said last time he played UCI, he was a Sova player. Now you see he's on the Jet, and he's been playing that all day and earlier in the week. So it's interesting to see this agent switch, and so hopefully it's doing well for them. And obviously, if they get to the grand finals, something must be working right.
And worth noting, slotted into that role of Jet very well, right? I think the roles for Scarlet Knights, who don't let the overlay confuse you right now. There we go. Got it fixed. Scarlet Knights starting off this first map on the defense. I think the roles are very strong for them, right? I think Can of Chicken Soup, they have great names, by the way, but Can of Chicken Soup does a phenomenal job on the Sova. Very practiced. You can see that early recon dart gets a lot of information here. Houston, they're going for a pretty aggro push here, Beanies.
Yeah, they're really just hitting the go button. Koi is going to be catching one off guard. Specifically, Can of Chicken Soup there is going to be sent packing. And now it's going to be Koi coming up the backside, but Limon Wei is going to strike at the Relaxed Potato before anything can happen. And now, as the spike does go down, 4/5 of the Scarlet Knights lineup has been dropped. It's going to be just the Jet, who, by all means, looks like has been spotted out by the opponents. And yet, Koi getting that 3 for the start of the grand final.
Yeah, Limon Wei, you could hear that ping there. The Omen with the very edgy, growly voice saying exactly where the Jet would be lying. So a strong start for UH Premier. You can tell that they are certainly warmed up after their long series, and they are eager to get out of here. So a strong, aggressive start from them. Scarlet Knight's not quite ready for that. They're going to stack toward the other side of this, the map now, interestingly enough. A 4 stack over on that A site, pushing out this A main position aggressively, most likely. They won't get a ton of info out of this, though, as there are players towards this side of the map, but not close enough for them to really punish very easily. They have to push very forward if they want to actually try and take Eric Appleson, and he's at the ready. He'll trade himself at least 1-for-1. Some nice damage, too, and that leaves B free and clear for the rest of Premier.
Yeah, Houston really taking advantage of the unique strategy the Scarlet Knights tried to pull out, which, I mean, they got a trade kill, I guess, but ultimately you're going to be losing that 3-4. Now with Adam Solomon here with the Vandal, a beautiful job getting himself out of dodge after picking up a quick elimination onto the counterpart player of the Reyna, excuse me, brain fart, as Adam Solomon just playing a little peekaboo here. Koi coming around to support that one trade, and Lehman Way, yep, finishing off Justin. So Scarlet Knights down 2 rounds already. And I guess we're getting the answer to that question before, Paul. Looks like Houston is really feeling themselves after that series.
Yeah, they're certainly warmed up. No worries there. Scarlet Knights off to a bit of a slow start, but now they will get an actual gun round. Canned Chicken Soup with the Odin Classic Sinatra strat over toward B main. And that is where a lot of Premier players have stacked, right? It looks like they're going to go more towards a mid pivot early in this round, though. We'll see Relaxed Potato, who's not quite able to land that long range shot. And there are 2 players in mid as well, potentially here for the swing, the crossfire alongside Relaxed Potato. And you can see he's thinking about it. He was thinking about pushing that smoke, but just not enough information for him to do so.
Oh, that cage almost got Lamp safely out of the cubby, but unfortunately the explosion mixed with the spray and pray worked to perfection there. So UH Premier is
beautiful.
Game 1. Eric Appleson making the Sheriff look like an operator there with a 1-tap to Best's head, giving yet another numbers advantage to the offense of UH Premier, who are looking so crisp and clean right now, just needing to escort the spike to side A. But Paul, this is a polished looking lineup, and they are on point for Game 3 or Game 1.
It feels like Game 3 with how long we've been in here, Beanies, but it is just the first game of this grand final best of 3. A difficult retake now for the Scarlet Knights as well. They are very much hurting in that player versus player number. Ooh, aggressive Paranoia too, up in heaven. And Adam Solomon is in a great position. If he times this right, he can get so much done. Easy frag onto Relaxed Potato. Can use the dismiss to set him up nicely to be able to take this second one as well. Uses the Leer to force one off, and while Justin will get the kill, there's not a whole lot of time for him to actually get onto the site. I expect the Omen to probably go for a save here, but there are players ready to punish regardless. He's going to be heard. A Paranoia to try and get away. Ooh. He will be able to do so, but although Justin can get that small win in the round, he actually only has 1 bullet. He might even get caught. Wing gets him. And there is not much to walk away from that round with if you are Scarlet Knights now.
Yeah, and that's going to really hurt the Scarlet Knights right now. Starting off 3-0, University of Houston getting themselves ahead early on again, just like they did in the 3rd game of the semifinals now. And they are really just not letting up on the Scarlet Knights. We're looking at their buys, ladies, gentlemen, everyone else. You can see the best piece of equipment the Scarlet Knights are rolling out with is going to be a Stinger.
And they're going to try and get aggressive here, but Adam Solomon more than at the ready, and Lehman Way supporting. Won't even flinch as he gets swung on. 1 frag for Justin. A second as Lehman Way with low health does swing around that corner. So not devastating for the Scarlet Knights, but not nearly enough for them to put a smile on their faces. Spike is going to get planted. Lamp's just going to grab his trap wires before running over to the site to assuredly die.
Yeah, I mean, Lamp is just, you know, trying to maybe find an elimination here or there, I guess. But you're rocking a Bucky, and it's an entertaining weapon to use. And, ooh, did put a good chunk into Wing there, but fortunately, as expected, a Vandal will win out in the trade, and we're going to see a 4-0 scoreline for the University of Houston. And look at that economy right now. They have credits for days. Their lowest saved up member Adam Solomon is sitting at 3,900 in the bank. It's day and night from the Scarlet Knights.
You know, if Houston wins this, I wouldn't be surprised if we got another very strong half from them. I mean, we just saw them put up a 12-0 on their defense on Haven against UCI. I wouldn't be terribly surprised if they're able to walk away with the 5-0 if they ended this half with a similar scoreline of strength. Aggressive teleport here from Limon Wei. He spots the Jet's head, but can't quite make it happen, and Lamp is there to punish. Does have to swing out of the smoke, and that means Lamp does go down, so the spike will get planted.
Yes, now with the operator, has one single HP here. Going to be living on a prayer with that, because that HP is going to be all that separates an operator from being saved or lost. Is Eric Appleson taking down Justin. Koi getting one as well, so Scarlet Knights are really just falling one after another, and Houston confidently controlling round 5.
I love the way Houston's playing right now. It is phenomenal. You can really tell that they came out of their UCI game with a lot of knowledge under their belts. Yeah, I mean, Koi's going to get exit fragged here, but it's really not too much of an issue. 1 health on Adam Solomon, and it actually got pretty bloody there for UH Premier, but with 5 rounds in a row, they've got more than enough money. It hurts the Scarlet Knights so much more to lose that op than it did the University of Houston to lose those 2 Vandals.
Oh man, Scarlet Knights again, just grasping at straws here. 5-0 for University of Houston here in Game 1 of the Grand Finals. They are really putting their best foot forward, and they are no strangers to getting 12-0 rounds, except last time it was on a defense on Haven. This time they're spreading the love to the offense on Ascent, I guess. And
look how Scarlet Knights still goes for these pushes, right? They're still pushing up B main. This has not worked out for them at all. It is an eco round, right? You don't have much to lose in a situation like this, but on the other side of the map, the push out of Catwalk from Best, right? This is not going well. Scarlet Knights' style is not playing well into the University of Houston right now. Premier are prepared for exactly what they want. Lamp does get spotted. Will get the 1 trade, and a Cyber Cage at least keeps that away. Can even creep out here, maybe upgrade to a gun. So the Scarlet Knights aren't quite done in this round. It'll still be pretty difficult.
Wing walking on Catwalk. Switch over to Am Solomon, who's taking a risky trade here. Relax Potato. Getting 2 with the Sheriff. Nicely done. A 3rd from Lamp with that bucket. Will pay for it with their life, but still, this is looking good for the Scarlet Knights for the first time, it feels like, in the entire Grand Finals. Is they are poised to contest this round, but look at that bomb going over the A site. And Paul, we know that Houston loves to play those tricks on the spike plants.
I'm a little bit surprised that when Scarlet Knights got the spike down in the middle of the defender spawn, that they didn't just play for a crossfire in the 1-for-1 trade. Instead, they played back the Owl drone. It really didn't get much info, and now University of Houston, they at least get the spike planted. I mean, there's not much chance that Wing wins this, but it's just a 1v2. It's very doable, and there's no utility. Wing gets 1, but can't quite transfer the spray. Scarlet Knights will finally put a round on the board. None too soon, but certainly a long way to go before they feel comfortable.
Yeah, seriously. Scarlet Knights getting that first tally mark on the scoreboard. That's going to be crucial for the team just to start feeling the momentum, start feeling their aim. As you can see, they are struggling in the kill department, but they are consistent in their elimination or death department, I should say. Everybody except Chicken Soup putting up that 6, and Limon Wei and company on Houston putting up great numbers already. Even with that round loss, their eco is sitting just fine. Even if they were to lose this round as well, they'd be doing just fine on that equipment. So now it's just focused on executing their strategies and getting themselves onto Site A, it looks like.
This one way here is not nearly as effective as one would hope. I mean, I think the teleport by Limon Wei was heard by the enemy Omen, but now you're just going to rush into the site. Showstopper does get fired actually pretty early. That is a little bit dicey, honestly. Not a lot of people have actually gone onto the site, and Koi, while they will be able to get the 1 up into heaven, this is not full comfortable control for the University of Houston. Scarlet Knights, they're going to wait for full team. They're going to wait for that spike to get planted. Now they're going to go for that retake. Lear available. Paranoia, I don't believe is available. No, so only the one flash and a lot to work against them.
Yeah, and speaking of a lot to work against, 4 versus 3 is a lot to deal with, especially when Adam Solomon is like a snake in the grass, unable to be caught by any predators. And that's going to be the Scarlet Knights just wiped across the floor for the 6th round win under UH itself.
And this is what was so great about University of Houston when we saw them earlier against UC Irvine, right? They pick a site, they wait a little bit until they know they have an advantage, and then they hard push. They knew where that Omen was. They knew where one other player would be, up in heaven, and then they just pushed in with the showstopper and their information advantage, right? So great work from Houston. Now they're probably going to go up to 7-1. This is starting to look really rough for the Scarlet Knights. They'd be praising the gods of Valorant if they walked away from this half with a 7-5.
Exactly. That would be a good thing for the Scarlet Knights because right now you're just grasping at straws right here. And honestly, you're not even contesting the site. That's probably a smart choice considering how things have been going for them, Paul. Going to opt for the team retake, which honestly, this could lead to something, but when you look at the equipment they're running with, it's going to require a little bit of sugar, spice, and everything nice to make something like this happen. Adam Solomon getting one. We got the Hunter's Fury coming in hot as well, and Scarlet Knights really just having a tough time getting to the site with the guns that they are strapped with, so it's going to, I guess, lead to maybe a kill or two onto UH, but no such luck. Gosh, the Scarlet Knights can't get anything. They even get shot when they're not looking at their opponents, not even on the same side of the wall as their opponents. That's 7 rounds for UH.
I'm going to be honest, though. UH, I didn't feel like that was that clean of a take. That was an eco round for Scarlet Knights, right? They lost a player pretty early, and then the spike was very late getting toward that B site. And because the spike was the last player to filter in, they actually had very weak post-plant positions. They were all holed up on the site. They had to use ultimates against a broken economy, an eco round from Scarlet Knights. That was not the cleanest round we've seen from Premier. Admittedly, they still won it, so, you know, I can only be so hard on them. But those are the little cracks in the armor that Scarlet Knights can look to start exploiting.
Yeah, they're definitely going to need to find any kind of openings that they can, because as you said just last round, Paul, you said that it would be a good thing for the Scarlet Knights to go 7-5 in this half. Well, now they got to win 4 straight to make that happen, and I guess this is a good start, trading 1 for 1 there, going to even it out at 4 apiece, but Koi is going to create another opening with some beautiful gunplay and the grenade as well, opening it up for Houston. And yeah, Scarlet Knights just look like they're completely outclassed right now, with Houston just doing what they want to.
Light will at least get 1 in mid. A retake is pretty much out of the realm of possibility, though. I mean, 11 health, yeah, it's technically possible, but you're going into the Showstopper and the Empress, and you have no information whatsoever. I'd be surprised if he even got this 1 kill. Koi's going to challenge him at range, and then the swing will come on in. Easy peasy for Premier. And Scarlet Knights, I mean, the thing is, Beanies, I feel like Scarlet Knights are committing too hard to their own style, right? They like to play aggro on defense. They like to push, right? But Houston is very obviously prepared for these. And the way in which Scarlet Knights is pushing is not that clean, right? They're not like 3-stacking and then throwing preset utility. It's like one person goes out cubby and then gets shot a little bit and then refrags and then gets shot to death, and it's just a little bit all over the place. This is much cleaner. This is the kind of aggression I'd like to see. Can you at least trade 1 for 1? Nope. Nope.
Oh, and you know it's just not going your way when they get out with 2 HP, Paul. I mean, it's such minor differences. Adam,
jeez.
You'd think he knew Justin was there with how quick that flick was, but it was so beautifully done, and this is gonna be catching Adam off guard.
Oh,
but
no.
that's what happened. One shot to the dome. Oh, Paul, it's not only you versus Houston playing well, but there's just so many things for the Scarlet Knights that just aren't going well.
And you know, credit to Houston. Even when Scarlet Knights do what I said they probably should, stack multiple players, use utility to get an advantage, University of Houston, they just say, all right, we'll give you that space. We'll give you a main. You want to keep pushing? All right, that's cool. And now we're going to come back in with utility of our own, like flashes and smokes, and make sure that we kill you and we don't even lose anyone. They just get down to 2 HP. That round is honestly probably a bit of a tilter. I hope the Scarlet Knights have better mental fortitude than I do, because if I was playing and that round happened, I would be very, very upset. Best's still doing just fine. I'd like to see him back off. Don't go for the refrag, Best. You got the pick. You could have just left well enough alone, buddy. And now Justin, with the From the Shadows just into Defender's Spawn, easily gets dispatched. This is such a great lead for UH Premier. Hunter's Fury needs a pick, and it actually gets 2. All right, swing it back, Scarlet Knights. Let's do it.
Wow, Scarlet Knights getting a little bit of life in them off the back of a nice Hunter's Fury, as you said, Paul. And looking ahead, you can see the spike is still in control of UH Premier. It's on the mini map over by their B site, excuse me. And Scarlet Knights, though, they have a nice split across their entire defense just to make sure they get as much information as possible. And with that Cypher Trap still up, that's going to make it a lot easier to know where their opponents are moving.
And a nice camera, too. So even if Lamp doesn't spot the player crossing through tree, the camera is available on that A site to spot Wing and Eric Appleson when they actually go for this. They're actually pushing back into him, though. Good game sense right there to have the feeling that someone would be lurking around in Garden. That allows UH Premier to plant, and they have just enough to possibly pull this round off.
Yeah, that's all they needed was to get the spike down, and now they have a fighting chance. The Empress has been activated. That's 54 HP left. Get 1 kill for this Reyna. She's going to be at full HP again, my friends. But Eric Appleson is going to punish the HP deficit. And Wing, smart choice. The low HP target is going to be hiding underneath the catwalk here of Heaven. And UH Premier is in a good spot. They wait for this, and look at that angle. Wing.
Beautiful.
Perfect placement of the crosshairs. Just waiting for someone to walk in for them. And unfortunately, Can of Chicken Soup was today's winner.
Not a 12-0 for University of Houston like we just saw to start off Haven when they played UC Irvine. But, I mean, if they walked away 11-1, I think they feel pretty good about not only their chances for the map, but also their chances to walk away with the $4,000 grand prize in scholarship money.
Oh, yeah.
And they got quite a bit to make this round happen, too. Empress, Showstopper, great tools to get onto the site. From the shadows, Limon Wei can get into any position he wants or even just use it for information. A very round for University of Houston, more than likely. Empress already popped in. They're moving forward with it, Beanies.
Yeah, they're moving forward, and you'd think that it was going to B site, but they're actually just going for a little fake here. They're keeping only 1 member, them being University of Houston, at B site, and that's an Empress up Adam Solomon, but that's going to be 0 eliminations. That's a big kill for the Scarlet Knights, and then Lamp with the Bucky in the Bucky's Palace, getting a nice shotgun kill, giving a nice lead to the Scarlet Knights. They may have a chance to win out this round here, but it's still going to have to be finished strong. And that's a consistent thing that keeps failing the Scarlet Knights, is even if they get a lead, they've had trouble closing, but that's going to be a trade right there. Houston, though, sniffing out their opponents, ready to respond with some kills in tow, ending up with a 2-on-1 in favor of the Scarlet Knights, and they are fully aware of this remaining player's location here, Paul. I think Wing is going to have a tough time, but that's a bad choice for the Scarlet Knights because they went for a single peek, but Lamp able to get the job done and get the Scarlet Knights to the 10 score.
Just barely Lamp pulls that off. I thought the timing was ruined there from Scarlet Knights. They set it up really well. They had the Omen defuse and Lamp ready to swing out. But when Justin went down and Lamp was not ready to refrag, I thought, oh no, this is how Wing clutches. Doesn't quite come true. 5 then 1, 5 then 1. Still a very strong half for the University of Houston.
Yep.
Very tall hill to climb for Rutgers. The Scarlet Knights is... It's more than likely Houston walking away with map number 1, where that eluded them in their previous series after 50 rounds. That's got to feel good for them, but they still got to close it out.
Exactly, and I mean, nobody has played more rounds of Valorant today than the people on University of Houston. And they are showing it with their aim. They look ready. They look precise. They look practiced. They've been doing this all day. The Scarlet Knights, on the other hand, they are showing some rust, which we thought was an interesting question coming into this. But Limon Wei is about to have a rude awakening there as Best takes down the Omen of the UH Premier. And then Lamp actually gets elimination as well. So the pistol round starting out in favor of the Scarlet Knights. And oh man, another set of kills. So the Scarlet Knights coming out firing here on their offense. And honestly, with so little to lose at this point, you might as well just push gas and don't look back.
I love Limon Wei's strange positionings. I've said it a few times today, how I always really enjoy the interesting angles and positions he finds himself at, but that one was not so great. That one was not. I would not put it in the top 5 of Limon Wei plays today. At the very least, creeps up B main, loses his life, and once that's gone, you're confident that there's at most 2 players on the B half of the map, right? I mean, the chance that they 5-stack that is pretty damn low on a pistol round. Gonna be a pretty heavy stack now, though. UH Premier 3, I believe, in B main and 2 toward mid. The second they're spotted, this is gonna be a run to A for Scarlet Knights, though, so they need to get some kills out of this.
Most certainly, the Scarlet Knights are not going to be pushing as quickly as you might think, and Justin getting a trade out, but that's going to be a Phantom now in the hands of the University of Houston. So a big tool the Scarlet Knights have given over, even though it's a 4-4 tied up agent score.
Lax Potato. Oh, creeping out just a bit early. Will get spotted. This swing's not going to come through. Lax Potato has to retreat into tree because he knows that somebody could come behind him. Will retreat there, hiding behind that box now as the spike was planted a bit ago. Wing Owl Drone will spot the one real close, but not able to get that refrag, and Relaxed Potato gets the better end of Eric Appleson in mid. This is suddenly looking very good for the Scarlet Knights, and it's only going to get better for them. Just have to put down a couple players coming from A main, and that is such a difficult position to assail from. Not really the weaponry they need either. I believe Limon Wei has the Phantom. He's just going to head for the hills. No. Just going to leave that one alive. Limon Wei trying to hide now and save this Phantom for the upcoming round.
That was a cheeky little dash that Best barely got out of the way of. And oh man, I think the caster curse must have struck because Limon Wei gets snuffed out. And it's going to lose that Phantom that he's trying so hard to get.
Good work from Scarlet Knights, but now is the real test, right? I mean, they won the pistol, first achieved. They didn't get flipped on the anti-eco. A very good start for them, but if they can do enough damage in this bonus round, if they can walk away having taken down 3, maybe 4 of UH Premier's players, or even so much as win the round, then we're starting to talk about this series as a very real comeback for the Scarlet Knights. There's actual potential, if they do well in this round, for them to stay alive on Ascent for an elongated period of time.
Yeah, that's a really good point to bring up, Paul, because when it rains, it pours in a game like Valorant, and I'll get back to that point in a second. It looks like it might be raining bullets on Best in just a moment, because that Jet was taking a very aggressive peek. But yeah, but as I was saying, Valorant, when it rains, it pours, and we've seen that in our last series alone, the kind of streaks teams can go on when shots are going their way, when economies just fitting into what they need, and Scarlet Knights, if they want to go on the run, this is their best time to do so. They just got to put UH on the back foot, which Best may have put Reyna from Houston on, as he does in fact get away from that fight. So an interesting choice to take that fight, but even better to get out of dodge, as it's going to leave one less member on the site to defend as the Scarlet Knights push on.
Wing is just praying that he can do some damage before he eventually dies now, as he will get
30 seconds.
collapsed on from multiple angles. Scarlet Knights able to get onto the site, able to plant. That's a good start for them, and they've already gotten 2 kills in this round. 3 versus 3 is not something the University of Houston feel good about going into this retake. Not the strongest post-plant position from the Scarlet Knights, but that back room is very hard to remove players from regardless, especially once Limon Wei is not able to hit that paranoia. Relaxed Potato using the dismiss to get away for a moment will give Limon Wei an opportunity here to just barely get this done. Reload behind the box. Needs to see the Cypher first, and he will. Limon Wei, he'll walk away with the round, or walk away with a 3K in it. But ultimately, I think the Scarlet Knights feel pretty good about that one. They got the damage done they were hoping for.
Oh, you really have a way with words.
Ooh.
And honestly, really has a way with playing this game. I mean, look at that round when they're able to come back and stabilize themselves, reminding us and everybody at home that they're still in the driver's seat, baby. Scarlet Knights started to look good, yeah, but they still got 11 round wins under their belt. They're only 2 away from taking game 1, so let's not forget that they're sitting very pretty. And if they take this round right here, Paul, they are very promising for taking game 1.
It is a force buy from them, though, right? Eric Appleson, once again on that judge, over on that A site. We've seen him wreak havoc with this several times throughout the Conference 1 tournament here, but also just as early as today. Believe he is going to get spotted by that recon dart, though, so suddenly things get kind of tricky. He'll actually push up. He pushes up past Best, who dashed onto the site, and now he's hiding in hell. Does go for the swing and takes Best to 1 HP. A singular bit of health for Best, and now with the spike in hand, there's a huge bit of doubt right now. Actually throws the spike to his buddy, like, hey, I'm not going to live if I try and plant this. Somebody else put it down, and just barely that will get onto the ground properly for the Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, Best really lucking out there, but Relaxed Potato and actually Best now both going to get eliminated. So their luck had run out with Koi using a great boombot. Going to get sniffed out, but that's just leaving Lamp open for an elimination. And then Wing doing what a judge does best, and that's going to be close quarters combat, my friends. 12 round wins here for the Houston Premier, and they're looking poised to take game 1.
Loved how Houston played that round. A lot of players, when that jet dashes in, a lot of players in Eric Appleson's position would have gone chasing, but he says, you know what? The jet's in a smoke. I'm not going to bother. The jet doesn't know I'm here. There's no way that somebody from the rest of the team thinks I'm here. And that is something we've seen University of Houston do several times today. Remember in their earlier game when Danichi dashed in, a lot of the time, Limon Wei or Eric Appleson would be waiting. And because they didn't go for the jet, they were able to get so much work done elsewhere. Such good work from University of Houston. Now they're just one solid round away from winning this. Camera in the tree room. One up in heaven. Recon Bolt is going to spot Eric Appleson here as he wasn't sure where it was coming from. Gets tagged once, I believe, by that Hunter's Fury, but while he's dancing around the Hunter's Fury, he'll put out a bit of rage of his own and take down Best.
Yeah, Best really was... He looked disconnected from the rest of his team there, getting super aggressive, where the rest of the Scarlet Knights were... Yeah, they were pressuring in that tree room over there, but it wasn't too much that they could accomplish, even if Best had gotten an elimination there. Now the Scarlet Knights, down a member, are going to try and transition into Market and make their way to B site. But it's going to be really difficult with the kind of pincer that's coming in from Houston. And that's going to be 1-2 members going over to the Houston side. An elimination again for Limon Wei. And just like that, it looked so easy for them. University of Houston take a lead in our grand final, 1-0.
Scarlet Knights, they fought back, but ultimately University of Houston, I mean, they look like they went through the hyperbolic time chamber of that 50-round series and came out just swole as can be, trained as possible, man. They have seen the darkest depths of hell and emerged. Well, I guess they didn't emerge victorious from that 50 round, but they emerged victorious from the series. And thus, they are so much stronger for it. I was very impressed with how they played this map and how they played Ascent earlier. It's one of their better maps. It's one of the reason you can see that they picked it to start off this series. Right now we go to Haven, where they just dumpstered UCI. Right? I mean, University of Houston, they have to feel great about this. This is the start, not only that they wanted, but that they needed, considering they really don't want to go to that third map of Split.
Exactly. Houston eyeing their first time taking home a CF1 championship, but Scarlet Knights looking to reclaim that throne, and they got to start by taking game 2. We'll be bringing you that just after the break. Welcome back, ladies, gentlemen, everybody else. It's Beanies joined alongside Plausible, and we have ourselves possibly our final match of the night because University of Houston have set themselves up to be just one game away from taking first place in our CF1 tournament and walking out with $4,000 in scholarship.
And they did it in a very strong, dominant fashion, too, right? I mean, it wasn't the 12-0 half that we saw from them earlier when they played Haven against University of Irvine, but, I mean, they had a 10-2 on their attacking half on Ascent, so I think they walked away from that one pretty happy. It took them a minute to lock it down, but once they got their economy rolling, there was no stopping them. They easily wrapped up those last 2 rounds, and it feels like they're reading the Scarlet Knights, Rutgers Esports, like a book right now, or at least it did in the first half of that first map. It was admittedly University of Houston's map pick, right?
True.
But now we go to Haven, where, like I just said, they had a 12-0 half on their defense against UC Irvine earlier. So you have to imagine Houston's probably feeling pretty good.
Yeah, you gotta think. I mean, like you said, they went 12-0 on Haven defense, and a point you made during the game itself is Haven is known to be statistically the most evened out map that we have in Valorant. Offense and defense can both win pretty consistently depending on, skill and all those factors in Haven. And I mean, if you looked at just that one game in a nutshell of itself, considering everything that happened, you'd think Haven was the most defensive side map in Valorant. So going into this one, it's going to be really interesting to see how they break or try to break that mold, I should say. Because as we go on to Haven, Houston is going to be starting on defense. So for all we know, I mean, we might be just getting a showcase in Haven's defensive capabilities if we get a performance similar to the last game.
I think this pistol round is going to be very important for the Scarlet Knights, right? Since they're starting off on their attack. I really feel that if they can get that pistol round, they can kind of snowball like we saw them do in the back half of Ascent there, and they can at least make the first half competitive. If they lose that pistol round, then there's a real chance that it starts to get away from them, right? Because you're starting off on the attack. Yeah, you can force second round after losing pistol in theory, so there is some room to work with for the Scarlet Knights should they not walk away with that pistol round, but ultimately, even on a 3-map site, it's pretty difficult to pin the defense down and to get those picks. Easier than most maps. So starting, if there's anywhere you can lose pistol and still be kind of okay, it's attacking first on Haven. But even still, with how strong University of Houston has shown to be on their defense, with how easily they push, how intelligently they rotate and place utility, it would be a very difficult fight for the Scarlet Knights if they weren't able to walk away with that pistol.
Yeah, and I mean, even, not walking away with it, but even just doing some damage in the pistol. They're starting on offense, so even just getting a spike down and getting some eliminations, even if you don't end up winning it, you can still at least get some kind of force buy in the following round, because Houston looks like an entirely different beast, especially after that 50 round game.
Feels like 50 games.
Yeah, where Houston since that has they dropped 4 rounds, they dropped the 6, and then they dropped
another 6.
Yeah, so they've dropped 6, 4.
Actually,
16 rounds
since Bind, over the course of 3 maps, Houston has dropped less rounds than they did on Bind.
By 10.
By a lot. They could win this map 13-9, pretty, somewhat close, and still have dropped less maps over than would be 4 than they did just on Bind.
Yeah, and as you're saying,
that's kind of crazy.
I'm looking over here and we're finding out that one of our players actually had a fire alarm go off. So unfortunately, one of the circumstances of being a college student is having those kinds of fire alarms. So
somebody burnt something in the microwave. They forgot to take the tin foil off when they were cooking something, or I don't know, something. That happened to me a lot in my first year at university. There were a lot
How
of people
often
who
did you put
didn't
tinfoil
know.
in a
We
microwave?
think hot pockets, ramen, popcorn. Yeah, those are all very much things that can get burnt in the microwave as our producer just funnels in options. Thank you. I'm glad that we have a producer that knows what goes in the microwave. That makes me feel good.
That's
I don't know
what
why.
we call a connoisseur in the kitchen. You know, it's not about what you do at the stove, it's what the magic you can make with the microwave. Keep that in mind, everybody.
That's a very college approach to to food. Oh, okay. Well, let's talk about Haven, though. Let's talk about what these two teams might do, considering everything. I think it's very likely for University of Houston that they run out with a similar setup that we saw them play with against the University of California, Irvine, right? I think keeping Adam Solheim or Solomon, I was so good on Ascent.
We've had him on cast for like 5 hours.
And you think that would be enough for me to say his name properly. Unfortunately, Beanies, what you forget is I am very stupid. But
No,
what I can say for
it's
certain,
just
what I can't...
a 5-hour window. I believe in you, Paul.
True. I'll get it eventually. And what I can say is that I'd really like to see him still on a flashing agent, right? Whether they want to pivot him over to the Phoenix, which he hasn't played so much this today, I should say. Played it a little bit on that 50 round map of Bind. But mostly it's been the Reyna, right? And when they were on Haven earlier, they had him on the Reyna, and I believe Koi on the... Actually, was it Koi? I believe it was Koi on the Phoenix then.
I think...
I'm pretty sure that's right. Almost positive that's right. And then everybody else can play the roles that they're still comfortable with. I think that's a good setup for them. I wouldn't want to see them pivot to something like a Raze. I think the Raze was a little bit of a struggle for them in their previous maps. It looked all right on Ascent when we saw it a while ago, but ultimately, I think they should stay away from that one. And they are. It does seem like it is Koi onto that Phoenix, so exactly what we expect. And not too much changing for Scarlet Knights either, as once again, the overlay is a little bit misleading. It's Houston who are starting off on the defense here, folks.
Yeah, just to point out, Scarlet Knights, I think, are running the exact same composition, I want to say. I believe that's the exact same lineup as last time.
As they ran on Ascent. Yes.
Yes.
Sorry, I wasn't clear there. I thought you meant as University of Houston, and I was like, nobody. I don't think Jet and Phoenix are the same person.
No. Yes, they're mimicking their composition from their previous map, but we're keeping a look at the defense here. They're the talk of the town right now. Houston, the marathon men of this tournament, having themselves survive through that tumultuous semifinals, and now Koi trying to help get this team through game 2 of these grand finals and secure the $4,000 scholarship. Whereas the Scarlet Knights, they're hoping that taking C Long may be their avenue of success.
And Koi does a very good job there of holding Garage, right? He challenges just enough to make them worry, but not enough to get himself killed. Adams not quite gonna have the same kind of luck. Solomon will be going down there, but he dies early enough on B, close enough on B, to where it doesn't really give up much site control. And while Koi will also be eliminated, B is not an option for the Scarlet Knights. They have to rotate over to A, and when they do, they will likely get spotted by this camera.
Yep, and that's the power of Cypher, getting that ability to just cover a site with one camera and just get that useful intel, but that's not going to give them priority or control of the site. As you can see, the Scarlet Knights are looking to take that from the grasps of UH Premier, and they do so fairly easily with that numbers advantage also lending itself to that goal, whereas UH Premier, they go for this retake decision, a smart choice with that numbers disadvantage. They weren't in a spot to make any trades, create any picks, but now they're hoping to make some magic of their own, but that's going to be 2 in favor of the Scarlet Knights. And then Eric Appleson, trying to be the one-man army, has 2 Scarlet Knights to deal with, and neither of them were looking at him. Neither of them had any clue, and it was like their audio was just turned off. Oh, I don't believe it. Eric Appleson gets a 4K, gets a clutch.
So remember how I was saying that Scarlet Knights needed to win the pistol? They
I
almost
do
did.
remember you bringing.
They
something
almost
up.
had it. They almost had the pistol. Unfortunately, Eric Appleson is kind of a monster. He was saying earlier when we had him in the interview after their win against UCI that he felt bad about their last map, about Haven, because he thought he wasn't playing very well at all and his team carried him. Well, made up for that.
This goes here.
There we go, Eric. Good work
I'm proud
there.
of you.
It is
Putting-
that force
putting the
buy,
work
though.
in.
Scarlet Knights, they were able to put down the spike, so they will attempt to flip the script in this second round. This is a gamble, but one they are prepared for. This is the best chance they have of catching Premier off guard.
Potato's gonna be doing a little tango in the smoke, but no such luck to be found as Relaxed Potato gets met with a rude awakening as they leave there. But Lamp returning a kill onto Lee Mun-wei means that some useful equipment can be picked up by the Scarlet Knights. And the spike is going to get planted down right underneath that Heaven area as you have Best trying to hold down A long and position themselves to defend this retake, which looks like everyone's going to be charging in from that CT spot with smokes and Cyber-K just thrown up trying to cover the sight lines. It's going to be difficult to see much when Justin's paranoia is blinding your sight line. The Scarlet Knights are losing members, but the UH Premier team is losing more, giving us a 2-on-1 with Koi, 11 HP, and a spike to defuse. That's a lot to ask of one person. And the Scarlet Knights take.
Great work from Scarlet Knights. And I want to highlight their Omen players specifically. I really felt that they did a phenomenal job at the very back of that because they got spotted. Camera was actually still alive. But Justin, even when he got spotted by the camera, got tagged by the camera in hell, removed it and then immediately teleported to a place not only safe from the push of UH Premier, but one where he could get a nasty paranoia and help his team ride their way to victory. Now, they get to bonus round into an anti-eco. They can feel pretty confident about their chances moving forward.
Oh, for sure. And I mean, it's hard not to be confident if you can see that Justin is running from the shadows on round 3. The only member to have themselves an ultimate right now, Koi. Killing with that molly, but really it just gives away his location, giving Best a target to shoot at. Now Scarlet Knights with that numbers advantage. We'll have to see if they can actually apply the numbers advantage and take even more with it. We saw on the previous map, Scarlet Knights, they tended to lack when they had the advantage, and it's because of stuff like this. Adam Soliman finds Justin and does trade out their life for it, but nonetheless, Scarlet Knights giving up one to a cheeky little corner shotgun is always going to sting a bit as the site gets taken by the offense.
A strong position here for the Sova up in Heaven as well. That shock dart deals a lot of damage to Lamp. And Best is still over here. Actually loses to the Frenzy. Lee Mun-wei shuts him down. 3v3. Not much health, though, for UH Premier. So even though this doesn't look terrible, it doesn't look great either. Eric Appleson going to shine their chances up a little bit. Wing has to be careful how he drops from there. He's actually just going to drop Lamp in there. He actually gets the perfect rotation out onto the box. Such low health on both the players from UH Premier. Relaxed Potato is going to be able to get the first. As long as he doesn't get headshot, he will be fine for the second. He's just playing for time. Just wants to win the round. This Bulldog doesn't need to be kept. We'll get the kill. Killed by the spike in return, but Scarlet Knights will take their first lead of the series.
And I just want to point out that I have tried to get away from that explosion with my Reyna orb when you go invulnerable, and she still dies to the explosion.
No, that does not work. Nope.
Nope, it does not. I tried it once. I thought it would look really cool, but it just looked kind of dumb. So just putting that out there. So as a PSA, in case anyone saw that and was like, huh, what if? No.
Gun round now for Premier.
Get out of my way.
But also a full buy from Scarlet. They lost all of their, like, quote-unquote bonus, so it's not a bonus for them. They're actually buying up. So even chances, even firepower for our two teams here. Wing gets a little bit of early information down C long. Able to understand that the Reyna is likely sticking around over there. And that smoke actually makes him probably think that this is going to be a push pretty heavily towards that C site. Lee Mun-wei caught. Not caught off guard is best by the awkward positioning of Limon Wei. Will just dash into his death, though. Not ideal for him. The spike barely going to get planted here. This is going to be an exodus back out the site. You're just going to leave and try to spray through the smokes. This gets dicey, and this gets messy very quickly.
Well, I hope you have a cutting board, because if you want to make sure you can dice them up without a mess, that's the best way to do it. And Eric Appleson, the surgical member of this team, the precise aim, hoping to carry them in this game number 2, is going to be doing a great job at that, catching the Scarlet Knights off guard, using the terrain to their advantage. But with the spike defuse coming in and Eric Appleson showing that pros don't make it, it's going to be the Scarlet Knights losing that round. The University of Houston.
Credit where it's due for Scarlet Knights. I think they played that better than most teams do. I really don't like the plant on B and everybody run out to mid, because you're kind of leaving it down to hope of spraying through the smoke properly. Instead, they had Lamp and Justin on the flanks, so they had some control, but the problem was the flanks weren't timed properly, and UH Premier were able to remove those mid players and then go back and deal with the flankers. Stick that defuse, no problem, and now UH Premier are in a great spot to keep their momentum going. Have so much to work with in this round for information and also for pressure.
Yeah, that arrow is going to provide some useful information. And then we have a Hunter's Fury coming out from the offense. The Scarlet Knights hitting the go button, and that includes all your ultimates. But Limon Wei is going to put a stop to one member, 2 members actually, with the Scarlet Knights responding in tow. But with the back and forth trading and the bloodshed being aplenty, the winners after that brief encounter is going to be UH Premier and Adam Solomon. A great flank coming up on the backside, really pincering in the Scarlet Knights between 2 bad situations, and they're gonna have to fight their way out. Oh, and that's the worst possible time to have reloaded. He could have gotten the shot down, but gonna have to walk himself back and try and retake the fight. Whereas Lamp taking a ballsy, I'll say, long-range duel with the Sheriff, but that just means you gotta have some reliability in your aim.
And neither team has a lot to work with right here. One good Sheriff shot would put Solomon down, but no dice. Bulldog is just enough there to make that one happen. That was a round that University of Houston are very glad they walked away with, because now their economy will be stabilized. Whereas before, you know, back and forth, they won the round previous with only 2 surviving. They were hurting for economy. Now they will be just fine, able to buy up on most of their players. Problem is, Scarlet Knights also doing fine, as they have started to rack up that loss bonus as well. So they will also be able to buy, albeit a bit more tenuously, I think is the right word there. Is that a word? Is that the proper word?
It is a word, but if you ask me to define it right now, I'd be left.
You know, fair enough. The point is, not a great buy. Or not a very comfortable buy in terms of how much you have left for Scarlet Knights. That's what I was going for there. Limon Wei just going to get out of dodge. Not caught in that cubby twice, at least this time around. And actually smokes too. It's a very shallow smoke, though. Wing is going to try and take advantage of it and spray that Hunter's Fury down C long, but only able to get the 1 tag. No frag.
I like that alliteration right there. Nicely done.
You mean rhyme?
But it rhymed. Yeah. God, English is
we
hard.
really don't understand
sorry.
English at all.
Oh my gosh. You know what? You'd think it wasn't my first language, but unfortunately, it's the only one I got. As the Scarlet Knights here, they're looking to make their way over to Garage. A risky choice there, especially with having to deal with not just 1, but 2 members holding up by that back window. And yeah, the Scarlet Knights are going to be loud and proud walking over towards A site. But maybe that was all for the bait. Maybe that was all for the mind games. Maybe they're taking a page out of Houston's book here, Paul. And that is looking like another full map swing here by the Scarlet Knights. If they can get the bomb down in time, this will be a big play. They're going to have to go through Wing and this Phantom.
Wing grabs that first, too. Empress now popped by the defense as well. This spike is only barely going to be planted, and it's not going to be planted for very long. Easy swing around. Can of Chicken Soup will get the first, and he does have a player supporting him. Lamp gets it done! The 3K! That should not have happened! But Lamp, with headshot after headshot, puts UH Premier to bed.
I love Lamp. I love Lamp.
You've been sitting on that one.
I mean, look at the play that man just pulled out. That beautiful three-piece right there. The target reacquisition was incredible. They were all in such different... Okay, not all, but two of them were in such a different location from the third. It was a beautiful display of aim and precision right there by Lamp. And the Scarlet Knights are looking like a very different team from game one. They just need a warm-up, it looks like.
Holy Monway. Oh, buddy. Buddy with the Bucky. He's just waiting, too. Gets the first. Sees the second. Can't quite make it happen. Justin will shut him down, but honestly, a pretty alright trade for UH Premier, all things considered. You trade a Bucky for an actual gun that is able to be used, and you're going to be pretty alright with that one. Spike does get planted. It is 3 versus 3. Justin, oh, he'll hear this. Oh, that's so easy for him to make happen. Now this retake is all but impossible for UH Premier. They don't have flashes to get out of backside or heaven. They don't have much information at all. Paranoia even hits wing. Eric Appleton tries to go for something there, but won't make it happen. Scarlet Knights reclaim the lead.
Yeah, and that wasn't something we were saying a lot last map, so it's interesting to be able to add that to our vernacular this time around. And just, you know what, not even that, just looking at the economy right now, not something we have seen too often is the fact that UH has had to go into a low buy round here. They're going to opt for multiple sheriffs, and I mean, I will say they have shown that even with going for just sheriffs, they are still very deadly and they can still make some magic happen. But now the Scarlet Knights are the ones in the driver's seat for what feels like the first time in the series.
Oh, and this is just absolute aggression here from UH Premier, but they were not ready for Scarlet Knights to have so many players so close to the middle of the map. Good try from UH Premier, but that is a quick round if there ever was one.
Oh, that was incredibly quick right there. I mean, start to finish, Paul, what was it? 10? I think we spent double the time of the round in the pre-round phase just buying out guns, so that speaks of it enough about in of itself. And now you can see University of Houston are able to put up a good contest with their weapons. They are opting to go with an array of choices, but to no surprise to anyone, you have Phantoms dominating everybody's lineup here, and Adam Solomon with one in hand is going to be sneaking up a short, and that's going to be Lamp actually landing the one tap to the head. Precision at its finest, gets the neural link down, but will pay for it with their life. So important to note, Lamp will have gotten that ultimate information out to their team before they had died. Now you have a 3-on-3.
These are very interesting back and forth frags with timing and game sense, but we don't got time for either. Best just barely pushing through that smoke a little bit too early, isn't quite able to evade that owl drone, and instead will have to back away. Can of Chicken Soup's got his back though, and this is a very strong position. This is a B plant I like to see. They've planted B, have one back site, and then have retreated out A link. This is much more solid, especially when you got something like the Hunter's Fury backing you up. One on site, one on Spike, and one not being able to get much in sight. Limon Way will go down, and the Scarlet Knights are starting off strong here on Haven.
Yeah, starting off and continuing to be strong. Looking at the scoreboard, you can see 4 straight rounds now for the Scarlet Knights. And taking a look at the credits available to UH, you gotta give the favor over to Scarlet Knights to win this round as well. And this is just doing wonders for their economy. They were able to bank up so many credits, and they're able to just make sure that they have longevity out of their purchases. Whereas, as we said, UH Premier newfound territory here, haven't dealt with low ecos for quite some time in this tournament, as they've just been so dominant. So we'll have to see how their bounce back is. They're hoping to get some bounce back with a nice C-long push up for a flank. That's going to be Wing coming up the backside, but they might be a little too late because Scarlet Knights are already executing onto B site, and they have the spike there as well, so they're poised to plant it. Just need the time.
And I like this from Scarlet Knights. They know that B is very dicey to try and plant on it. With Koi going down, the one lurk in garage getting pinched onto. This is only getting better and better for Scarlet Knights. They'll eliminate Wing. They have no other angles to worry about now, and with such a firepower advantage, it's hard to imagine that this doesn't go the way of Rutgers. Just one remaining, hiding over on the B side. Leon Wei. If he got a pick, it would be well worth it.
Exactly that. Leon Wei would take anything given to them at this point, with the Scarlet Knights having all 5 members left. Oh,
What? What? Bruh, what a double take from Relaxed Potato right there.
Look what I found, I guess. That's Relaxed Potato.
I always think it's really funny when you see players like check a corner but not really think anybody's gonna be there, and then somebody's there and they have to like flick back haphazardly. It's also very impressive when they flick back immediately right to the dome of the enemy player before they can react. So good job from Relaxed Potato. I mean, there's an element of Pika's advantage in that, but I don't think enough of a one to where I would take away any sort of kudos from Relaxed Potato there.
Okay, so we just actually got info that we're going to be taking a brief tactical pause here, so yeah, I think that's coming out. We didn't get confirmation from who, but I'm going to take a guess and say it's coming out.
Houston.
Yeah, you got to imagine it's Houston. They're in unfamiliar territory, being down this much. Haven't been down like this, really, since the beginning of Ascent in the UC Irvine series. So it's been a long time they've been riding this high, and now they need to, I guess, readjust themselves a bit, Paul. And I want to get your opinion on it. What are you seeing that's going so well for the Scarlet Knights, or going so poorly for Houston?
Scarlet Knights right now, it feels like just have better command of the map in general, right? They are more confident on when they want to actually go for these executes, and they are reading the positions of the Houston players better than Houston are reading theirs, right? I mean, you could see it in that that last round we just saw, right? Rather than planting on B, a lot of teams would have gotten baited into that. They decided to pivot all the way to C, pinch onto the players they were confident they could get an advantage on, and just evade half of the map, right? And that's something that is very difficult to deal with in general, right? So, I mean, it's not so much an element of Houston are losing control or losing sight of what they need to be doing, but Scarlet Knights have really come online, whereas in the first map, they would just, push for, almost no reason to just go for the frags, go for the 1v1s, and then long overstay their welcome. They are not doing that anymore, right? It is coordinated from the Scarlet Knights now. They're not going for these solo trades nearly as often, and when they are, they're winning them, right? And although I'm not personally a fan of trying to go for 1v1s when you don't have a player backing you up, if you're winning it, it works. Ascent, they weren't winning it, and it looked bad. Here, it doesn't look as bad at the very least, because a lot of the time they are coming out on top, and I really think that they have been doing a good job of adjusting the pace of the University of Houston.
Cover going out.
Now the University of Houston are going to have to make an adjustment or two, and hopefully that tactical pause that they were able to take gave a moment for Premier to reset themselves and get ready for the next set of rounds, because there are still 2 rounds to go in this half. Leon Wei might be starting this round off with a kill. They can find Best, but Best is being very cautious, and actually that is going to be Leon Wei finding Best for the first elimination. Scarlet Knights down early, but they're looking at C, which has no defenders on it for the time being.
Well, run it backs coming out of Garage, though. Koi is here and ready to punish. As soon as those leers expire, he's going to go out and at least pressure. Not able to find the pick, but he does put a lot of pressure onto him, and with a Hunter's Fury coming out, this spike cannot be planted. Now it will finally be started, but already, University of Houston, they've rotated here. They're ready for the early trades. They're not quite taking the better advantage of them, though. With Koi getting caught in Garage there, this suddenly becomes very difficult. No leers. I don't believe the Paranoia is available either, so you're running onto this site dry. Good game sense there in positioning. Leon Wei! Woo!
Oh.
That's the way you get it done.
That's a 4K, Paul. That was ridiculous. Nicely done by Leon Wei, helping Houston bounce back after a crucial tactical pause, and something must have gone right during that pause, because they came out swinging.
Well, and I gotta say, I think I did a little bit of the caster curse there, because I was saying, oh, Scarlet Knights, when they're taking these 1v1s, they're winning them. Best took a 1v1 and got absolutely dumpstered by Lee Monway. So not quite what I was aiming to do. Sorry for the caster curse there, Best. That one's on me.
You know what? You're given a pass because
Here.
it happens to the best. You know, I've been there. I cursed us with a 50-round game.
That's true.
You
My
cursed
caster
that
curse
one
is not as
interaction.
bad as yours. Okay, good jump peek there. Gotta be careful going back for that though. Best not able to push up far enough though. Pops the Blade Storm. That's very interesting to pop at this point in the round. It seemed to me like Best wanted to pop that Blade Storm to get defenders drawn over to the C site, but Wing is going to be able to say, hey, nobody's pushing. Nobody's on site. I don't hear anything. So I know nobody's there. And I know that Blade Storm wasn't popped to just come forward and demolish me.
I mean, considering what Best has been playing like at some points, you know, sometimes he's just throwing E forward and hoping for the best, but no dashes to be found this time, as it's just a bunch of flashes into garage and a bunch of trading of utilities until someone's ready to hit the go button, and it looks like Scarlet Knights are going to be the ones doing so.
Credit to Koi, too. He's had really good control of garage this whole series. Once again, the Scarlet Knights, they're going to push on to B, but they're not actually pushing for B. Instead, they are pushing to get control of A. They wanted to draw defenders toward them so that they could run out of A-Link and then head to this site. They know nobody's on this half of the map, and they even have their Cypher lurking behind over in mid. Has the camera and everything. As long as Scarlet Knights can keep the defenders at bay, this Cypher is going to tear apart their back line.
Well, we'll have to see if Lamp can do so. Lamp is sneaking up. He's going to show up behind two members. He's trying to get into Eric Appleson's backside, but Koi's going to peek before Lamp can show up. Lamp takes down one, Lamp takes down another, and that's going to be the flank that Paul talked up so much, and it pays off huge. Scarlet Knights ending the first
Switching
half.
sides.
Great half from the Scarlet Knights, and that is the mental boost that they really needed after a rough loss on Ascent. So now they come in. It's going to be their defense now, and keep in mind, UH Premier, when we saw them earlier on Haven, they got their 12-0 on their defensive side and then lost 6 in a row on their attack. Scarlet Knights have to be feeling damn good going into this now. And I love the way they played their whole attack, right? Especially their B pivots, right? I love teams that will play B site, not to just plant, run out, and spray through smokes, but to play for other sides of the map or different setups on a B plant.
Yeah, and it's nice to see the flexibility of that fourth too. It depends on which way they get an elimination, and then they can go from there. But now being on the defensive side, the Scarlets are going to have to be the reactive ones now, and Best is actually going to react to a cheeky little flash there coming out of smoke. This Frenzy is not going to be the greatest tool at this kind of distance, and Best is going to get dropped there by the Ghost. Adam Solomon having their way with their opponents, just getting kill after kill. This Reyna for University of Houston, time and time again, shows up and makes big plays, finishing off this pistol here with a 3.
Very strong coordinated execute from the University of Houston. Definitely a round they needed to take. And this time around, when they get the pistol, they can feel pretty confident about the anti-eco, because it should actually be an anti-eco. As they were able to plant, they will have all of the money coming into this next round, and there really shouldn't be much available for the Scarlet Knights. That being said, it looks like a couple players over to that A site have bought up light armor and stingers regardless, so not quite as comfortable as UH Premier were probably hoping for. And if they walk the wrong way, if they take too close of an engagement, they will more than likely lose that out. The Stinger at point blank range has a pretty good win rate against Spectres or the like.
Ooh.
That was nearly a completely blind frag there onto Adam Solomon.
And with a Stinger, too, it's not like it's a 1 or 2 tap from a Vandal. It's like, Stinger blind fragging you, that's got to be like 6 shots hitting your body. Good. Adam pushing up your garage here. Does, in fact, know that there is someone up top. And if you see a shotgun being fired, I mean, in this game, the only shotgun users have been the 2 Cypher players. and Wing, in a disastrous turn of
no.
events, actually takes down his own Reyna. So now the Scarlet Knights, afforded that opportunity, are going to try and make sure it does not go to waste, and they are just swarming around the remaining members of UH Premier like bugs to a nest, basically, or bugs to a flower. And Lee Wei, the one lone member fighting, does get put down eventually. The Scarlet Knights able to capitalize off a crucial UH misstep.
University of Houston are going to be kicking themselves for that one. Second time this map that they won the pistol and lost the subsequent round. And it all comes down to map control, man. They tried to get some map control up toward B. They got antsy and they pushed out, but they didn't leave anyone. They didn't leave any utility there for information. They completely gave that up. And then they all jumped into the garage window. Easiest pinch of Scarlet's career there.
Take flight.
And now a very difficult round for UH Premier to actually pull off. They're gonna force buy this too. Nobody gets real guns in this game. It's all Stingers and Spectres.
Hey, I will say there are some Bucky too. Shout out to the Bucky shotgun. I love and appreciate you. But we have what looks like total chaos breaking up on the point here, because there's util thrown out from everybody. There's bullets being traded. But at the end of the day, nobody has full control until Eric is going to get the plant down, actually. So Scarlet Knights trying to fight back, and out of nowhere, they're going to end up picking up a 3-piece for Can of Chicken Soup. And honestly, Paul, that round right there felt like one fight that just never ended up stopping.
Yeah, I think the technical term for that, it's actually a very old esports term, is a big friggin' mess.
Thanks, Grandpa. I love hearing your stories.
Yeah, back in my day, we didn't push sites like that. Especially since, I mean, pushing a site like that, I mean, there wasn't much control. Actually, it wasn't even really the site push. I just really don't love the fact that UH tried to force up that round. Now they're just on a even more so delayed eco. They give more rounds to Scarlet Knights. I mean, it gets to the point where they kind of need to take this eco. They need to pull off a thrifty somehow, or they're going to be staring down the barrel of an 11-5 scoreline before they get their gun round. And then if they don't win that gun round, they lose the game. Not a terrible start for them. They trade 1 for 2, and they're going to get the spike down over on B. Are they going to actually play for the spike, though, or will they pull a Scarlet Knights? They are rushing forward. Lamp does get 2, though. That is more than worthwhile, and with Can of Chicken Soup opening up a can of worms and shoving him straight down the throats of UH Premier, this is still very, very dicey.
And to something else, but we'll keep it PG here, Paul, as Scarlet Knights have themselves a 2-on-1, having to retake against the lone member of UH. And as I couldn't even finish my sentence, Best had sniffed out the remaining defender and completed their mission, getting the 11th round win for the Scarlet Knights. And you gotta wonder what the eco's looking like for UH Premier going forward. And I'm leaning to not
They'll be able to buy.
too good. Oh, no.
They'll be able to buy. But now it gets to the point where if they lose one of the next 2 or even 3 gun rounds, they won't be able to buy, and it'll be match point for Scarlet Knights, right? So every round from here on out is pivotal for the University of Houston, and they don't have a ton to work with. Only the Hunter's Fury available. If I was them, I would pop this for early information just to try and get an advantage. But UH Premier, they haven't used the Hunter's Fury that way too much this series. So I think they're going to hold on to that until they're certain they can get a frag out of it. At least they'll get 1 pick over to the C site. So not a bad start for them in a pivotal round.
Yeah, that's going to be crucial. And honestly, as the offense, it's always so much easier to win out a round when you start out with an advantage like that. Now, with Empress being popped for UH Premier, they are looking to secure this round with minimal loss to life. But Justin, through the fire, is able to take down Adam Solomon, who, as I said, had used that Empress. That's a crucial cooldown and agent eliminated from this site defense now that the spike has been planted, and the Scarlet Knights are looking to take this.
Good flash though. Lamp is stuck, but he'll still get the frag through the box and everything. Neural Theft now available will reveal that most players are down long and one is on a very, very wide flank over toward B. Does have that Hunter's Fury available. It's a strong place for that, but Justin is ready. He knew what the plan was the second he saw that Sova on the map. And even though you gotta reload, pull out the pistol, Lamp gets enough done to where Relaxed Potato can defuse the spike. Just 2 seconds remaining, but now Scarlet Knights are on match point.
My heart dropped when I saw, I forget who, but when whoever was dueling at the end had to reload their Phantom, and then they missed every classic shot as well. That was a heartbreak at its finest. I've been there exactly, but the Scarlet Knights were able to overcome that unfortunate set of shots, and they're able to keep themselves going towards Game 2 victory. They have 12-5 as a scoreline. Scarlet Knights and Houston are able to fully buy out. So this is going to be a crucial round for Scarlet Knights to win. And off the bat, we see 2 members from the Scarlet Knights and 3 members from University of Houston drop faster than I could have said anything.
Scarlet Knights love to do that too. I'm surprised, honestly, that we haven't seen more aggressive plays like that from the Scarlet Knights in this series. They've been very disciplined on their defense thus far. And they still walk away with that with the proper trade. Great trap wire. That's the spike. Dropped onto the floor. Eric Appleson needs to win not only that 1v1, but also look above him as Best comes in for the dunk. Now we're all tied up in our grand finals of the Conference 1 Valorant tournament.
Oh yeah, baby. You better get yourself a nice pot of coffee, because if you thought we'd be doing anything less than 3 games in our grand finals, then you are sorely mistaken, my friends. That game 2 coming out from the Scarlet Knights looked like a different team. And the same could be said about University of Houston, where now these 2 teams have each had a pretty decisive map victory. You can see here Justin topping out the leaderboard, with Can of Chicken Soup and Lamp also putting up stellar performances. But yet, now both these teams have had some stellar performances and had a map that it left something to be desired. So now, you like talking about this point, and I guess I'll give you the floor. The fact that we now have split left up.
You're reading my mind, Beanies. You're reading it, because Premier, they wanted to put this away in 2, right? Because the ban was from Rutgers, and unlike a lot of teams, they don't ban split ever, really. They almost always, if not always, ban bind instead. A map that other teams are very practiced on, but they're willing to go to split. They won split earlier, if I'm not mistaken, when they were playing in their semifinal. Just reading real quick through. Yes, Dallas. They did in fact win split in their semifinal against UT Dallas. That is where they made their triumphant victory to bring them here to the grand finals, right? So Rutgers, they feel good not only about that win, not only about the dominant fashion they took it in off a bunch of great executes and excellent retakes, near perfect reads of the map at times. And now we go to split. It's Rutgers Playground, University of Houston. They need to come up with quite the miracle to make this happen now.
Exactly, Paul. You said it so well, and I guess we should just leave it at that, because, folks, you're not going to want to miss Game 3. It's finally time for us to figure it out after this short break. Who's leaving winner? I don't know. Welcome back, everybody. It's Beanies Implausible, and we have finally made it here. The final game of the evening, the final game of our second group tournament here for CF1, and the final game to see who's going to be leaving with $4,000 in scholarship prize. We got Scarlet Knights and University of Houston fighting over Split. And Paul, during the break, we found out Rutgers got to pick defense.
That's a strong start for them, and honestly, they're just happy to even be on this map. It's been a long day for both of our teams here, and I mean, real quick before we head into this last map of the night, last map of the tournament, as it's been 2 weeks leading up to this in general, I mean, we got to just recap how both these teams got here, right? Not only were their quarterfinals performances strong, they came back in close, competitive semifinals.
Both, yeah.
One against UC Irvine, the other against UT Dallas. In the end, both of these teams were able to pull it out on that third map, both the Scarlet Knights and the University of Houston Premier. And even before that, it was tough for these two. They come from the same group, and the largest group at that. They both come from Group 4. It was our one group that had, I believe, 6 teams in it.
Yes.
And they decided coming into this, they both left that group 3-0. They both decided, hey, we don't want to play each other yet. We'll just leave it up to, the normal tiebreakers. We don't want to do a tiebreaker match. We don't want to give that little bit of information over to the other team. And it turns out that was a good idea because they met here and it is ever so close and competitive. We had to one final map of Split to see who walks away with $2,000 and who walks away with $4,000 in scholarship money.
Yeah, not only that, but both these teams have played each other quite a bit, so there is a good amount of bragging rights on the line. And, why not add a second title to the Scarlet Knights case in CF1? Meanwhile, Houston's still vying for that first one, and they are poised to do it if they can rekindle that flame from game 1. But on Split, looking ahead here, with Scarlet Knights getting defense first, because this map, I know I worry sometimes that this map can be almost satirically considered a super defensive favored map. But with Scarlet Knights getting defense first, do you think knowing that you have defense first will affect the agents that you do select, or are you expecting to see something similar?
No, I mean, I don't think it's reasonable to play for just your defensive half because especially considering you cannot physically win on your defending half, right? Even if you went 12-0, like we saw Houston do in that previous or in an earlier map of Haven, you still have to go on your attack at some point, right? So you need to be playing a composition where you can feel comfortable doing both, or at least as comfortable doing both as you can feasibly do on Split, considering it is so defender-sided. And we get our first Sky of the series.
Yeah.
Apple Erickson pulling out Sky. The Cypher one trick. Pulling out Sky. And if I had to guess why, Beanies, I would say it's because Wing is not going to play Sova. Nobody plays Sova on Split. It is by and large his worst map by a long shot, right? So Wing has to switch off to something. What's Wing comfortable on? Oh, the Killjoy? It's pretty good here on Split. Sure, we'll run that. Well, we can't run Killjoy and Cypher. So now Eric Appleson having to go over to a completely different type of agent. Still somewhat supportive, as you do have those heals coming out, and still an information agent in its own right, as you do have the Wolf and the ultimate for that sort of information gain. So certainly a different style here for Eric Appleson, but not a horrendously different one. Quick execute onto A already, but nobody cleared out Justin from hell. He's able to get one, just 14 health retreats to buy more time. He will get eliminated, but this is now looking very good for the Scarlet Knights. It's all down to Eric Appleson, still stuck over in A lobby. Can't get much done there. Strong start for the Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, that's a great start. Almost as good as it could be. Just would have preferred to have all 5 members alive, but beggars can't be choosers here, and Scarlet Knights coming out strong. I want to say this is the first game they've opened up with a pistol round victory, but I don't want to be
I believe it's the first map they opened up with where they got the pistol round. I believe they won one pistol round back on the first map, Ascent.
Yes, yes. So, thank you for covering my behind there, buddy.
I got you. No worries. It's been a long day.
Yeah, Scarlet Knights, though, they do have themselves a good eco, which means that they can afford to get a pretty aggressive buy-in here. And you're going to want to get that, especially when you're dealing with the likes of Houston, who have shown to be very promising.
Good spray there. Great crossfire. Spikes dropped in mid. Not looking too good for Houston in this round. Lee Monway and Wing, they are struggling to figure out what it is they want to do. Wing just stuck here in A lobby. Can't leave because he'll get spotted. Can't push because he'll walk into a 1v3. Meanwhile, Lee Monway on his own individual mission across the map, but also going into very strong position. They don't necessarily expect one to be coming from Market as they were both looking towards Sewer, but there's no way that Lee Monway gets more than one here. Will be able to get that one at the very least, and this swing through. Bucky not going to get it done. Good try from Houston, considering how poorly that round started from them. But still the 2-0 Scarlet Knights expected.
Yeah, exactly that. And even with the Scarlet Knights winning that out, they're not going to be going for a big buy this round. You know, Paul has mentioned a few times the idea behind getting an aggressive buy in the second round and then using that third round to try and take a hit at your opponent's economy. And something to point out is Lamp, even though it's a new map, they consistently keep buying the Bucky out when they're going for a light buy, and I can respect the commitment to that shotgun.
Full guns for UH Premier, though. They can't lose too many of them. Once again, this has been a situation that UH Premier has been in a couple times, actually. They were in it on Haven, and they lost all their guns. They lost that round entirely. Wolf not going to spot Bests, but the drone will, and that means that it is going to be a 2-for-1 trade in favor of Houston. Aftershock going to keep them at bay. They're not quite able to pivot towards that B site, but they're still going to go for this hard hit. And that flash hitting can of chicken soup is a good start for him.
Yeah, it's a nice job there. Oh, the Bucky headshot. Unfortunately, not too reliable at that distance, but a good attempt there. It takes a little bit less than half off the HP of Wing, who will get the plant down. Now it's going to be up to UH Premier to play defense against a lone Omen, but that Omen is Justin Bishop. Quite the player for the Scarlet Knights.
Yeah, and the alarm bot is set up for that defender, that very back site connector into the site too. Justin spraying away. Trying to at least get the one pick. Was able to pick up an actual rifle, but Adam Solomon is at the ready. And that's what UH Premier needed. They got away with 3 players. They'll be able to buy into this next round and keep that economy rolling. It'll be full guns for both our squads. And this round will decide who gets the momentum coming out of the early game.
Yes, and that is going to be a crucial point of contention here, because if you can get a round win here for the University of Houston, you'll basically undo any advantage that the Scarlet Knights had gathered. Because look at the buys from the Knights.
And we've talked about momentum a lot throughout this day, but I think, especially on a map like Split, it's going to be really important, because if Scarlet Knights can start to run away with it, UH Premier on attack won't be able to do anything. But if UH Premier can string together 2-3 rounds in a row, suddenly this defense isn't that great for them. They're getting forward onto the site. They haven't lost any players yet. A paranoia will make it hard to stay alive, though. Justin will pay for it with his life, but Can of Chicken Soup has been enabled by it. Will trade, ultimately 2 for 2. And this spike will be being planted by Eric Appleson. A tenuous retake, though. It starts to get a little bit tricky for UH Premier. They don't have the greatest positions. They're all stuffed into the back of that site, Beanies.
Good thing it's Thanksgiving, because I love stuffing, and UH Premier is going to try their best to break away, and that's Eric Appleson. Oh, the fortunate ones had 2 people line up directly behind the other, giving Eric Appleson access to that, but Relaxed Potato just shows up out of nowhere with the RKO, and now it's up to them to get Leland away, and they do? What? A triple kill for Relaxed Potato?
That is what we call the flying pile driver from Relaxed Potato there. Comes down with the elbow straight onto the throat of Eric Appleson. No right to win that round. None whatsoever. to get that pick onto Eric Appleson, but it does not matter. And from there, played so well. The paint shell flushed out that very back corner of the site, flushed out that side of the smoke that Limon Wei had put down. So knew exactly where Limon Wei would be standing. What an incredible play from Relaxed Potato.
Oh, this is a nice spot.
Incredible play, and one that should be remembered if we see the Scarlet Knights win by just a single round or so. And that's the kind of effort that really makes or breaks these kinds of moments in the grand finals with University of Houston. Oh, a beautiful shot there of the Killjoy ultimate. The area of effect that it has is so immense. It's so massive that it can really just
Didn't
take
push
an entire defense off the point while we have Lamp. Oh, making the Bucky look like a ranged weapon right there. And then Relaxed Potato sending a showstopper into the garage, gonna result in one kill. And we should point out that Sky Ultimate was used and there was 0 return on investment for it.
UH Premier used the Sky Ultimate and the lockdown, and they didn't push. They waited until the lockdown had completely gone to get any kind of progress, and by that time, players were easily back in heaven, easily back on the site. That was very strange from UH Premier. Now they have nothing to work with. They're desperately creeping up mid because they think that nobody has come here, but they have no idea where anyone is. Eric Appleson has to go for that wolf, and they don't even know that Justin is coming up behind him. He's going to get a beautiful spot here. Not even needed as Can of Chicken Soup just shuts it down from Vent. And honestly, Scarlet Knights, they're not breaking a sweat right now.
Yeah, they're really not. Scarlet Knights poised at 4-1, and you can tell there's a reason why they ban out Bind. They look so comfortable, so confident here on Split. And even though we are only the start of this round into this, you can tell that they have a method to their madness of always banning out Bind, and it's going to be up to the squad from UH Premier to show off some adaptability here in light of, as you said at the top of the match, having a few new picks on players that have never gone off their main agent on CF1 tournaments, as Wing, one of said players, manages to find themselves a kill on the can.
Yeah, good flash to set that one up there. Not quite the easy take on the A that they were hoping for, and Lamp with that Bucky. Yet again, putting Koi down. Strong position from Limon Wei. Will be able to trade, actually, for his troubles. Pick up a gun and everything. Not too bad from UH right now. They'll lose Wing, but they will easily be able to get that spike down over toward that B site. And still one on the roam. Justin has no idea where anyone is. He knows one player will be on the B site. Everybody else is a mystery to him right now.
Well, he's gonna have to try and play some catch-up here. Unfortunately, not gonna be able to play much of anything when you're 6 feet under, and that's exactly what happened to Justin, who gets dropped for the UH Premier squad. Second round win here on Split, hoping to bring some life back into their offense, albeit a notoriously difficult map to pull out offense on. You still want to make sure that you can make as much of an impact on your offense to make your defense that much more reliable.
Yeah, and a good push there from UH Premier, right? I really liked what I saw from them there, setting up that flash, and then the trigger discipline to get Can of Chicken Soup at range despite having a Frenzy, which is generally a close range weapon. Now they're leaning pretty heavily towards this mid area. Do have to be careful of that raise playing from Vent. The second they suspect that players have popped up here, they can paint shell, they can boom bot, things can get very dicey for UH Premier. And it's not an easy place for them to push. They are going to invest in Nano Swarm to get that one done, and Adam will be able to secure that. Now Showstopper out onto the site. Thrown a bit early there as Koi was worried the recon dart would give away the position. We'll be able to trade one regardless, but not necessarily the decisive push you were hoping for if you were Koi. And now, I mean, Premier, they're split across the map.
And as you were talking, Best gets an operator kill, trying to find another, and somehow, some grace of luck, he gets one, and then he gets the quick scoop onto Limon Wei. And now Best is really putting their best foot forward in this round, trying to ensure a 5th round victory for the Scarlet Knights. but you gotta get through one more player. Sky, playing sight,
There it is.
does get dropped by Justin, and that's gonna be the Scarlet Knights getting their 5th round win.
Best, you can't do them like that, buddy. That's just wrong. I don't know if we can show quickscopes like that on Twitch. It might be against TOS. It might be. I'm not sure that's PG-13, man.
So bad you might get
Holy.
DMCA just cause.
Oh, yikes. All right, well, moving on to this round. Guns mostly for both teams. Does seem like a bit of a bulldog. Not the greatest buy for UH Premier. They're going to force it, though. Only the Empress available. They can play for an alt orb here, and I expect them... Actually, it doesn't look like they're going to be doing so. Eric Appleson nearly at the alt, but seems like they're not actually going for the A or the B orb onto their Sky. Instead, they're just going to be slow... Oh, don't try peek this. Don't try peek
my
it!
God.
No, you know they have an operator.
You know, this is common information. He just got a 3-piece last round. But UH Premier, peeking out of that ramen shop, is going to be met with a unfortunate sight as Eric Appleson trying to put that wolf to use there, albeit not going to find any such luck. But remember, that wolf does concussive connecting, so worthwhile scouting tool for the Sky.
I mean, at least spots the Omen, right?
Yeah.
So you at least know one is there. I don't know what Adam Solomon was thinking. Just solo walking out B main. That rarely goes very well. This is a bit of a strong position here, or it would have been if Limon Wei was able to stay alive against Canned Chicken Soup. Now the Spike Carrier is at a long-range battle against a Breach, who has 2 flashes and Fault Line still available. And now the rest of his team over here as well. Honestly, I wouldn't hate it if UH Premier went for the save right here. I think that would be a very disciplined play. Unfortunately, instead, does not seem that they will go for that, and they won't even get a pick this round. Scarlet Knights, 6-2. You can tell why they were willing to play split.
Yeah, they look practiced. They look ready. Best top fragging now with the operator. And when you're playing defense on this map, you can really hold so many different angles with that operator, and all of them are going to be effective. But more often than not, you're going to be seeing people try and control that B site. You see it work more often than not here for the Scarlet Knights, but unfortunately, Houston may be walking into round 3, 4 of best operator shots, so we'll have to see if they came more prepared this time around.
And this is once again a great read from Scarlet Knights. They had better presence over the map. They had a better idea of what UH Premier wanted to do on Haven. And it's seeming like that's ringing true. Best a little bit late on the trigger there, but still plenty of teammates to support and lock down the site. Canned Chicken Soup is going to be eliminated, trading 1 for 1. Not ideal, considering that it is an eco for UH Premier. But they're not really able to get anywhere here, and with an early quote-unquote retake, it's just business as usual for the Scarlet Knights here.
No.
Eric Appleson putting one down, actually gets the second too. Barely dodged around the corner in time to reload, but picks 3 and 4 were always going to be even more difficult.
Need a drop.
Gosh, that is not looking too promising here going forward for the likes of UH Premier having to deal with best operator, but they did take it out of his hand for the time, so now going to be on even footing. ARs across the board, a handful of Vandals, but majority rocking the Phantoms. Credits in favor of the Scarlet Knights, but if we see 1 or 2 round wins come out from UH Premier, we could see that swing the other way. But there's only 3 rounds left, so they have to make some kind of mark while they have the opportunity here. Meanwhile, Best is really playing with fire right now, Paul. And that's going to be a Killjoy ultimate, too.
Yeah, but nobody expects him to be so far pushed up.
Oh.
Can't quite get that second one there, but takes out the Killjoy, takes out one of the players. This time around, at least, UH are going to be pushing sooner after that lockdown goes through, and they will get better control. One player detained and everything. Not able to push for that kill. Spike will get planted out in the open, too. Smoke here keeping Scarlet Knights at bay, and a well-placed paint shell to get even more control, as now Limon Wei is pushed up forward. Gets that one on the lamp, too. This is going so well for Houston thus far. They need to keep it rolling, though. Limon Wei just barely ready for the flying potato this time around. And UH Premier, they at least put a third on the board. If they could get a fourth, or even, maybe even a fifth, considering this is split, they would be okay with that.
So, Paul, this is from the POV of Limon Wei saying in the corner. You ready?
Uh-huh.
A potato flew around my room.
Oh, my word. And then, well, but then if we're doing that Vine reference, we have to go back to the other round, and then it's just Eric Appleson screaming as the potato is whirling, right? Like, if we're doing that Vine reference, we gotta commit to it.
I respect it. You gotta go. You gotta commit to it. Like, we're seeing Chicken try and commit some utility to this corner here, but no such luck because it seems like UH Premier got burned a few times getting aggressive there, so they're going to be a little more passive, and they're toying with the idea of B site, but right now it's pretty flexible where they could still send it up mid lane, but not with Best watching this with an operator.
Oh boy. Oh boy, that was very dicey there. Raze is just lucky they got away with their life. Corey's still able to pressure up mid too. Actually, him and Eric Appleson have gotten a lot of control. You need to flash to remove this operator, though. We need to see the sky moving forward, and Eric Appleson, his style is so much like that Cypher. His style is so much covering for the flank. At least Corey will get the job done, but can't possibly get on to site. Leave that up to Limon Wei. Eric Appleson not going to make the flank happen, though. Limon Wei not going to have to bait the plant. Gets flashed. Knows where the last player is, and just goes for the bait and switch. Off to the other side of the map with him.
Oh, man, that is unfortunate. Lamp was getting a little too confident there. Should have waited for the flash, but didn't wait for Breach to throw out the utility, and now it's going to be a 1 versus 1 here for the Scarlet Knights and UH Premier. And then you just see a can of chicken soup goes to town on Limon Wei, securing the 8th round win for the Scarlet Knights and putting us at the last round before halftime.
Limon Wei, I feel like he could have played for time there, but oh well, it's a 1v1. You try and get the better. You try to time that right so that you find can of chicken soup. Look in the wrong direction. Last round of the half. Showstopper and the Empress available. University of Houston, they can get as aggressive as they feel like, but if they do so into the breach, they're not going to have a very fun time. Can of Chicken Soup has the Rolling Thunder. They should know this, University of Houston. They should know where he plays on this A site, and they should try and steer clear. But instead, they're all stacked up right next to him.
Oh, and look at that. The fault line comes through just to cause a little chaos, and then now you're going to have the ultimate being used by Breach, really just putting a thorn into the side of any Houston plans. And Koi now is left out of nowhere, really, with the Showstopper. Gonna have to try and get to some kind of protection. And, you know, it's actually going in the favor of Houston. This really aggressive push that started out with the defense winning out the utility trades now has the spike down and site controlled with agents in favor of Houston.
And I believe, I don't actually think that concuss quite hit, but Eric Appleson using the flash catches one that you didn't mean to, but Best not going to be taken out of that. It was not the full flash, so Best still able to contest for that elbow control. Oh, the running Phantom, man. It's good work. Regardless, Justin not going to be able to get it done. UH Premier make it happen, and I want to call back to that Rolling Thunder beanies because I don't think it was so much as UH Premier being able to get the better of the Rolling Thunder. I feel like Can of Chicken Soup just pulled the trigger way too early. He threw the Rolling Thunder out when the players were all still in a lobby, and even though it caught a lot of people, you're not enabling your team to take anyone down there. If you wait until you're confident they're actually in that hallway pushing onto the site, and you throw it more from perhaps back in elbow or even toward the back of the A site, you can more confidently step out and take advantage of the concussed picks, right? The Showstopper also made it more difficult, so I got to give a little bit of credit where it's due to UH Premier. Now they're going to be swapping over to their defense for a not the worst case scenario for either of these teams, so this half's still very important.
Yeah, you would traditionally think an 8-4 scoreline would be pretty bad, but from what we know of Split and how people feel about the map, honestly, you could still consider this not too shabby for UH Premier if their offense is up to par. But right now, or excuse me, if UH Premier's defense is up to par, I misspoke, as the Scarlet Knights on offense are going to be planting down the spike. They will be putting it in pretty safe location, but they have to worry about the screens, because there are 2 members on screens. They might just be Canton's father, the one flanking Killjoy. As 2 members go down, Wing, though, is going to be doing what flanking Killjoys do, and that's provide some fire, and then following it up with the final elimination. And as we thought, my friend, it was all for the Killjoy.
Once again, UH Premier walk away with a pistol. More often than not for them. And I feel, how do I put this? In that pistol round, it was very ambitious for the Scarlet Knights to go for as aggressive of a push they did in the way they tried to clear out the A site, right? They went straight through the middle of A site, didn't really clear out the actual site, didn't really clear out heaven so much. And once they finally were able to get that spike down, it was a 3v3 and they were all stuck on the site. That is not what you want for A. You want those crossfires to ring true and enable you to get advantage for UH Premier. You don't want to have to be pushing into screens like they did, because then they ended up in not only 1 but 2 crossfires. Now Scarlet Knights, once again, they're grouping up pretty heavily here. They've got an easy mid control. They're deciding whether or not they want to take this to A. I think that would be ill-advised, but Eric Appleson is there, and once they spot those flashes, I doubt that they'll go to B.
Oh, Adam Solomon with the angles, but Justin with the left, or the right click, excuse me, does in fact find an elimination. And that Boomba is actually going to dissuade the Scarlet Knights from trying to take over A Heaven. They have control of this B site, or excuse me, the B site, the main hallway. But Koi, who's on A side, is actually running the show right now, picking up 2 eliminations. Can of Chicken Soup is going to slow the roll of the UH Premier after 2 straight eliminations as well. So multiple members of these teams really feeling themselves, but Wing, a member whose name we have said time and time again here for UH Premier, is part of this rock. They have to make sure that they hold down the fort for UH Premier. Killjoys can do best, but look at this, Paul. Look at the bait and switch. Look at the tricks. You don't even need a from the shadows. You just need some sneaky movements and a good piece of brain.
Can of Chicken Soup, the sole survivor of the ping pong invents that Scarlet Knights were forced through. He has a lot of utility as well. Both flashes, Aftershock, and the fault line all available. Once he knows where UH Premier is pushing from, he can get the better end of this trade.
Yeah, but he's got to find out where they are, and he has learned where they are. He's going to go in for the kill. Cannot find anybody. He's actually losing out the duel. He does switch to the pistol, but can't land the shots there either. And there was a malfunction in the junction there. Someone check this guy's mouse and give it aim hacks, because he couldn't hit a shot.
Sometimes it really is as simple as, did the player hit their shots? Check yes if they won, check no if they did not. And Can of Chicken Soup played that round well, but at the end of the day, saw 2 players. I guess maybe that got the better of his mental, maybe freaked out a little bit. It's hard to say, really. What you can definitely say is he didn't walk away with that one. And now UH Premier, they are on track to catch up to Scarlet Knights in a few rounds here. They are going to be doing a light buy. Man, it's not even actually a bonus round. They've bought into this. There was only 300 and 100 credits on a couple of their players, so this round, pretty dicey for Premier. They're not likely to win it, and if they don't, then they're really hurting.
Right there, but no peek to come of it. And then Justin was prepared for Lee Wei to show themselves. Very unfortunate timing. Just peeked right after Justin had finished reloading, and there's no way he could have known that. So honestly, just unlucky go next round, my friend. But UH Premier still has 4 members still alive and well in round 15. They just have to make sure they don't overstep their bounds, because now that the defense is going to, or excuse me, the offense is going to have control of the numbers, they can have a lot of control of the map.
Just a trickle onto the B site too. Eric Appleson clearing out mid. Once they're confident they have control of that, they'll go back over. But there is the lurker actually in mid here. Lamp on the flank. They have no idea that he is here. And he'll easily be able to get a couple. He just has to wait for him to actually land from that Rolling Thunder. Scarlet Knights flawless in the round. UH Premier, their economy will be hurting. Not over for them by any means. They are still on defense. If they can get their economy back on track, they can easily still make this map competitive. But will they actually get their economy back on track, Beanies?
Yeah, that's the big question. Because if you're looking right now, ladies, gentlemen, everybody else, you can see that it's really a tough decision for Houston to make. They're constantly shifting around their purchases, undoing and then repurchasing equipment, but finally they will settle on some choices, and the peak of which is going to be stingers with light armor.
This is the right call, though, right? You give up control of this round, but you were never going to have control of it anyways. You were only barely going to be able to afford a couple Phantoms, and instead they're just playing for an aggressive push out of mid, a lot of map control, a lot of hesitation from the Scarlet Knights. They don't want to walk into multiple players if they can avoid it. A good pinch as UH Premier pushed too far.
Oh.
And now Scarlet Knights feel much more comfortable in this round. Wing all alone with the Sheriff might get one. Ooh. Will do so. A second would be very generous, and it will not be gifted to him. Limon Wei now all alone over in B main, just with a Frenzy to his name.
And you know, a Frenzy, while a valuable sidekick to have, is not going to be able to put up much of a fight against the likes of the Scarlet Knight with his weapon. So it's going to be a smart choice there. It looks like Limon Wei is going to maybe scavenge some bodies, try and pick up a better piece of equipment to use, and not too sure what they were able to pick up, if anything.
Just a stinger.
A stinger. I mean, better than nothing, I guess you could say, but still not much compared to the likes of the weapons the Scarlet Knights have. And you can see the sight lines of the Knights right there, thanks to the Observer's vision, and they have all sights set on Limon Wei. It's just a matter of him peeking the corner, and you said it right, Paul. The tension is building right here. The feeling of, will he make it out of the peak? But just going to be the Scarlet Knights giving up the point. There's no chance of a defuse.
He's too late to this.
Yeah,
he doesn't make it. He might pull one back because they think he could. No, okay, not quite. Why does that count as a team ace? He died to the spike.
Hey,
that's not a team ace.
I think that's the first one you and I have seen tonight. Not sure if we've seen another team ace.
But that wasn't. Whatever. Hardly matters. Point is, that was always just around to see what Premier could accomplish, right? They don't really get much. They only put one gun on the ground, and they weren't even able to pick it up. So this round basically makes or breaks the map. If they win this, they stay in the running. If they lose this, they're on eco. They will give over match point to Scarlet Knights and have to win 6 in a row before too long. Eventually, right? With the way the rounds would ping back and forth with econ.
Here.
And thus you can see Scarlet Knights, they're playing slow. They know how important this round is for UH Premier, and UH Premier, it's the same for them. They're not going for aggro pushes out B main, crazy flanks. Just trying for information. That Boombot will spot 2. Paint Shell keeping mid control as well for UH Premier. That's huge in the interim here. It forces Scarlet Knights to reconsider and to walk over towards this A site, but there's not too many players here from A. Or on A, I should say.
Multiple members of the Scarlet Knights, so there's going to be utility used. The Knights think that there's going to be, I don't want to say more people than expected, but there's at least a few, and Koi and Adam are going to give a rude awakening to the Scarlet Knights. That's going to be 2 members drop for the Knights, 3 members drop for the Knights. And now with Adam trying to take on Justin here, 13 numbers. Wow, 13 bullets in the clip, and that's going to be Justin taking him down.
Ult available.
Yeah, ult available. Good call right there, because now Justin, loud and clear, has heard that and will be sending themselves over to B site with the spike, getting it down, and now it's a matter of playing around the spike and securing these 2 kills. But that's awful position for the Justin to be, and he teleports, and he teleports right into Lee Mun-Wei's face. UH Premier getting round 7 under their belt.
I was concerned when we came onto this map with Eric Appleson moving over to a role like Sky. It does not play like the Cypher we have seen him be so successful on. But that was a great bit of information utility there. The Wolf to spot out where Justin is playing from so they can 100% be confident pushing into the site. Good work from Eric Appleson. Not the best KD, but always gathering necessary information. UH Premier, they have now salvaged the deficit they found themselves in. They can at least stay competitive moving forward.
And that's the big term right there. Gotta stay competitive, because we have seen there is plenty of skill to go around the UH lineup, but they just need the tools to show off that skill. And it can be hard to land one-tap headshots when the best weapon you got is a Spectre. So making sure that you get these assault rifles to deal with the likes of Best on this operator is absolutely crucial to the Houston lineup.
Great defensive smoke there from Lee Mun-Wei all the way over toward A Heaven as he was sitting on the B site. That saves Koi, honestly, as that operator had pushed up. Still a pretty strong angle being taken by that operator right now. A lot of control onto this A site. And because the operator is still ringing out shots, it's still 3 players leaning over toward A. But now the push actually making its way towards B. Yet again, good game sense from Lee Mun-Wei, though, making it a bit more tricky. Believe you will hear some utility Cyber Cage being used. Do they expect him to be on rafters? They don't. Oh, he'll only get 1 out of it, though. That's going to be 3v4 for the retake.
Yeah, and that's going to be an Empress pop, making it a 2v4 with Best getting a elimination using the operator. So now it's going to be up to UH Premier and their ultimate used on Reyna to get onto the site.
Oh,
Chicken Soup is going to take down Adam Soliman, who had used that Empress, like I said, 100 times in the past few seconds. And UH Premier with just Eric Appleson left here on the Sky. Not the kind of agent you would expect a clutch retake to come out of, and that's going to be a seceding of this round to the Scarlet Knights, who take it.
And Eric Appleson couldn't afford to go for it there. I mean, 1v4, that would have been absurd to try and pull off in most situations, but especially when it's 11th round now, given over, you got to keep this gun. No, Justin, with the running Phantom. Puts it down, and now there's just no money left. You can have two players buy if you really wanted to, UH Premier, but you're either force buying this round and probably giving over match point to Scarlet Knights. They'll only need 1 round after that, or you can light buy this round, face the fact that you're going to give over match point, and then play for 5 in a row. This is the safer call. I like this call. They're actually going to get pretty aggressive. They're trying to get the best out of the few dollars they have spent, and they'll start it off with 1 pick.
And they're trying to just pull a page out of the Scarlet Knights book. This defense going full throttle up the sides. Super aggression here, whereas Scarlet Knights have already booked it over to A site. They are already poised to plant the spike. They are going to be getting that down, and now it's going to be a matter of what agent holds what angle and how they can deal with the incoming retake that UH Premier is going to need to find at least a little success.
Best has such a strong angle there. Even with Koi getting this 1 frag, you can't imagine that he'll be able to get away from Best. Actually uses the satchel charge across here, but that just means Best will fall off to a different angle and find Adam Solomon. Best hopping his way on through, but yet again, another quick scope from Best. Man, maybe that's why they call him Best, because he got the best quick scopes in NA. That is absurd value coming out from him right now. And an impossible retake now. You might as well go for it. You don't got real guns anyway. See if you can get something out of this. And Lee Mun-Wei will be able to grab at least that 1. Can't quite get away from the spike, though, so not a free gun for him.
Yeah, now with a score of 12-7, Scarlet Knights have set themselves up for their first match
Help a girl.
point.
Cheese, mate.
And I'm going to keep saying first because I have been burned early in the cast and we do not know what the future holds for us. But this is the first of hopefully Scarlet.
And it could be the very last as well. Scarlet Knights, they just need one round before Houston get 5 to reclaim the title that they had 2 tournaments ago of the Conference 1 champions. Starting off with a pretty heavy B lean here. A couple players toward mid. Smokes will allow Scarlet Knights to push that up. Best's very forward right now. If he gets swung on, that could be deadly, but instead he catches the player in the back, and Adam Solomon only able to get the 1. Does pressure on that angle, though, so Best does have to fall off a bit, but Adam Solomon, he doesn't have any leers left for when or if they UH Premier need to go for a retake, or even if he just has to go for another gunfight this round.
Yeah, and you can tell that Houston understands what's on the line here. One more round lost, and that's going to be them giving up that $2,000 extra you get for winning first place. So with Scarlet Knights having this evened out agent bar, we're going to have to just go by those HP choices, or HP bars, which
oh no,
is going to be minimized after Koi goes down. So now with Scarlet Knights having the numbers and HP advantage, it's going to be up to them to make sure they don't give it up. This Killjoy ultimate is going to be so clutch for keeping the Scarlet Knights off the site. Even if they can get the spike down, it's going to be such a bad turn of events, because look at that. Omen
caught,
gets detained, but that could be the bait that they needed. No way!
Nice.
Takes out 2 birds with 1 stone.
Credit to Wing and to Adam Solomon. Both played that so well. The defensive Killjoy ultimate, as you pointed out, very good for keeping the site controlled and forcing away Scarlet Knights. But Adam Solomon, with the patience, the sneaky lurk around that pillar, knew where the breach would be coming from. Knew, because of the aftershock that was placed, and just waited to get that first frag, then played ring around the Rosie and even got a second one out of it. No leers necessary. Adam Solomon got it done there. Still a long way to go, but UH Premier, they got to be feeling good about that one.
Oh no! Best able to get dropped by the operator that he had bought not too long ago. Relax Potato and Justin each getting some eliminations as well, but with a 2-2 draw now, Relax Potato getting that spike is going to be crucial. Now the Scarlet Knights have set up the win condition for themselves. They just need to persevere through the site, but it's going to be real difficult because you got utility being thrown in by UH Premier. I mean, it happened so fast that there is none to be wasted, and it's all safe for the retake. Adam Solomon, though, taking down 1 can of chicken soup, responding by taking them down, and with Cole showing up to the fight, it's going to be left up to Justin. Justin going against Eric Appleson, who's not faking the stick. He's going to go for it. He's going for it, and they cannot finish off the kill. That's going to be Eric Appleson sticking the defuse. And remember, pros do not fake it.
Holy moly, beanies. That was so done. If there was one more bullet in Justin's clip there, this match might have been over. But instead, Eric Appleson, he trusts the process. He trusts the stick. And he gets it done. Now, I mean, he's got to use a judge again, like he was back on Ascent. He's going to hold B heaven with that one. Scarlet Knights are leaning toward B right now, so if they push into him haphazardly, they might just regret that. Patience is going to be key here for Premier. They don't want to lose a player early. They don't want to get that first pick turned against them, because if they do, it will snowball from there. Already an early rotate, though, from UH Premier. That flash going to keep Scarlet Knights at bay, too. Showstopper at the ready.
Oh my God!
Best dashed into it! Oh, no! Scarlet Knights, they're able to get 1 onto the site, 2 make it, actually. Black Potato, not much health, and the spikes down up in mail.
Close. Yep, the Sky Ultimate being thrown out now, giving away the position of 2 of these members. The third's going to be sniffing out for them, and that's going to be Lamp on the backside, anchoring over by A, maybe getting up a little sneakiness, but being very cautious with their life, as you would expect. And with the site still being held here,
30
they
seconds
don't
left.
have control of the spike, though. They need to get that, they being the Scarlet Knights. And it's swarmed right now by the likes of UH Premier, who are fully aware of their win condition. And that win condition is not give up the spike. But Relaxed Potato trying to get into the site. Justin is actually going to take down Eric Appleson. Cannot respond in tow to Wing, who gets 2. And with only 9 seconds left standing, it's going to be Scarlet Knights trying to get the spike down, but no such luck to be found. UH Premier, they play the long game, and they get the round win, sending them into double-digit rounds.
Do you believe in comebacks? Still 2 rounds to go. Plenty of money for the Scarlet Knights and not a lot to work with for UH Premier. They'll be lucky if they can put 2 more Spectres on the board. And 2 rounds still very much needed for them. Gotta give them credit, though. Especially Wing, who knew where the spike was. 1v1, didn't go for the greed, didn't go for the aggro. Played it safe and stayed alive to keep his team in the game. Once again, this judge for Eric Appleson. It didn't get a whole lot done that round. And now Scarlet Knights should be more prepared for it as well. Paint Shell here, probably going to flush out Adam Solomon. Takes so much damage. Barely survives there. But a presence on site. Lear's available too. Eventually sprayed. They knew he was there. And that's a devastating first pick, as now UH Premier have to question where they put their players. Spike actually going back towards B, though. It's not a hard hit toward A. There aren't enough people stacked on that side for the Scarlet Knights.
They're going to go up through this main hallway, the main staircase, and then this is where you can really get your options. It's like a less complicated version of the Haven choice. You know, Haven, they run up B and they go A or C. Well, here you got to go up main, and you can choose A or B, my friends, and it's going to be B, which is selected by the Scarlet Knights. As they are pushing through Heaven, they have firm control of it. While giving up 1 life, they take another in response. So a nice trade by the offense, but Lehman Way takes 1 without giving, and that's just going to be paid forward by Lamp. So ultimately, they get their comeuppance, but finally, the spike is going to be planted with UH Premier at a deficit, not only in health, but in agent numbers too. 2 versus 3, Paul. This is not looking good.
That Nano Swarm's not going to flush out the Cypher from down below either. That turret going to cover their back, but Wing needs to worry about his front. Gets the first. Still a long way to go. Both players right here. Crossfire, devastating. The lockdown coming out. This is early, though. The spike going to get to half. Getting all the way. You got to swing now. If you could just leave Wing, no! Can't survive long enough for the lockdown to come through. Scarlet Knights walk away with this by the skin of their teeth. Claim the prize money of $4,000 in scholarship, and reclaim their title of the Conference 1 Valorant champions.
That was a stellar performance by the Scarlet Knights, coming back after a Game 1 loss, getting 2 straight victories to send themselves into first place. And as you said, they're going to be walking out here with some sweet scholarship money. They get to call themselves CF1 champions yet again, going for that two-time that we all know and love. And yeah, I mean, it was off the back of some stellar performances by the likes of Justin. You see here, I think Justin was top fragging or dang near close to it in every single map here, even the one where Scarlet Knights got mopped. But Bess also putting in work here with the operator. I mean, it was stellar teamwork through and through, but Justin, I think, was probably my most standout performer.
You got to give it up to all these players, though. Every single one of them. This has been an absurdly long day for all of these players. They've played 3 best of 3s, which even in and of itself is a lot, right? But they also had to wait or play through a 50-round map. Most of the series today that these players went through were 3 maps. This day went the distance, and the fact that our last map was 13-10 was so close. It wasn't just one team running out of steam. Kudos to every player who played, not only in this grand final, in the semis, in the quarterfinals, all throughout Conference 1. What a tournament it has been.
Yeah, it's been an incredible tournament, and actually we just got word that we're ready for our winners interview. So please let's welcome the winner and captain of the Scarlet Knights. It's going to be best student GG, whatever you prefer to call it. No matter what, we're going to be calling you a champion after this series. How you feeling?
Feeling a little bit tired. I mean, it was a very long game, and it was exhausting. Also, watching that UCI versus UH series, that was exhausting in itself too.
Oh, and I got to ask about that, right? Because, you finish your semifinal, you think, all right, one more best of 3 until we get going, try and keep the hands warm. And then that turns into almost a 4.5-hour series between you playing your semifinal and playing here in the grand finals. And when you came in, got off to a little bit of a rocky start.
I mean, I'm not going to say we were, cold or trolling. We weren't. We were trying our best, but things just weren't clicking. I think they were just so much more warm than us. It's not even that we're not no one gets really that tired from playing physically, but it's the mental factor, right?
Exactly.
They were ready to play, and we were not ready to play.
Yeah, and as you said, that did show early on there on Ascent, but after you got over that hump, let's take you to map number 2. You're on a map like Haven, and I mean, we saw earlier on in their series that Houston was able to come out 12-0 on their defense against UCI. And we went back and forth about, is that more UCI lacking or more Houston dominating? And I want to know, how did you feel going on to Haven? Were you concerned at all? I know you have experience playing in Houston.
Yeah, I mean, Haven's one of our best maps. I mean, people banded against us a lot, and I really thought that in the Haven series versus UCI, it almost felt like UCI gave up. And that's how I was thinking about that map. And then all of a sudden, on offense, when they were playing it, it just looked like Danchi and Nibbler started running at them, and that worked. But overall, our Haven, I think we talked about how we played post plants badly. We talked about how we needed to trade better. The post plant, the location of the bomb, the places people actually go to, playing off of the camera too, not being what we call in Narnia. Playing in absolutely nowhere. So we really want to play those good spots where we can get massive damage out without actually dying. Trade spots. We set up crossfires and stuff like that, and that's what our communication is: crossfires, bomb plants, smokes, utility.
And then you were able to take that map and send us to this third one of Split, which it feels like you guys were probably prepared for, right? You are consistently banning Bind when we see you here in Conference 1. So when you were able to take Haven, were spirits higher going into Split? Did you feel confident that you could lock this series out?
I mean, I think we're the better team. We've beaten them 3 times now out of the 3 times we've played each other. And I think that going into it, we practiced Split against very good teams, and we have a setup that works. We have Can of Chicken Soup Mark, who is a new addition right now on Breach, and it's really good because they're always blind. I mean, what can you do versus a Breach on Split? There's so many choke points, and every choke point is just one blind, and the walk in, one blind walk in, and if that's communicated to the other players, I mean, it's very easy to take it. But I will say we honestly won Split because of some heroics. I saw Lamp win some clutches. I saw Justin win some clutches. I definitely saw Chris win the Raze clip, the 1v3 Raze.
Oh,
I mean,
we were screaming about that one.
Just built different at that point, right?
Right.
Just built
honestly.
different
So Chris is the actual name of the player Relaxed Potato, then, right?
Yeah. He's a very solid player. Yes.
The flying potato was a lot. It was very impressive and fun to watch.
It was good, right?
Honestly, so was the
flying phantom kill.
It was crazy. There's been some talk about phantoms and momentums and the accuracy there, but I mean, if you can take advantage of it, that just means you're better, right?
Yeah, you're just using what the devs give you. It's like
obviously,
it's the devs' fault, not our fault.
Yeah, there we go.
Well, honestly, Best, it was a pleasure watching you. I am satisfied with my questions. Paul, you asked some stellar questions, so I think it's time that we let you guys hit the hay. I mean, it's been a long day for everybody involved, especially yourself in Houston. So, Best, congrats on winning another CF1 tournament. Congrats on taking down Houston yet again. And congrats on surviving such a long day. GG's, bud.
Yep. Thank you very much, guys.
Before we let you go here, is there anybody you want to shout out here on stream from the team, from your school, the org, even in your life? Anybody at all you want to give credit to?
Hi, Mom.
Thanks, Mom. Thanks, Dad. Thanks, my girlfriend. Thanks to my teammates. Thanks to my grandparents, my grandma, my neighbor, the mailman, the neighbor who put up Christmas
Everybody
lights.
contributes.
My childhood friend,
Yeah.
my other child, just everybody. Everybody. It was a
Okay,
team
fair
effort.
enough,
I mean,
fair enough.
everyone gives 20% right on the team. You can't win with a group of superstars. It's all about that team effort. So it wasn't just me, it was everybody playing. So
We'll love that from you. Thanks again, Best, and kudos again to the win and getting that scholarship money in all y'all's pockets. I think that's going to be it for us here today, Beanies. I do believe that concludes this round of the Conference 1 Valorant tournament.
Yeah, exactly. It took 2 weeks. It took a bunch of matches, but we finally finished our group number 2 tournament. And that just means we have something to look forward to, because when group number 3 tournament comes rolling around, the Scarlet Knights are going to have to defend that title. And you can already tell there's quite a few teams chomping at the bits to get at them. So they can enjoy it tonight, but you got to hit the ground running come tomorrow. And I can't wait to see what happens when we have some more CF1 Valorant action. So I guess on behalf of myself, on behalf of Paul, on behalf of everybody behind the scenes making all this magic happen, working tirelessly all day. I mean, like a 12-hour day at this point for production. Thank you so much for making everything run so smoothly, you guys behind the screens. We love you guys. And thank you, everyone watching this at home, for supporting Collegiate Valorant. And we hope to see you guys for more CF1 broadcasts in the future.